with a special Monday edition of the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Here's Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, damn it, and Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And Eddie, you may not believe this, but the Bears won on Sunday. I don't know. It got down to the end there, and it was 3-3. Then all of a sudden, he jumps on his white horse. He comes flying in, and there he is. Rex Grossman to the save, and also 59-yard touchdown, and that's it.
Very thankful that he did come in and he did save Doug, and not
sure did.
Fall absolutely flat on his fanny. But I tell you what, the Oakland Raiders are just what we needed after a bye week. And Doug, that game was very, very short of being a real ugly Monday.
Even though we won, it wasn't an ugly game.
Yes, it was not a good game at all.
Game.
And I'll tell you, that team, I knew it was bad. I didn't know how bad it was, Doug.
They're terrible.
They're awful.
Terrible. I was talking about that Oakland organization, and they're brutal. I remember, like I said, the 37 Super Bowl, they were in it and they lost. Since then, I think they have won like 15 games and lost 55, something like that. And it's just ridiculous. And but here's the point. I understand all that. We both been through this. But you win the games you're supposed to win, and they were supposed to win this football game. I don't care how they did, but I'm going to say this: I'm taking my hat off to Bob Babich. And I know you and I have been on him about the defense and going after people. He took those linebackers, and he maneuvered those linebackers with 12 blitzes. They went after them. They attacked. That's exactly what they needed to do, and that's what they did.
One thing, Doug, I saw some line tricks, but also, which I haven't seen before, and maybe they've done it, but I just haven't seen it. They did a line trick up the middle with a blitz with Brian Urlacher. He came off with a line twist between the tackles, but also offset it with a blitz, and that's when Urlacher got sacked.
Yeah, and then they had Hillenmeyer come from the outside.
Hillenmeyer, what a game he played.
And they didn't take him out. They let him play. And so on third down situations, they were coming. And then they had Briggs just drop back to the middle for pass coverage. They did a great job of moving their linebackers around and sending their linebackers after Vargas and also after the quarterback.
Doug, when you have, and I can't remember how many times I've said it, when you have three talented linebackers with the quickness and speed that they have, they've got to be firing. They've got to be going every play, Doug. You can't be dropping them back, dropping them back.
No.
Makes no sense.
It doesn't. And the fact is, though, you have to be aggressive, and I guess that's what they did defensively. Offensively, Ed, we stink. I mean, it's the only way I can say this, and I'm going to say it is, the best way I can say it. You can't play this type of game and this football and try to put up the points. We did not score again in the first quarter. We did not score in the first quarter. We had, I believe, like it was 15 plays in the first quarter. We had 37 yards. We had 12 yards rushing. I don't understand it, Ed. I really don't understand it. You take an offense, at least script up some plays in that first quarter. Make it a separate deal that you're going to go out and score and put some points up. We're not scoring in the first quarter.
Doug, you had a perfect team to go after the way we play football on offense. We run the ball, establish the run. Big time in that first quarter, first part of the second quarter. Then you come with the play-action pass. And who do you go after at Oakland? You go after their two cornerbacks. Why? Both of them are backups. So you go on a fly pattern with Devin Hester or Bernard Berry, our two speed guys. Put them out there and try it. We didn't try it at the first quarter. They tried it a couple times, maybe twice that I saw, until late in the fourth quarter, Doug. But that should have been, if we're going to go after anybody, it should have been after their cornerbacks. It was set up with the run, play action, go after their cornerbacks, go deep. And we finally did it, and we won the game. But that should have been there all day, Doug.
Well, it was there. I mean,
damn right it was there.
Both cornerbacks out. You're taking a look at situations, and I understand about running the ball. I mean, no one more proponent of running the football than me. And let's get back to this running with Benson, too, by the way. Once again, there was 29 carries. I understand that. I understand we got 76 yards. I think his average is like 2.6, but it's still not there, Ed. I mean, I can't see it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see him.
Okay.
There are times that, short yardage, he picks up the first down. I said, yeah, that's it. In the beginning of the game, I saw him run, and then all of a sudden he goes into this stutter step. When he's coming into the line, stutter steps back and forth, looks like he's trying to make a cutback or whatever. It's still not there, Ed. I really, my other thing I really feel this way. I think they ought to make that kid drop 15 pounds. I really do. I think they ought to make him drop 15 pounds. I saw Curtis Enos come in here back sometime. Mm-hmm. He was playing in college at 228. The Bears let him get up to 250, and they said, well, he's going to be bigger and stronger. Didn't make a damn difference. It was worse. But in college, Curtis Enos was running at 228. I don't know what his weight is. I'm talking about Benson in college, maybe about 220. But that's where he should be. I think he's just too heavy. He needs to get that quickness back.
Doug, he doesn't have the ability to cut back, and that's a natural. With all the great running backs, they have that natural ability to view the field and be the ability to cut back. He does not cut back, Doug. You sit there and watch the games all year, and to you listeners, if you T-vote or whatever, go back and look at it this week, this all past games, and go back last year and the year before. When he gets in there, he does not have the ability to break away, to cut back, or cut to the outside. That's why you see his longest run, 1 yard of 16 one time. Most of them, his other longest, Doug, were like 12 or 14 yards. He hasn't had a run over 20 yards. Why? He does not have the ability to break off a block, and that is not good. But I will tell you one thing that impressed me, Doug. Last week, I think we ran the ball maybe 17 or 20 times in the whole game. Doug, we ran it 34 times, and I think if we can run the ball between 35 and 40 times, right in that area there, I think we're going to have a chance in some of these games, even as bad as we are. Because I'll tell you what, Doug, if we didn't run it 34 times and we came with that play-action pass late in the fourth quarter, they would have had no respect for it. If we'd have ran it 15 or 20 runs, they would not have bid for it or not have stayed for it, and Berrien would not have gotten deep on us. But because we ran the ball and stuck to the running game, I believe that's why that play-action pass worked pretty damn good.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're talking football. And the other thing, too, though, Ed, for you to run the ball 34 times or 33 times, your defense has to be very consistent. Your defense has to be out 1, 2, and 3. Your defense cannot stay on the field with long drives, which has been killing the Bears prior to this game. Well, they got out of it. I mean, they took care of Vargas. Vargas had his 70-some yards. He usually averages about 113 yards. They got 2 turnovers, 2 fumble recoveries, and the interception at the end of the game. But the defense has got to do something. And this is something I saw with the defense this time, is that, you know what, they're getting some of that swagger back. But once again, though, and I understand this, let me tell you something. The quarterback situation for Oakland is brutal. I think the quarterback situation throughout the whole NFL is brutal for maybe 5 or 6 ball players.
Doug,
it's
There's
terrible.
32 teams. I tried to name like a handful. Try to name 5 quarterbacks that you think are the way, way above the average.
I saw this Bollinger play for Minnesota. I'm going to tell you the thing about that real quickly. They're going to get this Adrian Peterson killed up in Minnesota. So it's so important with that quarterback. That's why everybody complains about Grossman and that, but you see Grossman come in, I say to myself, well, this guy could probably start for about 5 or 6, 7, 8 teams in the National Football League.
Did you see, Doug, that he didn't, his knee injury, Doug, when he took that hit, it wasn't like where it was stationary, we were hitting, it was bent in. It almost reminded me very eerie of when Gale Sayers,
right.
Kermit Alexander hit him, but he just it was in the air and just kind of hit him on the side of the knee, and boom, that was it for Gale. When I saw that, and I watched it about 3 or 4 times with Peterson, he came down. It was so much like that. It wasn't the violent hit or he was twisted or anything.
Just caught him in the right way.
Just caught him, and he went down. And I thought to myself, oh no, not again. So I don't know what the diagnosis has been today, Doug.
I don't know, Ed. I got to tell you though, like I said, they'll kill the kid. They'll run him to death until he gets some help, until he gets a quarterback or somebody like that can help him.
Jumping back to what you were just talking about before we talked about Peterson there about defense, one of the things our defense did, Doug, they only converted 3 times on 3rd down.
Yeah, and they shut him down.
They did. They shut Oakland down, which they should have.
Exactly. Oakland is no trip, to the Hall of Fame. Trust me. I mean, they're not that good. But the fact is, though, when you get a team like that, you're supposed to slap them silly. And that's what they did. Now it's a building stone. I don't know how much better the Bears are going to get from this game to the Seattle game. I mean, I don't know. But I do know in this particular football game, the things that we talked about that were so important for defense was to be aggressive, was to go after them. Don't be the punching bag. Be the hunter.
3 turnovers.
3 turnovers. Give them hell and use your linebackers to do that. They did all of that. And Babbage was up in the box, too.
Yes,
which I agree
for the first
100%,
time.
Ed.
Yes.
That sideline, I can't see a damn thing on the sideline.
Not only you got all your assistant coaches are up there too, Doug.
Yeah, so
you can feed off what they have, their input.
Let's get some phone calls here, ready? Let's go out to Darren in Madison, Wisconsin. Darren, you on the Score.
It'll be great to be on with you guys.
What's up, my friend?
Bear legends for sure. We talked about Cedric, and I think obviously we're all disappointed in the production we've seen from him. But I think on a positive note, and I'll ask a question, then hang up and listen. Did he show us a little something on third down yesterday? The announcers actually made a comment and gave him some props about a blitz pickup that he made.
Yeah, he did.
He made a couple big catches. Will we be seeing more of him on third down, and could we see more of him on third down in the future? Thanks much, guys.
Darren, the two times I saw him make a pickup, I think it was one, but there were two. One in the second quarter, he totally blew it, and in the fourth quarter, Darren, again, looking at that, they ran it back. He dipped his shoulder and his head, like ducking away from the block, and the guy got by him on the outside. Instead of going in and sticking him, taking him right at the line of scrimmage. And so he still has a lot to do, a lot of work on third down and picking up those different kinds of blitzes. And, again, when you blow two in a game, that blow well, my friend.
Yeah, and the one he went outside instead of taking middle.
Absolutely. That was the one in the second quarter,
right.
Doug.
And you take the inside first, then you bump outside.
And I believe that's when Greasy got hurt.
Yeah.
On
and
that blitz.
there are a couple other times. Grossman got sacked twice in a row. I mean, it almost killed the kid. So there's some really – see, this gets back to running, gets back to offensive line, Ed. I mean, there's something that really they got to take a look at real quickly.
Doug, we have no talent on offense. We really don't. You watch the running backs from all the other teams. What do they have? They have speed. They get out around the corner. They outrun the angles. They do it. Look at us. We just don't have it, Doug. Bernard Berrien is probably, and when we put Devin Hester in, from the special teams at wideout, then there's some speed. But basically, our wideouts, we don't have the speed on our receivers. And, Doug, what are we doing every week with Olsen, Gilmore?
Olsen didn't catch a pass yesterday.
He did not catch a pass.
Not one.
Not one. And Des Clark, 3 tight ends are activated almost every week for this game. We need help at other positions. And the other thing that bothers me when you think about 3 tight ends, so you've got an offensive coordinator and your coaches, well, how do we work them into the game? Now you're spending time how to worry about get Gilmore in the game. You've got 2 top-flight quality ends in Olsen and Des Clark, Doug. And what are we doing with the third tight end out there? Why isn't the kid, Mike Haas? Why isn't Mike Haas the receiver out there? Why can't we take a look at him? Why not sit Gilmore down for one game and go with our 2 top tight ends and put Haas in there and see what he can do as a wideout, Doug? Why don't we try that? Is that really a tough situation or a tough thing to agree on?
Yeah, but what I would do, and you just said it, the fact is we don't have that kind of speed on offense. And
that just makes us slower.
I know, but I just never said I would say this or do this. But I would like to see Hester then a starter. In other words, playing out there, which he did a lot yesterday, because it changes the whole defense.
Doug, why the hell don't we see what Mike Haas has?
Well, that's it.
Here's a kid in college, a tremendous receiver.
I agree.
We've got, 7 games left here?
Yeah.
And we're starting 3 tight ends. Start 2 and put this kid on.
You pick out. You go. Jesus. You look at your offense and say, this guy right here, Hester, he's a game breaker. This guy right here, Olsen, he's a game breaker. Well, put him in. Put him together. Design some plays for him, man. For Christ's sake, you just can't let these guys sit there. You're not going to take your horses that are slow and hit those guys.
Doug,
go to the guys that can make plays.
You're exactly correct, and how do you have Olsen, who's proven he could be a difference maker?
Hell, he can be a difference maker.
And to play 60 minutes of football and we don't
so
hear his name.
Frustrating as hell.
Okay, and again, with the 3 tight ends, you got 2 tight ends, more than capable of getting done, more than in blocking and receiving. And let's get help in the offensive backfield or at wideouts or do something. For heaven's sakes, 3 tight ends. No, it's time. It's enough. It's over with. And by the way, Mark Anderson, the kid's a winner. I want him on my team, but I want him coming in on second and long and third and long rushing the passer. Alex Brown has to start, Doug. He should have started the last 2 weeks. It's enough. Quit screwing around here. Put Alex Brown in at right back at right defensive end. Where he belongs.
What I saw at the ends, too, and they tightened up, Ed. Instead of taking that outside edge all the time, they tightened up. You remember we used to have the play, and I don't know why they don't do it. You take your defensive end, and you take them sometimes. You're so used to going to the outside, the tackle's waiting for them every time. So now you take them a hard down inside. And then you have your linebacker scrape outside, or your defensive tackle hit, then come outside.
Right.
I'm telling you, you'll screw up that offensive tackle all day long.
But if you're going to do that, and sometimes if you have a tackle where you think you could beat him on the inside, but you have containment, all you have to do, like you used to do with Doug and Joe Fortunato's, tell him, I think I can beat the guy inside.
Then you
make your outside linebacker alert that you're going to make a move inside he has containment.
Yeah.
Now, that's simple communication.
That's all that is. I mean, and that's part of it. And I saw the offensive line, defensive line yesterday. Gourlier gets up with 3 sacks.
Played a great game. He came big time.
Coming off everybody. They were doing a hell of a job.
But you know what did that too, Doug? I'm going to tell you something. Tommy Harris, Adams, and Walker. I think Walker, right?
Yeah.
They came, Doug, from the inside, and they caved that pocket up. You couldn't. The quarterback, he couldn't step up, or he couldn't come up through that inside seam between the tackle and guard because those guys caved in the middle of that pocket, and therefore the sacks came.
Now, Ed, that being said, and we talked about the defense, how they improved and what they did. We cannot continue to play offense like we're doing right now, or we're not going to win any games.
Okay.
Once we get to the good teams, I watched Green Bay yesterday.
What did you say, Doug? Our offense isn't built to score points.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. With the rules that are in the National Football League, you can't touch anybody on offense, okay? You just can't touch them. And if you want to think offense doesn't play big, just look around the league. Look at Pittsburgh. Look at Indianapolis. Look at New England.
You got to score.
Look at the teams you got to score. Look at New Orleans with Drew Brees.
Enough of this
pitching
crap.
the ball all over. Offense, does it count? Yes, it counts. To have an offense, just maybe get a couple of points, kick a field goal, score a touchdown, and special teams and defense win the game for us. That is not going to work game after game, year after year. It's not going to happen.
Not against the good teams. It's not.
No, it's not.
It'll go against
There is
Oakland.
a thing called offense in this game,
Exactly.
and there is a thing called scoring points.
And the thing about it, and that's what aggravates me about starting out the football game and doing that first quarter and finding out, we don't score in the first quarter, not have scored a touchdown in the first quarter. I am saying to myself, well, come on, guys, put it together. Find some ways to do this. Make it exciting. Do something. Get scoring going. They say, well, we're running off the bus. Well, see, you cannot, like we just said, you cannot depend on your defense anymore. First of all, we don't have a dominant defense.
No.
I mean, we have got the defense is getting better, but it's not dominant like it was last year. We're not getting 44 takeaways like we did last year.
No.
So that means that coaches got to sit down and say, look, we got to score more points. How do we do that? And like we said, then find my 3 best guys on offense. And Olsen, you got to get him involved in the picture. You just got to do it. And Haas, I've been screaming about Haas trying to come out there. Rasheed Davis is the slot guy. He don't catch any passes. I mean, they don't throw to him, but they just don't catch any.
Bradley,
he's gone.
Yeah,
he's not even involved
anymore.
Well,
and that goes back to my point again, which I hate to, run around and talk in circles here. But, Doug, why isn't this Mike Haas in this game? Let's see what this kid can do here, Doug.
I would take a look.
What, all of a sudden he doesn't know how to catch a football or something?
Oh, he can catch
and we're
a
going
football.
with 3 tight ends. It's enough is enough.
Yeah, he can catch the football. There's no question about it. Let's go to Bob in his car. Bob, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, good show, great show.
Thanks, Bob.
You hit on one point about the coaches being up in the box for the defense. I've been saying that to friends of mine. They keep laughing about it. But my big thing is, and I'll hang up to hear what your answer is. What do you think about Ron Turner? I never was impressed with him, and when he was here the first time, and this time it's not that much more impressive. So I'll hang up and hear your response. Thank you.
A lot of times you can't. There's a game plan that goes out there, and you would say that the players have to follow through with the game plan. There's no question about that. But as I look at it, as I say and I see this, the guy that has to take responsible for the offense is Ron Turner. I don't care how you cut it, and he's got to take responsibility for not scoring points. Then find out the way. Hey, listen, it could be Greasy, it could be Grossman. I really don't care. Just give me somebody that's going to do that. Give me a running game, and then give me a passing game. And the fact is, when it's 3rd and 5, I'd like to see you go for the first down instead of doing a horizontal pass.
Doug and Bob especially, could it possibly be, not the offensive coordinator's fault or his input, could it be Lovie Smith? Because Lovie Smith says we come off the bus running, and what he wants is his offense just to run that football, don't make turnovers, get a couple of points like I just said. Could he have an influence on our offensive coordinator, Doug?
Well, he probably could. I think he had influence on our defensive coordinator. And I think last week that somebody stood up and said, hey, hold, enough's enough. We can't sit back there like we did against Minnesota.
And get picked off.
And get our brains beat in. They
Absolutely.
punched me to death. Why do you see this kid? Did you see the linebackers? in, out, moving around. The offensive line didn't know where the hell these guys were going to be.
When Ron Rivera was here, you saw it.
Well, sure, that's what you do, and he did it. I mean, that's the thing. Now you take a look at this offense and say, give me the guys that can score and try to get them the football. Let's go to Jeff in Wheeling. Jeff, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, Jeff.
I'm glad they won the game, and I don't want to take anything away from that because it's always nice to win, but I also don't want it to overshadow some of the mistakes that were being made, particularly in the fourth quarter. I'd like to get your guys' opinion on stupid penalties. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
We had 7 of them.
Yeah.
But the drive where we punted the ball, we had them pinned deep, I think within their 10 at least. We give up a 3rd and long on a running play, and then a couple plays later there's unsportsmanlike conduct from a player on the sideline.
On the bench, yeah.
I mean, the guy is not even involved in the field of play. I mean, what's going on? I mean, what kind of discipline do these guys go through?
You're absolutely correct.
Because that game could have gone either way. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the drive that they went up by a field goal.
You're absolutely correct. There was supposed to be somebody on the sidelines. What happened was the referee ran into these guys the first time when they were warned on the sidelines. Then they come back and they did it again, so they threw the flag at him for 15 yards. 15 yards! That's a killer, Ed. And that in itself is called discipline. That's whoever's running that sidelines. You remember we used to have a guy there say, "Get back!"
Oh, yeah.
Get back!
That Wisconsin. Are you
Constantly.
kidding me?
I mean, they didn't do that. For 15 yards, that was really stupid. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back.
Enjoy. To my favorite people, Doug and OB.
Yeah, George, go do your chin-ups on the hanger, will you, please? Get out of my life.
George.
I am going to come and get him
George,
now,
he
OB.
said, yeah.
I'm going to nail him.
Doug, excuse me. George, my money is on you, pal.
Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Is he simply the nicest, sweetest person you ever met?
He's the nicest guy in the world. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. This hour, Eddie, is being brought to you by Jimmy John's. Let's go out to Dave in Downers Grove. Dave, you on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Dave, you there?
Yo, Dave.
David.
Dave's gone, I think.
I wanted to talk about the field goal, attempted field goal in the second quarter, 3-3. We get the ball to the Oakland 35. It's 4th and 10. Like you guys have been saying, we don't have an overpowering offense. We don't have an overpowering defense. It's 4th and 10, so we kick against the wind. At least that's what I heard on the radio. I was listening on the radio. Kick against the wind, a 53-yarder. It's not like we give them the ball even at the 35 anymore. Now we're giving them the ball at the 43-yard line. Even if we don't get the punt inside the 20, inside the 10, let's say we go into the end zone with the punt, at least we're giving them the ball at the 20 versus the 43. I mean, I don't get it.
Well, you know what? I agree with you. I'll tell you why I agree with you. Because the fact that you knew your defense, the Bear defense, was handling Oakland. And all it is field position. So let's say you punt.
Twice we had the ball on our own 46-yard line to start out, twice.
Yeah. And once you get them down there like that, you want to get them on the 20 or less than that. And if Maynard can put it inside that, because 52 is the long haul. You miss that thing, and next thing you know, they're coming right back at you. I would not have kicked it. I would have punted it.
It was against the wind.
I'd put my defense in there, and I'd say, okay, hold them there, 1, 2, 3, and out. Now I'm in really good field position again,
Especially with Hester back there catching a punt.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Andre and Matson. Andre, you on the Score?
Hey, Doug and OB, how you guys doing?
All right, Andre.
Couple of questions for you. Hypothetical situation. I'm going to throw out 3 names of the Bears. Roland Harper and Matt Suhey. Before they were fullbacks, they were running backs. I think you should move Benson into fullback where he can just take a space and go through that line. He moves his feet too much. He doesn't hit the line as accurate or with speed at all. And what do you think about that?
Andre, let me just jump in here quick. Andre, what bothers me about that scenario, I like the idea maybe put Adrian Peterson in the I-back position and of course, Cedric Benson in the fullback position, which you suggested. There's one problem with that. What Cedric Benson has proved so far, Andre, he has a tremendous problem with blocking. So that would be I'd have to take if I'm the offensive coordinator, I'd have to take a long, hard look at that situation. Not unless you're going to hand him the ball every time he's in there for when he's in the short spot. If like a quick opener, Doug. and maybe that's what I think Andre's talking about. But if you're going to depend on him for blocking, that's a no-no.
Yeah, and you wouldn't get away with it either if you didn't run off that situation. And I think then what you would have is some feedback from him personally, because once you get into that I formation, let's say he's the up back, right?
Yeah.
And you run him a couple times. Well, if you're not running the back, the defense is going to say, hey, hold it. When Benson's up as a fullback position, they're going to run it, so they'll go in there and tear his head off. So then you're going to say, Benson says, I'm not a fullback, I'm a running back. That's where the major problem comes in, because if he's not going to make it a running back here in Chicago, then it's not going to be at fullback. Although I thought about it, too, because he looks like a fullback. He really does. I mean, he runs like a fullback.
Doug, let me just quickly, and we'll go to the next caller here. If you hit at Cedric Benson right now, he was the 4th player taken in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Could you get a number 1 draft choice for him right now? Could you get a number 2?
Nope.
Okay, let's go to caller.
No chance. Let's go out to Greg in Blue Island. Greg, you're on the score.
Gregory.
Greg gone. Let's head out to Steve in Plainfield. Steve.
Guys, how are you?
What's up,
Steve?
Listen, you've been talking a lot today about personnel decisions. I have one other point to bring up. I believe it was the ensuing kickoff after Oakland went ahead 6-3. They pooch kicked it to about the 25 or 30, and it looked like a fire drill out there, and Tommy Harris ran into another player. And my question is, why in the world is Tommy Harris, who arguably is your best player on the team, on special teams? You have a 53-man roster. You can't find somebody to play special teams other than Tommy Harris?
Stevie, are you sure of that? I'm
positive.
You know why? Because I remember with the guys crossing, I didn't catch the number, but are you sure it was Tommy Harris?
They brought up the name on the telecast, and they said, yeah, he ran into Tommy Harris, and yes, it was Tommy Harris.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't agree with it 100%.
Well, Greg,
I missed out on that
if
one.
If it is, and I'll tell you what, Greg, if you can go back to the beginning, the first game of the year when we went out to San Diego, there's a kid by the name of Dusty Dvorak, who's our starting defensive tackle, lost for the year. He was in the wedge on the kickoff return team, which he never should have been in there. Huge mistake. So
just like Leslie Frazier in the Super Bowl,
right,
when they're up 46 points or 36 points, and he blows both knees out on a kickoff.
Greg, I tell you, I've seen. I don't recall this, but I tell you what, there's nobody say you may be right, but I don't recall seeing that. But if what you say is correct, and I'm not doubting you, but if it is, boy, I'm going to tell you something. They slipped by real good, because if something would have happened to Tommy Harris there, all hell would have had broken loose.
Well, especially, too, he has the bad hand, the bad knee, and, why would you put him out there? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, with Dusty Dvorak, it didn't make sense to me at that particular time either, Doug.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chip, Matt, Mike, Bob, Anthony, Omar. We'll be right back. Post-game show.
Be right back.
Chip, Matt, Mike, Greg, Bob, Anthony, Omar. Omar's gone. We'll be right back.
Nobody breaks down the Bears like Hub Arkish, Score's senior Bears analyst.
It's about the execution on the field, and if they're not executing, certainly that's as much the coach's fault as the players.
Listen to Hub Talk Bears Monday afternoons with Murph starting at 1, Tuesdays at 5:20, and Wednesdays at 5:05 with Boers and Bernstein. Tuesdays and Wednesdays starting at 6 with Doug Buffone.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed, we had a caller call in talking about this pooch kick.
That was Greg, I believe.
Greg, was it Greg?
Yes.
Anyway, he was talking about why would they have, Tommy Harris out there, and it wasn't Tommy Harris. The announcer said it was Tommy Harris, but actually it was Adonijah and Rasheed Davis. And I can understand why he thought it was Tommy Harris.
Both of them are 81. I mean, one is
71.
71 and 81 is...
No.
Rasheed Davis is 81.
Yeah, right.
81.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the announcer got it wrong, so it was not Tommy Harris.
Yeah, and Ed and I looked at each other like, why would they have Tommy Harris out there? Which they didn't have him out there, but the announcer made a mistake.
Adonijah is 71.
71.
And Davis is 81. Right.
Let's go out to Greg in Blue Island. Greg, you're on the Score.
Hi, how you guys doing?
All right, Greg.
Good. I'm a Lovie Smith backer, but I think this coaching staff is just not doing the job. All the way back from when they had the playoff game when Steve Smith was running all over or catching passes all over them, they won't make adjustments. This year, they won't make adjustments. They're decent coaches on defense, But on offense, they can't see that Cedric Benson is slow as could be, that Rex Grossman wasn't the quarterback. It's all kind of problems, and they won't make the adjustments during the game. Like, I agree with you guys totally earlier when you were saying about the linebackers. Let the linebackers blitz. You know, I see other teams playing, and this team looks like they'll beat the Seattles, they'll beat the Oaklands, but they're nowhere near competing with the good teams in the NFL.
Well, see, they can't compete right now with the good teams because they can't score. And I think that's a big part of it. Our defense, the linebackers, you can do so much with that. You can go after them. You can make plays. But teams are going to score eventually. You can't sit back with an offense and not score in the first quarter especially. You not put points up. You got to find a way to do that. It's no longer. The party's over, boys. The party's over where the defense carries the offense for years. And it's the way it's been. It's been that way for 3 years. You know, defense will do it. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen anymore. The defense, you're hoping they'll come up and just be above average. But the fact is that since they're not doing all the things they were doing the last 3 years, your offense better find a way to put some points up, or you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, Greg, what has happened in the National Football League, again, all the different rules changes. So offensively, if you see what's going on throughout the league, you see a lot of point scoring, and offense is a huge, huge part of the game instead of, like, being very conservative, get a quarterback that doesn't lose the game for you. And I liken to Lovie Smith, and maybe this isn't all his fault, but he is the head coach. When you have two important positions, such as the quarterback and your main running back, and you had two people who did not win the job through competition, I'm speaking of Grossman and Cedric Benson, and giving the job, it sets up a big problem. And it'd be fine if these people would have come through for him, but they have not. Why? No consistency at the quarterback position from Grossman, no consistency from Cedric Benson. And the bigger problem with Benson at the running back is he just does not have the speed to cut it in the National Football League.
Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Chip.
Miss you guys being on immediately after the game. I think by now we're calmed down a little bit.
Absolutely.
This offensive thing drives me nuts. Ed had mentioned the quarterback position. I think back to just a couple of years ago, we told a two-time MVP, Kurt Warner, that he would have to compete with Jerry Angelo's guy, Rex Grossman.
They told everybody for 5 years, Chip, 5 years, you cannot compete for the job.
Yeah, not once, but twice he came in here, and it was all blowing smoke. Because I tell you, Kurt Warner, I saw him yesterday's game. I mean, he's playing with a bum shoulder and led him to a big upset. Now, that being said, too, Ron Turner, this guy's made out of Teflon, and there's only one or two plays called to the tight end. He calls the play. Our first two third down situations, we passed under the yardage needed and got smoked out. And I got one more comment. Where's Garrett Wolf? This guy's a playmaker, fumbled less times in 4 years than half of these guys that are playing for us now. And if it's blocking, he can't block on this level. Get a fullback in there that can block for him, because this guy runs north-south. I don't understand why he's been sitting.
Well, you know what? They're in a position right now. They have to find out more about Cedric Benson. They really do. And the fact is, though, what I would do, if this thing's continued, I would find out, is it the offensive line or is it the back? And how you find that out is that let Peterson run maybe 22 or 23 times a game and see what he does. If you get the same results, then probably more leaning toward the offensive line. It may be part of both. But here is the fact that when you take a look at this offense is not designed to score at this point in time. No longer can you try to kill the clock. In fact, it wasn't even doing that. Going into the Oakland game, we were holding the football 27 minutes. The opponents had it like 32 minutes. So that's not good. So we got to find a way to put the points up. Then you have to start to rely on some of your guys. Berrien is a type of guy you've got to say, okay, fine, we want this guy to go downfield. Hester is another guy you may want in there because he can make defenses adjust. And then you take a look at Olsen. So you got three guys. I would just sit down one night and just start drawing circles and say, how do I get this guy involved? How do I get this guy, and much more, how to get these guys involved? Because you know that these three guys can make big plays.
Doug, there's absolutely no question about it. And we've talked this over so many times, Chip. And where do you go to try to find answers here? And what you do, you have a very stubborn coaching staff. And I tell you what, I don't understand, like yesterday, Greg Olson, our number one draft choice, he might as well have just been up in the stand selling beer.
How could you not throw him one time?
How can you not get him in the fray?
Yeah.
Come on, Doug. There's something drastically wrong here. Drastically wrong. When you've got a number one draft choice, and even Des Clark, our two tight ends, and they've been in the fray, but all of a sudden when we forget about that they're even on the team, I don't understand that. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, there isn't. And the fact is, yesterday, too, there were some couple mistakes that were made. For example, on the punt return, and they bottled up Hester. There's no question about it. But Brendan Ian Bendazio screwed up and blocked the guy in the back. And, of course, they got a 64-yard punt return was called back.
And that was a blatant block in the back, too, by the way.
And another one was right down near the 5-yard line. And, Moose Muhammad gets called for blocking in the back. Would have had the ball on the 5-yard line. He brought that all the way back. So there's, little things, too, involved that changes the course of the game. Let's go to Bob on the south side. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right,
What's up,
Bobby?
Just a couple of quick comments here. Up until yesterday, I was probably the last surviving Rex Grossman fan in this town.
Uh-huh.
But I think the kid came out, and he had some rust, of course. That's, I guess, to be expected. Although that fumble on the first snap, or on the snap, I don't think was his fault. It looked like he was still checking down when the ball came up, but that's another story. I saw him. He rolled out a couple of times. There was nothing open. He got rid of the ball instead of trying one of those bonehead forcing it in plays. I think we should have had another touchdown, to tell you the truth. It looked like he had Berrien over in the corner of the end zone and laid the ball in there pretty good, it looked like, but Berrien mistimed his jump and ball bounced off his hands.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if you want to be a premier receiver in the NFL, that's the kind of catch you have to make. Other than that, he looked pretty decent to me. He was about to get nailed for a sack, and he dumped off that little shovel pass so that they didn't lose the yardage. And that pass to Berrien down for the touchdown, that was just sweet. Come on now, you got to admit that. He just laid that baby right in there.
Well, let me tell you something, Bob. He's more than capable of doing that. We've seen him do it this year. We've seen him do it last year. But the problem is, Bob, with what we have seen from Grossman, and again, the consistency isn't there. That's the problem. He'll come up with these bonehead, throwing a double, triple coverage. He just makes some mistakes that are just humongous, and they're hard to get out of.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is the fact that in most situations, and take a look throughout the National Football League, you got the quarterback back there throwing the football. How many times have you seen a wide receiver make that quarterback look good? Think about all the quarterbacks, and think about the catches that are made. We just we make the catch, the routine catch, but there are times when you have to, like you said, you have to go up and get the football. I mean, we see it from Brady. We see it all the way to Manning. We see it.
Or if it's real bad, stop the interception.
No, exactly. Do something with it. And that is called up and beyond. And see, and quarterbacks need help. All the good quarterbacks throughout the history of NFL, they've had guys that go up and get the football. I'm telling you. I mean, I saw Bradshaw. He did it against us a couple of times with Swan and Stallworth.
Doug, but you know what, and what Bob here is talking, I think, Doug, we talk about those top flight teams that are out there now, Doug, and they don't have one. They don't have two. They've got sometimes three and four sure. receivers, even one that comes off the bench. Their tight end is very much involved in a lot of these plays, and they have a lot of people to go to. They move the ball around. They come from a shotgun and no huddle. They do a lot of things that we don't do, Doug, and that is a fact.
I'm going to tell you something, Ed. I was home, of course, the Bear game was on at 3:15, so I watched the Packers. You want to talk about moving around. 3 wides, 4 wides, fullback, guys moving out, guys in motion. I mean,
do you see the speed on a running back?
Yeah.
That kid can fly. Grant, he can fly.
The kid wasn't drafted. He was out of Notre Dame. So he's running the football. There's Favre. He's got those guys going in every direction. I love the 3 wides,
rookie
the 4
receiver.
wides, and then they run out of it. They started to run the football now. They really put together a pretty damn good offensive plan. Now, they have Favre, but the fact still is they got young wide receivers in Jones, and Jennings. These are young guys. So if they can do it, then certainly somewhere along the line, let's try to put together something that's going to help the quarterback, whether it's Greasy or whether it's Grossman. These guys are going to need help. And if you don't have a strong running game, you best have some guys out there that can catch the football.
Quick question, Doug, to you. We lose this coming week to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
We lose the following week. I believe we play Denver. Do we see Kyle Orton for the rest of the season and see what we got before we go into the offseason and look for a quarterback in the draft or making a big move with a quarterback from somewhere else?
I got to find out. I have to find out.
So do we play Orton then?
I would. I would find out. Now, Grossman still, the fact that he came in this game looked good, and the thing
I know that, Doug. I'm saying if they lose the next 2 games.
If they're out of it.
They're out of it, then you start Orton.
I would look at Orton. I would have to look at Orton. Okay. You'd have to look at somebody.
Would you look at Adrian Peterson at running back, too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would do that because now
then you know what
the party's over with.
The party's over with, and you got to know what you have.
What you have to go out and get it.
Right, because I tell you what, if we come back next year, Doug, playing like we're playing now, all hell's going to break loose.
Swamped. We'll get killed. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Anthony and Glencoe. Anthony on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
All right,
What's up,
Anthony.
Hey, I got 2 quick questions for you. With the whole concern what's going on with Brian Urlacher's back and, his performance and play, do you think we should stick with him? I know he's a franchise, Chicago Bear. What about Lance Briggs? I mean, we got a big contract to offer him. And what's Chris Leak doing these days? Do you guys know?
No, I don't know where he is. I guess he's might be out of football for all I know. But, you talk about Urlacher and what's going on. See, we don't know how serious it is. All we know is his back hurts. And we know also, too, the fact that, though, he's not playing up to par as he played before, and even this last game to play or whatever. So you got to make a big decision. My mind, you're trying to sign, if you're going to try to sign Lance Briggs, right? I know Lance Briggs could play middle linebacker. They have to know how hurt is Urlacher. Because I'll say this, if it was me, I'm taking my money and I'm putting it on offense. I'm finding some linemen. I'm finding some wide receivers. I'm finding somebody that's going to help over there.
That upcoming draft, Doug, is all, if there's 7 draft choices, all of them got to be offense.
Got to go offense.
Free agency, offense.
Take a look and build it.
Defensive line, we're fine. Linebackers, we're still okay. We still got Hillenmeyer, who's having a hell of a year, and I think they'll sign Lance Briggs.
Jamar Williams coming in.
Okay, absolutely. And defensive, hopefully we'll get a couple of guys back. So I'm not all really that totally concerned, Doug, but offense, it's a disaster.
I was impressed, and I was impressed when I was in training camp, too, with this kid, this cornerback, Tremaine McBride. He played a pretty damn good football game. And I'm telling you, here's a kid.
Doug, I can't get over Chris Harris. I mean, I haven't gotten by that one.
Yeah.
I have not gotten by that
that's
one.
That's because they had Archuleta come in. I mean, they overstocked the damn thing.
Doug, that was a guy that his best days were behind him, and Chris Harris, his best days were in front of him, and he should have been right here. And we get rid of him for a 5th-round draft choice. Huge mistake, my friend.
That's the mystery of the whole deal.
Huge mistake.
It's a mystery about Archuleta. Why did they bring him in? Whose call was that? Lovie Smith's call?
Got to be his call. That's his boy.
Or Jerry Angelo? I mean, let's face it.
Or all the above.
Yeah. Let's go out to Matt in St. Louis. Matt, you're on the score.
Hi, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're on,
Matt,
buddy.
you're on.
Oh, hey. You know what? Thanks for having the call, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I think that the cornerstone of Bears football is not happening. And that's why everyone's saying that the offense is all wrong. But the problem is that nobody is hitting the hole with authority. Nobody's punishing the tacklers at the line of scrimmage. When you think about Thomas Jones last year, he did all the work for Cedric Benson. Benson came in the second half, made a few good runs, but that was because Thomas Jones pounded it out in the first half. And I think everybody knows this. Like, everybody watching, and that's the great thing about this week, is that now everybody knows what's wrong with the Bears, is that Cedric Benson can't hit the hole with any authority, and Greasy's too old, and Grossman can't take a snap. And that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Matt, one of the interesting things was the Oakland Raiders announcers on radio. I was listening to Mully and Hanley, and they ran a tape of the game yesterday, and they could, I think it's Tom Flores, the former head coach, Super Bowl coach of the Raiders, and whoever the play-by-play announcer was, and what they were astounded at is how slow Cedric Benson was. and that's the word they used. They were amazed at how slow he was.
The fact is, him being
it's a little
slow,
disheartening, isn't it?
Sure it is. There's no question about it. But you know what? Let's step back a second here. When we look at this is not Ohio State 30 years ago or 40 years ago. The pass has to be involved. We keep saying about this, and I'm probably the worst guy to even talk about this, about the pass. I mean, I'm always talking about running the ball, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. I want to do that, but you're going to have to learn to pass and score touchdowns with it. And go. Remember the strikers we used to call strikers?
Right, strikers. As soon as there was a turnover, offense come in, bang, go for it.
And you get to the opponent's 40-yard line, take it into the end zone. Do something about it.
This guy's like almost in slow motion.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And he really doesn't have any kind of a burst. Or even Ron Dane appears to have more burst at times than this guy. Dane's more difficult to tackle. Benson does not look very fast, and he's not all that hard to tackle, but he does fall forward.
But Doug, that's Tom Flores, head coach of the Raiders when he won the Super Bowl.
But even there, let's go.
I mean, to have their announcers say what struck them about him was not this, not that, not one thing. They were amazed at how slow he was.
See,
that's embarrassing.
The fact is, though, when you take a look at this, let's say, for example, that we had Adrian Peterson, the one from Minnesota, on our team, on the Bears team. Okay, you still need the quarterback position or the passing game to go with it. Now, you look at Minnesota right now, and this kid is tearing them up. He can't continually to do that.
Well,
they're going to have to take the pressure off, and they're going to have to do something with it. And their situation up there in quarterback situation is brutal. Their wide receivers are brutal. I mean, right now, Bobby Wade is their leading receiver, and he has like 250 yards. So what I'm saying is not only
but
do you need
Adrian
that
Peterson
back,
is down and out. We don't know what's going to happen with his knee up there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is I'm trying to say correlate it to what football teams need. You still need that quarterback. And every time you look around, when you go to the Super Bowl, it's the quarterback. You look at him, and it's a Brady or a Manning or somebody that can throw the damn ball.
They've got a guy that can run the football with speed, and they got people that can catch the ball.
It's a complete team. You just can't slot in a running say, we're running off the bus. That's not good enough anymore.
You can't depend on your special teams and defense to win your football games week in and week out. Not anymore.
No.
They just can't do it.
They'll beat Oakland. They'll beat Seattle. They'll beat those teams.
The days of Baltimore, the days of the Baltimore with managing a quarterback, that theory, that stuff has gone out the window.
No, and you'll become a winning team. You'll win your share of games, but you will not go and take the brass ring. Let's go out to Thane in Janesville, Wisconsin. Thane, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. First-time caller. Love the show.
Thank you.
My comment is about Tremaine McBride. He looked really good last night. And I know he's had a lot of problems in the first few weeks, but he's a rookie. He looks like he's coming around real strong. I'm wondering if he'll, when Vasher comes back, if he'll take Ricky Manning's spot and at nickel, and maybe even do more, next season, maybe take the nickel a whole year, or if he's got the body type or whatever, take Art Gilletta's spot or a safety spot next season. I'm just wondering, assuming he keeps up the play. I know Oakland wasn't that great of a team.
A possibility, and this is next year, this is not this year, but this is a possibility. You could move Tillman to free safety. He could be a pretty damn good free safety.
Would you take the chance of doing that, Doug? He plays that cornerback pretty damn good.
I'm telling you, if you get a McBride that can play, and the way I see him playing, and you're right, to weaken another position, but let's say you don't weaken that position. This kid, you're talking about Tillman, who is about 6 foot 200. I mean, he's a big kid. Yeah, and he's got a knack for the ball. He hits pretty damn good.
Tillman's a great competitor, and he's a great cover guy. Doug, I have to disagree with you there. I would like to see, if you want to make McBride, if you want to switch him over, if Asher comes back, but you never have enough good cornerbacks on a team. As a matter of fact, you never have enough good defensive backs on a team, let alone cornerbacks. So if he's working out and he's going to get better here in the next, 6-7 games we have left, Doug, let's see what the kid can do. Let's not bring Nathan Vasher back and risk an injury here in the next week or two. See what this kid has. We have time. But I would not move Tillman, and I wouldn't move Nathan Vasher into a stronger free safety. I just, Doug, they're there. They're set. They know the opposition.
See, I just think in training camp it's food for thought. That's all. And I tell you what, Tillman can play that. In fact, when he came out, that's what they were looking to play, was that free safety spot. It depends what kind of corner. Like you said, you don't weaken your cornerback. But this McBride kid, so far, I like everything about him. I like how he handles himself. I like the way he covers. I mean, he gets on top of you. Now, he's not that big, but I'll tell you, he's 5'9" or 5'10", I think, in fact. But I'll tell you one thing. He gets right up in your face. Let's go to Lonnie and Joliet. Lonnie on the score.
Guys, how you doing?
All right, Lonnie.
I couldn't agree with you more. First of all, you don't ever take a strength and make it a weakness. My problem, though, OB, is in blaming Lovey. Let's share this responsibility 50-50 here, because our general manager has made some flat-out bonehead moves.
Lonnie, I would say, but you don't want to make reference to that. It's because you know who at the end, you know whose head it falls on? It falls on Lovey's head.
But it shouldn't fall on Lovey's head because
I hear you.
Lovey's not the one that traded away the running back. Lovey's not the one that traded away Chris Harris. Lovey's not the one that brought in Archuleta. And I don't know who hired this freaking offensive coordinator we got, but we need to send him along with the guy who we replaced. This is ridiculous. To not get these tight ends involved, in this scheme is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. When does he get credit? Who hired this offensive coordinator? If Lovey hired him, they both should be shipped out. Because I'm telling you, he's calling plays that look like the guy that he replaced. This does not look like a pro-style offense. This does not look like a pro-style. Okay, we got a running back that can only run 2.2 yards. Fine. You compensate with that by throwing short passes to the tight ends. This is ridiculous.
Well, I understand about being ridiculous, Lonnie.
Lonnie, I tell you what, you show great passion, and Doug and I love it. And you're right on in a few spots there, my friend.
Well, the fact is, though, Terry Shea came here. Remember when Terry Shea came?
From Kansas City.
Right. How long did he last?
1 year.
1 year. Who got rid of Terry Shea?
Lovey, I believe.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is this. There's still some strength there. Do you think that he said Jerry Angelo got rid of Terry Shea? That was Lovey. If Lovey feels that Turner's not doing that job, then I believe he would axe him. I believe he would axe the guy. He got rid of Terry Shea so fast your head would swim, because you can't continue to do this. You've got to put this offense back together. Somebody's got to do it. But I agree with Lonnie with this part. You better start drafting people who can play offense. Jerry Angelo's not very good at putting guys out there offensively. That defensively, we got a ton of guys. Offensively, we're not getting.
Doug, the big mystery of the game yesterday to me was of everything on all three special teams, defense, offense, is the biggest mystery yesterday to me is how we did not utilize our defensive ends and our offensive scheme of things. That's the thing that puzzles the hell out of me.
He's Ed O'Bradovich on Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644. 6767 is our phone number. Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back.
The Chicago Blackhawks play here.
.com, back to the busy Doug and OB.
Thanks, Georgie. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. O'Bradovich and Buffone and Eddie, have you been injured in an accident or on the job or by a medical error? Call Van Pop Erling Law Offices for a free consultation. 1-800-SOS-HURT. Van Pop Erling Law Offices, 1-800-SOS. Let's go out to Mark in Oswego. Mark, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, love listening to you.
What's up, my friend?
I want to preface my question by letting you know I never played organized football, so I don't have a football mind. I have a football fan's mind.
That's good.
And I want to ask a question, and that is, Devin Hester does returns. He's also a traditional wide receiver from time to time. But I saw some plays over the last couple of games where they've got him in and they pitch out to him. They run a reverse, something like that. It's a little creative. Not a single one has worked. Why is that? What's going on? They just got a bullseye on him when he's in the backfield, or what's the deal?
They call him out when he comes into the game. That's a fact.
Sure.
Any time, Mark, that he comes in the game, and we know that they are very alert to him. And I don't think that they put a spy on him. I doubt that, but they're very, very cognizant of where he is on the field.
That is why I put him at wide receiver. Why? Very simply, because now the defense has to adjust to this kid. They call him out, like Ed said. If he's in the backfield, remember they tried to pitch against Detroit and he 6-yard loss. They tried to reverse, it didn't work. But when he's in the backfield, when he's in wide receivers, this kid has got 6 catches. He's averaging 24 yards a catch. What happens is when he's lining up at wide receivers, he may never get the football 3 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. But what's going to happen is that defense is going to be so concerned. Yeah. and they're going to double up toward that way. And if they go to that cover 2 or they double zone, as we call it, then you can run real easily at them. So, yes, I say get them out there because it just makes that defense think and sweat because they know one play, this kid could go down the sidelines and score a touchdown. Let's go to Neil and Gurney. Neil, you're on the score.
Hey, Uncle Fuzzy and OB, how you guys doing?
What's up,
All right, Neil?
Hey, I got 2 quick points, fellas. Now, I know everybody's harping how Grossman had a great game. He did not have a great game. He made one good throw, but for 2.25 quarters, 2.25 quarters, that man was going crazy, running around with the happy feet. Even announcers spoke upon that. And the other point I have is, OB, you're the man. Can you somehow choke Ron Turner and tell him you got 2 beautiful tight ends, you got wide receiver Berrien, you have Mustafa Muhammad. If you could just spread the field a little bit, not only will that open up your running game, your passing game will flow. Everybody else in the league is throwing these quick outs and they're throwing little slant patterns. Who are you going to guard when you got all 4 of them standing out there getting ready to catch a pass? Who are you going to guard if you got them spread out? And that's what Turner has to understand. You have to utilize what you have, and he is not doing that.
Well, all you have to do is look at the Green Bay Packers. And you want to talk about a spread offense. I mean, they spread them out. They go 3 wide, 4 wide.
Doug, just jump in quickly. Just hold your thought there a second. You mentioned the Packers, Doug. The first, 5 games? I believe it was the first 5 games. They did not have a running game.
No.
Last couple games, the running game has come on. But they were winning games by just flat-out throwing the football.
Yeah, they had the wide receivers. They had Favre. But see, here's the key. Do we have the talent to do that? And I understand what you're saying because I agree with it. Here's what I would do. I would never take Benson out of the damn game. I'd have him down in 3rd down situations. Now, we talk about him blocking on blitzes and that. Well, learn the damn thing. Block those blitzes. But the fact is, if you do spread them out, boy, I'm telling you, they've got to get guys out of that box. That opens up the run game. You can really turn the guy loose to run. You ever look at our run game? It looks like everybody's jammed up. It's just like it's so damn tight that how the hell do you get through there?
That's very simple. You think our opponents don't know this? We cannot get around the end. We cannot outrun the angle. We have nobody in that backfield. So what do? Containment, force, and fill, and that's it, pal. We ain't going anywhere.
And we're lining up thinking we're going to block people and knock them right off their blocks, and we're going to run the damn ball.
But I tell you what, though,
it doesn't work that way anymore.
I understand, but we have nowhere else to go with what they're doing, so we still have to run the ball 35, 40 times and hope and pray that our play-action pass works. And we are very limited offensively what we can do.
And your defense is outstanding, which is not going to happen.
Right.
Let's go out to Keith in Berkeley, Illinois. Keith, you're on the score.
Doug, OB.
What's up?
Keith.
I got a couple of points.
Uh-huh.
First of all, they're going to put you guys in the lineup before they put Haas or Orton in.
You're probably right, Keith.
Well, I hope you're wrong, Keith.
The more we yell for Orton, who the kid only won, 10 games?
Right.
When he was in there?
Right.
The more you yell for him, the more these hard-headed boo-boo and the fools aren't going to put him in.
Keith, I understand that. But the fact is, though, I'm not looking to say one quarterback is better than the other, whatever. When Ed and I talked about when he goes in, the party's over for this year. In other words, you're not going to no playoff game. You're not going to be there. So now you have to
find out.
Point being,
if we lose the next 2 ball games,
well, sure, it's over.
Do we, Keith? Do we look at Orton to see what we have, and do we put Adrian Peterson in the backfield to see what he has?
Common sense.
I would do that, Doug, in a heartbeat.
How the hell do you know what to go look for if you don't find out what you have?
How could it get any worse?
No.
Could it get any worse? No, it couldn't. But you know what? You'll be smart and you'll learn something. You'll have knowledge going into the offseason and where to go and what to do with your trades and your drafts.
Exactly right. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back.
What keeps us the #1 sports radio station in Chicago? Chicago Sports Talk. Chicago personalities. And most importantly, you. Thanks, Chicago, for keeping us the #1 sports radio station in town. This is WSCR 670 The Score.
Folks, from the flight deck, looks like we're going to be stuck here on the ground for another hour.
I think the guy next to me is sick. What's that smell?
It's called crowded airplane. What are you doing?
I'm trying not to breathe. I can't do this.
For times like this, Nutrimist. It's a fast-acting blend of highly concentrated vitamins and herbs that help boost your immune system. And best of all, it comes in a pocket-sized spray.
A spray?
Of course. Pills and fizzy tablets are awkward and take forever to work. You can take Nutrimist Immune Boost whenever you need it. Like right now.
Tastes good.
No alcohol, no sugar, and no hassle. Look how small it is.
Wow.
Folks from the flight deck, we're good to go.
I feel better already.
Nutrimist.
Mm-hmm.
For times like this, Nutrimist Immune Boost.
Available at Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, Rite Aid, and GNC, or visit getnutrimist.com.
For over 30 years, RN Sports has been outfitting leagues, teams, and organizations, as well as providing sports-specific equipment. Through their in-house custom screen printing and embroidering, they have met the demands of thousands of customers. RN Sports is your official outfitter and equipment provider of youth, high school, and college athletics. For great personal service and the most knowledgeable staff who will go out and get exactly what you're looking for, call RN Sports today at 708-594-3400 or go to rnsports.com. From team uniform to T-shirts to apparel to jersey and equipment needs like pads, balls, bats, gloves, everything. Call RN Sports at 708-594-3400. That's 708-594-3400 or go to rnsports.com. When you hear RN Sports, think uniforms and equipment.
Hey, Joe, want to grab lunch?
Yeah, where's Steve?
Haven't you heard? He's in management now, making the big bucks.
What? How'd he pull that off?
Well, he wanted more out of life, so he went to Westwood College and got his construction management degree. He finished it a couple of months ago and is already moving up the ranks.
Wow, I wish I could afford to go back to school. I think I might.
Steve said Westwood College now offers convenient evening classes and financial aid for those who qualify. Plus, he said they have industry-experienced instructors, free alumni retraining, and he did it all in just 3 years.
You're kidding. I'll have to give him a call to get their number.
It's 800-617-2400. I've already given him a call, and it sounds great.
What was that number again?
800-617-2400. Or visit them online at westwood.edu.
Great, thanks. I'll give him a call. Now, how about that lunch?
Call Westwood College today at 1-800-617-2400. We'll send you a free career success kit that explains the great opportunities available in construction management. Get out of the weather and into management. Call 1-800-617-2400 today.
Hi, it's Dan Patrick, and I'm back. But I'm a score guy now.
Dan Patrick, weeknights starting at 10.
That's right. Now I'll be talking sports exclusively on WSCR 670, The Score.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Can't get your footing in the morning, Eddie? Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field? Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913.
That's some good stuff.
Isn't that good? I mean, I drink this all the time. I have to drink it. It's just, I sniff it.
You drink it because of need? Because it tastes good?
Tastes good.
Want, or all the above?
All the above.
Or it's free.
Nah! Okay. Guilty as charged. No, it's outstanding coffee. Let's go out to Justin in Deerfield. Justin, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, OB and Doug, what's going on?
All right, Justin.
Hey, I just want to make a real quick comment, and then I'll just hang up and listen to you guys. I hear everybody talking about how it's the running backs, it's Ron Turner, it's the offensive coordinator, it's Lovie Smith. My question to you guys is, one, isn't it possible that this offensive line has had a huge drop-off from last year? Because if you look at it, we used to blame Rex Grossman for the fumbled snaps. But Greasy had at least 3 of them since he'd come in, so I just don't see 2 quarterbacks having the same exact problem on the same team, unless it's maybe Olin Kreutz who's having problems himself. I mean, we can't run, we can't pass, but for the most part, if we can't open up holes and we can't even hold a snap, then what good is this offensive line? And I'll just hang up and listen to you guys.
Justin, you bring up some good points.
Hold it. Did Justin go?
Yeah, he's
he's gone already? I was going to ask him, was you speaking about Olin Kreutz specifically?
Well, they fumbled 2 snaps yesterday, but, 2 different quarterbacks. I don't know what the problem is, but have you seen a lot of big holes? I'm just asking you from our offensive line.
Have I seen a lot of big holes? No.
No.
I have not. But Doug and Justin, I have an answer whether you're going to like it or not. Again, we don't have the speed to get outside. We can't run in runs. It's tough for us to even run off tackle, run off the tight end, let alone to sweep outside. The opponents know that. So what do? They come up, they contain, they come up through the gaps, Justin. Watch and see what I'm talking about from week to week. And could that be a reason why there are no holes? I think it's an answer. Is it the total answer? I don't think so. But if you don't have anybody, if you don't have a running game that you can get out wide, that you don't have any misdirection plays, any sucker plays, any toss traps, anything like that, you've got a problem. You're going to have a problem. You're going to have a hard time opening up the holes.
See, part of that fact that when you open up the holes, part of it is not holes. It's called creases.
And can he break off?
Well,
yeah,
he can't. See, that's the problem.
He can't cut back, Justin.
He can't cut back.
He can't
and
cut
so
back.
when you have backs, see, if you had an offensive line, like the Bears' offensive line is zone blocking. So in other words, they zone block, and then it's up to the back to find that crease. You'd be better off having an offensive line to just fire straight out.
Well, Doug, the point that I'm making to Justin was that, we're
can't
not
run.
We're not.
What are you saying?
You don't have 11 defensive guys. You don't have 3 and 4 on each side, left and strong side and weak side, looking if they're going to try to come wide on you or come off tackle or come off in or run wide. They know the Bears aren't going to do that, so they play you in tight, and it's tough to open those holes, pal.
He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Take Boers and Bernstein with you on your way home from work.
The newest member,
oh my God,
of our team, Dan Patrick.
Can we bow through the phone?
People want to hear your opinion, and then they'll react accordingly.
Wasn't it more fun that way, though? Being able to say what you think. It's so much more fun when you can just assault people.
But, well, it's not necessarily assault, Terry.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to Seattle 30-23. And so much happened in that football game. We'll get into it. But you know what, guys? I think that's the best the Bears have to offer. What you saw tonight, and, there's a lot of things to complain about, but they're just not good enough. I mean, that is a fact. I think the whole effort was put out there from both sides. They're just not good enough.
Both sides of the ball, Doug, do you think they're just not good enough?
They're just not good enough.
No.
And I think when you take a look at this, what happened, like, for example, there's two situations happening in this football game. This comes down to playing and also down to coaching. Well, let's start with Seattle. Seattle now has the football. It's 4th and 2 inches. Now, everybody's expecting that play up the middle, right? Run the football. No. Hasselbeck fakes it, rolls out, hits Pollard. He gets 20 yards on that play. Now, that's Seattle. Go back to the Bears side. Bears, 4th down and 1. We run Benson up the middle and we lose a yard or whatever it was and did get the first down. That in itself is the difference between both teams. I mean, that little part, that little piece right there says who Seattle is and says who the Bears are. We just can't make the plays and we need to make them.
Well, on that particular situation, when he rolled out, Doug, there's we always talk about containment, and somebody had containment, and that would be Agunlia in the left defensive end because you never let the ball get out and around you, and that's exactly what happened. He fell asleep on the play.
Well, that's it. It was a great call. But the fact is, though, if you're playing on an outside position, be it a defensive lineman or a linebacker, you're not going to make the play inside.
No, you're not.
You're not.
That's why you have containment.
Exactly. You stay there.
It's simple, Doug.
It's real simple.
It's just like when you're blitzing your red dog and you're playing up on your wideouts, okay? You shade the inside hip, not the outside hip. It's basic. It's simple, folks.
And like I said, I just think, what you saw of the Bears is all they have. That's it. They're going to have to go back to the drawing table, start for next year, basically, and try to figure out who they got and who they want. Now, I saw Benson start out the beginning of the game, that 43-yard run, and it was a cutback. I said, wait a minute here.
He bounced to the outside.
But had speed enough to go all the way for 43 yards. I said, terrific. Yeah. Then he comes back and runs up the middle for, another 15 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, exactly.
It was over.
That was it.
It was over. They bring in Adrian Peterson, who couldn't do anything else either. I mean, let's face it, Adrian came in and he ran.
But my question to you, Doug, or the coaching staff, or to Lovie Smith, would be, why did you take Benson out?
Right,
because you had it scripted.
Yes.
If the kid's running good.
Right.
Can't you think on the go? Can't you think on your feet when you're going in the middle of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter? Can't you think the kid's going good? The offensive line obviously knows that. And you build on it, and what do? They take him out. Even though it might have been scripted, Doug, sometimes to hell with the script, pal.
Great point, Ed, because that's exactly what I was thinking. I knew they scripted going in.
Sure they did.
Peterson some chances to run.
Sure they did. But, Doug,
the fact is, when you got the hot hand in there, you see what he did in the 43-yarder, you say to yourself, hold it. I mean, there's something going on here. Let me just ride this horse and see how far this pony can go. Well, then all of a sudden, I don't know we'll get the stats, but I don't know how many times he ran in the second half. But, once again, and it took the steam right out of it. And Peterson, obviously, like you said, it was scripted. There's no question they were going to play him.
Those runs, Doug, were up on the weak side because we were strong left, and those were basically
they started left and then cut back,
yes.
And made those kind of plays. There's some plays also that happened in this football game, and I think the short yardage one was huge. And, if we're a running team and we come out of the bus running, you certainly got to get a first down when it's fourth and less than a half a yard. I mean, that's a running team. That's what you do. That was crunch time. You make that, and you're moving on. You're going to, maybe put Seattle back a few points, but they didn't do it. Then I saw, wow. I always ask the question. I'd say, wait. When's the last time you saw a wide receiver for the Bears make a great catch? Wow, we saw back-to-back. Moose makes a great catch.
Yeah, Moose Muhammad did.
Yes, Barry makes a great catch. So there were some things there that said, okay, this is your positive. Grossman didn't throw the interception, although he did have the fumble. And all these things led to points. And that's when you look at it. For example, little things you don't even think about. Rod Wilson hitting this guy, hitting Burleson out of bounds.
That was incredible, Doug.
That was unacceptable because that led also to a touchdown. You hit a guy that far out of bounds, it's going to be a tight game, so every little thing counts. And here's Rod Wilson whacking this guy 5-6 feet out of bounds to get a 15-yard penalty, and that led to a touchdown. And also, too, Burleson starting off the second half. You let the kid run to 50-yard line, and all of a sudden now they got the football starting at the 50. I just think there were some things in that football game that could have been better. But all in all, when you look at the Bears, I just think you just saw as good as we can get. The defense, I think they come out and they try to do what they had to do. They were blitzing their linebackers, move the linebackers out, trying to get the sacks, pushing the guys up front, trying to make some moves, trying to make some tackles. They try to do with pressure. They came with that. They made some mistakes, and their mistakes on these slant plays, which I don't understand, even both sides of these teams. Why don't the corner take the inside away on these slants? They don't take the corner away. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the reason for that is. But all in all, like I said, the Bears had opportunities in this football game to win. They needed this football game. Now they have to sit down and say, what the hell are they going to do? We said going in that beware of the noise. Lo and behold, we get 4 false starts. 2 by Miller, and also Miller got his brains beat in by the left defensive end, and I don't know what he ended up with, 3 sacks or something over him. So, the noise did hurt. It hurt the offensive line and some of their calls. And I don't know. Like I said, you let Mo Morris run the first half, and we knew he was tough, and he was averaging 9.2 yards a carry, although he ended up with only 83 yards. But he had a high average per carry. So, Ed, when you take a look at all these things, you say to yourself, yeah, sure, the Bears had a chance to win, but you know what? The best team won. That's how you have to look at this football game.
Well, Doug, I can tell you, I just, in looking at the situation, and you and I pretty much both basically believe in the run to set up the pass, as where Seattle goes the other way. They believe the pass to set up the run. But, Doug, we had 12 attempts the first half, and the second half we only ran the ball 10 times. And if I think it was a game to really be dedicated to the running game, to see what we have and what's going on with our running game, this was a game to do it, and it wasn't. We wound up in the first passing. We had 16 attempts the first half, wound up with a total of 37 attempts, 24-37.
How many total yards rushing you had?
How many total yards we had? 107.
107
of which
yards.
Benson had, Doug Sudrick.
What did Benson have? He had about what?
Benson had 11 carries for 89 yards, 8.1 yard average.
Yeah. Well.
Adrian Peterson, 5 carries, 11 yards, 2.2, and Grossman ran the ball 4 times, 13 for 3.3. But I'm a little bit mystified why Benson, they pulled him when the kid was finally saw some daylight, finally put a couple of moves on, and was really looking good, and there he goes to the sideline.
Hey, it started out where the Bears have never on an opening drive scored, and they scored on their opening drive. That it wasn't count of, obviously, Hester, because, they get the ball on the 50-yard line. We started at the 50-yard line, and then it said we had great field position. What were some of those field positions we had?
Oh, Doug, in the first quarter, we had field position in the first half on 50-yard line, basically 39-yard line, 40-yard line, 39-yard line. That's in the first half.
So you're getting good starts. I mean, it's not like you're starting on your own 2 or 3 or whatever. But, we didn't take advantage of it. We didn't take advantage also of the fact that when Goullier hit Hasselback, he fumbles the football. I think Urlacher recovers. We don't take advantage of that. We don't take advantage of it and score some points of that. And I think that was on the 30 or 40-yard line of Seattle. So, yeah, there's a lot of things in this football game we did not take advantage of. A lot of mistakes made. But I think when it's all said and done with and the smoke clears, the Bears are not
they didn't
football team.
Like you mentioned, Doug, they didn't play a horrible game.
No.
They didn't.
I think they played up their ability.
Grossman didn't throw the ball up for grabs. He didn't take any really huge, large chances. I think the running game was there. I think we should have stayed with the running game, but for whatever the reason or reasons, we did not. But I saw a lot of people hustling out there. Stupid things, yes, we did some stupid things, but we did some things right. And I think what you just said in the outset here, Doug, guess what? We just lost to a better football team.
There's no question.
And
I think maybe that's starting to settle in now because the expectations of all of us was pretty high coming into the year. And we're thinking, well, this Bear team is going to go back to the Super Bowl or this Bear team is going to go back to the playoffs. They don't deserve to go back to anything. I mean, they're not that good of a team to be called a playoff team, nor obviously a Super Bowl team. So now what they need to do, they're going to have to just, take it all and take a look at this team and say, how are we going to make it better? How are we going to make our offense better? How are we going to make our offensive line better? What's going to happen with some of the stuff that we're doing? And defensively, they had to do what they had to do.
Urlacher played good today. I was looking to see his enthusiasm.
Some blitzes, and of course they had missed tackles. Archuleta missed one right in the hole.
Right.
And they had a breakdown with McBride on trying to go for the interception, and Hackett goes for a touch, for 68 yards. But once again, as you look at the game when you're watching it, it wasn't one of those games I was really frustrated in.
No.
But you could tell the fact that who they're playing against were better, and it was almost like a team that was trying to make its move, but just didn't have enough to get there. And they were playing away, and of course the noise had something to do with it. Then you take a look at Grossman. You got to say, what was Grossman like? Well, he didn't throw any interceptions. I mean, he went downfield, and once I thought he had Berrien, I think he underthrew him by a foot or two, or if he leads that out more, I think Berrien makes that catch maybe for a touchdown. But let's see what the people have to think, the fans out there. Let's go out to Tony in South Bend. Tony on the score.
Well, guys, everybody's ragged on Benson the whole year, and, this is no different than previous weeks. He gets a couple good runs, and Lovie Smith takes him out. That's just been the pattern.
Well, Tony, what happened was, real quickly, Tony, Ed's right. What happened was, going into this game, they designated so many runs for each one of these guys. Well, now, Tony, I agree with you 100%. When you see a guy getting hot, what do? Take him out of the game?
But, Doug, they've been doing that all year.
Yeah, well, they've
done it all year with him. They've done it all year with him. He runs well. Then they take the ball out of his hands. And guess what? I saw the great Adrian Peterson miss 3 blocks tonight, too. So I don't want to hear the crap about how he's a better blocker. So, you know what? Lovie Smith has a hard-on for Benson. The kid proved that he had some breakaway speed. He can run. But you know what? The offensive line is just horrible. Mm-hmm. And the defense didn't play well tonight either. So that's just the bottom line.
I think that, you know what? I keep saying this. I think they played as the best they could play. They're not that good. I mean, once we get that in our heads and understand this, the fact that you're trying to make something out of something you can't make anything out of. And that's finally the realization hit me right on the head again tonight. With all the hopes. Going into this football game, I picked Seattle to beat the Chicago Bears. I never do that hardly. But you know the difference. They're not as good as Seattle, and Seattle's not a great team either, by the way. And that's what's going on here. As soon as we start to understand this, you change this, change that, change whatever. I mean, it's going to come down to talent, number one. I mean, that's going to be a big part of it. But I do agree about the Benson bit. I don't know why they did that, because they had it scripted like Ed said, and I agree 100% with that's what they did. But when you get a guy that's hot, why do you take him out?
You don't.
You don't take him out.
You don't.
You do not take him out. You ride him.
You know, we're talking about, Doug, about the offense and defense. They really didn't play that. Didn't make a lot of mistakes and whatever happened. But boy, you at the end of the day, Doug, the Bears defense gave up 440 yards, Doug, and 337 of it through the air, and 103 on the ground. And we wound up with 107. Nice to see us get over 100, whether it's combined or whatever. And we threw for 238 yards. But Doug, if we're going to run the ball, if we're going to continue to run the football in that 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 area there, I don't know if you'll win another football game. And people say, well, what are you talking? I'm just telling you something. We have to be in the 30s, the middle 30s, if we're going to win a football game. Keep pounding them because we really don't have too many places to go, Doug.
We don't, but we had a 10-0 lead. See, our defense is not the same as it was last year. As much as you talk about the defense, what they did, what they tried to do tonight, and they blitzed their linebackers, they moved everybody around, they had zone blitzes, they did the whole 9 yards. They brought the corner, they brought Archuleta for a sack. But the fact is, our defense is not what it was. And so, consequently, we didn't have any interceptions tonight. We had one fumble recovery. If you remember correctly what happened last year, and I keep saying this, and this is we're going to have to look at, we're not getting the damn takeaways. And so, consequently, we're not setting the offense up to score. No. Our offense is not that good. It never was that good. You know, it's just average, maybe, at best, and it's not going to put up a lot of points. And so they're depending on Hester. They're depending on the Bear defense. And even though Hester didn't return anything, he's giving the Bear offense that field position, which is outstanding. And we can't even take advantage of that. 20 points we scored, right? Or 23 points. Yeah, if we're going to throw the ball, okay, and you had Bernard Berrien, I believe he had 9 receptions for 102 yards. Musa Muhammad had 3 for 71. Greg Olson, a tight end, 7 for 43. Nice to see him back in the game. And Rasheed Davis, Doug, 1 for 36, and then the rest, Des Clark, 1 reception. Right. Peterson, 1. Jason McKee, 1. And Benson, 1. And I would love to see if obviously we're not going to give up on the passing game. And if we're going to do that, then we start better trying to stretch the field, Doug. You know, you throw the short outs, the intermediate passes. I think we tried to go maybe one time, the whole entire game, go downfield? I think it was one time. One drive, yeah. Okay? If you want to pass the ball, use the whole field. Be a little bit more creative. Well, the fact is, when you take a look at it, and they had a shot at Barry, and he took the shot and missed that. And I saw some great catches tonight, which is terrific. But when it's all said and done with, you know, you get to a team, and there's certain points in a football game that makes the difference. And I started at the beginning of the show and told you the two I thought were the most important. The one was we went for it from fourth down in a half yard and didn't get it. They went for it, fourth down and 2 inches. Not only did they get the 2 inches, they got it 20 yards. 20 yards, because they've called a different play than you didn't expect. They had confidence enough in their quarterback to fake it, to roll out, to hit Pollard, the tight end, and pick up 20 yards. There, and my friend, is the difference in the football game when you're that type of football team. And basically, you know, Seattle's a better team. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Tom on the south side. Tom, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, how you doing, guys?
All right,
What's
Tom.
up, Tommy?
You know, I got to say one thing. Winning football teams have presence of mind and they have effort. Fred Miller today, guys, was atrocious.
Kearney beat his brains in.
I saw a man who was scared, just scared. Kearney beat his brains, and not only that, but on the fumble, Fred Miller quit on his block. And Kearney saw it. He knew he was dealing with a dog, and he took the ball away from Rex. And I mean, the rest is history. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Well, yeah, because he had 2 false starts. Also, you're talking about Miller, and we had 4 false starts total, but Miller had 2 false starts, and Kearney just scored.
Well, what Patrick Kearney did, Tom, and a couple of times, he really wind up outside, I'd say about a good yard and a half. So for the tackle to come out to get him, he has to take that extra step or step and a half just to try to get out there to catch him. And Patrick Kearney's pretty damn quick, and he comes off on the snap of that ball. So basically he caught him off balance most of the time and used his power and strength to run right over him or go around him. And that's what happened the whole entire game. Let's go out to Gary in Mount Zion. Gary on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. You two are two of the all-time greats.
Thank you, my friend.
Got a couple points. First off, this game hurt most because we should have won the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how big is it not to have Nathan Vasher and Mike Brown in the lineup? It's freaking huge. Our DBs allowed their receivers to get the inside position on damn near every play tonight. And touching on what you said about being as good as they are, the defensive line in most places is being out-muscled, and we can't have that and win football games.
That's why they blitzed. That's why they covered it up. Don't you see what happened with Urlacher and Lance Briggs? And then they start making some moves. Did you see the sack when I think who got it? One of the linebackers got it. Walker got it because the linebacker came down really hard. The guard took him, and Walker then had an opening to get to the quarterback. See, we're not coming off on the football because you know why? Tommy Harris can't play. Tommy Harris, I don't know what the hell he's doing out there. I mean, I know he's beat up, but you're not getting any play out of him. See, they were so used to getting
said we don't play hurt players.
Yeah, well, he's hurt.
Yeah,
you can say.
But also, aside from the fumble, I don't think Rex really had that bad a game. I think that was some of the best decision-making we've seen him do all season.
Well, sure. But the fact
he didn't panic, and they had pressure. He had pressure on him. He stepped up into the pocket. He wasn't trying to backpedal and throw the ball up in the air like he normally does. So he learned a little bit, obviously, from watching the games for about 3 or 4 weeks there. And but I don't know I don't know where we go from this, Gary. I just really don't know.
The one thing I look at, we say, and Grossman did play a decent game. There's no question. I just think we got to raise our sights a little higher for our offense. I think we get satisfied. We scored 20 points. He said, well, what else do you need? We need more. We need 30 like they got. We need to be able to score points, put more points up. And I understand we looked at it. We didn't turn it over.
Why not trying to go downfield?
Yeah.
Why not?
We got to learn how to score.
Why not take Devin Hester and Bernard Berrien, Doug, put one at one wide out, one at the other, and obviously if it's a situation of passing, whatever, you keep the back in or keep both backs in and let them both go on a fly pattern or a hitch and go or a deep post patterns because of their speed on either side, and let's see how good they can cover them. Why don't we even attempt to do that?
Well,
Doug? If we're going to pass the ball,
right,
let's use the whole field. Let's go deep. Let's go intermediate. Let's go short. Not short and intermediate, and not try to stretch the field.
And if you're going to use Hester...
I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. But here, you're going to use Hester with the scenario you just brought out. You can't put Hester in for one play, then wait for 10 more, then put him in for another play, and then run him on a stupid reverse where everybody and their brother knows he's out there and he's going to get the football somehow.
Well, at the end of the
game...
He
needs to be out there. He needs to be out there because you need him to draw attention, not one play, but every play. And if that happens and he's drawing attention, then your other guys are going to get an opportunity to make a play.
Doug, I can
one
tell you
play
what,
won't do it.
If you could take Hester, okay, put him on the weak side. Take Bernard Berrien on the strong side, Doug, and take Hester on a fly pattern. And maybe you catch him in that cover two or whatever, and they're going to come over, and then you run Berrien on a deep post so he comes deep and up over the middle towards the goalpost and launch that ball high in the air. That gives him more of an open area. But the key is that Hester has to go deep and pull him to the weak side with him. Berrien, deep post pattern, come over the middle, loft the ball up. I didn't see that one time today.
And here's the other key with that scenario you had, because I used to play around with X's and O's and drawing it up. When Hester's there, you've got to have Greg Olson on the same side. I would run him from the slot. Now, you think trying to cover these guys now all the time now? If you do a double coverage on the outside, who the hell's going to pick up this slot guy? I mean, this guy's 6'5", and got great speed. So you send him down, and you talk about just turning around just like a basketball player posts up. I mean, the ball's going to be there all the time.
The play for that you'd love to see with Greg Olson is splitting the seam, Doug, or coming over the middle, and that's right, and that's where you'd love to see him, not on 6-yard outs, 10-yard outs, 8-yard outs. You want him coming, splitting the seam, going towards the goalpost, or hooking in the middle, coming over the middle, and that's where you really want to see Greg Olson because of his height and size, and hopefully he could break a tackle and go all the way, i.e. as Gonzalez from Kansas City. You got the kid out in San Diego, Doug. Can't
Gates.
Think of it. Antonio Gates. I mean, that's what they do, Doug.
Oh, sure, and I'm saying if you're going to try to score. And, obviously, the first thing they probably tell that offense, don't turn it over, which I understand that. But the thing about it is risk and reward. And there are certain times you got to score. And a lot of times you get down there and you got to go to the end zone. I mean, because a lot of times that interference is a big call for you that you can get.
Doug, when you start out the beginning of the game, you start on the 50-yard line. What a great play. The first play, come with a play-action play and send Bernard Berrien on a deep post or a fly pattern. Tried to go for it. The first play, just try to get it over and get it done with it.
Well, the fact is they haven't not taken advantage of the field position that is given to them.
They haven't done it all year.
No. And when you do not take advantage of that, because even on the fumble recovery, the Bears they were in great position. They were on the 40-yard line of Seattle. Boy, that's the first time I go for it. I'm going to the end zone. I'm going down there and make somebody make a play or help some, get maybe even get a call. But 20 points is not going to cut it. I mean, in the National Football League. I mean, to us, we all look at it and go, whoa, we scored 20 points. That don't mean nothing. You got to score more than that, and the defense certainly is not the same defense. How many total yards did we give up today?
We gave up a total of 440 yards, Doug.
Yeah. I mean, is that our dominant defense? No. But what you saw them out there, they knew what their weaknesses were. They were trying to cover up with it and use their linebackers. I'd have done the same damn thing. That's exactly what I'd have done. I wouldn't have stayed there and take the beating. I attacked. I went after them, trying to hope they make a play. But we cannot come up with the interception. We usually come up with a score somewhere along the line. If he threw that football that many times, Hasselbeck, and we didn't get one interception, that's a problem.
Doug, if we're going to play the rest of these games and we're going to go to the air, we're going to be air bear instead of run bear. It's really going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here because it looks like Lovey and Ron Turner want to throw the football, and the commitment to the run looks like it's pretty much gone. So I don't think we come running off the bus anymore. I think we come off throwing the football, and that is not our strength, my friend. Not that running is either.
No.
But that you set the tone. The only way that we can do it, Doug, we're not a team like Green Bay, come out and throw the ball in Seattle, throw the football. We can't do that.
Ed, the fact is very simple, and you're right about the running game. When you have 4th and inches and you can't pick it up, what does that tell you?
I know. Well, it tells you that's why we have Benson in there. And we'll have callers that'll tell you that's why he's in there. 4th and inches, he should get it. $16 million, my friend, tells you he should get it.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. The Chicago Bears lose to Seattle 30-23. I know you're mad, and I know why you're mad, but go ahead, tell me.
Well, I would just our guys, they're checking. If you were just listening to the show here and listening to what Lovie Smith said, like Benson started out running good, and then they kind of we kind of abandoned the running game, so to speak, or whatever. And Lovie Smith, and I could have swore I heard him say, well, they would have stopped our run anyway.
Eventually.
He said they would have stopped our running. Is that what eventually?
Yeah.
I mean, so we're trying to get that and see if I could catch that again. And if, in fact, those are the words that he used, Doug, what are you talking about where you want to go as a head coach and how you want to attack teams, that you come off the bus running? You continue to make that statement that we're a running team. We take a player, 4th player taken in the draft, guarantee him $16 million. And we have an offensive line, whether they're old, young, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. And in this football game, we start out running pretty good. And why you abandoned giving a run? Because he actually said that, Doug. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
If he said that eventually they're going to stop us anyway. I'm pretty sure.
The cut right here.
You got it here. Could you play it, guys?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to play it for you guys. Here we go.
Probably should have given him the ball a little bit more, but I can't really complain about what we did offensively. We kept ourselves in the game. If you continue to run the ball, they'll eventually stop that. I thought offensively there's a pretty good mix. I mean, we had planned on playing Adrian a little bit. We were able to do that. So I like the way we started, but still like what we did offensively.
Well, see, the part where you're mixed up, Lovey, is the fact that, you had a plan of getting Peterson going and Benson. There should have been a little asterisk right there in the back of your mind. If
we're going good,
don't change it. I mean, that's part of a plan. Saying to your mind, if I got a kid and I finally got him where he's running and he ran 43 yards, then he ran 15 yards, let's work him. Not only for this particular football game, but the future of this kid down the road.
Now you got the offensive line they're all popped up. They're ready to go.
Everybody's rolling, and Adrian Peterson comes in and he can't run 2 yards.
How about running this kid until you stop him? Yeah. Just run him and run him. It started out good, Doug, and then that statement. That's to me. I don't know what our listeners think about that, but that's incredible. This is the head coach saying
maybe
they'd have stopped this.
He thought Grossman was going to come in and maybe throw the football up, and they were going to score a lot of points. Just what Hasselbeck was doing, but
those are
different teams.
Any way you want to cut it, those were a poor choice of words. Because you're not really given, like you really don't believe in your running backs, or do you really don't even believe in your offensive line? How do you understand, or how do you break down that statement that he made?
Well, I
think it was a poor choice of words.
It may be, but once again, I'll look at this team, and everybody says, well, we're a running team. But let me tell you something, Ed. You've been around a lot of teams. And running teams, when it comes to 4th and 6 inches, they get a first down. Running teams in 4th and 6 inches get a first down. And that in itself was the pivotal part of that game. And I can understand why the fact you look and say, why can't we run the damn thing? And so unless you're a genius and are pretty smart offensively, coach-wise, like you do what Seattle did, is you fake it when they had the same thing in 2 inches, and they fake it, and he rolls out and picks up 20 yards. Bootleg. Unless you got that kind of confidence in what you have, when you get a running team with 4th and 6 inches, you've got to make the first down. I mean, you just have to make the first down. Let's go to Mike in Arlington Heights. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing? First-time caller.
Thanks,
Love the
Mike.
show. Just wanted to talk a little bit about Rex Grossman after tonight's performance. He looked pretty good other than the fumble. Wondering what you guys think about, possibly in the future, if we think we draft a quarterback or we stay with him. Like the way Cedric ran the ball tonight, a little bit harder, should have given the ball more. And I don't know if you guys watched Fox at all, but that announcer was getting a little too happy when Seattle was scoring.
Yeah, he did get kind of excited, didn't he?
He was loving it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a big Seattle fan or something, but
that struck me too. It's funny you said that. After he got, that was Mo Morris, I believe, when he got the touchdown. I'm saying, wait a minute. It's not like this guy's cheering for. Yeah, right. Good point. I remember that.
I'll let you guys talk on that. Love the show. Have a good night.
Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
I remember that, yeah. Well, get back to the Bears and what's going to happen. As far as I'm concerned, I want to take over Kyle Orton eventually. I mean, I want to do it. You looked at Grossman, and he did have a decent game tonight. He managed well. Didn't get did he get any touchdown passes?
Grossman?
Yeah.
Not that I know of. I don't know, Doug. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I understand.
Usually, you know what I mean?
I understand.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of being a quarterback.
I understand that.
Is throwing touchdowns.
Yes.
Okay, let's go out to Jason in his car. Jason, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, it is a privilege and a pleasure to speak with you as always.
Thank you, Jason.
Guys, from now on, I want to be referred to as Randy Quaid from Major League. I hate this team, but I love this team. Yeah. Let me tell you what's going on here. Rex Grossman's got no one to throw the ball to. We can call Bernard Berrien. Bernard can't come back for the ball Berrien. He never, ever helps his quarterback out. He never, ever comes back to the ball. The three things that were major in this game to me were we had the lead, we came back, we got the lead late in the second half. What does Robbie Good as garbage do? He kicks the ball out of bounds, gives them great field position. They march down the field, and they tie the game up. That was pivotal. The other thing was right after halftime, we kicked the ball to them. We give up that big return. Boom, they got great field position again. They take the game, and on that 4th and 1, guys, after what they did on their 4th and short with that play action, I thought it would have been so great to do the same thing to them. What do? Owen Krutz got knocked on his ass on that play. He got knocked right into Garza, who got knocked right into Benson. I mean, our offensive line is terrible, guys. Our defense should not be forgiven for this. They were garbage today, too. They got their brains beat in, as you like to say, OB. They got their brains beat in. They couldn't stop them guys all day long. And you're right, if we can't control that little slant pass that every single team this season has thrown on us, we'll never be any good. Line up on the inside cornerbacks. That's all I got.
Well, get back to one thing you talked about, about the offensive line. Let's go back to that. Let's review the 4th and 6 inches. There is no question, the fact that we got our ass whipped on the line of scrimmage. But sometimes when you do something on defense, it causes that. When you see these guys jumble up, they come in and they put up their their goal line defense. In other words, they had the two defensive tackles pinching in or knifing in. The linebackers stacking up. They knew we were going up the middle. They knew where we were going. And do you think that maybe you come up with another play? They came up with another play, didn't they? They were 4th and 2 inches. We were 4th and 6 inches. And we played that play too, didn't we play it? Everybody came down, didn't they? Because we couldn't have rolled out if everybody didn't come down. But Holmgren come up with a better play. He rolled it out, then hits a 20-yard play. We went right in to the.
Well, or Doug, was it just that he might have called an audible, Doug?
I don't think so. What was going on, Eddie, with the noise and that? I don't think he did. And I think he made the call. Benson didn't get 3 feet, and they nailed them. And so I'm saying a lot of it has to do with some of the calls, too, that come down on these short yardage plays. But once again, it was a pivotal part. And he was talking about the other one, too. And he was right, the caller, about the fact that we kick the damn ball out of bounds. They get the football on the 40. You notice while every team gets the ball on the 40, where they're going? That went in for a touchdown.
There you go.
And that one, part of that one was a part of Rod Wilson, too, hitting the guy out of bounds, which was another 15 yards they gave him. So, yeah, a lot of stupidity in this football game, there's no question. But I'm saying if they played 100 times at Seattle, the Bears would get beat 99 out of the 100 times at Seattle.
That's just a better football team.
Exactly. Doug. Let's go to Jonathan in West Loop. Jonathan, you're on the score.
Hey, I want to talk about the coaching staff, and I feel like they change the things that are going well, and they don't change the things that aren't going well. Keeping Adam Archuleta in there when he continually and just consistently is on the wrong end of big plays on the defense, I think is just atrocious. And I'd take your comment off the air. Thanks.
Yeah, one time they had McGowan in there. Did you see what happened to him? That Weaver, the fullback, almost killed him. The only thing you can use Archuleta for, and that is blitz, and he got a sack tonight. But you will see, too, also. Remember when he came up into the hole and Mo Morris was coming through there and he whiffed and missed him? If you can't cover, you better be able to tackle. So they got major problems, obviously, on their strong safety, as you said, because, sometimes it really hurts them to do the cover, too, because they have guys that can't run, but still you got to come up and tackle. But Archuleta is a weak link on that defense. Let's go to Milo in Lombard. Milo, you're on the score.
Guys, I want to talk about the linebackers, why they're showing so early with the blitz. Hasselbeck is seeing this on his pre-snap. He knows exactly where he's going, slant 30 yards, slant 20 yards. What happened to hanging back, stalking the line of scrimmage, and trying to learn that cadence and then jump on them?
Milo, what happened was the linebackers came up, like you said, but they didn't come every time. And so that's what they were using as their disguise as a factor. Are we coming or we're not coming? We have to do this, and we got to come up. So sometimes they didn't go. Sometimes they didn't even. They sent the linebackers too, and dropped off the defensive tackle Donajay in a zone blitz, and so they covered that way. One other times they would send Briggs back to the slant. I do know this though: if you're not going to go, and I'm telling you, I've said this 1,000 times. How many interceptions do our linebackers have this year? How many interceptions do our linebackers have?
Well, I could tell you how many the cornerbacks have.
Tell me.
0.
The linebackers have 1. And we have 6 total. And so what a linebacker needs to do is not only running, but he's right. You got to help out these defensive backs. And I made a living taking interceptions off the slant.
I understand.
Off the slant. I mean, you play it in your head.
Right.
You see it. You feel it. And you go for it. Because I'll tell you what, he's going to throw it. That quarterback has no time to think about it where you are.
Right.
He's throwing it.
He's throwing the ball.
He's throwing the damn ball.
That's right.
And here you come, snagging it right out of the air. The anticipation is very poor when it comes to our linebackers covering on defense. Let's go out to Al in Naperville. Al, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Al.
Yeah, it's a weird game today, but
wasn't it?
Doug, you keep saying they have a better team than us, and I'm thinking they ran up 440 yards, and I'm not sure I'd trade their wide receivers for ours. I'm not sure I'd trade our running back for theirs. I mean, they beat us with.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it in a heartbeat. I'll take Mo Morris. Would you not take Mo Morris? Stop yourself.
You had Bobby Ingram.
Yeah, I'm talking about the running back.
Well, I'm talking about both of them. I mean,
and let me ask you. What about the engine on the team? Would you take Hasselbeck and trade him and take Grossman for him?
You know what I would trade? I'd trade the coach.
Oh.
I'd trade all of them. I'd trade all of them.
You make a full scale move, huh?
I'm just saying Bobby Ingram is not going. Bobby Ingram shouldn't have what do you have, 22 catches today?
You know how many catches he had coming into this football game?
He had a bunch of catches.
Yeah,
today.
a lot, yeah. I mean,
that shouldn't happen. And that and play calling on offense. I mean, I don't think it's about running. It's about when you run.
Hey, Al,
It's
Bobby,
Ohio State.
Bobby Ingram had 8 receptions for 84 yards for like a 10.5 yard average. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I know. No, what I'm saying is, I don't think it's about how often you run. I think it's when you run. It's not like Woody Hayes in Ohio State. We can just give the ball off to like 450-pound offensive linemen. They're bigger than everybody else. You can't run every play. You got to know when to run. Look at Seattle. They knew when to run. They ran when they could run, and it worked. They passed when they could pass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the fact is, though, too, they also made their calls. And go back to the short yardage again. They didn't run it in the short yardage. They, 2 inches. And they play action, went around the end, and all of a sudden threw Pollard for 20 yards. But when you take a look at these teams and you say that Seattle is a better team, overall better team. There's no question in my mind that they're not. The fact that, the way the line plays, the way they do, and when they run, you're absolutely correct. But Mo Morrison was averaging 9 yards a carry in the first half. And so they always set us up. They set the run up by the pass. We're supposed to do the opposite. We're supposed to set the pass up by the run. So any way you look at it, I'm telling you, these guys could have played all night till tomorrow, to the following day, till next week, and the score would have been the same. We would have lost by 10 points. Let's go to Carl in Rockford. Carl, you on the score.
I'm just so frustrated, just like everybody else. This was such a winnable game, and I guess we're talking about personnel, who's on the field, who's off the field. Benson was off the field way too much, obviously, maybe only today. But what's the hesitation with getting Greg Olsen on the field? I mean, this is our number one pick. He shows flashes of excellence every time he's on the field. Also, I want to know, is it too early to even talk about getting a new offensive coordinator in here next year? I'll hang up and listen to what you got to say.
Well, I think that the offensive coordinator's got to answer some questions. I mean, let's face it. When Terry Shea was here, remember that first year, he was offensive coordinator. They got rid of him after the first year. So it's a combination of both. See, I get so confused sometimes because then I say to myself, well, look at that catch Berrien made, or look at that catch Moose made, or, look how they're doing this or that. But the one thing you're right about Olsen, I would have plays all over the place for this guy. He'd be more involved in my offense. I know that for damn sure. But once again, too, some of the calls. You got to say to yourself, are we vertical enough to go downfield? Now we take stabs. Sure, we take stabs going down the field to Berrien. But still, we only put up 20 points. It's got to be better than that. It's not like Seattle's got the strongest defense in the world. The fact is, we don't put up enough points. We're not geared in our mind mentally to put points up. We're geared in our mind mentally trying to manage a football game. And it should be more than that. It should be more than managing. You need to score points. And 20 points in the NFL usually is not going to be good enough. Let's go out to Steve in Broadview. Steve, you're on the score.
Doug and OB. The previous caller had one of the questions I had with Turner there. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to get your opinion. Who do you think would make a good offensive coordinator? And the reason being, Turner is to what I would call a dartboard type of offensive coordinator. Let's throw the dart at a play and see if it works. To me, the game should be more like a chess match where you're setting things up. He does not set anything up. And also the thing where you had Hester on a reverse. He's got speed. Why aren't you sending him downfield where he has maybe 2 guys that he has to beat and possibly get an interference call rather than a stupid reverse?
Yeah, I agree with you. First of all, you can't put him out there for one play. Because as soon as he walks into the game, the football game, what do you think a defensive guy's going to do? They mark him. There's Hester. That's why I think he should be playing more. If we're going to play him on the outside, and let you guess whether you're going to throw the football down to him or not. Because eventually you're going to send him down the field. All you need to do is send him down the field one time, Ed. One time. Whether he catches it or don't catch it, that defense now, when he lines up in the next play, lines up in the same position. Not somewhere else, not trying reverses, not trying tricks. Put him out there to cause havoc for that defense, so they got to do a cover 2. Then you could hit some of your other guys.
Right, what I was talking about, putting him on a wideout on the strong side and Berrien on the weak side. But, Doug, you could also you could put Devin Hester in the slot on the strong, Bernard Berrien on the weak side, and then put Devin Hester in motion coming to the weak side and have one of them go on a post pattern, one on a fly pattern, and let the defense try to figure that out.
Then,
let the defense try to stay up with them. Why we don't do things like that, I don't know.
And then you throw Olsen in on the mix. Because then if they start covering up...
Doug, this is all there, Doug. This is all there for them to see. You can see it, I can see it, and our fan, I'm telling you, it's there. It's right there.
It's there, but they're not doing it.
No, they're not.
It's there, but they're not making the plays they need to play. Even Grossman. I don't know how good Grossman really is. Maybe, just maybe, that he's not getting the ammunition. I'm so confused now, Ed, because I look at these things, and I look at Grossman. I know he's got a strong arm. I know he does those things. I know they like to go downfield. But our field...
We didn't go downfield.
I know, but our field position was so damn good, we should have been firing.
It should have designated. That's exactly what...
We should have been firing.
Yes.
You know, because you're put in the same position. And then another thing, too, their cornerback, Jennings, goes out, and Babineau comes in. And now they started to work on him, but as soon as that had happened, they should have been firing at this kid because he's nowhere near Jennings as a cornerback.
Doug, there were so many times when we had basically 60 yards to go for a touchdown, a few yards to go to get a 3 points, and it
Pump it
didn't
up a little
happen
bit.
because we've had great field position all year, Doug, and quite frankly, the bottom line is we've never taken advantage of it.
And if you
We've never taken advantage of it.
If you make a mistake, you're going to be making it in their territory. You could be making it in their territory. It's not like you're backed up on your own 10 or 15 or 20-yard line. I don't,
Doug, our defense, usually after games like this, our defense the past couple of 2-3 years, we'd have had maybe 2 or 3 interceptions,
yeah.
4 touchdowns.
Right.
We'd have had that, plus
no
a whole
question.
bunch more
no
of
question,
takeaways through fumbles or interceptions, ripping the ball out. That's not happening. We have a problem converting on third down. We have a situation where we don't know if we're going to run the damn football or we're going to pass it. We have a problem offensively with our game plan. If we go into something, it seems to me that we just cannot get out of it, Doug. We can't make a change. Now, is that because they're not capable of doing it, or this damn coaching staff, which I've said before, is just so damn stubborn that it's just not going to happen? How the hell can you say you're a running team and not be committed to the run?
I don't know. Because eventually, Ed, they'll stop you.
And have the coach say, yeah, that's right. You know why we want to stop? Because eventually, because we looked into the future, and here's love. We looked into the future, and I figured out eventually that they're going to stop us. Eventually. What if eventually they didn't? Because you never gave it a chance.
I refuse anymore to get crazy. I really do. I mean, I'm looking at it, and normally, but I see it, and I said, look.
What kind of a statement is that, Doug?
The coach is not good enough. The players are not good enough. I mean, I think the effort is out there. I mean, there are a lot of things that
Doug,
happen out
I
there.
think we've got some quality players here. And then one more thing, Doug, before we run away or quickly to break. You look back, we always talked about difference makers. And what's happening? Offensively, where are they? Defensively, we had a lot of them the last 2 or 3 years. Where are they now? And why aren't they there? Why aren't they coming up with the big plays? Why?
And you take a look at it. Most of the guys that were really good, you can't tell me that Tommy Harris is playing healthy. You can't tell me that. I understand they want him out there. There's no way in hell this kid is playing healthy because he's nowhere near the ball. And so he got him out. Vasher's out. So your strong safety position is totally gone. And so now those guys are not making plays. But still you have guys out there, Urlacher, Briggs, these guys should be making plays. Tillman, these guys should be making plays. Defensive line.
Where's Manning?
Why
shouldn't he be making plays? What was he, second-round draft choice?
Yeah, not making them. Not
All
making
right.
big plays.
Okay.
When you don't get interceptions and a guy throws the ball 44 times, then you got a major problem.
There you go.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 30-23 to Seattle. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears' loss, 30-23 to Seattle. Eddie, let's go back out to Seattle. Let's go out to David Schuster, the Score's beat reporter. David, what's going on out there, buddy?
Well, guys, we could dissect this one a million ways, but beyond this game, let me just say this, my opinion. Last year, the Bears were a good team that got hot, went all the way to the Super Bowl, and came up a little bit short. This year,
Dave, one more thing.
Yes?
What about their who's the team they played, their schedule? Didn't they have the best schedule in the league? I mean, the weakest?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And they took advantage of it.
Yep.
This year the schedule's harder, and what I was about to say, Eddie, is this year, at best, they're an average team at best, and they're not going to go to any playoff games, even though they talked a good talk after the game. And what was their staple for years, and I'm sure you guys were beating them up over the last hour and while you were watching the game, the defense.
Sure.
I mean, the defense has all of a sudden become the Bears' Achilles heel along with so many other things, and they're not going anywhere. And Jerry Angelo has got to be, beyond frustrated because he's got a million holes to fill going into next season already. The offensive line, the defensive line, the secondary, a quarterback, a running back, you name it, he's got to fill it. This is not a very good football team right now.
That's why, David, usually after a game, I get really upset, but I'm not anymore for those reasons. And Ed and I were talking about it. This is as good as it's going to get. This is who they are. The expectations were higher. They can't get any higher. They have problems, major problems. I think they threw their best effort out there tonight. They tried everything from blitzes. They did all the stuff they had to do. They made some good catches, with the 2 wide receivers. Benson starts out running 43 yards for a touchdown, which I still don't understand why in the hell they backed off on this guy during the course, although they wanted to give Peterson some time. But fact was, you got a guy that's a hot hand, you play him.
Absolutely.
I don't know why they don't do that. I mean, you can change your mind, say, look, the guy's hot. Let's play him. Let's see what happens. Let's ride him. There's even the coaching staff. You're talking about the players and all that, and you're right. There's some coaching situations. Let me tell you something. What kind of a team are you running off the bus and you can't make a first down with 4th and 6 inches?
Correct.
And you come off the bus running.
And you let the other guy with 4th and 2 inches fake your jock strap out by handling it and then rolling out and getting 20 yards.
Yep.
So there's the difference in the two teams.
Well, again, we could dissect this one a million ways, and I will agree with you on the coaching. And listen, Cedric Benson, after he had the first 2 carries for 63 yards, he finished with 9 carries for 26. But still, the point is that he was hot early on, and come the second quarter, even the middle half of the first quarter, after he had the 2 carries for 63, they took him out of the game.
Well, Dave,
they played their stupid system. They decided in advance. They scripted their whole offensive scheme even before the day
what
started.
They did,
never
David.
variated from
and
that.
That's just when they cut it. And we've seen it throughout the year, Dave.
They can't change.
They come in at a halftime, and we come out in the third quarter. You're expecting both defensively and offensively some changes, and it just doesn't happen. This coaching staff is so stubborn. And you know what? And when Lovie Smith made this statement tonight after the game, that why did basically they abandon the running game with Cedric Benson? And he said, well, they eventually would have stopped it anyway. I mean, that is a very, very, very poor choice of words, because he sent a message to his running back, you're not good enough, and he sent it to his offensive line, you guys aren't good enough.
Hey, David, did you see the sidelines and the players after he ran the 43 yards?
They were giddy.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I'm saying, this is what they needed. This is the spark. And then he runs a nice middle one for about 15 yards, and then I don't see him. I mean,
I told you in the beginning of the show, they stuck to the script.
Yeah,
Peterson
I know
was
that.
coming in, that's it.
I know they had that.
Well, Lovie Smith has been outcoached quite a few times already this year. Certainly the Detroit game at Soldier Field by, one of his former proteges or cohorts from Tampa Bay, Marinelli, he certainly outcoached him. He was outcoached today by Holmgren, who outcoaches a lot of guys. Coming into the game with a script of how you're going to handle your running backs after a guy gets 63 yards in your first 2 carries and then you deviate from that, you're an idiot, for lack of a better term. Why don't we hear from Cedric Benson, though, because point blank I asked him, was it frustrating after starting off so good not to get the ball after that? Here he is.
Well, naturally, as a back, especially when you get jumped like that, you're ready to roll. But, I think, we in the system now, and, you run when your number's called, you get out there and you do it your best.
Now, you heard that, guys. They're in their system, so he knew in advance what the deal was, and there was nothing he could do about it.
All week we had reports from up there that they were going to do this, that they were going to alternate, the running backs. And you say to yourself, fine, when teams do that, if one of the backs gets hot, they let him go. They ride him. They let him run the football. They burn up the script and say, to hell with the script, this kid is hot. And that's what they should have done tonight with
No
Benson.
question about it, But still, I point to the defense because, honestly, it was embarrassing.
440 yards.
I'm sorry?
440 yards.
400, yeah, correct, and most of those in the air. And I can just imagine what you two former defensive players are sitting there prideful watching this game and just seeing the defense, which has been the staple of this organization forever, just being chewed up, you know. And if it's not by the pass, it's by the run. I mean, this defense has fallen apart. The defensive line isn't there. And here's another question mark for Jerry Angelo. Tommy Harris is not the player he was, obviously, before the injury. And he and his agent want a long-term deal. Are you going to commit to that when this guy may never be the player that he was 2 years ago?
He shouldn't be out in the field. He
Correct.
shouldn't be playing.
Now, he's gutting it out. No question about that.
But gutting it out's not going to help us because I watched him play. And it is on the kids that doesn't want to play. But when you get injured like that with the hamstring and what else is going on with his other knee, whatever, the fact is he can't play. He can't play like Tommy Harris played before, and that's hurting them. They're not getting the defensive line play.
Doug and Dave, to tell you the truth, what happens when he's in there, like the opponents don't know that he's hurt, so when they go to block him, what do you think they're firing at? Huh? His healthy leg? They're going to try to take him up top side? No. They're going to fire at his bad leg. That's what they're going to do.
There's no question about that. What the Bears are trying to do, they're trying to keep him off the field in running situations, bringing him in only pass situations because he can't stop the run whatsoever. But to be honest with you, he can't do much on against the pass either. Their defensive line is just very sad right now, especially against the run. They can't really pressure the quarterback. Their secondary was awful today. Charles Tillman thought he played a decent game today. I would beg to differ on that. And Truman McBride was not good either. And the the safeties never go for the ball. So, here's a defensive coach who's preaching turnovers, but right now, this defense, unless somebody drops the ball, is not going to get any turnovers.
David, with 44 pass attempts by a quarterback, this defense normally comes up with 3 interceptions, normally. And that's about right with 44 attempts. We weren't even close. And what you're doing and what's happening, too, you're taking the linebackers out of the equation because now you have to send the linebackers. You've got to send them. And so when you do that, there's a gap between now the line of scrimmage and also those defensive backs. And there's nobody inside there. So
and Hasselbeck is a pretty smart
guy, exactly.
And he picked them apart today. And even though this kid Morris had some yards pretty decent, I mean, they only ran the ball 23 times, and most of that was in the final quarter. So he really did this without a rushing attack for the most part of the game and just picked them to pieces.
Well, no, I mean, you take a look at this. I know these guys will be talking about playoffs, but I think what has happened here, and we all knew this going into this football game. I think 99.9% of the people in this town picked Seattle to win this football game. This is not a surprise. But everyone was thinking maybe, just maybe in the back of their head that there was a Grossman would do something or maybe Benson would come through. Maybe this defense would be like it was last year. This team is not like last year. They're going to have to redo this whole team if they think they're going to compete in that, especially now what's going on in that Northern Division.
And isn't that amazing? Because here they were in the Super Bowl with a chance to win the whole thing, and then you think, at least I did, maybe I was suckered like so many other people, that this team would actually be better going into this season than they were at the end of last season, and really they have digressed like no tomorrow.
David, history tells you that really doesn't happen. For the most part, you go back to the Bears of '85, that's probably the best team I've ever seen, and so if it's prejudice against me being a Bears or whatever, but that was probably, and all the football pundits across this country, the best Super Bowl team of all time so far, okay, was the '85 Bears. They had the youngest team in the league. How many times did they get back, Dave? Zilch,
but
0.
On the other hand,
but they were at least good for a few more years after that.
Why does New England do it? Why do the Colts do it? I mean, take a look at other teams. Teams that have dynasties. Why? Number one, you start with the quarterback. Number two, they have a whole better system than we have at this point in time. And so it can be done, but the fact is that when you start losing ball players, you don't have people to plug in there, and you're not getting scoring, you can't score, and then you expect what you always expected out of your defense to carry you forever. You got major problems.
Big problems. I'm going to play you one more cut here, and then I'll get out of your faces, if you will. Here's Charles Tillman, who still at least kept up the stiff upper lip after the game.
If you ask anyone right now, definitely everyone's a little hurt, everyone's a little mad, about the win. But I'm sure there's some mathematical way out there, some statistic that there's a way we can still make the playoffs. I mean, if it's 10%, 2%, 5%, whatever the percentage is, that gives you enough hope and a little bit of belief. So, or a lot of belief and a little bit of hope. Hey, I'll take it.
So they all said the right thing after the game, but come on, I'm sure as they're flying back across the country, they're going to realize we don't have a chance.
David, thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, be safe, Dave.
Have a safe trip back.
Have a safe trip back, babe.
David Schuster, our Score beat reporter in Seattle. Eddie, we got to take a break. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. That is correct. 312-644-6767. Sandhog, Scott, John, Robbie, Gary, Owen, Pat, Norm will be with you right after this break.
Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, 2 miles south of the Elgin Casino on Route 25. Call 847-697-8150 or check us out at blackjacks.com.
Hi, I'm Skip. And I'm Steve. And we're the brothers behind Robbins Brothers, the world's biggest engagement ring store. Why is Robbins Brothers the world's biggest engagement ring store? Because that's all we sell. It's a concept that some people don't get at first.
Hi, do you guys sell charm bracelets?
Nope, just engagement rings.
Brooches?
Sorry.
Cufflinks?
Nope. Unlike jewelry stores, at Robbins Brothers, we let you choose from thousands of loose certified diamonds and the world's biggest selection of engagement rings from top designers like Scott Kay to Corey, Jeff Cooper, and others.
Watches?
Afraid not. But we don't just sell more engagement rings than anyone. We stand behind our rings better than anyone with a lifetime diamond warranty.
Toe rings? Belly rings?
Sorry.
Just engagement rings?
Yep. And if you've never heard anything like it before, believe me, you've never seen anything like it before either. You'll find Robbins Brothers' world's biggest engagement ring store in Schaumburg, Oak Brook, and Lincoln Park. Call 1-800-610-RING or check out robbinsbrothers.com.
Overstock.com. Oh, the big O, Overstock.com. The perfect place for PDAs like Casio and Palm. Oh, the big O, Overstock.com. The online place to buy your gifts for your dad and mom. The online place to buy your gifts for your dad and mom. Overstock.com.
Next time your grandkids ask if frogs have noses, what will you be thinking about? Hopefully not your Medicare plan. Review your plan and options during Medicare's open enrollment November 15th to December 31st. Once you know you have the right plan, you can get on with the important things in life, like discussing amphibian facial features. For open enrollment details, consult your Medicare and You Handbook. Call 1-800-MEDICARE or visit Medicare.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Want a great haircut without checking your masculinity at the door? State Street Barbers is an old-fashioned barber shop with contemporary style and convenience. Open 7 days, evening hours, located in Lincoln Park, Old Town, and Wrigleyville. Visit StateStreetBarbers.com.
He had a great game. Offensive line did a good job of letting him get up to the secondary pretty clean. He made a good cut on our first drive and just beat the free safety with speed. So he has that capability, and we just got to keep feeding it to him, and he'll be able to do that.
I can't really complain about what we did offensively. We kept ourselves in the game. If you continue to run the ball, they'll eventually stop that. I thought offensively there's a pretty good mix. I mean, we had planned on playing Adrian a little bit. We were able to do that. So I like the way we started, but still like what we did offensively.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears and their loss to Seattle, 30-23. So Adrian Peterson had 5 attempts, right?
Yes, Adrian Peterson had 5 attempts for 11 yards for a 2.2-yard average, and Cedric Benson, 11 carries for 89 yards for an 8.1, 1 TD, and longest was 43 yards.
So really our attempts weren't up there, although the average per carry for Benson was very good, and Adrian Peterson didn't have anything. If you take a look at it, 5 carries.
Right, we had 20 rushing attempts in the entire game. I mean, by our running back. Actually, By our running backs, Doug?
Yeah.
We had 15 attempts.
15 total.
15 total. Yeah. Rex Grossman had 4. But by our running backs, 11, Cedric Benson, 11 carries for 89 yards. Adrian Peterson, 5 for 11 yards. And passing, we completed 24 of 37 attempts. And we started out running the ball. Very good. Really had a shot to do it. And
eventually, they're going to shut your running game down,
Now, hold it. I have to beg a little different with Lovie Smith on this one, sports fans and Doug, because when we played the Vikings between Adrian Peterson and Chester Taylor, they rushed for, I believe, somewhere around 330-some-odd yards.
350, I think.
And 350 yards, and they ran on us for 4 quarters. And furthermore, the Minnesota Vikings played the Oakland Raiders today, and Adrian Peterson didn't even suit up for the game. The backup running back is Chester Taylor, like as in Adrian Peterson for us, and he only rushed for, I believe, 164 yards and 3 TDs against Oakland.
That's what you call running out of the bus, isn't it? Those kind of numbers.
Running on the bus. But they shouldn't. Minnesota shouldn't run like that, Doug, because eventually they'll stop them.
Somebody will stop them.
Somebody will stop them.
Let's go out to John and Joliet. John, you're on the score.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Same to you, John.
Nobody came to my house and made me become a Bears fan. I chose to become a Bears fan. But one thing I do expect out of the Chicago Bears is professionalism. And when I see guys down by 10 points, and they're flipping the ball in the air and pointing for first down, that really gets me because, first of all, what got me upset about Muhammad doing that is he dropped the pass and then tried to blame the quarterback for not throwing where it was right in his hands. Excuse me if I sound a little upset, but 43 years, I've gone up, I've gone down, and I've made this choice to be a Chicago Bears fan. But God bless it. All I ask you to do is go out there, give the intestinal fortitude to be a Chicago Bear every Sunday and give it everything you got. That offensive line looked like Swiss cheese out there today, and all I want is to know where do we go from here.
Amen. Amen. I agree with you 100%. Where do you go from here? And that's what you have to start thinking about. Where do you go? And I heard some of the players talk about the fact they're still talking about, getting to the playoffs. Well, players got to think that way. But all practicality, it's not going to happen. In fact, I'm going to tell you, most of the people that I know, most of the experts, most of the guys that were talked about this football game, never expected the Chicago Bears to win today in Seattle. Because everybody thought Seattle had the better team, and they proved they had the better team. So what's going to happen now with the Bears? I have no clue, but there's not much you can do. There's not much changes you're going to need that are going to happen. You're going to take a look at Kyle Orton. I know you're going to do that. You're going to see what's going to happen.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Doug?
You'd have to be very slow not to do that.
Well,
when I say slow,
you're assuming
close
something
to
here.
Being, to football stupidity.
You're assuming something here that may not happen, my friend.
Well, I got to tell you, if they don't, then they're making a huge mistake.
Doug, we are right now in a situation where we have a coach that talks about we come off the bus running. Okay, that doesn't happen. Our running game is in disarray. Why is it in disarray? Again, you see today where Cedric Benson, sometimes he starts out running really good, and not only in today's game but in other games, and all of a sudden he's out of there. Whatever the scripted plays are, our offensive coordinator and the way a scheme of things with our head coach, we cannot deviate. To take Cedric Benson out of that game when we started pounding that ball in the beginning of that game, Doug, it's almost unconscionable. I can't believe they did that. When we pass, Doug, we don't even know what we're doing in our passing game. We show our longest pass is maybe an intermediate pass. It's a short passing game. If it's 3rd and 11, we throw a 6-yard out. There are things, Doug, in our passing game that doesn't make sense. Things in our running game that don't make sense. And we're going to have a hell of a time here, Doug, trying to figure it out. Who we are, what we want to be in the remaining games. And I'm going to tell you something. And I hope these players and coach, I hope they don't give up, Doug. And I mean, you go out to every game to play to win, to say the least. But I'll tell you what, we just don't know what the hell we want to be. Do we want to run the ball? Do we want to pass? What kind of running team do we want to be? Or then again, what kind of passing team do we want to be? We look like we're shooting ourselves in the foot, Doug. We don't know what we want to be.
Is that because maybe we don't have the talent to do it, or the coaching that is not good enough to do it?
How about all the above?
Well,
could it be all the above?
See, you you finally start to realize something, and after a while, you really expect something to really happen. Eddie, we're 10 games into the season. 10 games into the season.
10 games, 11th week, exactly.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. Defense is nowhere near what everybody thought that defense would be. The offense is nowhere near what everybody thought that offense would be. So reality is that the team is not that good.
It is what it is.
It is. That's exactly right. You know, you try and you twist and you turn and you should do all those things, try to do something to happen, make something happen, but they're not as good.
Quick
that's
here.
Just a fact.
Yeah, just talking about today. The commitment to the run, okay? It should have been against Oakland last week, and it wasn't there. Again, commitment to the run, but we started off good with Cedric Benson, and you abandon it.
Well,
you abandon it because you had certain plays scripted, so Peterson should come in. You can't think past that. You got a coaching staff that is not that creative or not that innovative, and they can't see it right in front of them, and they can't figure this out. My God, this is
the biggest sin that happened today was the fact that after he ran the 43 yards for a touchdown and also come back and ran another big one up the middle for 15 yards. If you wanted to see Adrian Peterson, then you should not have started Benson. If you thought that in the back of your mind that Peterson might be a better back, then you should have started Peterson, and you should have ran him and see if he had what he had. Now what you do is you put yourself in a position, you should have said to yourself as a coach, wait a minute, what happens if Adrian Peterson's really running the ball well? What am I going to do then? So, well, stay with the script. You know, we got the game plan, stay with the script. No, you don't do that. In any sport, think about it. I don't care what sport it is. When a ball player's hot and he's running hot, you go with him. You ride that pony.
Oh, there's no question about it, Doug.
And to me, that was a huge mistake by not doing that. Let's go out to Robbie on the north side. Robbie on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Robbie.
Thanksgiving once again. Yeah, just a couple pluses and minuses real quick, if I might add. There was a lot of positives. I mean, two positives main come to my mind. One would be Rex Grossman solidifying that he does have talent. We know he has talent. The guy's pretty good. If you look, when he's doing good, he throws a deep ball well. You look at Benson, finally we see a big run. Finally we see him doing something. And coaching, like you guys said, pre-scripted what they wanted to do. And the minuses, of course, the offensive line, Fred Miller, flinching, cannot stop flinching. The guy can't stop flinching. Second of all, the defensive coordinators think maybe we should just give the guys 5 yards, a slant pattern, 5 yards, or give them something. We're not taking anything away, nothing at all. I don't see anything being taken away.
Well,
we just can be given.
Well, the defense is not what it was before. We know that. And I don't understand. They even did that last year sometimes, too. They lined up outside and gave that slant. And I don't know. I never did understand it. And I was taught differently. I was taught you never give up the inside, especially on a blitz. And the fact was, you know, that's when Tillman got burned. He let him run inside on him. That gives that guy, that quarterback, a lot of area to hit right away. The toughest throw was to the outside.
Out.
Yeah.
He angled to give him the inside, and that's amazing. That's amazing. It's just amazing to see that in an NFL football game.
Now, here's the other point they got to make. And you talked about Grossman. Grossman was 24 for 37. He had 266 yards. His average, which is really good, average gain was about 7.2. No interceptions, but no touchdowns. Does that kind of like tell you something somewhere along the line? What does it tell you? You thought a guy has thrown the football 37 times, right? Now you take Hasselbeck. He threw the football 44 times. All right, so he had a little bit more, maybe 6 or 7 throws more, whatever. Fact is, he threw 2 touchdowns. You go back to Grossman, 0 touchdowns. Is it Grossman's fault, or is it the fact that they didn't run to the damn touchdown into the end zones for him to make those plays?
We don't go to the end zone, Doug.
So what is it? When a guy throws the football 37 times, you're asking him to manage a football game. That's not good. If you want to throw 37 times, you've got to put 2 touchdowns at least on the board. And that's what I'm talking about. 20 points is not good enough. In this situation, if you're going to throw 37 times, you best come up with 2 touchdowns at least from your quarterback. Now you find out where the problem is. Is the plays, the wide receivers, or the quarterback? You tell me what the problem is.
Or the plan of attack, Doug.
That's what I'm saying, the coaches. And so what they got set up, there's something wrong with that figure. You can tell the kid, don't throw the ball away, which you didn't do, but you can't say don't throw touchdowns. We win the football game.
I'll tell you, Rex did look better today. He did. I mean, he did. I mean, he didn't
not
have
questioning that, Ed.
That scared look or that firing the ball up in the air.
Let me ask you something. You took Romo, took Brady, take Manning, take all these guys are up there, right? If they threw the football 37 times and had 0 touchdowns, there'd be an uprising. There'd be a total uprising. I saw Bart Starr. Jeez, how backed up did I go? I saw Favre throw 3 touchdowns today. That's what I'm talking about. Now, either you don't have the wide receivers to do it, or you don't have the quarterback to do it, or you don't have the coaching staff to do it. Somebody has got to tell me why.
Doug, we've got a tight end that can go deep down the field, a tight end that can go down the field on Olsen. Bernard Berring's got the speed, and obviously Devin Hester has the speed. We don't go, I believe, one time today, maybe twice, we tried to go deep on him for 4 quarters.
Let's go out to Sandhog in Ottawa. Sandhog, you're on the score.
How you doing, OB? Uncle Fuzzy, happy Thanksgiving to you.
Same to you, buddy.
I got 1,000,001 questions, but I'd like to start off with I got to blame this whole game on the coaches here. I don't think that last year I think they with that defense they had that any high school coach could have got to the Super Bowl. But my number one question was with Nathan Vasher. Do you think that if he would not have signed the contract that he signed and already had the money in the bank, think he might have been back already?
No, not at all. No, Sandhog, he's hurt. He'll be back out there because the contract is signed. He's not fighting for a contract. He has a contract.
That's what I'm saying. Since he's already got the money in the bank, I think he just kind of, if he didn't have that money there, he might have pushed himself a little bit faster to get out there because we're really missing him. I think since he's got that money there, that he, maybe he just ain't ready to come back.
I don't think he's healthy enough to come back. You're talking about a cornerback here that had to go out there and you have to cover. And I'll tell you one thing: you can't hide very much out of corner if your hamstring is bad or whatever is wrong with you. And I think Vasher's not that type of a guy anyway. I just think he just can't do it.
Yeah, Nathan Vasher's a quality kid.
And I don't think Sandhog that's the fact.
A quality guy.
Yeah. Let's go out to Eric and Normal. Eric, you're on the score.
Eric.
No, this is Pat.
Oh, Pat. You snuck in here. Okay, what's up?
This is Pat. I'm calling from Western New York, first-time caller.
Hey, well, thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Bills country, and they're not holding up well against the Pats, but that's another story.
Who does?
Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Gentlemen, like lifelong Bears fan, and this team is at this point so disorganized and lacks any identity at all.
You're right,
Pat. They have no identity. Tell me what kind of team they are. Tell me what kind of offense they are. What kind of defense they are.
This is what we're talking about.
They don't know what they want to do, and I think it starts at the top. I want to start with Jerry Angelo. How did he sit back and let that offensive line age and not make any moves? They're the oldest offensive line in the NFL. Fred Miller is beyond hope at this point. He got schooled. In the fourth quarter, he looked silly. It was like he was standing still.
He took a beating.
Well, Kearney got 3 sacks off him, plus the 2 false starts he got. The Bears had 4 false starts total, yeah.
I just, where do you start? I mean, we are so far behind the 8 ball at this point as far as personnel goes. And I got several points, and I won't hold you up, but Rex Grossman is not a bad quarterback. Rex Grossman is a decent quarterback playing behind a bad offensive line. Cedric Benson, he starts out, we've heard this over and over again, he starts out running the best he's ever done in the NFL. And they take him out of the game because they hold to the script. Let's use some imagination, Turner. What are you doing? What are you doing to the kid's psyche? He has that long run, then he comes back and he has another long run, and he disappears. The kid's on the bench. He doesn't even. They don't even let him get started. Peterson comes in. What did they think it was going to be like when they were switching up with Jones last year? He's not the same running back. Peterson is a good special teams player. He's not a special running back. He's an average running back. I mean, I could go on and on. And Olsen, they got to get Olsen involved. They got to get him. He's your first-round pick. He's a talented 6'6" tight end. And as far as I'm concerned, sees limited action. You got Rex Grossman with a cannon for an arm, and they go downfield 3 times in the entire game.
I didn't think they went that many.
I don't know, gentlemen. It's at this point tonight, it's discouraging to be a Bears fan. The Super Bowl seems like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it does. And the points you brought out, Ed and I have been talking about them most of the evening, and they're there. They're in front of everybody. And the fact is, going into this football game, we all thought that even Benson was below average, and he was. He was 2.6 average per carry. We didn't think that, he even had it. But the fact is, you said, well, give Peterson a chance. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that was going to be the case, then let him start the football game and let him run and get lathered up. Now, when you did go the other direction and you did script him, and all of a sudden your guy, your fourth pick in the first round, takes off, was shocked the hell out of me that he goes 43 yards and outran two defensive backs trying to get him. I'm saying, this is what I saw in Texas. He's coming out of it now. And when he went back to the bench, those players were all high-fiving, slapping. Everybody was excited. And he comes back and he rips off another 15. And then he's gone. Poof, in a puff of smoke. And next thing you know, you let him sit up and dry up like a prune on the sidelines, and you expect him to kickstart again? That's when you should have doubled his load and said, okay, fine, now you're cooking. Now this is what you did in Texas.
Doug, if they would have, because we don't know, but the thing that could have happened, should have, maybe might have, whatever terminology you want to use, if that kid runs like that whole first quarter and that second quarter, Doug, then how big does your play action become and your passing game and your deep passing game going to go? How good is it going to go, my friend? And totally walk away from what you were doing good. It's inexcusable, Doug.
Ed, it has to say something. And I want to go back to the quarterback situation again. And I do believe the Grossman looked good.
What it has to say, you got to question what's their coaches, what's their philosophy,
right?
What's their reasoning? What is their reasoning? What are people thinking about?
You rarely find a quarterback that don't throw touchdowns. 0 touchdowns. Very rarely when you throw the ball 37 times. And so what I'm saying is part of that.
Doug, the first quarter up until this game, in the first quarter, our offense scored 3 points. We scored 10, but 7 was from the special teams. Our offense up to this game, the 10th game, scored 3 points until we finally scored a touchdown in the first quarter today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you're going to go out there and you think you're going to beat a team like Seattle, you best have some power points. You best have something that says, here's a striker. When I use this, we can score a touchdown. This is what we're going to use for a touchdown. We got 0. We didn't even come close to throwing a football for a touchdown, did we?
No,
I don't think
I'm
so.
going to tell you what, Doug. It just goes back again to what I brought up here, and I brought it up last week, the week before. We don't know what the hell we are. We don't even know if we want to run the ball, how we're going to run it. We're going to pass the ball, how we're going to pass it. It
certainly is confusing. There's no question about it.
It definitely is. You just look at it, and that's what you see. That's what I see. Not unless somebody out there sees something different.
I saw something on the defense tonight that's trying to tell me who they are for this point. They're going to go after people, and they did. They sent their linebackers. They're just like they did with Oakland.
They did a little more window dressing, a little more camouflage. Yes, they did. Yes, they
got
did.
Burned a couple times, but you saw where they were going because they had to go in that direction. I don't know where the hell the offense is going, and the defense did get chewed up. There's no question. I'm not giving excuses for the defense.
No.
But the fact is, though, they were trying to do what they had to do. They no longer are that team that says to the offense, hey, here's 3 interceptions, enjoy yourself. When we don't get 3 interceptions off of 44 pass attempts, then there's something wrong with our defense.
Doug, when you get that chance, to have that year, you'd like to have years, and it rarely does it happen. Do you see a team, especially today, and of course New England is kind of, and lately Indianapolis Colts, they've been up there almost every year after year, especially New England for several years now, Doug. But basically it's that teeny-weeny, that's that short window that you have that shot to be the Super Bowl champions. You don't play for a tie. You don't play for an 8-8 season, a 9-7, or whatever it might be. Okay, you play to win the Super Bowl, and that window is short. And we had it last year, in the ability to seize the moment, because you don't know what tomorrow brings. You don't know if you'll be able to come back, and it flashed by us all.
It's gone by us. There's no question about
it's
gone by us, and I don't know if a lot of people will suggested that it would happen. I remember when I went to
history will tell you that, Doug.
Oh, I know history
will tell you that.
It does, but the fact is that I went to training camp. I watched these guys working out. I watched the offense until a man. Everybody watching them said, this is going to be the best offense I've ever seen with the Chicago Bears.
What I tell you and all the other pundits, I says, everybody looks good in shorts and T-shirts, my friend. Mm-hmm. Everybody looks like they're world beaters.
Let's go out to Norman Skokie. Norm, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, it's my privilege to talk to you. I've been following the Bears since 1946.
Wow.
I've seen some great players, and I include the two of you in there.
Well, thank you there, Norm.
Yeah, I've had some great moments, but I'm thoroughly disgusted today. When I heard the coach raise the white flag, and to me that's raising a white flag, when he says they're going to stop our running eventually anyway. And I remember years ago the Bears had a reputation. When you came in to play them, look out, because when the game was over, you'd be black and blue. I don't care how good you were, the Bears, when you played the Bears. And I can't understand why if George Halas were alive today, he would never stand for this kind of crap like that's going on today. I agree with the guy from Joliet a while back who said he's thoroughly disgusted. I'm disgusted. 61 years of following a team and watching some great plays and great moments and great players, and you have nothing. What I think has to be done, you have to get rid of the general manager, the coaching staff, everybody, clean house, and then maybe even the ownership, because I'll tell you this, you look at New England, you look at Indianapolis, you look at Dallas, even Denver at times. They're always retooling, redoing this. They lose players to injuries. They lose players to free agency. They come up with other players. They're playing ball. And when I see other teams on television that stretch the field and throw touchdown passes on, then I come back to this and I see 2- and 3-yard dinky passes and then 4th and 6 inches to go and you can't make it. This is strictly baloney.
Well, Norm, yeah, that 4th and 6 inches was the topper for me. I mean, that was the topper. And you talked about other teams, like you're talking about New England, you're talking about the Colts. Pittsburgh Steelers are the other team. They lose guys, they replace guys. I mean, that's all part of the thing.
Bill Carr was the head coach. That went on for 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
You know, he'd have that great team. Lose guys.
Somebody stepped right in there, found somebody, did something about it.
But you see, Doug, what you're seeing now is the frustration of the Bear fans. And, you know, and everybody I know, everybody New England, they're the greatest fans. They're the greatest fans. And let me tell you something. The greatest owner that this league in this town or anybody would be George Halas. And I had my bouts going back and forth with him. But again, Doug, and what you see today throughout the National Football League was a vision. And again, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, Doug, that this guy had a vision of what he thought about professional football, where it was and where it should go. And so all these teams, all these owners, and all these players today, just like what Norm said with George Halas, where the hell would they be, Doug, if it wasn't for one guy and one guy alone, George Halas? Where would all of this be if there wasn't a guy like him?
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on The Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss, 30-23 to Seattle. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears and their loss to Seattle, 30-23. Lady, let's go back out to Owen in Willowbrook. Owen, you're on The Score.
Hi, Doug and Ed. How are you?
How you doing, Owen?
Oh, just fine. Hey, I just want to comment two things. First of all, on that 4th and short play that we didn't make, and then secondly about the philosophy of this coaching staff and how they game plan. First of all, on that 4th and short, I don't mind us running off tackler up the middle, but the offensive coordinator calls a play where everybody in the stands knows we're going to run it up the middle, which is fine. But you know they're going to bring their goal line defense, and he's asking our guard, our left guard, to pull, to be the lead blocker, and then he's asking Kreutz to come across. It's too far with them and a goal line defense to ask them to do that. That's terrible offensive coaching. It's a bad scheme. How about just a straightforward blocking where you don't have to try and finesse a team?
Actually, Owen, it should have been a quarterback sneak.
No doubt.
Period. That's number one play.
Yeah.
And they did do that afterwards. Remember, another short yardage, they did a quarterback sneak with Grossman. They should have did it in that situation.
So I mean, there's a guy who doesn't know blocking schemes making a call like that. And then what I'd like to do is talk about this coaching staff's philosophy on how they coach. You know, he made a comment. They threw 44 times. We didn't get picks. We didn't win. And I understand you need turnovers. But how do you game plan for turnovers to win. I think you have the game plan to execute, hope to get turnovers and win. Last year, when we had 2 weeks to prepare against this team, and we ended up getting a fumbled snap by Hasselbeck at midfield. If he doesn't mishandle that ball, we lose that playoff game. We don't even know if this guy's brought back. You can't just say we have to get turnovers to win. How about planning to execute? Stop them straight up, execute, and win a game. Don't use those turnovers and not getting turnovers as an excuse for not winning. I can't see how you can say the other team has to make mistakes for us to win.
That's exactly what he's saying. He's been saying that for the last 3 years. That's why we had 44 takeaways last year, but we had 36 turnovers, and we were +8 ratio, which is damn good. But think about it. If last year takeaways would have been the same as this year's takeaways, where do you think would have ended up last year? Super Bowl? Playoffs? I don't think so. And so, yeah, that's what he counts on. They count on that. What I'm saying, what Ed is saying, put something together offensively and don't count on the defense. Figure a way out to score points. Put points on the board.
Doug, I like your way you've analyzed the Bears' offense the last few years under Lovie Smith. He wants an offense that is geared not to score points.
Bingo.
Special teams and defense with takeovers, that's how we're going to win.
They'll protect us, our guardian angels. There they are right above us, floating along.
All hell's broken loose now, pal.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Eric in Normal. Eric, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys? Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Same to you, Eric.
Doug, you spoke at our United Way in Pontiac a couple years ago.
Oh, I remember. That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, you did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
My point is, I think you guys are really letting Babich off the hook a little bit here. Danielle Manning, to me, doesn't do anything. Adam Archuleta's best days are way past him. I mean, I'm watching this game, and defensively, they look lost. They look confused. They look like they don't care. The defensive line, where's Anderson been this year, guys? I'm sorry. I think Bruce Babich's job ought to be on the line. If we're going to rip, and we should, on Turner, I think Babich is just as guilty as anybody. And I'm watching this game going, where's the defense? Because last year, you guys know as well as I do, you scored 20 points, you could, quite frankly, win that game. This year, you got to go score 40 to win because the defense is clueless as to what they're doing out there. And I think it starts with Danielle Manning, and Archuleta. And then after that, all hell breaks loose.
You know, Eric, those are good points, but how do you change that? Is it Babich's fault that Archuleta is there? That Mike Brown went down? And so what I'm saying, too, though, there hasn't been a lot. Then you have to go up the ladder a little bit higher when you start talking about individual players, because these guys are lost. Archuleta don't belong out there with this team. And I guarantee he won't be back there next year. But who made that call? Who brought him in? You let a guy like Chris Harris go, a young kid, not bad, starting for Carolina. So a lot of times when you start talking about guys and coaching, a lot of times, too, though, you're bringing players in. You only have so many players to use. Now what do you do?
Yeah, you know what, Eric? Eric, you talk about Chris Harris. That thing that's right in my crawl, Doug. I can't believe it. We let that kid go. It's so tough to find a defensive back, and that kid had a lot of promise, and we let him go for a 5th-round draft choice. What were they thinking about? We let Thomas Jones go. Our window was now to win the Super Bowl. And what do? You take people that can contribute, that are true, bona fide winners, and that's how you gear a team to play. People that can win for you. And we had 2 of them gone in 1 year, gone.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on The Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Bruce on the north side. Bruce, you're on The Score.
How you guys doing? You and Ed O'Bradovich really put light on something that really was terrible today with the Bears. What I've realized, and the same thing I was thinking, is that why did they pull Benson out after those good runs? I really think that part of it, to me, falls on really Ron Turner. I think Ron Turner really doesn't want to run the ball. he puts Adrian Peterson out there as some kind of short passing dimension. I really don't think he wants to run the ball, and I don't think Ron Turner really knows how to utilize the running game. I think he's the problem. I really think the Bears really need to seriously consider getting rid of this man. This guy, he's horrible. I mean, some of the play calls, some of the third down plays are just horrible. I really think that if the Bears could find any offensive coordinator, it could be anybody, even a high school kid, I think this offense will improve because I think that some of the players on that team are decent because it's just the way you see the patterns of how the quarterbacks play. Greasy and Grossman don't seem to play well. I mean, there's difference, but you see similarities in the mistakes aside from the dropping the snapping ball of Grossman dropping the ball at the snap. The similar mistake between Grossman and Greasy, the same, and to me that falls on Ron Turner and the fact that Lovie Smith is naive to take those kind of plays from Ron Turner. And another thing too with me is that when you guys said that the plays are scripted, I agree. Like you said, if they saw Bissell was running well, they should have rearranged the plays on the fly. And if Ron Turner can't adjust while the game's in progress, then maybe he shouldn't be an offensive coordinator on the Bears or even an NFL. Period. He's just horrible. I mean, really, Turner is horrible. The Bears really have to take a gut check and look at what kind of offensive coordinator Turner is.
I got to tell you, there's no question about the Benson thing, and I would think that most people or most coaches have found if they were coaching that game and Benson was doing as well as he was, that you would not have given him the rein and say, go for it. Let's see what you can do. You could change your mind. I mean, there's no rule said that Adrian Peterson had to play. If you get a guy that's hot and is doing well, because not only for this football game, like we keep saying, for the future of the Bears, you need to find out if you have a running back. Going into this football game, we all were second-guessing Cedric Benson with a 2.6 average last week and 3-point average overall. And now he cracks one out for 43, then 15, and he's on a roll. Would you even give him more? Say, hey, this is what we have, man. Look, this may be coming to fruition right now.
Bruce, the thing that's a little maddening about this whole situation is where this coaching staff wants to take this team on both sides of the ball. That we're a running team. Well, we ran the ball. Our running backs ran the ball 16 times. Benson, 11, and Peterson, 5. 16 times. And quickly here, Bruce, what happens, not unless things have drastically changed, but the normal is in the National Football League. You have your offensive coordinator and his offensive coaches and your defensive coordinator and his defensive coaches. You get your stats from all the quality people, and you put together a game plan how to attack your opponent because you've got their stats, what they've been doing for the 3 previous games, and then you put it together and you sit down with the head coach and present what you want to do offensively and present what you want to do defensively, and the head coach puts his stamp or his approval on both sides of the ball. That's normally how it works in the National Football League.
And if you're not going to run the football, like you said you wanted to run the football, and you only have 15 attempts,
16.
Then if you're going to throw the football 37 times, then you better come up with touchdowns throwing the football. You can't have it both. In other words, if I'm going to
utilize the whole field, Doug. Well, if you're going to pass the ball game,
then score touchdowns.
That's right.
Throw
utilize
touchdowns.
The whole field.
If you're going to do that, you're going to throw that many times, throw touchdowns. So if you choose to be a passing team, then if you are a passing team, throw touchdowns. That's all part of it.
Doug, it's so simple. If you're going to stretch the field, you got your short game, your intermediate game, your wide outs, your over the middle plays, your fly patterns, you got all this. But you've got to incorporate it in the football game. And when you go deep, when you have Rex Grossman throw a 45, 50, 60-yard bomb, 70, whatever it might be, if the ball gets tipped, if it gets intercepted, fine. You pump the ball anyway, right? So it's not as bad as you think it is. But he could catch the ball or interference because in today's football, you cannot even touch a receiver. So why not put that in your offensive scheme of things? I understand the intermediate to short game, but for heaven's sakes, let's stretch the field. Let's give the defense some headaches. We've got some speed on our offensive wideouts in Berrien and Devin Hester. Utilize them.
It's an indictment against the offense that throws the football that many times, and you have your quarterback in Grossman who does not throw a touchdown. That's an indictment on what you're doing and how you're planning to score points. You don't throw 37 times and not score a touchdown by your quarterback to one of your wide receiver, tight end, or somebody. And that in itself tells you the story about what's going on here. Because they always think, and what you just said before, what I said, what everybody said, don't worry, the defense will take care of it. Everything will be fine. The defense will get us the takeaway. They'll be fine. Just don't turn it over now. And we didn't turn it over.
Well, it's not fine.
It's not fine.
No.
Because you got to put points on the damn board. Let's go out to Hutch in Buffalo Grove. Hutch on the score.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you for bringing me in. And I want to remind you, I've called you before because I'm the guy that taught Craig Clemens and Dave Gallagher to swim.
Oh, yeah, Hutch.
Well, hey, when Benson took that second play from scrimmage and he took it to a touchdown, they opened a hole he could go through, and he pulled away from the safety, number 20 number. He pulled away. I was impressed. This kid's got speed when he gets rolling. He's a big boy. But most of the time, it seems like he gets caught by the ankle or something before he even gets to the line, you stole my thunder from me, Doug, earlier, just a little earlier. I think the criticism of this kid might be wrong. That it's the line or the line schemes, because I've always thought that this is where the hole is. This is where you go, and you just and if it takes your help of momentum to open that hole.
Well, the thing what he did with that one though, he cut back. He made a nice move, which a lot of major backs do to get open and get into the outside because everybody else over pursued and made the touchdown. All I'm saying and all OB is saying is he did it one time. Give him the rock. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if he has more attempts, not 11 attempts, for the whole game. And so you say to yourself, okay, fine, you didn't do that. All right, you went away from the running game. But you went to the passing game. What I'm saying is if you do that, and you throw 37 times, and out of those 37 times you can't find a touchdown pass in the end zone, then you've done something wrong.
Here,
simple as that.
Hutch. Here, our head coach, we're a running team. We come off the bus running, okay? If, in fact, we're a running team, how do you run the ball 16 times with your running backs?
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back. Thanks to my partner, Ed Obradovich, David Schuster, live from Seattle, Brian Peruk on the updates, our producers, Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, and Herb Lawrence. And thanks to all the great callers and listeners. I'll be on tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 with Lawrence Holmes on Chicago NFL Live. Stay tuned for Sporting News Radio. Good night, everybody. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears, 37. That's correct, 37. And we're talking about Denver, 34. The Bears down 14 points, fight their way back. We see drop footballs by the Bears, penalties, TDs called back. Hester, 2 TDs runs. One on a punt return, one on a kickoff return. A block punt that sets up a touchdown. A great catch by Berrien. I am telling you, this game went every direction. I was swearing at the offense, say they couldn't beat anybody. And in 5 minutes, they scored 2 touchdowns. The one thing you got to hand it to the Bears about, they stayed in the football game.
Well, Doug, you got in that 5 minutes of 2 touchdowns.
Block
that was
punt.
a special teams blocking a punt.
Sure.
That was special teams blocking a punt. And this Todd Sauerbrunn, I remember when he was with the Bears, Doug. Remember he was a rookie. He had a big mouth. And obviously it's continued to Denver. And we're not afraid of Devin Hester opening his big mouth all week. Well, what's that? Beware of what you wish for.
And on top of that, he was laying on his ass as he ran
both
by
times,
him twice.
As Devin Hester
he
blew
was
right by
down,
him. They got to check him and see if he got a cold from a wind burn from Devin Hester.
I got to tell you, though, Ed, it didn't look good. It didn't look good for 3 quarters. It didn't look good. The third quarter, we only had like 12 yards offensively, something
Doug,
like that.
in the third quarter, I believe we had 12 total yards.
Right.
And no first downs. I mean, if this was reversed here, Doug, if we'd lost this football game, I mean, I've got tons of pages of ugliness, of absolute stupidness, and things that have been done and plays that were called. But they won the game. Now they're still alive in the hunt.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though. That was a class catch at the end of the game with Berrien. They're pumping for a slant. He goes to the outside. Rex gets rid of the football. Berrien makes a hell of a catch. I mean, that's pro stuff. That's what you need to get done if you're going to put points on the board. I mean, I question some things. I first of all, I thought Cedric Benson was running pretty damn well until he got hurt. He runs for 21 yards and busts up his ankle. He's out of it. Peterson comes in, makes some big plays catching the football. Then on top of that, the one touchdown he had, I mean, he never stopped running. It was just churning and churning and churning, and it was only 4 yards. He gets the touchdown. So there were a lot of individual efforts. The block punt, give that to Hester, like we said. The fact is they had a penalty, had to punt it again. They wanted to punt it to the corner. He tries to punt it to the corner. In comes Peanut Tillman, makes the block on it because the fact he was trying to go to the corner, was stepping to that side, blocks the punt, and then, of course, we score off of that. There were so many things happening in this football game that, we get a touchdown called back. Olsen, beautiful play. We got our tackle Tate holding. Other tackle Miller holds the next time. Next thing you know, it's 3rd and 28 or 3rd and 37. So we got a lot of bad penalty calls, a lot of holding calls, all in all. But when that smoke was cleared, the fact was they came back after those 14 points. Now, am I happy when I saw with the offense at the beginning of the game? No. In the first half, no. And what was going on with our drop passes? My Lord, you're talking about Moose dropping, Olsen dropping. Really should have 2 passes catching. So all of a sudden, Rasheed Davis makes a big catch. This game was totally confusing, but the most important thing about this football game, the Bears came back. They were 14 points down. They could have laid down and played dead. They didn't do that.
Well, actually, play action came in a couple of plays big time, Doug. And the Bears ran the ball, attempted 32 rushes today, Doug, for 122 yards. So they really didn't abandon the run. And then we had 33 attempts passing, of which we connected on 17 for 193 yards. But we had a 3.8-yard average rushing, Doug. But I think anytime when you get near that 35 mark, and that's what we have to do, somehow, some way, we're going to be in a game and we're going to win it. I know there's a lot of negatives in that first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, about what the Bears did, but the one thing is, Doug, they did not give up. I'm talking about the players out there. They stayed in the game, and if it's this, it's that, something happens. You know who kept us in the game, Doug? Special
Hester.
teams.
Sure they did.
Special teams.
Right.
My Lord, Devin Hester. I mean,
it's no question about it.
Doug, that's the reality.
Yeah.
The special teams kept us in this game.
Hey, hold it. It was
over. And if it wasn't in a game, the game would have been a blowout. Okay, that's the reality of it. But then again, this is what happened. So be it.
You got to score the points at the end of the game if you want to win it. That's what they did do. I mean, there were some calls. For example, how do you call a quarterback draw down near the goal line to the slowest guy in the NFL? He needed 8 yards. He gets 6, and then ends up fumbles the football.
Doug, let's go with that because that was really important.
Yeah, I know.
Because we're down in the red zone, okay? And we call 3 running plays in a row, of which it's 3rd and 6. And they plan quarterback draw, again, like you said, to the slowest person in the National Football League. It didn't work, okay? My point is, we're down in the red zone. Why didn't we go to play-action pass? Why didn't we try to score a touchdown? On first down, why didn't we try to score a touchdown on second down? Why didn't we try to score a touchdown on third down? That's the reality of it, folks. And when you look at that, and that one time, and it's short little, what were we on, 11-yard line? So I can't even remember, Doug. 10-yard line, whatever it was. And not one time did we try to go into the end zone to score a touchdown. That is not smart football. Any way you want to cut it.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. Chicago in a miracle beats the Broncos 37-34.
Unbelievable.
Believe it, because it did happen.
Yes,
we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon talking about the Chicago Bears win 37-34 over the Denver Broncos.
Somebody texted me and said, thank heaven for Devin.
Hester. Yeah.
Thank heaven for Devin.
I got to tell you.
And again, how about the field position again in this game?
They got it.
Which has been consistent all year, Doug.
Right. And they got to take advantage of it. They did not take advantage of it at the beginning of the game. It was in the 50-yard line a couple of times. They didn't get it. But here's another little tidbit, though. I got to tell you, I'm going back to the defense. And once again, I think you can't count on a defense because it's not the same defense we had last year. But I got to tell you, This Archuleta is starting to kill me. I mean, Archuleta, he misses a tackle. He gets beat deep by a Scheffler, by the tight end. There were a couple times out there. Plus the defensive ends. What the hell were they doing? Why weren't they containing? I mean, they gave him the stutter step inside. They're watching the fullback. Next thing they toss it to the outside. Those defensive ends are supposed to be outside to protect themselves. You still got to pinpoint some of these things that they're doing wrong.
Doug, that's been all year long.
Oh, I know.
That
it
has
hasn't
been
changed.
all year long.
Hasn't changed either.
And they tried it mostly after Mark Anderson. Because when the ball goes the other way, he comes so hard down the line. Now, I don't know why somebody can't teach him because he has containment. What he does, he has to go as deep as that football goes. If the quarterback has the ball and he goes 10 yards, that's how deep he goes. So he can't let anybody come back at him. And time after time, game after game, we continue to see the same thing. I mean, it's right there. We all see it.
Well, the fact is, he's watching that fullback with the stutter step, and he gets sucked inside. But they made some big plays with Hall on the outside, which cost us. Our coverage, again, with Archuleta is very difficult because he can't cover. They had him on man on Scheffler on the outside. There's no way in hell he can cover. He manhandled the guy all the way down. Lucky he didn't call a penalty on top of it.
This is one of the games. I wonder how many people are out there listening to us, driving in their car or at home, scratching their head and saying, how the hell did we win that football game?
I'm going to tell you something.
Woo!
That, again, and you mentioned special teams by coming with Hester, those 2 touchdowns, because he answered the call every time. He comes back and scores punt and kickoff returns. And then the block punt to me was humongous.
Doug.
In fact, they're going to get that block punt on the 13-yard line, and now we're going to score again.
You know how we won? There's 3 reasons why we won. Special teams, and special teams.
And
that's the bottom line. That's how the hell we won that football game. Plus the fact that the players didn't give up. They played hard all the way through, Doug.
That I'm going to
The kids
give.
out there, the Bears, they played hard all the way through. But I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for special teams, we're not even close to a victory. Not even close.
No. And we're going to give them that because, you know what, to come down and not lay down and play dead at 14 points.
You're damn right. They played hard.
Let's go out to Kurt in Bravewood. Kurt, on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing? It's an honor to talk to both of you guys. First-time caller.
Thank you, Kurt.
I hate to steal a catchphrase from someone else, but Devin Hester is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you're right. And, if it wasn't for special teams, we're not in this game.
We're blown out.
But, the good thing is they won. They stuck together and they won the game.
They didn't give up.
No, sir, they didn't. And I sure hope that they stick together and just keep playing football, because you never know what can happen. Any given Sunday was the phrase, isn't it?
Well, it is, and the fact is you have to do that. There's no question. But if you want to pick out certain things in this football game, I could tell you that if it wasn't for Hester last year, we wouldn't have went to the Super Bowl either, because Hester did do a lot last year. And everybody forgets about field position, not only about his returns. That was big. He did do that. But don't forget, too, at the beginning of the game, remember we all screamed and yelled, what the hell is he doing reaching for the football when he muffed it? He reaches for it, he bounces around. And then I think that gave, Denver got a little cocky and said, wait a minute here. Maybe we got this guy maybe normal. Let's go get him. Well, he showed them. Come back and return that punt return and also that kickoff return. A lot of mistakes out there today, a ton of mistakes. And I still have to go back. And I think we should pick out some people. I'm talking about the offense. Our offensive tackles, Miller and Tate, this Dummerville, whatever his name is, beat the hell out of him on a couple of times, caught for holding. That cost us. There's no question about it. Drop footballs. Moose drops one. You got guys dropping. I think Olsen should have caught 2 he didn't catch. You can't do that. There were third down situations to get you to first down. You had going into the fourth quarter, you had your quarterback with a rating of 35. In the third quarter, what did we gain? 12 yards, Ed?
12 yards. Total of 12 yards.
Total of 12 yards.
No
in the
first
downs. Offense.
No.
And then we get beat by a bomb. Manning Jr. gets beat by the bomb on a corner by the kid out there, Marshall, 65 yards for a touchdown. It just didn't look good.
Doug, you know what? You were talking about some stats. Sometimes they tell. Basically the statistics are for the losers, so to speak. But anyways, we won this football game, Doug, with 4 turnovers.
Yeah.
We gave up the ball 4 times and won this football game.
How many takeaways do we have?
2.
2 takeaways.
2.
And we caused 2 more and didn't get them.
Right.
And that was part of it.
We gave up the ball 4 times.
Yeah.
And we won this football game.
Because
what a bizarre game.
Anytime you get special team play like that, which basically gave you 3 touchdowns,
right,
you got a good chance of winning the football game. That's the only reason. But you can't count on that. What I'm saying is you can't count on that to happen every game.
Doug, the point where Doug and I were sitting there listening and talking about this, when you're down on the 13-yard line, 1st and 10 yard to go, 1st and 10 to go on the 13-yard line, and at one time do you attempt to score a touchdown? We're a 4-6 football team. We have won 4 games and losing 6 coming into this game. And we're on our opponent's 13-yard line, and we have Greg Olson 6'6", 6'5", Des Clark 6'5", Musa Muhammad 6'3", and not one time do we attempt to go in the end zone and score a touchdown, whether it was play action, a bootleg, a rollout. Not one time do we even attempt to do that. And if they are covered, you throw it away. That's not sound football to me.
Yeah, the only time they went to the end zone was Olsen. He caught the touchdown, and that's when Tate called holding.
Right.
And they brought it back. But where was the tight ends prior to this? You saw Des Clark at the end because we knew play action would be the key. We knew the 2 corners were real good for Denver. The middle of the field would be open. We hit it one time. We come back with the play action. Of course, Des Clark makes a big play during that last drive. There's so many things to look at here and say, what's going to happen with this team? I don't know. I swear to you, I don't know. What I saw today, the first 3 quarters, I was looking for pencils to put in my neck. I mean, that's how disgusting it was. It was nothing there. Nothing said this was a football team. But in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden, there it is. It comes alive. All of a sudden, all these plays come out of nowhere. Where were they at the beginning of the game? I mean, can't you find guys at the beginning of the game? It seems like that we have to be under duress to find a way to move the offense. Because the other way, we're sitting there conservatively and just don't want to make a mistake, except they went deep once. I don't mind them going deep. The ball got intercepted. That's fine with me. He's trying to put points on the board.
Doug, we got to find a way to move the ball offensively. I mean, that's just
score touchdowns, Ed.
Yes, we have to. I mean, I don't care. When you consistently, and it's been happening the first 11 games this year, consistently great field position, okay?
All the time.
And we struggle to get a third down, and when we're in the red zone, we don't go to get 6 points. You know, it's not like we've got this winning record or whatever have you. I mean, come on. What is going on here? Where's your thinking? What are you people thinking about?
It just seems to me, Ed, think about this. When the Bears' offense looks good, when they're forced into saying that we have to go get a touchdown, why don't you use that thinking at the beginning of the game? Pretend you're down 30 points when you come out in the first quarter. Pretend it's over with and see what you can do with the football. Because they do move it. But it's always at the end, or it's always some time when you say, you know what, they're not expecting it. You've got to put some more points on the board. Now, at the end, they did do that. But Hester, 2 touchdowns, block punt. These things all came from the special teams and a defense set up with 2 turnovers. So what you're looking at here is still an offense that is inadequate.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Doug, and if we want the Bears to win. We all want them to win.
Oh, of course.
We want them to go to Super Bowl every year. I mean, come on. I mean, that's a given. But, boy, when there's some glaring things out there that aren't happening, and for what reason or reasons, I have no idea. And, I mean, I don't understand some of these moves, some of these play calls. And I can tell you this, Doug, we've got 5 more games to go. And would I love to see our special teams play like they did today? Kickoff return, a punt return, a block punt, give you field position. I don't know if that's going to happen for the next 5 games. So who's got to step up on both sides of the ball? The defense gave up 2 long drives.
3.
Well, I'm talking the second half, Doug.
Oh.
Okay.
3 total.
Yeah, right. 2 really long drives when it really counted for us to stop. They couldn't stop them, and we had problems all day today. So we came out with a win. This coaching staff, again, better take a long, hard look at themselves on how they want to attack people. And I'm glad we got the victory, Doug. And so what, we got the Giants coming in next week.
And they got
and the Vikings
today,
pounded them today.
They got beat up.
So, I don't know. Maybe we got a little luck on our side,
well,
kid.
I'll take the luck, and there's no question. I'll take what they did, and I'll take the comeback, and I'll take all of that. It'll go in the books, and it'll say 37-34 Bears. But like I said, they've got to address a lot of these things. They got to address what's going on, and see even some of the tackling again back on defense. We're seeing some poor tackling again. I mean, you can't afford to do that. I know the defense is overwhelmed. It's got some of his guys are hurt. But you got to make up for that. There were some good plays. There were some great plays defensively. But
individual efforts.
Same thing in offense. I mean, that Peterson run for 4 yards was just outstanding. That was all hard.
About it.
That was all hard. I mean, the kid was pounding and pounding. And on top of that, we got to take a look at Benson. Benson had 8 carries for 47 yards, 5.9 yard average, and his last run was 21 yards before he got hurt. I thought he was hitting the hole well, but I also saw him. You remember when they were going in for a score for a touchdown? They give him the football. They ain't nobody nowhere near him, and he falls down. You remember that? All of a sudden, then we have to kick a field goal. So there's all kind of little things in this football game that drives you nuts. But when that's all said and done with, the idea is to win the football game and do what you have to do to win the game. And I think the Bears did that today. They did not quit.
No, they didn't.
They did not quit. Let's go out to Billy and Danville. Billy on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? I got a couple points I'd like to make, and then I have a question I think you guys will like to talk about here. First of all, Devin Hester, wow, that goes without saying. Secondly, the game today was a carbon copy of last year, and exactly why last year was a mirage. Special teams won the game. Our defense allowed the other team to move the ball on them at will, yet they got a takeaway here and there. The offense, when they did score, they were set up by awesome field position because of the special teams on that blocked punt. My question is, and I want you guys to talk about this, I cannot stand Grossman. I realize not everything has been his fault with the O-line and the receivers dropping some balls. But here's my question. In the last 15 years of the NFL, or for any for that matter, I would like for you guys to tell me how many QBs have been successful that have been vertically challenged and can't scramble at the same time. There are none. You have Flutie, you have Garcia, who were vertically challenged, yet they could scramble, they could move. You had guys like Bledsoe, who could not move, but were tall and could see the field. Am I the only Bears fan that thinks a game like today is only prolonging the agony?
Well, here's the point. The point is, what you said about Grossman is absolutely true. I mean, it's a scouting report. You know, the thing about, and that's exactly what you tell about Grossman. I mean, there's no question, going into the fourth quarter, his quarterback rating was 35. And I've said this many times before. He's not going to get any taller, guys. He's not going to get any quicker. The only thing that can happen is he's got to get smarter for him to be able to play in the National Football League. And going into that last round, it didn't look like that was going to happen. But on top of that, though, when you do get a quarterback that's really close to the edge of having a good game or a bad game, you can't have your wide receivers doing what we were doing, dropping the football. The fact is that, it's unbelievable. I mean, just dropping the football. And I even saw Olsen with a couple drops. That in itself is a problem. And then your offensive line. The kid's getting pressure. I'm going to jump all over Grossman a lot, but I'm going to tell you something. Those two tackles we have are killing us. And I don't know how long they can hang on, because all you got to do is get a speed guy out there. Next thing you know, they're around them. And the next thing you know, they either get a holding call or Grossman gets whacked, which he did a couple times today and fumbled. So it's out there. I mean, it's weak. We got some weak things, and I don't know how we're going to do this, what's going to happen in the draft. All I know is they got to start drafting from the offensive line to the wide receivers to the running back and to the quarterback. Whatever. Take your choice. That's the only thing that's going to help this offense.
Billy, I hope when you called, I hope you weren't driving, because I've got an answer for you, pal. I hope you're sitting down at home. Our general manager, Jerry Angelo, was asked the question today exactly about the quarterback situation now and going into next year. And he said they are totally happy the way the quarterback situation is.
Yeah, and he also said that Benson is running up to his ability also. I mean, he's made that move.
Okay. Let me say it one more time.
Yeah.
He's totally happy. He's totally happy where we are with our quarterback situation, our three quarterbacks.
You know what, Ed?
Okay. Maybe he is, Doug. But
here's the deal. The fact is there are no quarterbacks out there. And see, this is what I'm looking at, and you got to really think about this. The Ravens have bad quarterback problems all over the place. But at one time, they had a kid named Derek Anderson at their quarterback. He was their quarterback. He was like the third or fourth quarterback. And they said, well, we don't need this kid. So Cleveland takes him. He's now
in Cleveland.
Now he's in Cleveland. Everybody and their brother wants Derek Anderson as their quarterback. My point is this very simple. Find out what Kyle Orton can do, because it may be the same damn situation. Anderson didn't win 10 games like Orton did his first game. So would you not look at this kid? Because I am telling you, go out to the free agency. There are no quarterbacks. He may be sitting on your bench. You better find out what this kid can do, because that happened to Baltimore. I am telling you, Derek Anderson was sitting on Baltimore. Baltimore let him go. They let him go to Cleveland. And what do you know now? Everybody and their brother wants a shot at Derek Anderson to be their quarterback.
Right, exactly.
And so Kyle Orton's got to be out there. If you want to look at something, look at Kyle Orton and see what you have.
Do you believe real quickly here, Doug, that Lovie Smith will allow this to happen?
I'm going to tell you something. If they don't,
got 5 games left. I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you believe it? Under whether we're winning, losing, or what do you think he will allow this to happen?
Do you think that it will happen? I honestly think it will happen.
No, you do.
Yeah.
So you think Lovie Smith will allow that quarterback change?
I don't know if Lovie Smith or if it's Jerry Angelo, but it makes sense. I understand they're still in the hunt, for now because they won this
I understand.
football
It
game.
makes sense, Doug.
Right.
My question to you is, do you think it'll happen?
You said, repeat what he said about the quarterbacks. I want you to tell me.
He said,
what did he say?
Quote
it.
Quote him. Today he said, ask him about the quarterback situation.
Right.
He said, I believe I think it was like we are completely happy with the quarterback situation that we have now.
He did not say we are happy with Grossman. Read it, did he? We're not happy with Greasy. So when he's leaving it open, and what I'm saying by leaving it open like that, Ed, you've got to take a look at Kyle Orton and see what you have. And if they don't do that, then that's a sin. I mean, that's a sin.
Well, I think this question was all referring to the upcoming draft. But, I mean, I think it was a poor choice of words. I think you should have an open mind if you're the general manager, especially what's going on this year.
Ed, he said that Benson is playing up to his ability. That was about 3 weeks ago, which we all knew he wasn't. And if that was his ability, he should never have been drafted in the first damn place. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions to answer. I'm not going to throw water on this parade today because the Bears, to me, that was one hell of a comeback. To me, that took a lot of guts, a lot of courage. Things are really going out there, but some of these things you got to point out. Let's go out to Popper in Linker Park. Popper, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. How are you?
How you doing, Popper?
Good. I agree they definitely got to take a look at Orton. But definitely the ineptness of the offense is showing through each week. They can't move the ball properly. Then they are able to move the ball late in the game when they're down. Now they don't have Cedric Benson. They need to change up the play calling. They really need to do something different, and they can solve everything in one simple word. Trick plays, each more elaborate than the next. You got to keep the defense off balance. I'll beat off things and listen to your answer.
Well, first of all, trick plays, that in itself, you may have one or two, and that's fine. You can't live with it because you'll die. Eventually you'll die. And what they have to do is get something solid. Now, the one thing that I did like, if you saw when Cedric Benson ran, it was third down, wasn't it? It was 3rd and 4, and they spread everybody out and they ran them. So that's when you have to start thinking, how do I do something different? And I got to take my players and find a position for them to make plays. Like, for example, there's no question that you look at Greg Olsen as being one of your guys. You got to find ways for him to score. You need to do that. And they did that today. But once again, their offensive line held and called it back. Grossman, like I said, there were times he was on, balls would drop. Next time he wasn't on, it did the whole offense look a mess. It looked like a terrible mess for 3 quarters and fourth quarter going. And you say to yourself, wait a minute, Doug, they won the game at the end. Sure, they won at the end. They did great at the end. But you can't very many endings like this, guys. Let me tell you something. If Hester doesn't run those 2 back for touchdowns and we don't block that punt, this score could have been 40-0. And we couldn't have scored whatsoever. So you got to understand that. I know that's part of your team, but if you want to get better and go somewhere, you need to do something about your offense and be able to score more points.
A win's a win, Doug, and again, the thing that we point out that they played hard. On both sides of the ball. The players out there, Doug, they didn't give up. They were hustling, fighting, and doing everything they could to eke out a win here. And boy, it was a crazy game to see.
It was weird.
I mean, my Lord.
Totally
it was
weird.
Just things that were happening out there were just bizarre. But we won the game. And are we still alive? Yeah, we're still alive. We're 5-6 now, and we've got New York coming in. So hopefully, we'll be ready for him, Doug.
Well, we
I
have
hope
to
so.
be. In fact, it's like Peterson's going to have to be the guy now. Now you're going to see more of Garrett Wolf. And, there were times today Peterson looked good. I mean, what he was doing. Other times he didn't, but the fact is the block may not have been there. But one thing about Peterson, he's giving you what he has. Everything he has at every time. And I like that. So maybe that'd be a big part of it. The offensive line, who knows? I mean, are they getting older? Can they do it? Can the offensive tackles do it, Ed? I mean, they get speed rushes ruin us when they come from the outside. And then there's the blitz. They get, we don't have a chance to pick up blitz. He got murdered by Bly. Bly came flying in on the outside. No one picked him up. They didn't recognize the blitz. So
well, Doug, they got to move that pocket around a little bit. I mean, if that's also going to help. I mean, you can keep both backs maximum protection. Okay, keep your tight end, to check them down and then go out into the flatter or for like a 6 or 7 yard hook. But also you can move that pocket to help especially our right offensive tackle, to help him out a little bit.
And
Doug.
the other thing,
that you can actually do.
Sure, you can do that, and I think you should. He did try to roll out one time, remember,
yes.
and try to make a move. Yeah. The other thing that bothered me was the defense. They gave up an 84-yard drive, a 68-yard drive, an 89-yard drive. These long drives are killing us. And yet again, on the other hand, this is really unusual. There was one time that the offense for Denver was 0-9 on third down conversions.
Right.
First half.
They never converted on third down.
They only ended up with 1 or 2, possibly. And the Bears Bears are like number 5 in the league on third down conversions. They also are number 1 in the league in 1, 2, and 3 and outs on defense. They're 30. They have 38 of them. So what's going on? What's happening? There's the breakdown that happens, whether it's that touchdown pass that you saw that happen, the 65-yarder, or, missed tackles. Again, missed tackles are a big part of it.
Yes.
It's just mind confusing. You just can't say they're so you can't pin them down and say who they are. There are times they look like they're world beaters. Other times they look like they couldn't beat anybody.
Well, here, if you look at the great teams, Doug, in the National Football League,
consistent.
and what their consistency, that's the word. Okay, consistency at all the positions, and that's the one thing. What are we lacking? We don't have consistency on offense. We don't have consistency on defense. The only place where we're consistent at is special teams, and that's why we're still alive, and that's why we won 5 football games so far this year, and we're still in the hunt in the NFC.
Ed, you're absolutely right. I think you did me.
That's what it's about.
You did me a favor here by saying it that way because, you can check the good, and the guy's so good, you say, why can't they be that all the time? Then they're check the bad, and you say, well, they're not going to be bad all the time. But you're right. It's consistency in anything you do. And the fact that when they get out there, they're not consistent.
No, they're not.
Offensively nor defensively.
That's been the problem with us all year. No consistency.
Absolutely right, partner. Let's go out to Larry in Lamont. Larry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, Larry.
Thanks for calling, Larry.
I sit right behind the Bears bench, and first of all, Gross, they got the one, just a couple things. They got the one turnover at the 15-yard line and ended up at the 40, and they had to punt.
Right.
Awful.
Right.
Awful. No reason whatsoever for that.
It was 4th and 37 or something like that.
And why, in God's name, does Grossman walk off the field and go sit down with other guys like nothing's wrong when all these other quarterbacks are going over to the coaches and seeing what they can do to do better, or what the other team's doing, what they're missing? You see Manning walk off, he's over there looking at papers or pictures or something. Grossman walks off, he's sitting on the bench like nothing's wrong.
I'll let it handle that one because Ed said this.
What's wrong with
not
them?
only this year, but he said it last year, Eddie.
Well, that's been going on for what I've seen, I think, last year and the year before that too, Doug, and that's something that I don't understand because I think that's academic. When you're in the National Football League, you've got 60 minutes of football. And, if you can control half of it, you got 30 minutes on offense. And when you come off, I think it's vital for your quarterback coach or your position coach to be with you and show you the reasons why it was good. And, if it was good, sit down and look at the whys. And then if it's bad, sit down and say, here's why. You've got the pictures instantly. You've got a whole repertoire of things, your down distance, what you're looking for, and why you can't sit down and spend at least 20, 30 seconds or maybe a minute going over with it. I have no idea. That should be academic, ladies and gentlemen. It should be academic.
Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, Ed, really nice to talk to you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
I don't know who makes the changes, but I understand Devin Hester's the MVP for the game, but whoever changed out Fred Miller and put John St. Clair in, there's my MVP for the game because in the fourth quarter, all of a sudden, we got to have a running game. Rex didn't get hit. We actually had a right tackle that didn't try to get our quarterback killed. Fred was good for the last couple of years. His feet are a little slow.
I got to tell you, St. Clair's not the answer either. And he's not the answer. And I don't know, they don't have a young kid maybe that is the answer. And maybe that's why that draft has got to go toward that offensive line because it's not working. They gave up. See, in that, once again, I'm going to go back what Ed said. You got to be more consistent in fact that, all it takes is 2 or 3, guys beating you on a play, and next thing you know, you have no quarterback and there's a fumble. So you have to be more consistent. We can't do that, it seems like, on our offense and our offensive line. Now, Peterson came on at the end, ran a little bit better. I thought Benson ran better. But still, we're not getting enough out of our offensive line and pass protection because Grossman needs the pass protection. There's no question about it. He's Obradovich on the phone on the score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call. Amazing Larry, Jason, BJ, Gerald, Tommy, Chad, Brian will be with you right after this. Welcome back. That's right, to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears, and you wonder how they won, a miracle, and let me throw some numbers at you and see what you think. The Denver Broncos had a total of 430 yards. Their quarterback had a quarterback rating of about 97. Their yards per pass was 9.4. They rushed for 138 yards. They held the football for 33 minutes and 54 seconds. Now you say to yourself, what
wait a
happened?
minute, there's one more stat.
Give me it.
And the Bears gave the ball away 4 times.
And dropped the ball 7 times.
Dropped 7 drops in the ball, received 7 drops.
Right.
So, who won the football game?
Who won the game? Well, wait, I'll sit down and listen for your answer. I mean, if you look at this and you had no clue what was going on in the score, and then you say, whoa, this team got annihilated. Because, first of all, our yards per pass was 5.2 compared to their 9.4, which is a big difference. Trust me. You get up a 9.4, and you have a quarterback with a rating of about 97. I mean, Grossman's rating was 67, wasn't it, Ed?
Yeah, 67, exactly, right on
67.
67, and Cutler was
then how'd they win?
96-4.
Well, here's how they won. Hester, 2 touchdown returns, one from punt return, obviously, and one from the kickoff return. And also, really, why the punt was blocked, because Sauerbrunn was trying to place the kick on the sidelines, and he was pointing to the right, and Tillman came in and just shoved the football right down his throat. So that did happen. But let's don't take away about the offense in that overtime, how they moved the football all the way down the field to get the field goal. You had Des Clark with a big catch, and, of course, that touchdown at the end for the overtime with Berrien. I mean, it's they came up with it at certain times when they needed it, but most of us thought it was well over with when they were down 14 points.
Well, Doug, there's no question about it. But the only thing that again, that kept us in I mean, I really don't know where to go with this game. It was so goofy, and it's just simple. I mean, if the special teams didn't show up today,
I've been over.
Huh?
It's over.
Not
even close.
This would be a really ugly. Would be a real ugly show if that special teams didn't show up today.
There's no question. And you got to figure, what was Denver thinking? Were they that cocky to think that they could just get the football and pounce it down there? I think what happened was when Hester screwed up that one punt and messed with it and fumbled it, I think they thought, well, hey, man, this guy's normal. He's back down to earth. Let's go get him. And let me tell you something. He fried him. I mean, the one where he just jumped over somebody. I don't know who the hell it was. Was it Sauerbrunn?
It might have been.
On the ground, who was looking up, thinking that, he was going to make these tremendous kicks that are going to stop Hester? I don't think so. Let's go out to Amazing Larry in Cambridge. Larry on the score.
Thank you, Uncle Fuzzy. It'll be a pleasure to chat with you. Today was the rare occasion, I think, where the Bear game was as exciting as the Jiffy Lube post-game show. The rare exception. I find myself, this show most weeks is all I have with the Bears. I find myself getting my oil changed every 300 miles out of appreciation for the job you guys do.
You need to do that, Amazing.
That said, gentlemen, this is what I'd like to ask you both as guys that have played in the National Football League. How do I get seats as good to a game as Adam Archuleta has?
There you go. Now you're talking.
To not contribute and to get those seats, what do I have to do? Doug, you say you want to put pencils in your neck.
Yeah.
I want to go to Office Max, Staples, put the whole franchise in my trachea watching this guy.
I tell you what, Larry, it is amazing. And what's more amazing was the fact that
amazing.
Everybody said that amazing, Larry, that prior to the year, this is what was going to happen with Archuleta. This is why Washington Redskins sat him down. This was why this guy was not really wanted throughout the league, although Washington paid him a lot of money. Do you think Washington would have sat him down in the middle of the season last year after paying him all this money if they didn't think there was something going on here? And you saw it. You saw it in his coverage. You saw it in his tackling. You're seeing it. I mean, the guy is killing us. But here's the point. Who do you play? We have nobody left. I mean, they're in that position right now. And that's why one of the reasons Chris Harris is gone.
Yeah, well, Chris Harris, I mean, that's a sore subject with me. I don't, again, defensive backs, you can have a lot of people on a lot of teams, but defensive backs you can never have enough of, Doug. I mean, that's a given, okay? And how you let a quality young kid like that go, it still boggles the mind. But, Larry, it's just simple. That's one of Lovie Smith's guys, Adam Archuleta. That's just a fact. And I think they brought him in under the guise of not really starting for us, Doug, but being a backup. I kind of have to believe that. And the way things went down with our defensive backs going down, safeties going down, cornerbacks going down, and he's forced into play, and his best days are behind him.
But even that, you bring him in, and if he's even a backup, the guy can't play. And so what if you say to yourself,
Well,
because Mike Brown, where you're talking about Mike Brown, we knew he could get hurt. He did get hurt.
Well, then Doug, then where the hell is they thinking that to bring Adam Archuleta in? What the Redskins did to him, and his good years are behind
I know what
him.
they're thinking.
It's not. And then you have a young kid in Chris Harris who's setting the world on
doesn't
fire
make sense, does it?
down to Carolina Panthers, and we have him, and we let him go, and we make this move. Now, shouldn't somebody sit somebody down in that organization and ask Jerry Angelo and Lovely Smith, what are you guys thinking about?
See, it's amazing.
I mean, is that a fair question?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, they're going to give you an answer. We thought he could come in here and play, but it's the same thing too. I mean, for example, this Andre Hall, who was with the Bears, I thought he was a pretty damn good back. He looked pretty good to me. I mean, pretty good hitting the hole.
He's from South Florida.
Yeah, nice. We had him, but apparently they thought, well, our guys are better. Are they better? I don't even know anymore. Although I will say this about Benson. I thought he was running hard at the beginning of this game. The only thing I was down on him was he had a touchdown, Ed. He went flying and tried to lean.
Nobody near.
Nobody near him. And he's, I don't know, we hit air or something, went down. But other than that, he was averaging, he had 47 yards, ran a nice 21-yarder, and then next thing you know, he's gone. I don't know how bad his ankle is. We'll ask some of the guys a little later on in the show how bad his ankle is. Let's go out to BJ in Bloomington. BJ, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, you guys are the greatest. I love your show. I wish you can get a direct line to Jerry Angelo and Lovey Smith as well, so they can hear your comments. And what I'd hate to see is the same thing happen to Derek Anderson happen to Kyle Orton.
There you go. I'm telling you.
I would hate to see it. And if they had a direct line to you guys, it'd probably be a different situation. With that being said, man, Thomas Jones minus Devin Hester minus bag-ups to bag-ups on defense equals 5 victories. And where we stand now as a unit, as a team, I love your passion too. This is where we end up now. Horrible, but let's fix it now. How can you fix it? And I'll hang up and listen to you guys' comment.
Well, you're talking about fixing, and the one thing you said is absolutely correct. Find out what you have. Don't make a mistake about Kyle Orton. Don't forget, he won 10 games his first time out. The kid he looks like a quarterback. He's 6'4", has a strong arm, running out of the shotgun when he's in Purdue. Don't make the mistake that Baltimore made. Baltimore right now, Baltimore's probably wanting to cut their throat. They had the guy sitting right there, right in front of him on the bench. You mean you couldn't tell? You couldn't understand that he could be a quarterback? And so all I'm saying is don't make that same mistake. Find out. Let the guy play. See what's going on. I mean, Grossman didn't tear it up today.
Doug, you will not see Orton because
that's a mistake.
Brian Greasy was the backup quarterback and Orton was third. And the only way you're going to see him is if we lose the next 2 games.
I want him.
Okay?
I want them
then we might see him. I'm telling you, you're not going to see him.
I want to see him as a starter.
Well,
start a game, Ed.
I'm telling you, my friend,
not coming off the bench.
It ain't gonna happen.
Well, they're making a mistake, then, Ed. I mean, they're making a mistake to find out about this kid. I mean, they really are. Grossman has his times, has his moments. Today, he did an excellent job in the OT. He also had that nice touchdown pass. That's fine. But prior going into that, it wasn't so good. It was like a 65 rating total for the day. And the fact was, it wasn't there. Now, maybe he doesn't have enough support around him. I don't know. The drop footballs, whatever. But when you take a look at it, when you heard Jerry Angelo talk about quarterbacks?
He said exactly what he said. He says they're happy with their quarterback situation. Right. 3 quarterbacks they have, they're happy with them.
That situation is they better find out about Kyle Orton. They know about Greasy. They know about Grossman. They don't know about Orton except for he won 10 games his rookie year, his first time out.
I love you, but I'm trying to give you a little dose of reality here. It ain't going to happen.
Try to be more consistent, Ed.
Yep.
I mean,
Why are you stealing my lines?
I love to do that. He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffon on the score. Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win 37-34 in overtime over the Denver Broncos. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Doug, before we go out to the callers, I'd like to, an old friend of mine just passed away a couple of days ago, a guy by the name of Danny Horst. He was a businessman in Palatine and great supporter of Fremd High School and Palatine High School, and he was a real fine gentleman, and again, he just passed away a couple of days ago. So to his wife, Gail, and his family, our condolences and our prayers are with you all.
Yeah, the best of their family, Eddie.
Yes.
Let's go out to Brian in Morton Grove. Brian, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Just want to say, first of all, it's a pleasure to talk to both of you and honor, and I love listening every week.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I got a few points I just want to make, and then I had a quick question for you. I consider myself as big of a Bears fan as anybody out there, but I'm also a firm believer in the fact that you can look at a body of work of a team over the season, and that'll kind of determine, how the rest of the season is going to play out. And a team that hasn't won 2 in a row all year, I just can't see them winning 6 in a row to get to, the 10-win mark, or even 5 out of 6 to get to that 9-win mark. My other point was this defense. I don't know if you guys have seen a defense in the past, but it just seems like this defense this year just sucks the air and the momentum out of this crowd, after the offense goes on to score more than any, past defense for the Bears in the past. My third point is kind of about Devin Hester and the other 52 guys in this team. I would hope they all pony up tonight and put some money together and have a couple girls waiting for him back at home just for, the job he's done for them. But my question goes back to Fred Miller and Adam Archuleta. I know you guys have had a few questions tonight already, but who's really to blame? Is it the coaching staff or is it the Angelo? The fact that they don't have 2 other players that can come in and play for these guys, who's to blame for that?
Well, the blame would be when you start your season out, first of all, maybe the fact that they did get old, or Miller did get old in the process, and maybe last year they played well. They said, well, they can go through this year. You're not getting the play out of him, obviously, at that right tackle. And we saw that not only this game, but the game before. It was like he got ruined the game before in Seattle. And the other thing with Archuleta, to me, it's got to be Lovey saying that, give me Archuleta because he's played in St. Louis with me. I know what he does. I know what he can do. He knows the cover too, all that. That was a mistake too. So when you look at that, I think there are mistakes out there, but they've got to cover themselves up now. How do you do that? Now when you go out into the marketplace, you certainly have to look at your offensive line and start redoing it. There's no question about it. You got to look at tackles and find out what kind's going on with tackles. And then you got to look at, at strong safeties. There's no question about that. That's Archuleta, where he's playing. You certainly can't have Archuleta back on this team next year. And I think Archuleta even knows it. I really do. Because I heard him make some statements about the fact he's got to take a good look at himself also. And the ball player knows when it's about over.
Brian, this is basically how it works in the National Football League. Lovie Smith's your head coach. He'll have either one of his offensive, defensive coordinators come up to him with a specific need or problem during the off season or while it's going on during the season when you can make a trade. And maybe they know somebody they like to see, they like to bring in here from another club, whether it's via a trade or he's on the taxi squad or whatever. And then what Lovie Smith will do, he'll go to Jerry Angelo, sit down, and state his case. Or Jerry Angelo might come to Lovie and have a meeting about somebody that's on the market that he found out that's on waivers, and then you try to go get him and you take him off waivers. He might be available for a trade. What kind of draft choice would we have to give up? So what a point I'm making is that Lovie Smith would go to him to see about bringing somebody in, basically, or vice versa. Jerry Angelo would come to him and say, hey, this person is out here or that person is out here, and then they take it from there. But that's how it starts.
Yeah, and whoever made the call made a mistake. As simple as that. And also, don't forget, too, Fred Miller wasn't in those last 2 drives. They had John St. Clair in there. Now, John St. Clair, I think, is okay as a backup, but he's certainly, if something should happen, I don't think he's a starter.
But Doug Otto was trying to say is that what Brian was asking.
Oh, sure,
But that's how it happens, Brian.
Right.
If he has the idea, he goes to the general manager. If the general manager has the idea, obviously, which Lovie would not know who's out there, then they would sit down and have a powwow. That's how it works.
And if they had the powwow and they had to make the decision, then obviously they both agreed on a decision to bring him in here, and so they both took stupid pills.
They both took, exactly, Doug.
Yeah.
And before that, they let Chris Harris go for a 5th-round draft choice, which again is it's in the unbelievable area.
Let's go out to Jason in his car. Jason, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. It's a privilege and a pleasure as always.
Hey, Jace.
Listen, guys, lots of stuff I want to ask you here. Number one, in my mind, I just noticed again today, early in the game, we were on the 35-yard line. The drive stalled. It would have been about a 52-yarder for gold, but they didn't send him out there. They punted. It was a touchback, led to their first touchdown. I'm wondering, can he even kick a 50-plus yarder? Do they have confidence in this guy at all? I mean, I know he kicks the ball out of bounds a lot. Thank God he didn't do that today. But can he kick a 50-plus yarder if we need him to? I don't know why they didn't even try that time. And, Bernard Berrien, he made that one good catch at the end of the game. But him, and I'm noticing all the other receivers, too. When I played football, I know that our coaches in high school and even, throughout even, the Pee Wee leagues, would tell the receivers, come back for the ball, on those tight spiral throws. Come back for the ball. None of our receivers help our quarterback out at all. And that interception that Rex threw, I mean, I didn't even think that was his fault. He laid it up. It was one-on-one coverage. Berrien needed to make a play on that, and he didn't. He failed. He failed.
Well, there's no question. See, first of all, we're not getting what I call racked either, run after the catch. We don't get that from our receivers. And number two, the one you're talking about, Berrien, he slipped. But you're right. You're supposed to either catch it or knock it down. You've seen quarterbacks that thrown to wide receivers. You'll see them highlights all day long. Did you see the catch that Scheffler made in the end zone against Manning? How he went up for the football, the ball was flying around, he found a way to get it, cradled it between his legs, next thing he got a touchdown. That's going to be the difference in football games. That's why your wide receivers need to do that. That's why I was so happy when Berrien made that catch at the end of the football game. That was a pro catch, pal. That was a pro catch. And you're right. There's somewhere along the line your wide receivers got to help your quarterback out. Ours dropped the damn ball. I mean, I saw Moose just drop one. Literally
7 drops. There were 7 drops. 7 drops today.
You're not helping your quarterback that way. Trust me. So there's a lot of things to do out there, but how do you make all these changes? I don't have the answer to that. I really don't know where do you come in and change all these things. We're all going to say they won 37-34. But if you look at the game realistically, you say to yourself, whoa, if these things don't happen with the special teams, they're not winning this football game. In fact, they're going to get blown sideways. And so we're saying to ourselves, can they continually do this? Well, last year they did it. In fact, in the Super Bowl, we take the kickoff and run it for a touchdown.
Absolutely.
And get it started going that way, and we still couldn't win the damn game. We've got great field position for our offense all the way down the road. Everything's going that direction, and we're not getting the scoring. And now the defense is starting to fall apart a little bit, but with those long drives.
Yeah, but and that's something they did a lot of that last year, Doug. The defense gave up a lot of drives. And I don't know. I wonder. I can know. Maybe our guys could find out here. I don't know how many games in a row now our defense has given up over 400 yards a game. It's been that's a little bit. This is
the 5th game of the year they give up over 400.
Over 400.
Yeah.
That doesn't bode well, Doug.
No.
But I'll tell you what. Fact of the matter is, still in the hunt. As silly as it's going to sound, still in the hunt in the NFC. And stranger things have happened. Believe me, they have. But I like to hearken what you say, Doug, earlier last week, the week before, when we throw the ball down the field late in the fourth quarter. When we go for the fly patterns or the deep post. Weren't those plays there in the first quarter? Weren't they there in the second quarter? See, that's what's mind-boggling.
It seems like you get a sense of urgency where all of the guys are against the wall and we have to do this, and that's when they come out and they try to do this. There are times during the course of that game, for example, on the first drive, Ed, we got the first series, the first football.
Right.
We go 1-2. Now it's 3rd and 9. We throw a 1-yard pass to Peterson. What is that? You got to come out. You got to try to. And I don't know why the tight ends weren't used more in the first 3 quarters, because I know damn well
Doug,
that middle is open for those tight ends. We didn't go that direction but one time.
You want to talk
finally in the end of the game we did it.
You want to talk about putting that game. After Hester ran that back, it was the kickoff for the punt for the touchdown, and then the next play, or I think it was their first or second play that Denver tried. Tillman comes up with the interception. First and 10 to go on the 13-yard line.
What do we do?
Run, and then we try a planned quarterback sneak or a quarterback draw with Rex Grossman. Now, one time did we try to go into the end zone, and we're a 4-6 team. That was the perfect time. We had the momentum, everything, to blow them out of the water, and we found a way not to get it done. But we still won the game.
You know what they do, Ed, in the back of their mind? They always say, we can get the field goal. And we'll get the field goal. Don't worry, our defense will handle it. It's not. Our defense can't handle it anymore. It's not like it was last year. It's a totally different defense.
My point, that whole
you
thing,
put
Doug,
points on the board.
We had the momentum, and it was the perfect time to come with a play-action pass or a bootleg to put 6 on the board. Right then and there, we had the momentum.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Jiffy Lube post-game show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bob, Pete, Ryan, Cheryl, Tommy, Jonathan, Jim, Derek will be right with you. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to David Schuster, our score beat reporter. David.
Doug and OB, I'm just glad the Bears didn't show the same thought process that I had in the fourth quarter, because with 5 minutes to go, I was already writing my game summary for the season being over. But obviously in those last 5 minutes and then into overtime, every play that the Bears needed to make in that situation, they made, whether it was special teams, certainly on offense with a couple of touchdowns, and the defense finally held in spite of giving up over 400 yards again today. They did come up big on their last defensive stand, and so the end result is the Bears win a big game in overtime, and they stay alive at least one more week.
I, like you, thought it was over also. I would imagine Shanahan's going to catch some heat in Denver, first of all, for kicking the Hester, number one. But number three, you talk about, the two returns by Hester, but OB and I were talking about it. He definitely was the cause of that block punt, because you saw what Sauerbrunn was trying to do. He was trying to kick it to the sidelines, kicked it right into Tillman, and Tillman blocks the punt.
Yeah, and it was really, a couple of other times. I mean, they, after he finally got smart and didn't kick to the guy, I mean, they kicked one time short, and I think Rasheed Davis got it to the 50-yard line, and from there the Bears did nothing. But it just shows you that this guy affects the game in so many ways. If he doesn't return something for a touchdown, the Bears, if the other team screws up on their kick coverage or their kickoff, whatever you want to call it, the Bears are getting the ball at midfield, and if the offense could just be consistent, my God, they could score a gobload of points.
David, what's the story with Cedric Benson, the injury?
Doesn't look good, but the Bears never give a full status report of someone's injury, but Lovie Smith, for a rare occasion, said it looked pretty severe, and he said obviously they will take a look at it tomorrow, but when Lovie Smith uses the word severe, that tells you that it's pretty bad, and I don't think we'll be seeing this guy for at least a few games.
And I thought he was running pretty good, too, prior to that point. That was a 21-yard he ripped off, but he's hurt, he's out. We saw some flashes by Peterson, too. I thought that touchdown run, that 4 yards, it took 4 hours. But the fact was he never quit. Those legs were churning. That impressed me.
And not only him, but how about finally the offensive line really showing some push? They haven't been getting much credit this season. That was a rugby play. They literally pushed him across the end zone. That was like that play that USC did against Notre Dame a couple of years ago. So, again, even though it wasn't the prettiest of games and it wasn't very effective on most of the offense, the defense, and even the special teams at times parts, they did come up with the big plays at the right time. And they did show some fight, and we asked Desmond Clark after the game, what does it show rallying from 14 down with less than 5 minutes to play?
It just says that, when we got our backs against the wall, we react and come out and try to fight as hard as we can to keep the season alive. There's no quit in this locker room at all. I don't care how bad the situation is. It's a football team that won't quit.
And it certainly did look bad here with about 5 minutes to go. But, again, the Bears deserve credit. And I'm going to play you one more cut here. It's from Adewale Ogunleye, who had another big game. I thought he was very, very good on defense with a couple of sacks and a fumble recovery and chasing the quarterback down and making some other plays also. But we had to ask him about Devin Hester because there's no more words to describe this guy. We asked what were his words.
There's nothing more you can say when you're the greatest of all time. So enough said. Exclamation point, he's the greatest of all time, and everybody knows that, and I'm glad he's on our team.
No lie on that one also, guys. So, again, all's well that ends well. Wasn't pretty for a long time, but they did get the win.
Dave, let me ask you a question. When Hester ran, it was either punt or the kickoff back for a touchdown, and we kicked off, and on I think on their first or second
68
play,
yards, yeah,
where Tillman intercepted the ball, and it was on the 13-yard line, 1st and 10 to go on Denver's 13-yard line, and we ran the ball 3 times with the quarterback draw for the third play. Not one time did we go into the end zone. Did anybody question Lovie Smith on those calls?
I'm going to be honest with you, OB. If they did, I might not have been privy to it at that point. We were running around afterwards. He might have been, but honestly, that might have gotten lost in the shuffle. Usually when you lose, those are the things that are brought up very quickly. When you win, sometimes those things are forgotten until the next day. But you're right about that. They had chances to put up more points than they did today. I mean, Rex Grossman was poor for most of this game until he made some plays on the final 2 drives. In fact, at one point in the second half, he had 8 incompletions in a row, and some of those passes weren't even close to his receivers. But again, when the chips were on the line and the season was on the brink, a lot of guys did come through. But I know where you're coming from with those questions.
Well, Dave, the key that Doug and I first brought out on opening of the show is the players. I mean, they fought all the way 60 minutes. I mean, I didn't see any give up on any of them, and that's good to see. And is it all the world to build on? No, but it's a start. But I can tell you what, we're hurting so bad. I mean, I don't know how many games we've given up over 400 yards.
A lot.
And it's just and we give up 4 turnovers. Give the ball away 4 times we won a football game.
Well,
hard to believe, my friend.
Obviously, the Bears went to church this morning. I don't know what else to say because they really shouldn't have won this game today with all the numbers and the things that you just pointed out. I mean, again, there's no way the Bears should have won this game, but they pulled a rabbit out of the hat, and they stay alive. And still, if they win next week against the Giants, and they haven't won 2 games in a row, by the way, guys, and you know that, this season, but if they win next week, they're at 6-6, and they face Washington, a team that they're going to have to beat out for the postseason. They face them the following week. I mean, we're probably getting way ahead of ourselves, but if they can win the next 2 games, they have a pretty decent chance still of making the playoffs.
Well, there's no question. And what you would think of this team, though, where would they go even if they got to the playoffs? Because certainly when you saw what Grossman was throwing, wasn't throwing very well, then on top of that, you have all these dropped footballs. I mean, they're dropping passes all over the damn place. And they were saying on the broadcast that I think it was like 27 or 28. I think we might lead the league in drop passes. So that's not going to help your quarterback whatsoever. Then if you go on the defense side and you give up 84, 68, and 89-yard, plays against you, where in the hell are you going? I mean, what are you doing?
Well, as long as you got Devin Hester and as long as opposing coaches are stupid enough to kick the ball to him in any situation, I guess you got a chance to win games. But, I mean, I guess the last couple of games, he for Devin Hester, certainly, he was ordinary. He didn't get a chance to really, find any seams out there. But today he got a couple of seams. And, by the way, he was taunted like no tomorrow on the ones that he was stopped on kickoffs and punts. And he remembered those. And when he got those touchdowns, he got the last laugh. But an opposing coach, a Hall of Fame possibly coach today, was dumb enough to kick it to him twice.
Yeah, that amazed me. Maybe they thought because he screwed up the first one. Remember, he reached for the ball and screwed it up, and we lost it. It was a fumble. Maybe he thought he was becoming normal.
Yeah, and actually he muffed a couple of other ones.
Yeah,
his hands are not that good, but once he has it in his hands and he gets ahead of steam, forget it. It's over.
All right, David, thank you very much. Any other injuries we should know about?
No, that was the only one that was pointed out after the game.
Okay. Thanks, buddy.
All right,
Thanks,
guys.
David.
Sure.
David Schuster, our score beat reporter, and talking about the Bears. And the fact is, they didn't quit. That's what we got to give them that. And that's part of sports, too, by the way. That's something that you kind of look aside and say, well, gee, they didn't earn it. They didn't deserve it. That doesn't matter. The fact is you don't quit. That's the biggest thing about sports. You never know what could happen.
Speaking about sports, Doug, they just had down in Champaign, Illinois, at the University of Illinois, they just had, yesterday they had the second day of the state championships. They had 5, 6, and 7, and 8A. And there's a team in Lake Zurich, Illinois. The number 1 team in the state was Wheaton-Warrenville South, and it just happened to be 7A. And Lake Zurich was 11-1. Anyways, they played. It was a game. I mean, it was just a tremendous game. I think that Lake Zurich won 7-3, the state championship. And they had a lineman out there, a kid by the name of John Gage. I want to tell you what, Doug, this kid doesn't miss a block. On one end run, he took out 2 players in one block, took them right out. And so here's a kid, I hope, that has a good career in college. And kudos to all the teams that played in the state championship, but especially to Lake Zurich because they're kind of a neighboring town.
Isn't it amazing yet how big these kids are, though?
Well, he's not a big one.
He's not.
They have guys out there 6'6", 6'7", 290, 270. Yeah. This. No. He's
how big is he?
I think he's about 6'1", 6'2", and I think he probably is about 210. Maybe 215, somewhere in that area there. I think that's what he looks like to me. But he can move, and he's a blocker and a half. He doesn't miss, Doug. You know what it is? He just happens to be a good football player.
Yeah. Probably a linebacker now.
Huh?
Sounds like a linebacker.
Well, congratulations to Lake Zurich and John Cage's family. They're nice people.
Let's go out to Cheryl in Bolingbrook. Cheryl, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, OB. Hi, Doug.
Hi, Cheryl.
I'm a long-time listener. Love you guys.
Thank you, my friend.
I had a question about whose job is it to monitor whether or not they should challenge a play?
Okay, usually that's up in the booth. There's somebody that's designated to look at that. Now, for example, this is what the Washington Redskins did when Bears are not going to do it. They hired a former referee to sit up in their booth to look at it and judge what they should call and the replay or not. But a lot of times what happens is they got the coaches up there. One is designated to look at it if they see it. And also, too, a lot of times that coach can look at it on the big board up there, and try to make a call on it. But we have assistant coaches do that.
Yeah, right, Cheryl. That's exactly who does it. It comes. 99% of the time from upstairs in the booth. They'll try to watch the instant read, just as you're looking at it too. Which is what you're seeing on television. They're seeing it probably as fast as you are, maybe a little bit faster, and they call it down, and then the coach runs and throws the red flag.
Okay, well, why doesn't that person tell them the other team may challenge this, hurry up, because they just stand around and wait for the other team to challenge. Do they have a hurry-up offense?
They try it. Yeah, they do that. You saw a lot of teams trying to do that. You saw even the fact where Shanahan tried to make a call, come running down 10 yards down the field and was screaming and yelling. Meanwhile, the Bears are trying to get up and line up because they knew that what was coming.
Right.
That call was going to come about
and
the fumble by Grossman.
And it was
reversed.
So you wouldn't be asking that the Bears have a hurry-up offense? Is that what you're asking?
For a replay. Thanks, Cheryl. Let's go out to Tommy in Wooddale. Tommy on the score.
Hi, guys. How you doing? Love you guys.
Thanks, Tommy.
Friend. Well, I'm still my old man. Been watching you guys for, a lot of years.
Yeah, we've been around a long time, Tommy.
Well, yeah, I know. I was down in Illinois with you. Watch you play. Watch you guys both play for the Bears. Saw you play Proviso, Obi, and I watched both you guys play up on River Road in the old days.
Oh, we played there a lot, too.
Oh, I remember those days, and a lot of other spots. But at any rate, there ain't nothing magic about this stuff. You guys know. Man, this is getting down to where we're talking about men, what men things do. You pick the ball up, you reach down somewhere, and you go for everything that you frickin' have, and you try the best that you can. And I'm normally a doomsayer of all of this stuff that I see and magic and money and miracles and all that. I didn't see any today of that stuff. What I saw a couple times were I saw some special teams that did some special work, and they reached down and did things that they were not generally capable of doing. I watched in the last couple of minutes of the game, and boy, I had a feeling when I watched that stuff going on, like from the old days or something, when they got that ball and were going for the pre-field goal deal, they played so hard, I couldn't believe it. I knew in my heart that they were going to make a touch, something. They're going to score and win the game. Simple as that. And it did, in fact, happen. And I think it was all of them players playing beyond their capabilities. And I don't like to say that because it sounds stupid, but I think that's the name of this whole game. They can do it. Where's the desire? You know what? Talk to me.
I'm going to tell you, Tommy, what really happens on the football game when you get out there and you're playing. A lot of times you can fall asleep. But the thing the Bears did get, they got a spark. Can you imagine what this Hester, the spark he gave this team? The 2 run backs, what he did, and then the block punt. That in itself propelled this football team to go on and win it. If those things do not happen, there was nothing in that game that would have propelled them to go and win that football game. And that is why Hester, what he does, and in the block punt, what happened there, that made this team better. That made this team dig down. Because if those things did not happen, they would have fell asleep and they would have lost this football game going away.
Well, you would think after we get a punt return and a kickoff return, you talk about getting jacked up.
Sure.
And defensively, and what happens, what does Denver do? They come on the field. Jay Cutler goes 84 yards.
And throws a bomb.
Okay.
And throws a bomb.
And
but
right after we scored, absolutely.
Absolutely. And you come back and all of a sudden you do certain things. That is why in the game out there, you do every play is so important. You don't know how, one guy once told me, he said, you play about 64 plays. He said, in those 64 plays, you do not know which play is going to turn the game around. So what does that mean? You play all 64 plays. That's exactly what you do.
Every quarter, every game means something.
Exactly.
It has to, or you get out of the league.
Let's go out to Jim and Elgin. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
What's up, Jimmy?
Jim.
Hey, just a couple of quick points. There's an old Bear nemesis in the hereafter right now, just laughing his ass off. You know who I'm talking about?
Who's that?
Vince Lombardi. And you know what he's laughing at?
What's he laughing about?
The Bears still, to this day, don't know how the hell to use or know how to use a screen pass.
Yeah.
They still don't know how to use a screen pass. They don't even know it's in the playbook. Number 2, I can't overemphasize the fact, and I'm not sticking up for Grossman, gentlemen, but these drop passes kills momentum, gentlemen.
Well, there's no question, Jimmy. In the screen pass, Obi and I have been talking about this for so long. You saw what Denver did with their screen pass. The guy runs it for 65 yards, Andre Hall. we just can't get out of our own way when it comes to screens. I have no idea. I don't know why. We just don't know. And not only this year, the year before that, the year before that, it just never happens with the Bears. The screen pass is a great play. You use that screen pass, and the draw is another good play. Peterson ran a nice draw today, which was good.
Yes, he did, which was unusual.
Right. But yeah, our screen passes they're non-existent. We may try one or two a game, but we are never very successful.
You know, we sometimes we do things good. Sometimes we just don't. Sometimes Berrien, you know, he can be a world beater. Musa Muhammad, every now and then he shows up and he can be a world beater. And we have Greg Olsen, our tight end. Sometimes we'll catch 5, 6, 7 passes, and then you don't see him for 2 or 3 weeks. The way you win in this damn game, and I think maybe this is a roundabout way, Jimmy, what you're thinking about there is consistency. And that's one thing that we do not have. Do we now? Who the hell's fault is it? Is that we don't have the capable players, or do we not have the capable coaches? But consistency we do not have on this football team, and that is the only way that you're going to get to the Super Bowl and win it.
See, the thing with consistency is great, and you need that. Without it, you're dead. But the other part of that is the fact that in every game, to win a football game, you have to do something spectacular, something beyond normal. And that's exactly what
the difference makers have to step up. So what has happened, Doug? We had 4 or 5 difference makers on our defense from last year to the year before. What's happened this year? The difference makers have not stepped up, and that helps it.
And it helps because Berrien,
they're not doing it, Doug.
Berrien did it the last play, Eddie. That was caught. He could have dropped that football. No one would have said anything. So, oh, geez, that's a tough catch. He makes the catch he's not supposed to make. Hester makes the runs they're not supposed to happen. They block the punt they're not supposed to do. So those are certain things they're doing that go up and beyond what's going on. But what I'm saying is, for a whole football game, most of the football game, dropping passes is not part of it. Make the great catch. Make the great run. Run over somebody.
Isn't that what you're
paid
to do?
Make somebody miss. Exactly.
Isn't that what you're paid to do?
You do all the normal stuff.
Last time I checked, they were paid to do that.
But the ones that do it are the difference makers. They're
exactly.
the stars. Right.
Right.
And you need those guys. But fortunately for the Bears today, Berrien comes up with a catch at the end of the game. A throw by Grossman, like going with the slant, going to the outside. That's professional. That is up and beyond normal. And they had to do that to win, and they did it, which I was surprised that they did do it, to be honest with you. Let's go out to Pete in Denver, Colorado. Pete, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Ed.
Right, Pete.
Hey, I've been a Bear fan since Billy Wade. I followed you guys. I'll tell you what now, and I want to hear you guys say this. I've been listening to you on the Internet here a little bit. That's some of the greatest special team play I've ever seen. You know, you can go back and talk about Billy White Shoes Johnson, maybe Rick Upchurch out here in Denver. But I'll tell you what, this Devin Hester, he goes right down there with Gale Sayers, Dick Butkus, you can name them, just right down the line. This guy changes the ball game. He did it today. He returned 2 kicks, a punt, kickoff return. He changed it. They had Shanahan decided to pooch it there a little bit. He got field position. You know, the Bears just need to get that offense going, do something. Your guys reply.
Pete, let me tell you something. What he does, he changes the dynamics of the game. That's exactly what he does. He changes your opponent's coaches and players. He changes their way of thinking of how you're going to approach this kid. Even if we put him in on offense in a slot or at a wideout, they make damn sure that they're aware of where this kid is. You got to be smart enough to utilize him on the offense. But can he change the dynamics of a game? Yes, he can. We should take advantage of it. And the shame of the thing all year long, Pete, is that we've had great field position, as we had again today, and we've done nothing with it, so to speak. That's the crime of it.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Blues Bar, the northwest suburbs' newest entertainment venue, is your football headquarters. Catch all the action on their 16-foot screen. Food and drink specials served daily. Blues Bar on Bussey Avenue and Route 83 in Mount Prospect.
OB, let's go out to Ryan in Plainfield. Ryan, you on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Ryan.
I enjoy you both do a outstanding job of analyzing the game. I just want to point out it's maybe just successful. I look at just the first half. I think 2 of the turnovers came in the first half. I think 2 of the 4 turnovers came in the first half. I really think. What do you think about? I think even both their possessions, the times that Denver got the ball after turnovers, the Bears held them to field goals. If you look at it, if Denver had scored a touchdown maybe on one of those possessions or even both, the Bears would have lost. There would be another reason why they lost. Also, besides the special teams excelling, but I really think that it could have been worse at halftime than it actually was.
Ryan, that's a great point, buddy. Yeah. They really are, because the fact that the Bears had 2 turnovers, which cost them 10 points. It could have cost them 14. They'd have lost the football game. There's no question if they gave up the touchdown instead of the field goal, but they dug in and they stopped them. But that is part of something the Bears did do defensively, and you're absolutely correct. Did not give up the touchdown, but gave up the field goal.
But what that does, Ryan, is it's still a pattern. It is still a pattern. We're really not getting the basic turnovers that we did defensively, but the pattern is from, again, last year, Doug, all the giveaways. Again, 4 giveaways this week. And that pattern has not stopped from last year to this year. Our offense, for whatever the reason, still coughing up the football.
See, I don't think people understand that, Ed, because they're looking at last year and they're saying, whoa, we were a +8 turnover ratio.
Well, we had 44, but we gave the ball up 36 times.
Right, and they don't see that. If you would have gone last year, for example, and you would have still had the same number of turnovers, 36, and you'd had the takeaways that you have this year, basically we're going to come out to about 30-some. The fact is we wouldn't win anywhere. No playoffs, no Super Bowls, because we would have had almost 10 more takeaways. 10 more turnovers than we had takeaways. Right. And so consequently, we're not getting that this year, but we're doing the same thing. We're still turning the ball over.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
We're not getting it, but we're still that
turning
same pattern of giving the ball up.
Let's go out to Bob in Peoria. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Bob.
Let me first say I'm really happy for the guys, for the players, that they won the game today.
Absolutely.
But let me tell you what upsets me most about the 2007 Chicago Bears. And it goes way beyond actually having playmakers like you guys were talking about earlier. I think you need to first look at before the first snap of every game that they play, they're behind the 8 ball. They are at a disadvantage because they have inferior offensive schemes. And I know you guys know this, but I don't think everybody else does. And I feel sorry for the players because they are at a disadvantage. And it's just until Jerry Angelo knows this and realizes this and does something about it, everybody that cares about the Chicago Bears are screwed.
Well, the fact is, too, part of that reason is the Bears in the first quarter, how many times have they scored? They really don't score. And if you take a look at it, our offense didn't score until the fourth quarter. Because we had the returns by Hester, we had the field goals. When I say scored, I'm talking about touchdowns.
We had 2 field goals, and one in the first quarter, one in the second quarter. Then we came up with 14-14, and then the last 3.
And even last week, we had 37 passes last week thrown against Seattle. Not one touchdown. Not one touchdown.
Devin Hester ran the ball 11 times, and only 6 times did we run the football in the second half. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because we're supposed to be coming off the bus running.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't know what's going on with Cedric Benson, but it doesn't sound good.
No, an injury to his ankle.
But didn't he look better, Ed, starting out?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Except for the time he fell down, which I thought he should have had.
Well, it could have been a banner game for him because you're talking about Denver's defense. They're ranked 30th at trying to stop the rush. So if any day that we were going to run it and pound it down their throat and he was going to have a day, this could have been his day. Unfortunately, he got hurt.
Let's go out to Jen in Lincoln Park. Jen, you're on the score.
Hi, I'm Uncle Fuzzy and OB. I love the show.
What's up, Jen?
Not too much. How are you?
Good.
Good. We're enjoying some sausage and pepper.
Oh!
And I just wanted to say, great Bears win. Totally awesome.
All the sausage and peppers sound good, buddy.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Kitchen smells awesome. My boyfriend Dylan and I listen all the time, and I just had kind of a random question, a little bit off base. But we wanted to know if you know where the timeout chant originated from.
The timeout chant?
Yeah, you know the one where they say timeout, and they're like, where? On the field, and they're like, oh.
No, Jen, I haven't even heard of that one yet. Who's doing that? The fans?
Yeah, well, all the fans yell out, and I guess the announcer, like the MC guy,
is that right?
says it, and they kind of reply. And I know Illini and Bears fans do that, and I just wanted to know who kind of has the rights to it.
Jen, I have no clue. I have no clue who started the Illini. She's talking about Illini.
I don't, Jen, to tell you the truth. Excuse me. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Yeah.
Not that that means anything, but
you're a Illini alum. Come on,
Jen. Happy holidays to you, but I don't have an answer for that one.
Too many sausages, Jen. He's
Pepper, sausage, little glass of wine.
Yeah. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back, Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffone. And thanks to everybody out there. Brian Peruk on the updates, our producers Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, Herb Lawrence, and thanks to all our great callers and our listeners. Stay tuned to Chicago Blackhawk hockey as the Hawks take on the Vancouver Canucks. Good night, everybody. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Giants, 21. The Chicago Bears, 16. After leading the whole football game, the Bears could not pull it out. 16 points they have scored. They were in position tonight to score 40. And especially that last time when they kicked the ball out of bounds and we had the lead. We get the ball on the 40-yard line. We couldn't do nothing with it. That was the second time. The first time that happened, we kicked the ball out of bounds. The Giants didn't want anything to do with Hester. We get it on the 40. We did nothing with it. We just had plenty of opportunity to score a lot of points. Twice Bering was wide open and overthrown with the football. Not to mention Hester dropping the football for a touchdown pass so that it was in his hands. There were some good things tonight. They moved the ball around well, but for 16 points, that's not enough. They had opportunity to score a lot more points. The Bear defense gave them 4 turnovers. 3 of those takeaways by the Bear defense equaled 13 points. So you're talking about they had 4 takeaways. You're talking about the position they had on the 40-yard line twice because they kicked the ball out of bounds, and to come up with 16 points, that's not good enough. And you saw what happened there. The Giants, by the way, are not a world beaters. You take a look what they did. Manning didn't know where he was for 3 quarters. But that last quarter, the Chicago Bears could not do it. They could not put points up. And that's the problem with this football club. When it comes down to the nut time, when they need to make a move, they have to put them up. You can't just sit back and wait. 16 wasn't good enough. And Ed and I knew it. We're looking and said, we got to take advantage of this. You got the ball on the 40-yard line. You can't walk away with nothing because you know what could happen sooner or later, what the Giants could do. It happened. The Giants beat the Bears 21-16.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug. If there was a game all year, it seems like every week it's been lately, it's critical, which game are they going to show up for? And obviously this was the game. I mean, we had to win this football game, Doug. And I thought the way they came out and they played, I thought they were full of fire. I saw a lot of hustle out there. But I'm going to tell you something again, Doug, here. We gave up 175 yards rushing. We gave up 175 yards. That's just not going to get it. Rex Grossman was 25 of 46 for 296 yards, 1 TD, no interceptions. Eli Manning was 16 of 27, 195 yards, 1 TD, 2 interceptions. We had the takeaways, Doug, 4 takeaways. We should have won the football game. There are a lot of things that we should have done. One thing I saw that I really liked coming up, Doug, with the no-huddle offense.
Yeah, the first
the hurry-up
quarter.
offense.
Uh-huh.
And you could see that New York wasn't ready for it. We caught them off balance, and we moved the ball. And I wish we would have stuck with it more throughout the game, but we didn't. But it's the first time I've seen us try to do something different than basically come out from Rex Grossman under center. I mean, there's some pluses and there's some negatives in this game. But, Doug, when you get 4 turnovers, you've got to win. You've got to win the football game. You've got to put up more than 16 points. And, Doug, I think what really happened here, why did we lose this ball game? You cannot continually get great field position all 4 quarters, Doug, all 4 quarters, and not take advantage of it. We'll settle for a field goal, and hopefully our defense will stop them. That stuff went out last year, okay? Our defense is not good enough to do it. via the injuries or whatever you want to call it. But when we get into that red zone or damn close to it, Doug, you got to fire that ball into the end zone.
Well, that was the whole point. And the other point, too, now, I understand with Grossman, had a decent game. They were going very well. But you have to make some of those throws. There was twice Berrien had his guy beat. He was down the field. That was a touchdown both times. The other time was Hester. That ball was thrown perfectly. He drops it. So, you can't put that on Grossman. But the fact is, when it's down to it, you got 16 points in the field position, like you said, was there all night.
All day long.
And you got 4 turnovers to go with it. You trying to tell me that's all you can put up is 16 points? And again, we go back to what we're talking about, what you and I talked about all the time. We talk about the defense doing what they had to do. Well, they did tonight. I know this Ward kid runs for 154 yards. They gashed us a couple times. There's no question about it. But our defense is not as strong against the run as it was in the past. But the 4 turnovers were there. We got 13 points off of 3 turnovers. We need to get more points. I don't understand why they don't think that. Now, you're right. The no-huddle comes out. They look good. They're moving the football. Grossman 7 for 7. We're running. We're throwing. We're catching. We're doing everything.
Doug, my point is you did. And we really look good. I mean, we were moving the ball. And the passing game, we were actually utilizing a total, complete passing game. We're going down the field. Devin Hester on the play where he dropped it, it was a flat, blown-out fly pattern.
On a blitz, too.
And we went down. And we hit Des Clark going down the seam deep. We utilized the whole field in the passing game today, Doug.
We just can't put it in.
I'm going to tell you something, Doug. I don't know why we went away from I would have stayed with that no-huddle, hurry-up offense until they stopped me.
Well, I got to tell you, it worked. There's no question about it because it was only the second time this year the Bears have scored a touchdown in the first quarter. And the other thing that I was impressed with, after we did get a turner, after Urlacher makes the interception, first play, we got a play action, 29 yards to Peterson. After Tillman gets the interception in the end zone, 45-yard line, 45 yards to Des Clark. So we were attacked in that matter. But when we got down there, we weren't anywhere near that end zone. We couldn't put the football in. 16 points is not enough. It's not enough to score. When you get opportunities to score, when you're there, and especially that last time when he kicks the football out of bounds after their touchdown, I could see Coughlin going crazy over there. We get the ball on the 40-yard line. You tell me we can't come up with at least 3? You're on your own 40-yard line. We should have went after him right then and there and said, look, we've got to put this game away. That was on our own 40. Now, it was the second time it happened because the first time Tynes kicks it out of bounds, too, puts it on the 40. We did nothing with it. You can't waste field position offensively and not put some points up. That is what's wrong with this club. It just does that all the time.
Well, Doug,
you can't do it.
It's not only today. It's been
they've done it
before. Because of the one kid, Devin Hester. He puts the fear of God into the opposition, and you when they try to kick off to him, they're either kicking it out of bounds or trying the pooch kickoff, high up in the air, and hopefully we can get down there, tackle them before they get down the field. I'm going to tell you something. What a frustrating year, Doug. To go to the Super Bowl and to come back and see what's happened here, and maybe down the road here in the show, we should talk a little bit about why we're at where we're at. On some of the trades that we made. And not signing and letting people go, et cetera, some of these decisions. But I tell you what, for all intent and purposes, Doug, it's over with now.
Well, no, I agree with you because I saw Minnesota play today. The good news was they beat Detroit. The bad news, we can't beat Minnesota. I mean, these teams are all coming forward now. Minnesota Vikings are starting to show who they are. In today's football game, the Bears started out like they had something going. They looked like a professional offense. But now the situation comes in the second half when opportunities were there. Especially, at the end of the game.
Doug, our defensive tackles got 8 alive today.
Our
defensive tackles got 8 alive.
There was no question. You got the 4 turnovers. That was part of it. They gashed us for, 170-some yards?
175 yards.
And that kid Ward had 154 yards. We had missed tackles. We had guys going all over the damn place. But that even being said, at time, this was my point about our offense. We know the defense is not as good. So tonight they went beyond what I thought they would do. They got 4 turnovers. You get 4 turnovers, you're supposed to do something with that. Now, we scored 13 points off of those. But the fact is, though, you got now 2 extra times with the ball on the 40-yard line on kickoffs. The guy's kicking out of bounds because he's afraid of Hester. You got to score when you get the football on the 40-yard line, especially when it's the end of the game and it's all on the line. It's now up to you, offense, to take the ball. And you don't do that. Don't worry, our defense will come out there. The hell with that noise. You had the opportunity to take it on the 40-yard line, and they made a huge mistake. The Giants made a huge mistake. You could see it on the kicker, the guys on the sidelines, and what do? We come out there, we can't move the damn football. That is unbelievable. To me, that's inexcusable. Not only that, let's just try to get 3 points. At least 3 points. Do some damn thing.
That's the mentality that we have here, Doug. That's
terrible.
Can you imagine
Absolutely
if
terrible.
If we didn't have Robbie Gould?
We'd be dead. If we didn't have Hester, we'd be dead. We wouldn't even be close to getting these football games.
If we didn't have Devin Hester on this football team this year,
Put a
Doug,
fork in it.
you talk about a disaster here.
I got news for you. Probably if we didn't have him last year, we weren't going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, and if you really take a look at it, because this offense is as good as it looked, as good as it was doing certain plays, but when it comes to time where really to take over a football game, to really get it, to go for it, to put points up, just like they had the opportunity. That was the time at the end of the game when they got the ball on the 40-yard line. They should have huddled those guys up and said, look, the football game is right now. You and I knew it.
It's crunch time.
Yeah, we
the
knew
difference
it.
makers step up to the plate. Make it happen.
Exactly.
We're home. We're in our own field. We got the ball on our own 40-yard line.
Let's do
it.
We
got a timeout. Let's go get it. Let's take care of business. Let's beat the Giants. We've been winning all night long, all day long, all night long, and let's not give it up now. Where's their pride? Suck it up, take it down, ram it down their throats. Didn't happen.
Couldn't do it. Let's go out to Justin in Cortland. Justin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. I agree with a lot of your points. You kind of stole a little bit, but here's my argument. My argument is they moved the ball so easily on the first possession, and no huddle. They had them on their heels the entire time.
Exactly, Justin. Exactly.
Why not do it until they stop it? Granted, Hester, I mean, you can go back to Hester dropping an easy touchdown. You place blame on, you can point the finger at whoever you want. My argument is, I'm not a fan of Ron Turner, but today I'm calling for his head. This is a game where he had him by the throat after the first drive, and he let him go because all you had to do was keep doing it until they stop it. The first time you punt, fine, change your game plan. But as easy as that first drive was, all you had to do was keep doing it until they stop it.
Justin, I'm going to tell you exactly. I made a quote at halftime. It was Chicago 13, New York Giants 7. And my quote was, we should have put them away the first half. Normally what happens in games like this, when you should have put them away, you were definitely the better football team. You should have put them away and you didn't. Usually in the second half, as long as I've been around involved in this game, up pops the devil and you blow the ball game. And this was one ball game not to blow, pal. I'll tell you what. We lost this one, Doug. It's all over with. Game, set, match, and that's exactly what happened. But when you can get a chance to nail them and put them away, do it.
Well, you have to, Ed, or you're going to lose. And the other thing that I didn't like, we got sacked 5 times in the first half. There's a couple of those sacks. I mean, Grossman's got to step up into the pocket. You don't step outside the damn pocket where the guy is rushing from. You don't step into him. Think about it, Ed. You're
right,
outside
I saw it. And
it drives me insane when I see that.
When our center and 2 guards, they took up care of business. They didn't. Their penetration.
He could have ran up to the
guy. They didn't cave in the middle of the pocket. Exactly.
Let's go out to Uncle Meatball, Panama City. Uncle Meatball, you on the score?
Hey, Uncle Fuzzy. OB, it's always great to talk to you. I have 2 points. My first point is this loss completely, for me, goes on the coaching staff. Not only were we not prepared, offensively and defensively, but the penalties.
10 of them. 10.
All the penalties tell me is that our coaches do not prepare our players for the game. The personal fouls are totally unexcusable.
Oh, that Metcalf one was brutal.
That's a direct reflection of Lovie Smith and how he prepares our team to play on Sunday. Now, Ron Turner, you know what? We can beat up Rex Grossman. We can beat up Cedric Benson. We can beat up whoever we want to beat up, but no one ever beats up Ron Turner. It is time for the media to, instead of sticking their teeth into Grossman and the players, we need to get rid of Turner because let me tell you, we had these guys by the short hairs, and all of a sudden we went away from it. Like last week or the week before when Benson was running, we just stopped running because it's working, because they're eventually going to stop it anyway. Give me a break. Turner was going down the field. We were getting points. Rex was looking great. The offense was humming, and then all of a sudden he starts going to this short pass. Again, we saw Devin Hester get 2 bubble screens, 0 route screens, whatever the hell you want to see it. We've ran it 11 times this year for -9 yards. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but if I see that play run 11 times for -9 yards, guess what? I'm never calling the damn thing again. And finally, gentlemen, on defensive side, Fourth quarter, we've got the lead. We're in cover deuce. It's not cover 2, it's cover deuce. They're giving up 5-6 yards a play when we need to stop them. It's like the Super Bowl all over again because we don't get in there and we don't stop them. We do not attack. This defense is sitting back there and just letting them get 5 and 6 yards. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, why don't we attack? And this is all a direct reflection of our coaching staff. Rex Grossman, you can say he sucks. I don't personally believe that. But you know what? He proved today that when you're attacking, when you're throwing the ball down the field more than 7 or 8 yards, like you always talk about, Uncle Fuzzy, when you're attacking, you're loosening up that defense. You're going to go ahead and then you're going to start getting some runs. But you know what? In that last fourth quarter, in the third quarter, we were doing these little dump-off passes for 3 yards, and then you're running Adrian Peterson getting a hard 3 yards. It just doesn't work, and this is all what this system is about. It's not play to win. It's play not to lose. And, gentlemen, you have a hell of a good night. I'm going to go hit the bar. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, well, you know what the fact
all right,
is.
Meatball.
Merry
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, buddy. When you take a look at it, there's no question, because when you score 16 points, they're really not saying much, but especially when you get 4 turnovers. But the times they did go deep, they did try to go deep twice with Berrien. It was wide open both times, did not make the play. The other one with Hester, he dropped a touchdown. But even that is a fact. You got to keep doing it. The second half they come out, they pulled in their horns instead of going after him and trying to really put him away. Hey, hold it. The Giants had their free safety Wilson out. They had their cornerback Ross out.
Exactly.
You had to work those guys over. And then on top of that, you see where Grossman screws up with the fact when he don't step up into the pocket. I understand all that. But when it comes down to it, the time came when they had the football, when they kicked it out of bounds on the 40-yard line. Forget everything else. Now it's time. It's your time now to say we have to do this on the 40-yard line at the end of the game. Maybe, there's 4 or 5 minutes left, and they kicked that thing out of bounds. That's when you should have finished them off. You should have put them away right then and there because you're on the 40-yard line. Maybe you're not good enough. Maybe that's part of the answer. I don't know. All I know is opportunities, and Ed said it. I'm saying it. How many damn times has Hester given this offense opportunities to score? I'm not taking anything away from the defense. They couldn't stop the damn run, but they did come up with 4 turnovers. They did do that. So all of a sudden now our offense, and it's been this way for the last 3 years, it's time for you to take a game over. Now you're waiting for the defense to take it over? You had the opportunity to take the offense over on the 40-yard line.
Doug, when they started out the game with the hurry-up offense,
that was
I mean, it looked great.
Great.
I mean, in the passing game, utilized the whole field, short, intermediate,
action,
long passes, play action. Even went from a shotgun, went back to the hurry-up, and it was wonderful. They were running the ball wide. We had Adrian Peterson running wide. We had switches up the middle. We had traps. They really looked like they were in sync. To me, they looked like they were in sync in the beginning of that ball game, and for some reason, I don't know how, where, or when, away went the hurry-up offense.
Just
Doug,
stop.
The Giants didn't know what to do.
No.
We had them on their heels. You tell they couldn't make their substitutions. They screwed up their whole defensive scheme of things, and we should have taken advantage of it early in the game, and I thought that we would stay with it until it stops, okay? Until they stop you, Doug. That's plain and simple. Okay, it's ABC, my friend. Nobody has to be a brain surgeon over here to figure this game out.
All you had to know is look at the Giants. Were they in the daze that first half, that first quarter? They didn't know where the hell they were. Manning couldn't get out of his own way.
That's what the hell I'm talking about, Doug.
You had him by the throat. You had him down. You continually go after him. You continually try to pound him. And no. Let's sit, let's defense, don't do this. You get tired of it. You really do. This game, the Giants are not a good football team either, by the way.
Doug,
they're not a good football team.
I'm going to tell you something. We don't go after Peyton Manning. I'm going to tell you something. He's not a guy. You get in his face, and he is prone to flip. Eli.
Yeah.
Eli is very prone to flipping that ball to the opposition. Okay, and what we should have done, especially in that fourth quarter, whenever he got that ball, Doug, plaster him. Go after him.
And they're staying back.
I mean, we've got Lance Briggs. We've got Hunter Hillemeyer. We've got Brian Urlacher. Doug, we've got we've got people that can get to the passer. They're at the quickness and the speed. And to let him sit back there and take us apart, that's crazy. That's crazy. Go after him. You're going to go down fighting.
In the run game, you obviously hurt us defensively. But once again, though, if you take a look at the whole body of work for this football game, and let's go back to the offense just for the hell of it, and the fact that if you give them 4 turnovers, now 3 of them, 3 takeaways, they scored 13 points off the 3 takeaways. Is it a sin? is it wrong to say that you can't win a football game by doing something offensively? That's what I think everybody thinks in this town, and I think that's what the Bears think, that, don't worry about it, our defense will handle it, we'll be okay. You can't think that anymore because our defense is not that damn good. It's not that good. Just look at the body of work. Going into this football game, we were ranked 26th defensively. We were ranked 30th against the rush. We're not that good defensively. So what do you have to do to win the football game? You got to put points up, not 16. You got to put a lot of points up. And if you don't succeed, keep trying to do it because that's the only way you're going to win the game.
Doug, we were 5-6, and if any time, and we had them back on our heels in the opening of that game, and we should have put them away. There was any time offensively, especially with the field position we had, and with the no-huddle offense, and we had them again off balance, to put them away the first half, that was the time to do it. Come out after adjustments in the second and at halftime, Doug, and we come out in the third quarter, what do we do?
We did nothing. That's what we did. We did nothing, and we didn't do anything to put the points on it. Again, if somebody's going to give you an opportunity.
3 points on the board we put.
If someone's going to give you an opportunity, they're going to kick the football out of bounds on kickoffs, and they're going to give you the ball on the 40-yard line. You've got to make them pay. You've got to make them pay big time because they didn't kick it to your guy, Hester, but the football now's on the 40-yard line. You've got to say to yourself, you're going to pay the price for that. There's no question about it. I'm telling you, the Giants thought that's the way it was going to happen, but they didn't do anything. They got the football on the 40-yard line. That I don't know. Let's go out to Joe and Joliet. Joe, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Joe.
Hey, memo to Lovie Smith and his staff. This is a scoring league. I'm looking at the scores of every winning team, 20 or more points, and what do we do? You're right. Defenses don't win it anymore in the NFL. Defenses have to be good, but the reason the Patriots are good is because they score so many points, their defense can sit back and just clobber people.
Absolutely.
Those days are gone. You have to score. Hey, listen, they intercepted Manning in the third quarter. They get the big play and go down the field. What don't they do? They don't finish the drive.
No.
This team doesn't have what it takes. Rest in peace. Thank God. We're sick of it already, just as you guys are, wasting time watching these guys because they don't have what it takes.
You're right. You're absolutely correct. Don't ever think now, we're going to rely on our defenses. There's not a team out there that's a top team that does that. Romo threw 4 touchdowns the other day. You're saying Manning threw 4 today. Come on.
Doug,
get with it. Take a look at what the hell's going on here. I don't want to hear it no more. The defense, obviously the defense is not that good, but it's not going to happen anymore. You can't win with the defense unless you put some points up. You can't score 16 points and keep thinking you're that damn good.
Doug, with the way the rules are in the game,
especially
everything is for the offense. So you got to have somebody, your offensive coordinator, your head coach, that can figure this out, okay? Figure the rules out. You look cross-eyed at a receiver, they're going to throw the flag. Utilize it. Take advantage of it. Look at New England. Again, look at the team right down the road here, Indianapolis. They're flying down the field. They're taking advantage of everything there is.
Absolutely.
If a defensive player even touches an offensive wideout, up goes the flag. Take advantage of it. These are the rules. And when you see offenses, the ball flying down the field, short, intermediate passes for 4 quarters. And, Doug, we just don't see that. Now, are the players not good enough? Is it Ron Turner? Or is it Lovie Smith telling Ron Turner, no, we can't open it up because we got to have our defense get the takeaways and we'll manage the offense? Not so far-fetched, my friend, what I just said. Lovie Smith is very influential, obviously, on this.
It's his team. There's no question about it.
That's his team. But I'm going to tell you something, how you cannot open it up being a 5-6 team, playing at home, and it's the game of the year for you, and you let it get away with you, having for 4 quarters, unbelievable field position, and you put up 16 points any way you want to cut it. This is right on the coaches. To me, it's right on their head.
It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Oh, hell, come on.
It's not even close to being acceptable.
There's nothing to talk about.
The fact is, when you see what they did, they started out, you say, geez, you know what, now is execution. I'll get this word execution. That's not the point. The point is the fact that you have to understand a philosophy. And your philosophy in your mind has to tell you right now, in the National Football League, you need to score points to win. You need to score points. You need to put them up, especially when you don't have a defense that can't go out there and basically, stop someone all the time. They can't do it.
Those days are gone, Doug.
Those days are gone because
they're gone.
They got 4 turnovers. So you got 4 turnovers out of your defense, so you take your offense. And on top of that, Let me tell you something about better
Doug,
offense.
you know where we lost the game? We had 4 turnovers.
And the
and
40-yard
great
line.
field position. We lost the game. We lost the game because of coaching. Yeah. That's the bottom line. You can cut it any way you want it. Listeners, however you guys want to cut it and figure it out. Come on. It's right in front of you, okay? It's right in front of you.
What if I gave another offense 4 turnovers plus 2 positions on the 40-yard line from bad kickoffs that went out of bounds, and not to mention the other positions that we had, not only this game but the past games?
Right.
The fact is, you don't take advantage of that. You don't do that. So, yeah, let's kick to Hester. Let's go. You think they care? You think they really care about, except they did that last one because it went out of bounds, but the fact is they know they can get away with it. You let them get away with it. You got the biggest weapon right now with Hester, the biggest. And now you're letting these guys do this, kick the ball out of bounds, and you're not getting the football and taking advantage of them, doing something with it. I'd have plays set up. We're getting the ball on the 40-yard line. As soon as they do that, here's what I'm doing with the damn thing. I'm going to shove it down their throat. I'm going to throw it to the end zone.
You know what, Doug? And that's the thing, and that's exactly what it is. And I don't know how some of these how other people interpret other talk shows or whatever, but I tell you, it's right in front of you, my friend. You can't dance around this one, pal.
No.
You cannot. This falls right dead on this coaching staff, my friend, and their philosophy of how to attack a defense from week to week, and that's the bottom line. It's not very pretty, Doug.
Let's go out to Billy the Kid in Danville. Billy the Kid, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? You guys are right on as usual. I have 2 points I'd like to make tonight. First point is our defense is garbage. I am so sick of the other team running the ball on us at will. Even the last couple of years when our defense was near the top of the league, teams still did that to us. We relied on turnovers. We got the turnovers today, but other teams are starting to catch on, and it's just garbage. It's so humiliating to see the other teams move the ball on us like they are. And my second point is, this is the reason why I feel the Bears look so unprepared each week, and I want to see what you guys think. I realize that Babbage was promoted to defensive coordinator. I realize that Turner stayed on as offensive coordinator. Lovie Smith obviously still the head coach. I've noticed this season a lot of younger black coaches on the sidelines, and my question to you guys is, has he given somebody an opportunity like he got instead of putting the most experienced guy on the coaching staff? What do you guys think?
Well, no, Babbage is white. I mean, the fact is those coaches are there. You see, when you look at guys who are talking about assistant coaches, don't look to them. Look to who's making the calls. Babbage on defense, Turner on offense, and, of course, Lovie Smith overall. And that's where it comes from. But I know what their philosophy is. You know what their philosophy is. But what we're trying to say is that's ended. It's there no more. You don't have the same damn defense you had last year. It's not there. I don't know why. Maybe it's the gap defense. Maybe they're not getting to their gaps. You'll hear that too. We didn't stay in our gaps. I can't hear that much more.
That's what happened today, Doug.
Well,
the defense is predicated on the 2 inside linemen, the I-men or defensive tackles, whichever you prefer, okay? And the key was to get up into the gaps.
They're not.
Now, they did not get up, and they were back. I saw Adams, 5-6 yards blown off the line of scrimmage. Right there, right on the screen. Watched it all afternoon. We gave up 175 yards, Dougie.
Well, there's no question. I mean, you're right. See,
and this cover 2 defense, it's all, you ask the coaches, that predicated on a defensive line getting up into their gaps, 2 defensive ends getting the quarterbacks, but especially the tackles, getting across the line and making the penetration, okay? Didn't happen, and it has not happened.
Let me ask you a question.
Can somebody figure out it's time to go to Plan B?
Well, right. That's my question. If it's not working and you feel you don't have the guys that fit into your system, don't you do something about it? Don't you make a change? Don't you do something with the defensive line
or
the linebackers that blitz more? Now, they tried more blitzes,
Douglas.
but the fact is you can still blitz against the run. There's no law you can't blitz against the run.
No question about it, Doug. And again, why you have these linebackers dropping back, and especially in that last drive, and let that kid go down the field on us, and we don't challenge him in that backfield. And of all people, Manning, come on.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Giants 21, the Bears 16. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Rory and Matson. Rory on the Score.
Gentlemen,
Rory.
Hey, Rory.
You guys hit it right on the head. It falls on the coaching, and I want to start first with a couple points. The offensive line on both sides, that dictated the game. The Giants' offensive line did what they had to do, especially in the running game, and the Bears' offensive line did what they normally do. Can't block for anybody. It doesn't matter who the running back is, whether it's Cedric Benson or Adrian Peterson. They can't block for the run.
Rory, our defensive tackles in the middle of our line, they got 8 alive.
Yeah, they just
8 alive.
Well, that goes back to another point that I wanted to bring up about defensive schemes. If you know that you're weak in the middle, you scheme every week. You don't come with the same philosophy every week. New England schemes against the upcoming opponent's offense. Lovie Smith and Babbage or whoever's running the thing over there, they come out with the same vanilla look every week. It's so easy to scheme against it if you're an opposing offense.
Well, it's not a complicated defense, and we all know that. And it's never been a complicated defense. And offenses know what's going on. They know where the linemen are going, to what gap they're going.
That's exactly, Doug. And Rory, he brings up a great point. You just brought up a great point too,
Doug.
What
they do.
They know in our.
How would you like to play that way, Ed?
In our Tampa 2 defense, or whatever the hell you want to call it, the Lovey 2. Ed. Or whatever it is, they know exactly where those defensive tackles are going. Now, if they can stop them and blow them off the line, fine. You know, I mean, do you have guys that can do that? Obviously, we don't, but they know No, I wouldn't want to play like that. Where they know where I'm going?
Well,
no, you're going to get whacked every play.
How many twists you see today? How many?
I saw maybe like 2 or 3.
Yeah, what you do is the fact that you change that up. You bring your defensive end down.
If your defensive linemen are getting killed, yes.
Yeah, you move your linemen around. You move around so somebody else can't make the play. So they said, hey, I know where he's going to be.
How about switching to an odd defense, too?
Well, yeah, there's a ton of things you can do.
Right.
You know, you think you're going to line up and whip everybody's ass because you're playing a 2 defense, and I'm going to get in there? Not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Unless you got the 4
You know what, Doug?
Toughest defensive lineman around.
You know what they should do with this covered 2 defense? They should cover it up. That's what the hell they should do with it. Get a wheelbarrow full of dirt and just cover it up.
Well, the thing
all right.
With the gap defense and the cover 2, it's when they say the cover 2, obviously they mean about they're taking the safety out of there and he's out of there. But
yeah, but Doug, it's all predicated on the defensive line. They'll even tell you that.
Well, they leave you 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers to take care of the run. But still, beyond that, they're supposed to be in a certain gap. That's what I'm pointing. If you're playing back with the safety out of there, and I know where you're going to be, and if I'm not quick enough to get where you're going, I'm going to beat your ass.
Guess what? The opponent, they can't figure this out, can they? I mean, we're every game. I go in the same gap. I hit the same shoulder.
Same shoulder, the
every
same
play.
way.
Yes.
Where do you think an offensive guard, when he lines up, he's just saying, this is where he's going?
Well, that's what you saw today.
And I got to beat him at the pass, that's all. Let's go out to Dave in Lake Zurich. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how are you?
All right,
What's up,
Dave.
I'm not
Congratulations, Lake Zurich, too, by the way.
Yeah, state champs.
You got it. You got it.
Hey, how did we lose this game?
Well, you got me.
In the words of Denny Green, we had them and we let them off the hook.
We knew who they were, huh?
Yeah, we knew who they were. We had great field position the entire game. We are not good enough to settle for field goals. And why are we not throwing the ball into the end zone more often?
I know you got me, and I know there was 2 passes. I will say this. I mean, there were 2 passes. Berrien got open deep, and he was overthrown twice. We know Hester dropped one. But the fact is there were more opportunities. We had a ton of opportunities here today. And I'm going to go back to the one. There are 2 of them. When they kick the football out of bounds and you get the ball on the 40-yard line, you better score. You better score. Because you can't get any better field position than that. And that's what it's all about in the game is field position. And when you get the ball on the 40-yard line, especially at the end of the game, and you can't do it when you know it's all on your shoulders right now, and you're starting to think about
your whole season is on that series. That your whole season is on that series.
Make it.
Okay?
Don't worry about my defense taking care of me. It's time for your offense to step up. You're right. The whole season on that.
The whole season was on that series.
How much time was left, Ed? 4 minutes? 5 minutes? I don't know what was left. There wasn't that much. And I know this, they had the damn opportunity. When I saw the Giants on the sidelines and Coughlin, when he saw that ball go out of bounds, and Bears got the ball on the 40-yard lines, I'm saying to myself, this is it. This ices it up. There it is. We did not. In fact, we got out of there so damn fast your head would swim. Unbelievable what happened in that position. Let's go out to Paul at Paddock Lake in Wisconsin. Paul.
Hey, guys, I really love your show. I really love both of you guys as far as your post game. But in this one instance, I've got to disagree with Doug on this, where I heard you say earlier that you think that the D is no good anymore. But in my opinion, and I think you guys got to agree with this, a good defense starts with a killer running back and a killer running game so you can grind the clock. When you sit here and do these 3-and-outs and you get yourself thrown off the field every time in 30 seconds, 70 seconds, or whatever it is, you got big problems. We come into the fourth quarter, we're leading the game 16-7. I was at CBS Sportsline. I went back and looked at it. We ran the ball. We didn't run the ball. We pass. We turn the doggone ball over. We sit here and we tell everybody, hey, we get off the bus running. We get off the bus running. We don't get off the bus running. They want to try to surprise everybody with these passes. I'm sick of passing on first down. You look back at the Super Bowl. It's 2nd and 1 in the third quarter. We're totally into the game. And what do? We pass. The ball, it's either that play or the play after. It went over his head. Then there was a sack. We totally blew it. Pound the doggone ball. I don't know if Lovie Smith is a quota hire, but bottom line is this season is over. We need to start looking now to get some offensive line in the draft. And I agree with a couple of the other callers that this is nothing but play calling. It is play calling, and I'm sick of the stupid passes on first down.
Paul, let me tell you something. There's a few things to go along with your frustration here, and they're called statistics, okay? We rushing attempts 23 times. New York Giants, 37. Passing, New York Giants, attempts 27. The Bears, 46 attempts. We were 25 for 46, and we only had 23 rushing attempts. Giants, 37 rushing, 27 passing. Us in the passing game, 46 times, Doug.
Yeah, well, you see, everybody wants to be a running game. I got news for you, Paul.
But we're coming off the bus running.
We can't run. Well, let me repeat it to you. We can't run. And that's the part of the problem. And the other part of the problem is we can't stop the run. On defense, you say to me, well, they're out in the field. Well, I understand they're out in the field. But when you're out in the field, shouldn't you try to come off the field defensively and stop the guy from running because you're out on the field? The fact is our defense is not what it was the beginning of last year and the year before that, or when Kyle Orton took it over, when he was playing quarterback. It's not the same. It is not the same, guys.
To come into this game at home, we've got the Giants at home, who played a miserable game the week before.
They got murdered.
We had a
miracle
Vikings. Win the week before. We should have been high. We're in our own living room. We got our fans there. We've got everything going for us, and this game was the game of the year. This one, today, Doug, was it. Opportunity after opportunity gone down the drain. And I'm going to tell you something. They all ought to take a long look at themselves, and especially, again, I just said it again here a few minutes ago, and I'll say it again, this coaching staff, I'm going to tell you something. They better not walk away from this loss, Doug. It's right dead square in their nose.
Well, the fact is that when you have an opportunity to take a game over, to take it over, and an opportunity was there offensively to do that.
All damn day long.
And
Come on.
And everybody says, well, we got to run the ball. We can't run it. Maybe we just can't run it that way. We don't run like we don't have the offensive line the Giants have. The Giants were 8th in rushing coming in. We were 32. Think about it, guys. It's not just this game. Coming into this football game, the Giants were 8th running the football in the National Football League. We were like 30, and we were 32 average gain per run. It's just not this game. A body of work, that's who we are. That's who the Bears are. That's why they were throwing the damn ball. But since you're going to throw it, try to go put some points on it. You got 4 turnovers. You got the football twice on the 40-yard line. Because we can't run it. That's the problem. We jumped on Benson. We jumped on Peterson. We would jump on the offensive line. Whatever the problem is, we can't run it. It's not just this football game, guys. Take a look at what we have. Take a look where we rank. These statistics that don't just pop up. This is for 11 or 12 games. It'll tell you who you are. And what it tells me is we cannot run the ball and we cannot stop the run. That's who we are. So you got to figure out a different way to score. And so you had Hester covering your ass all this time. And the year last year was Hester in the defense. And now it's not there. Hester's there. They decide to kick out of bounds, but still, you get the opportunity with the ball on the 40-yard line twice and you can't do anything with it. That's a problem. That's the main problem. And it's not just this football game. You go back to the Denver game, even though we won the Denver game, if you really want to be honest with yourself, 3 quarters we stunk up the joint. If it wasn't for Hester returning 2 touchdowns back and us blocking a punt because of kind of Hester, because the guy was trying to kick it down the sidelines, we wouldn't even be near that football game.
Oh, Doug, if anybody ever looked at those stats of last week's game against Denver, I'm sure in Denver they're still scratching their head.
How they lost that football game. Let's go to Jay in Plainfield. Jay, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Jay.
Hey, the biggest game of the year, and you got a Pro Bowl cornerback who practiced 3 times last week sitting on the sideline. And then on top of that, you play a dysfunctional team who's probably just as bad as the Minnesota was when they used to yell at each other back and forth. And then one other thing is, you cannot stop the rush. We're fooling ourselves if this team's going anywhere. They're not going. They 200 yards rushing. They can't stop the rushing. They can't beat a dysfunctional team. They're not even playing their players. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Last week, the pitch, the little college pitch, it was done once. How many times was it done? About 10 times. And we couldn't stop it. It's just ridiculous.
Well, again, take a look at it. The coaching is a big part of this. The players are a big part of this. Jerry Angelo's a big part of this for guys they brought in. Like when they brought Archuleta in, they finally benched him. They didn't start him today. The guy should never even been on the team. Probably a good guy, but the fact is he can't play anymore. Our offensive line, it's not doing anything. I mean, what is it doing? Where are we getting the holes? You say, well, okay, fine. Benson's not running. Let's put Peterson in. I don't know how many yards we got today. It wasn't that many as far as running the football.
68 yards.
68 total yards. That's embarrassing. 68 total yards is embarrassing for a team that's supposed to get off the bus running. Who the hell are you kidding? And see, here's the point.
You think the honeymoon is going to be over with Lovey here?
What? He's got a 4-year contract. What kind of honeymoon, Ed?
I'm talking about with the press.
Well,
the stuff of him, we're coming off the bus running.
They can't run.
Well, it's this, well, it's that. And the answers that he gives. You think these writers, one of these sooner or later,
Ed,
or these TV reporters are a little sick of this?
Well, I would imagine because the first one, you take a look at it. See, if it was 1 game or 2 games, you say, yeah. All you have to do is take a look at us. We're ranked 30th in rushing the football. We're ranked 32nd
I know that,
in
though.
average game. I know, but I'm trying to prove a point that you can't say it's just 1 game. It's a full body of work. This is stats that average 11 games. So it happened now. It happened yesterday. It happened before yesterday. And it happened at the beginning of the year. And we keep saying we're going to run the football. There's got to be a reason why we can't.
Doug,
and it must be the offensive line. Let's just say it.
One thing that was working for us when we started out with the surprise was the no huddle or the hurry up offense, whatever you want to call it, and why we didn't stick with it and stay with it until they stopped us big time. I have no idea. Walked away from it. I don't understand it.
All I know is I don't want to watch the Minnesota-Chicago Bear game coming up. Because if you watch Minnesota today, please stop yourself. I mean, that team just ruined them. Ruined the Lions. Ruined them like they ruined us. Let's go to Paul in Spring Valley. Paul, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug and OB. I'm a first-time caller. I like your show. I agree with you and the previous Paul about the offensive line. I think it's bad. I mean, I think a lot of their problems on offense are because there's no holes to run through and there's no pass protection. I mean, Grossman's running for his life back there. I was amazed he had such a good. He had the game he had today. Because my God, I understand the Giants are a great pass rushing team, but Strahan and Umanura were killing us on the edge. I mean, I would like to know how you feel about that.
Well, there's no question about that, but if you take a look at that, here's what killed us today. The cornerback blitzes. They got us with that, the cornerback blitzes. In fact, when they got us Nellis on the 1-yard line, remember that? And we had a punt out of there, and the punt was partially blocked, and Ward picks the football in the first play and runs 31 yards down to the 2-yard line. I mean, that was part of it. The fact is, though, the other part is Grossman. Step up into the pocket. Step up into the pocket. I mean, every quarterback does that. Outside pressure, you feel it, you step up into the pocket. You don't try to whirl out into the rush. I mean, twice he could have avoided that. He would have been no one near him if he had stepped up into the pocket.
Could I give you an answer to that?
Give it to me.
Whether you like it or not. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah.
Could it possibly be if he knows that if he steps in, he can't see the receivers?
I don't know, Ed, but
I'm just asking that question.
Could be.
Does he know that? That's why he doesn't do it?
It's an instinct, though, Ed. All quarterbacks have that instinct. That's all I'm saying.
I understand that. But maybe his instinct is not to because he can't see. I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm just asking a question. By the way, Paul, he did say Spring Valley, didn't he, I believe? Spring Valley. I got an old teammate of mine at University of Illinois who's an All-American, played for the Washington Redskins, went to the Pro Bowl. My name is Joe Rutkins, a defensive tackle. He's from up in that area out there, and Joe Rutkins was a hell of a football player, and he sells cars out in the area there now. Kind of.
Did he go to Illinois?
He went to Illinois. Got an S on Ian, doesn't?
I know.
But Joe, if you're listening, Merry Christmas to you and yours. But Paul, if you don't know him, try to find him. He's a great guy.
Let's go out to Nick in Mount Prospect. Nick, you're on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
All right, Nick.
Thanks for taking my call. This is by far the most emotionally draining loss of the season, and I think it's a good microcosm of what we've gone through, a series of ups and downs, a mediocre team with tremendous deficiencies on both sides of the ball. And honestly, what cost us this game, I think, was a lack of effective offensive line play, and then those series of penalties. I think it was 65 yards plus. I mean, every time we were in range for a possible field goal or it looked like we were going to convert for a touchdown, we got nothing out of it. And I mean, I'm sure you guys felt the same way I did. I knew, although we had that lead 16-7, it was.
You knew it was coming, didn't you?
It was just a matter of time.
Exactly.
Yeah, you felt it. It was like you knew the defense couldn't hold Manning and that offense down for that long. I mean, Burris and Toomer aren't that bad. And you just felt it. And I was cringing as we were in the fourth quarter because you felt it. And I knew when we got the ball back that we definitely weren't going to run out the clock with the run. But in all honesty, it just takes away some of the misery that we would experience later in the season anyhow. Because even if we got in the playoffs, what would happen? We'd get blown out in Seattle, Tampa, Green Bay, or Dallas. So. Yeah,
you're absolutely correct on that part. And today, though, amazing. All the teams that were fighting, for the wild card, they all lost, basically. So you would have been sitting there with 6-6 with Minnesota, and you're right. This team is not good enough to go anywhere.
We played New Orleans. We played Minnesota. If we'd have won this ball game, everything would have been in our hands.
Yeah, Detroit lost.
We went out. We're
there. Giants would have lost.
That's right, because every team was right in our eyesight.
But you think about it, we're just not good enough. I mean, it can't be, because in this game, if you were good enough, you would have shown in this football game, and obviously you would have shown in that third or fourth quarter if you were good enough. And apparently that's what's the answer. Just not good enough. Not good enough coaching, not a good enough offensive line, defensive line, the whole 9 yards. So why fight it?
Now what brings up...
Now we're going to change.
Now what happens? Does Rex Grossman start, or do we put Kyle Orton to take a look at him? All right? What about Mike Costa, wideout receiver? Is he still on the team? I don't even know. I believe he still is. Why don't we see him? Why don't we? Now, if this is what it's going to be, Doug, you know what they should do? Throw all caution to the wind. The next, 4 or 5 games, whatever we got left, throw caution to the wind, put some people in there, and let's see what we got. Don't make it a mystery again.
I'm going to give you an example. The Baltimore Ravens had a quarterback sitting on their bench 2 years ago, or last year. 2 years ago. His name was Derek Anderson.
Yes.
Derek Anderson, right?
Cleveland Browns.
Sitting here. Look what he's doing in Cleveland. Now, everybody and their brother wants Derek Anderson, correct?
Right.
We got a kid, Kyle Orton. Find out. You better find out. That's all I'm telling you. Find out. For a guy to leave, because Baltimore can't get out of their way off.
Doug, you know how far we could take this back? Tony Romo. Where did he go to school? Last time it was at the University of Planet Pluto.
It was right here.
Eastern Illinois. He was there for 4 years.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. We'll be right back. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And I was just going through my notes real quickly, and here it was. There was 6 minutes and 54 seconds left. The Giants just scored. They're kicking off the Bears. The Bears are winning 16-14. They kick it off. Obviously, it goes out of bounds. Now the Bears get it on the 40-yard line. And 3 plays, they're out. They're sacked. Get 6 sacked by the Giants. Tuck sacks Grossman, and we have to punt. There's 5:06 left. So that point of time, when we were winning 16-14, we got the ball on the 40-yard line. There's 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Should have made a move of some sort, even just to get first downs to kill the clock. I mean, how about that one? Just get a first down so you can kill the clock. Because he held it off to 5:06. If you catch a couple first downs, they're not going to have enough time to score. 6 minutes.
What was
and
the
50
sequence
seconds.
again?
I forgot the first play. Second play was a Peterson pass for 1 yard. The 3rd down and 4, he gets sacked by Tuck, the defensive guy for the Giants. Now they have to punt it. And the fact is, when you take a look at it, there's 5:06 left. So all you needed to do in that series, okay, let's don't score. Don't score. Okay, I'll buy that. Maybe you get a couple first downs. You kill the clock down to 2 minutes or whatever it is, and maybe kick a field goal. We did nothing. 1, 2, 3, and out after we got the ball on the 40-yard line. That's inexcusable. That's totally inexcusable, especially when you get down to a football game like this and you're winning 16-14, knowing that it would just take a field goal to beat you. So, you can't get around that. Coaching, players, I don't care. It just is inexcusable. Let's go out to Lawrence Holmes, our score beat reporter. Lawrence, you're on the score, buddy. How you doing?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. It's ironic that the way that this team went about winning games over this season is the way that they lost it today. Coming into the game, trailing in the fourth quarter, the Bears had won 4 games. And what they allowed New York to do was drive down the field on them a couple times and ended up losing the game because their offense wasn't able to get the defense some rest and wasn't able to put some points on the board when they desperately needed it. They had big play opportunities for a lot of the fourth quarter, and the sequence that you're talking about, Doug, where you have a short pass of Peterson for 8 yards, you have 2nd and 2 from the 48, minus 1 yard or off right tackle, then Grossman is sacked, and it takes you out of any real, trying to milk the clock, trying to get a first down, and now you got to kick the ball away. I don't know what happened to Eli Manning in the fourth quarter, but in the fourth quarter he was phenomenal. He was absolutely phenomenal, and he carved the Bears defense up.
Well, I got to tell you one thing, though, and this is I'm going to go against the Bear defense. The fact is, when he starts getting like that, you got to have the guts to pressure him and to blitz the hell out of him. They were sending cornerbacks every damn other play.
Yep.
In fact, they sent the cornerback that really almost cost him with Hester when he dropped that touchdown pass. And so, you're going to have to put pressure on Manning. But I go back to the offense, and just in that sequence you were talking about. 6 minutes and 54 seconds left to go, and they kicked the ball out of bounds on the kickoff, and you got the football. How about just killing the clock? And you got 2nd and 2, you can't get it, and you're a running team? There's something dead-ass wrong here. And then you go back, and then you get sacked on the 3rd down situation, and you got a punt. You cannot let a team get away with what they're doing with Hester right now. You got to make them pay for what they're doing. You got to make them pay the fact that they're not going to kick the Hester. If you don't kick the Hester, you kick short. I'll tell you what, when we get that football, we're going to shove it down your throat. That's twice that happened in this football game, and we did nothing about it, Lawrence.
And it's been the same way for
all year.
The past few weeks, Doug.
I know.
Everyone knows who Devin Hester is except for the Denver Broncos, and everyone has decided they're gonna kick away. And when they do that and they're giving you the ball and your starting position is at the 40 and the 42 and all these other great starting field positions that the Bears had, you have to come away with points. And the Bears weren't able to do that. And you talked about Devin Hester. As great as he is as a kick returner, he still has miles to go as a receiver. And you saw that today. That was a game-breaking play. Him dropping that would have been a for sure touchdown pass was a game-breaking play. You score that play, I don't know if the Giants are able to get off the deck. I really don't. And that's a play where it was a tad bit behind them, but receivers, professional receivers, make an adjustment while the ball's in the air, and they come up with that play and they score easily.
Listen, let me just tell you something, Lawrence. There's some telltale things here. We're throwing the ball around 50 times. We're going to lose this football game. Do you remember earlier in the year when they benched Grossman? They brought in Brian Greasy. Do you recall how many attempts passing the ball? Do you remember? He hadn't played in over 2 years, and I believe he threw the ball, attempted 52 passes. I'm pretty sure it was 52.
Yeah, he was averaging, I think, something around 40 attempts a game when he was in there.
And he hadn't played in over 2 years, and we come off the bus running, and we bring a quarterback, and we ask him to come in. I'm talking about Brian Greasy earlier in the season when we make the switch, and we throw the ball 52 times. What's somebody thinking about up there?
Well, maybe we're not a running team. Maybe we can't run. Every time we look at it, we want to be a running team. Maybe we just can't run.
Doug, last week, I'm going to tell you something. That's the first time I saw a runner run the ball, even though but he did. He made some moves, and it looked like the running game was going good. and everybody looked like they were upbeat, and then, bang, he's gone. Why? Because we had a script. Brought Adrian Peterson in, and Cedric Benson, he's gone to the bench. I mean, you figure it out.
Well, I hope now that people understand that while Adrian Peterson is exactly the type of guy that you want on your roster, he's a great backup, a fantastic special teams player, he's not a special back either. And the Bears have got to figure that out. They've got to find someone who's going to be able to break plays consistently. And when they do need that tough 2 yards to seal a game or get a first down at the end of a game, they've got to find a back that can do that. Because the way that this game went down, you felt it. You felt it as the game was going into the fourth quarter. Because the Giants, if they weren't fumbling the ball, they were moving it. They were able to move it through on the ground, whichever back they wanted to use, whether it was Ward or Drones, they were able to move the ball. And then when given an opportunity to make some stops, they couldn't do it. At the end of the game, they played to their record today, and especially in the fourth quarter. The first half, it looked like they were on their way to a win. They looked like they were in control because they were coming up with the turnovers. I mean, if you would have told me that the Bears would have gotten 4 turnovers today, I would have told you they would have won the game running away.
That's an automatic. That should be worth at least 30 points.
You know what?
Take a look at it.
Yeah, Lawrence, we won a miracle game last week. A miracle game. We won that football game to keep us in it. This was the game of the year for the Bears. This was the game of the year. This is where, and they all knew it. Coaching staff knew it. The players knew it, and the fans, I think, knew it more than the players or the coaches. This was the game to make a statement. You've got to run it out. You've got everybody that you have to play is right in front of your face. I'm talking about New Orleans. I'm talking about the Vikings, and you play them. Everything was set on this game, and we failed. And I'm going to tell you something. And again, the players, we can blame whatever you want, but I'm going to tell you what I said it earlier in the show, and whether people like it or whatever, Doug, I'm going to tell you something. This coaching staff, Lawrence, right dead square in the nose.
I'm with you, OB. I mean, because they allowed the Giants to take them out of some things that they were doing and were working. When they went to the little sugar huddle, hurry-up offense that they were running, that was effective.
They quit.
And then you know what the Giants did? They said, okay, we're going to start blitzing you from every angle we can. We're going to bring safeties. We're bringing corners. Plus, they have those 3 guys up front in Tuck, Strahan, and Umenyiora that can get after the quarterback on their own. And once they did that, it was like the Bears' offense kind of went into a shell. And they almost played it safe, I thought, in the second half and didn't really attack, where in the first half, I thought that they played very effectively by attacking the Giants and not letting those guys get to Grossman.
Well, that was part of it. I think the fact that there were twice that I saw Berrien was open, but he was overthrown. I mean, he beat his guy deep, if you remember, Lawrence.
And on that one of the first plays in the game, he was wide open. And Grossman didn't get the ball to him.
Right. So, I mean, the opportunities were there, but they backed off on the opportunities. They took a look at it and said, okay, fine. Then they start to go horizontal. The fact is, though, there's certain ways to beat certain teams. Now, they got caught. The Giants got caught in a corner blitz. Remember that corner blitz?
Yep.
And Hester went straight down the field, and the safety come over, try to pick him off. They could have done that a couple times, but those corner blitzes were coming after us. And the other thing OB and I talked about, Grossman's got to learn. You step up into the damn pocket. You don't step outside where the guy is pass rushing and you get a sack. I mean, he got sacked twice, once almost out of field goal range, the other time down on the 1-yard line. You got to step up, and he didn't do that.
And, they're still saying that they're hanging on to a glimmer of hope that they have a chance at the playoffs. And I guess realistically, considering some of the things that happened today, there's still a glimpse. But it's getting real dark. It's getting real dark, and, it's a quick turnaround. They've started game planning already for D.C., and they'll travel on Wednesday for that game Thursday night against the Redskins. And, I mean, we'll probably have to take the roller coaster ride again, Doug and OB, where they'll win on Thursday and think that they still have a shot. The problem with today's loss is that they took it out of their own hands. No matter what happens the rest of the way for the Bears, it's up to someone else to get them into the playoffs. They have to hope that other teams lose instead of them just being able to get in by winning.
And that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. And also, if it does happen, I don't want to be in the playoffs. This team is not playoff ready. This team shouldn't be in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they got to go see Adrian Peterson at his place, too. Good luck with that.
There you go. Yeah, I saw that game today. You're right. All right, Lawrence, take care, buddy.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you, guys.
You're listening to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Chris, Darren, Rich, Jeff, Brian, Owen, Mike. We'll get with you right after this. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, phone number 312-644-6767. Ed, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brian in Orland Park. Brian, you on the Score.
Ed, Doug, thank you very much for stating the current affairs of the Chicago Bears football club at this time. And I have 3 questions to ask both of you. Number 1, did Adrian Peterson get his 3.3 yards average rush per carry, which, according to Fox, was at this point the worst in the Bears franchise history since 1970? Number 2, does Lovie Smith have the guts to have Kyle Orton start each and every game for the rest of the year to find out if truly they really need to have Rex Grossman in as the starting quarterback? And number 3, when does Devin Hester's contract come up for renewal, and when that does happen, do you really think that a team like Dallas, Indianapolis, or New England will be willing to shell out big bucks to guarantee a 60-yard field for a Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, or a Romo to operate their offense to score a touchdown from? I'll leave the comments up to you, gentlemen.
I will work backwards. With Hester, you're right. I mean, you think that New England, Dallas, the Colts, any of these teams would love to have him and put their offense in that position. But what happened then, though, they would kick to him. They'd have to kick to him because they wouldn't want to put an offense like New England, Dallas, or the Colts on the 40-yard line.
But what's fortunate that's going to happen, the Bears will sign him.
Yeah, they're going to have to sign him.
They're going to have to sign him. So to answer your question, they won't let it get to that. They will sign him.
And as far as Adrian Peterson is concerned, yeah, he averaged 3 yards a carry.
22 carries, 67 yards.
Bingo.
Longest 9 yards.
And as far as Kyle Orton is concerned, Eddie and I talked about that. I'd like to see him. I'd like to see what he can do. I thought Grossman today was 25 for 46. He had 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. His average per game was 6.4, which is good. But I got to tell you, why not look at Kyle Orton and see what's going on with him? And just maybe it doesn't make a difference because the Bears did have today 69 plays. And you take a look at what the Giants had. They had 64 plays. The Giants held the football 43 seconds more than the Bears. So it wasn't lopsided. The fact is the Bears had the opportunities with 69 plays to do something with it. And I know there was a touchdown pass dropped by Hester. I thought Berrien was open a couple times. And he didn't get the football. But still, that football game came down to the fact when they kicked it out of bounds on the 40-yard line with 6 minutes left to go, and we couldn't do anything with it.
What happened to us, there's a lot of things that happened. One thing, where did we get? We got whipped up front, okay? They had 37 rushing attempts, and they gained 175 yards. We had 23 attempts. We gained 68. That's where the game was won and lost.
And here's the point. By mentioning that, the 68 yards, we've been all over Benson, including myself, but there is no improvement. For a team that's supposed to be a running team. See, the Giants are a running team. Coming in, they were ranked 8th. They're a legit running team. They've gone through how many backs? They've had backs hurt all week, all year. And the fact is, our team, the Chicago Bears, ranked 30th in running the football. So let's just face what it is. We want to be a running team, but we're not. We're not a running team.
We don't know what we want to be.
We can't run. Let's go to Mike on the north side. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All
I
right,
just want
Mike.
to touch up on 3 quick points. My first point is Rex Grossman tends to not step up in the pocket, but I don't see Lovie Smith showing any leadership as a head coach, taking him to the side and showing him, hey, Rex, you got to step up in the pocket. He's not disciplining him like Mike Ditka would have did to Jim Harbaugh back in the day. My second point is Devin Hester's the most lethal weapon in the NFL. Any offensive coordinator besides Ron Turner would utilize him the best way they could, and the Bears should have been in the game from the get-go. Devin Hester dropped one pass. Give him another chance. He's not going to drop it again. He was underthrown on that play. My third quick point is the Bears coaching staff is inconsistent and conservative. And the conservativeness leads to inconsistency, which is the main reason why the Bears have not won 2 games in a row the whole season. A Super Bowl team who has not won 2 games, it's all on the coaching staff. We have the weapons out there, and I just want to get your guys' points on that. So go ahead.
Good call, Mike. Good call.
Yeah, Mike, the fact is that throughout the football league, take a look at the teams. Take a look at the good teams. And everybody's saying to us, well, you know what, you don't run the football enough, or you don't do this. Well, the fact is, if you don't have a passing game, you can't run. I mean, it's a fact. I see Romo against the Packers throw for 4 touchdowns. I see today the Colts, Manning, another 4 touchdowns. Brady's always good for 3 or 4. What does that tell you? You still have to throw the football. Don't think that your defense is going to take you to the promised land again. It's not going to happen. Try the Ravens. They're trying to do it. They got a pretty damn good defense. They can't get out of their own way. They have no offense. So if that being the case, and the fact that you only run the football and you only gain 68 yards, if you want to be the running team, then you got to gain 150, 160 yards a game if you want to be that. Since you can't be that, then you're going to have to put points up some other way. And I thought today was a good way to start out. Ed and I saw that with that no huddle, never doing well. I thought, here it comes. You have to do what you have to do to win. Unfortunately, in the second half, they didn't do it.
And just, you know what, we just don't see, Mike, and all our listeners out there, maybe you might see something a little different. When we get down, our opponent's 40-yard line, 35, 30, in that area there, let's try to score a touchdown. Let's try to put some points on the board. There are a lot of things that we can do that we just don't do.
Let's go out to Chris on the west side. Chris, you're on the score.
Hi, first-time caller. I just have 2 points. One, I did like the hurry-up offense. I thought that was a real good thing that they put in. Mm-hmm. And also, when they gave the pass to Devin Hester, why is it that they only do it one time? I mean, it's like once they bring them in the game, the defense know what's going on, but they do it one time, then they take them out, then they don't go back to it. If they would leave them in the game and so, to run plays for him, then they may not think that he's going to get the ball every time.
Chris, when you saw that play where the shoulder pad hit him, the ball hit him on his outside shoulder pad, he just didn't turn enough to make the catch. But and I agree with you. I mean, that could have been run the first quarter, second quarter. You just keep going back to it. But it's amazing to me. And if you ever wanted to see, that's called a fly pattern.
Right.
And if you ever saw a fly pattern, they had him all the way, Doug, right from the line of scrimmage. He took off 100 miles an hour, blew by everybody, and they should have. And I agree with Chris here. Why not?
That's the other part of it too, because they were blitzing. At that point in time, he caught them in the blitz. The corner took off on a corner blitz. That meant the safety had to cover man for man. That can't happen. If he's in the football game, if he's lining up on the wide receivers, they can't do that. They can't, say, okay, you got this guy man for man. It's tough to do to cover him man for man. He will dictate to the defense what they're going to do. Because after that play, I guarantee you,
I'll tell you, if I'm a cornerback and I see Devin Hester coming out there, if I see him out there 8, 10, 12 times, and I'm the cornerback and I got him alone, or if I got him and I know he's going deep post or he's going fly or hitch and go pattern, I'm shaking in my boots.
Absolutely, and so is the defense that's called. And so they got to say, okay, now we got to cover 2 guys on this guy. We got to cover up on him because Hester's out there. So if you're going to play him, and he's right, let him out there for a while. Let him play there. Because they brought him in one other time. They faked a few reverses with him. He comes across. They faked the reverse, and they ran up the middle with Peterson. Then another time they tried a slip screen, which Grossman didn't get the ball out to him. But the fact is, by just him being out on the field, that's going to cause havoc with the defense. If you want to do that, and I think so. If you're not going to kick the ball to him, then try to find another way to utilize him. They were not kicking him the ball. So put him on offense and leave him out there longer.
You use a fake reverse bootleg, Doug, and hit Musa Muhammad on a deep post pattern.
Let's go out to Rich in his car. Rich, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, how are you?
All right, Rich.
So, Rich.
OB, you said something earlier that I think that maybe is true. I think Turner's following his instructions from Lovie Smith.
Well,
Anytime you have a defensive corner to become a head coach, they influence the offensive philosophy by running a low risk, minimize mistakes, just move the chain thing and let the defense win the game. Edwards in KC, Nolan in San Francisco, Duran in Buffalo, Mangini in New York, all pathetic offenses, all offenses that can bury teams or put teams away. That strategy may work for a year or two, Doug and OB, but when you start to have some age on defense and you start to have some injuries, you better have an offense that could score.
Well, Rich, here's the thing. Here's the question. Coach Smith keeps on continuing. We come off the bus running. As we speak, he still says the same thing. You know, we've had quarterbacks throw the ball 52 times. A couple of times we've hit now here 46 twice passing the football. We only ran 23 times today. Our opponents ran 37. I mean, what are we? I mean, we don't know what we want to be. We don't know what we're trying to accomplish. When we go out there in a football field, our offensive game plan, if something works, it's just lo and behold, I don't understand it. We walk away from it. You keep what is working at that particular time. You keep going with it until you get stopped, and then you go to plan B or C. That's what you do. That's how you win in this league.
Yeah, and this is what I found out, and which I've known, but you try to say it'll change. The fact is we can't run the ball. That's a fact. There's no way to cover it up. There's no way to say it. There's no way to even look at it. We can't run the ball. We're not getting the running backs. We're not getting the blocking. We just can't run the ball, and that's a fact. That's why we're throwing.
We don't have battering rams.
No.
That are running backs that are battering rams.
Nor do we have linemen give them holes.
Right. Nor do we have a back that has any speed at all, and that's what's lacking in our our offensive running backs, Doug. Number one, speed. We don't have it, and plus we don't have the battering ram.
Even if you ran the ball just 23 times, you should get more than 68 yards. I mean, let's face it. You ran the ball 23 times. You got 68 yards. We can't even crack 100. We only did that one time against Kansas City, I think it was. Well, you can't tell me we're a running team because we're not, because we can't run.
Not according to Lovey.
Let's go to Jeff and Sandwich. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
What's up,
Jeff.
Jeff?
I was just amazed with the confidence level the Giants had that the Bears were not going to score on that last possession. You know, you figure you're playing the Cowboys or Packers, you milk the clock, kick the field goal, you could walk away a winner. Not against the Bears. You punch it in, you got to tackle one guy, and if you looked on the Giants sideline, they knew they had that game won. And that Bears weren't on the 10-yard line, they were on the 42.
Yeah.
So,
there's no question.
What can you do to change that?
Well, that's the problem. That's what we're all trying to shuffling. Is it the offense that what's called? Is it the plays? Is it the players? Is it the offensive line? Is it the wide receivers, the quarterback, the running back? I mean, that's on offense. On defense, you're saying to yourself, what is it? You know, the gap defense is not working. We're getting gouged. They had 175 yards against us today. So, I mean, this team, when you look at it right now, I'm totally confused. I'm really totally confused what's really going on with them.
If you think you're confused, what do you think Lovie Smith and his staff are?
Well, they're the one calling the shots, though.
They're dumbfounded, huh?
Who are they?
I don't know who they are, Doug. I'll tell you that quite honestly, I don't know.
I don't either.
And if I'm ownership and management of this team, and I see what's been going on week after week after week, I'm getting a little bit tired of this stuff.
See, you're right. It's not the first quarter of the year like how it likes to break up in 4 games. This is what's been going on all year. So this
was their year. This game
is a pattern.
Everything was on this game.
And that tells
there is no tomorrow. It's a late afternoon game, and there is nothing, no more. Focus on it for 3.5 hours and get it done. And guess what? We got it handed to us again.
What does that tell you?
That tells me you know what, Doug? What it showed me again today. How many times do you think we've been out-coached this year?
Oh, I don't know.
Half?
Could be 12. I don't know.
Could be 12?
You know, it could be anything.
More often than not, we've been out-coached. It's right in front of you. It's not a mystery.
And everybody's talking passing there on that last possession. Instead of throwing a 15-yard play, getting out of bounds, we throw 3 bombs to the corner of the end zone.
Well, the fact is they don't even have a guy that can make that catch in the end zone. How's that sound?
I know.
If you're going to throw that damn play, you better have a Moss, or you're going to have somebody up there that they can go up and get it. I mean, we don't, to me, everything was backwards. And this is the point I'm trying to make. The fact is, what happened in this one period of time really told you who the Bears were all year. This is, as Ed said, this is the biggest game of all. Well, we played like we've played all year. We didn't play any different than we played against Denver. We just got away with it because of Hester running 2 touchdowns back on punt returns and kickoff returns, and also a blocked punt.
Jeff, if anything would to tell you who the Bears are and what they are, in the fourth quarter, the most important game of the year, we go nowhere after this game if we lose. Fourth quarter, like Doug mentioned, 6:54 to go. We've got the ball on the 40-yard line, and 0.
1, 2, 3, and out.
What does that tell you? A little scary.
And that tells you what you have offensively. You don't have it.
The challenge was there to make, and we failed.
Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Jeff.
I've been agreeing with you guys all night. You know, we can't stop the rush. We can't stop the pressure on our rush. We can't protect Rex, and we can't put enough pressure on them. But out of the 21 incompletions he had tonight, I wish I could tell you how many went through the fingertips of our receivers and were dropped, but I'm all out of fingers to count on. I mean, I heard Joniak say we have the worst receiving core in the league because we drop the most passes. And these guys need a gut check. Their job out there is to make plays. We know we can't run the ball, so those receivers need to make sure they got glue on their hands because Rex is out there throwing the ball as much as he can. He's getting knocked down 6 times, and he gets right back up there and goes and tries to lead that offense as best he can. And what we do is drop a pass when we're wide open. You know, Moose gets a clutch catch on the last drive to keep it alive with under 30 seconds left. Well, that's one out of the how many that everyone else has dropped today. And if you tell me that, you know, the running game's bad, we're not sure we should put in Orton over Rex, why do you activate Mike Haas and I don't hear him all game? Well, that guy deserves a chance.
Well, the fact is, you saw today I was surprised that Rasheed Davis did make some nice catches, you know, as a wide receiver. But you're right about the drop passes. Going into this football game, I believe we were like 28 drop passes. I got news for you. The Giants were right with us. They dropped just as many passes, although they didn't do it today. And so there were drop passes that I thought Berrien one time should have had one. On the opposite side of that, too, though, the fact that I thought that Grossman missed Berrien twice on 2 deep passes, there would have been something else, would have been touchdowns. But on the other hand, you know, Hester dropped one that should have been a touchdown. And somebody said, well, he's a punt returner. No, once you line up a wide receiver, you're a wide receiver. You're supposed to catch the ball. So there's a lot of things going on out there. Then on top of that, you're right about the pressure on Grossman. They came from the outside. They blitzed. The guy that's the coordinator for, you know, let's face it, for the Giants came from Philadelphia. You know what Philadelphia is all about.
Blitz.
You know, exactly.
Blitz.
He was bringing cornerbacks. That almost cost him because he blitzed when Hester went deep and they tried to cover him with a safety and he got wide open. So you have to catch him that time. You have to do certain things. So let's face it, you know, the offensive line, the running back, the running team, stopping the run, it's not there. It is not there. This is not the second game of the season, guys. This has been going on all year. That is why we are ranked where we're ranked. Our offense is ranked 26th. Our defense about 25th. We're ranked 30th against the run. We're ranked 30th running the football. These weren't made up. This is who we are. And when it came down to crunch time, we showed who we are. I said last week we got away with it on Connor Hester. But let me tell you something. When a team kicks off and don't kick to the guy and gives you 2 field positions on a 40-yard line, especially with the last 40-yard line with 6 minutes left to go and you're winning by 2 points, that you can't at least kill the clock, that's a major problem. Let's go out to Susan on the northwest side. Susan, you're on the score.
Honored to talk to you.
What's up, Susan?
I'm a lifelong Bears fan, and I'm going to get to the point as fast as I can. I'm sitting here with my cats, Samurai and Sweetness, and my dog Champ, who I got in 2005 in honor of the 20th anniversary. My grandmother was a season ticket holder back to the Wrigley Field days, and it kills me to say this, but today I'm a Packer fan. I can't deal with this anymore. The mismanagement, the bad draft choices, the bad game plans, it's beyond me anymore. And, you know, you guys have touched on all this tonight, but there has to be a breaking point, and for me, today is it.
You know, Susan, what's amazing, we're talking like this. We're talking about a team that went to the Super Bowl last year. We're talking about a football club that went to the Super Bowl, and he really had a chance to win it last year. It's amazing how things fall apart, but it happens. But I'll tell you one thing, Susan, as bad as it'll get and as tough as it'll get, I will never, ever be a Packer fan. You can't push me that far.
Well, Susan's entitled to her own.
Right.
You know,
but I'm saying me.
She's probably saying, Doug, well, go what? So what? I still want to be a Packer fan, but I'll tell you what, Susan, it's so frustrating, and all the Bear fans. I mean, my Lord, you know, Doug and I come here, and especially like last week, Susan, I had 10, 12 pages of all bad stuff, even though we won the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brutal. How we won that game last week, I'm still trying to figure it out. But we had a chance to make a statement today. It was a huge game for us. Can I understand your frustrations? Of course I can. But don't leave the Bears. You know, they're still the footing and foundation of the National Football League, no matter the love and hate relationship, but they're still the best.
Let's go out to Tom on the east side. Tom, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, how are you?
All right,
What's up,
Tom.
Tommy?
All right, let me tell you why Ron Turner stinks.
Okay.
Everybody knows what he's going to call. Everybody, even the dead people on the ground, know what he's going to call. Why is it on third down, every time it's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, he calls a drop-back pass and there's 8 guys blitzing? What is wrong with him?
Well, first of all, they've had problems with the blitz from day one. Think about it. Think about the start of this season, and even part of last year, if you remember correctly. What was the one thing the Bears had a problem with? They had a problem of handling the blitz. And teams
And where
know
did
that.
they blitz them? They blitzed them up the middle to get right in Grossman's face.
Well, why can't you have Hester in the backfield like he's going to block and just drift out and let him just turn sideways and toss it to him and let him run?
Well, the thing about it is you bring him in for special plays like that, teams will cover it. Hester's great, but he doesn't walk on water. And so what will happen in those plays, they'll have a guy shadowing him. And when he comes in, they watch him. They follow him. That's why they fake reverse and do all those kind of things with him when the Bears bring him in.
Tom.
I contend that he should be in longer periods of time, so that puts more pressure, not just one time in, then out.
If you're going to use Devin Hester, and they're all going to
use him,
you've got to use him on deep patterns. Why? One thing, because he's a burner. He's got speed, and he's got the ability to get by these cornerbacks and safeties. He does. And like Doug said, and I agree with Doug, let's utilize him more. Let him go on those deep post patterns and fly patterns. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Let's give him a fill of it. Let's not try to use him on trick plays, reverse, double, reverse, or whatever might have you, or that hitch out to the flat. Forget about that. He's got speed. Utilize it. Use it vertically. Send him downfield, and hopefully he can beat the defensive backs, either catch the ball or, if not, maybe get interfered with. It happens all the time. But trying to use him in these little trick plays, it's senseless. Put him in a viable position to do some damage, and that's vertical because of his speed.
Especially if teams were not kicking to him. If he's not returning punts and kickoffs and teams are kicking it out of bounds and he's not handling the football, put him in.
Right.
He's the most dangerous guy you have. There's no question about it. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Hang in there, callers. We're going to get right with you.
The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ryan, Brad, Rick, John, Will, Chad. We'll be right with you. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Let's get right out to the callers there, buddy.
Let's go get them. Chad and Morris. Chad, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, first of all, I just want to say it's an absolute honor to talk to you two. Second of all, it's worth the 45-minute wait because you guys are the best. I just want to say, it doesn't make a difference who you have back there quarterback. I'm listening and I hear these guys calling, talking about Rex Grossman. The line, Doug, you said it yourself, you got to run the ball. Well, what happens if you can't run the ball? Here's what happens. Your quarterback looks like junk, and that's what Rex Grossman looks like. Is it his fault? No, I don't think so, personally. The offensive line lets everyone through. He gets hit. He can't do anything. Where's Greg Olson? I think I sat next to him in the stadium. If not, I swear to God, I saw mine to go to the bathroom. You could have Rex Grossman, Joe Montana, Dave Reed back there. I don't care who you got back there, guys. It's unbelievable. There's a problem. There's a problem when you go to a game and when you go home going, you know what? I want a cup of coffee because cup of coffee won the race. It should be better than this. We deserve more guys. I'm upset. Talk me off the ledge, please.
Chad,
we had some great callers here.
Yeah,
today.
And he's right. He's absolutely correct because the fact is, Ed and I we were looking in the paper and we wanted to make sure that we're seeing where the Bears were ranked. We're ranked where we belong and who we are. I mean, that's who we are. We can't run the ball. We can't stop the run. We can't obviously protect the quarterback. And we have receivers that drop the football. We lead in all these categories. So how do you expect us to win? I mean, what do we want here? A miracle that's going to come down and a wand's going to come up and someone's going to strike it on and say, nah, you've changed. We're not changed anything. This is who we are. This is what we've done all year.
Well, another thing there, Doug and Chad, we had some people here last year that we made moves and didn't replace them. And you can't, some of them were difference makers. I'm talking about Thomas Jones was a difference maker for us offensively. He was a difference maker. In the defensive line, we had a big defensive tackle who could get up and cause some damage. His name was Alfonso Boone. We didn't replace him. We didn't replace Thomas Jones. We have kid Chris Harris, who was a wonderful young defensive back. We didn't replace him. Okay, we brought in Archuleta. And Archuleta was a hell of a football player one time, but his best days are behind him. But you're talking about three people that contributed last year to us going to the Super Bowl. A lot of people did. We didn't replace them, folks.
And it shows. There's no question it shows. Let's go out to Brad in his car. Brad, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks, Brad.
The caller before pretty much said exactly what I wanted to say. I was just wanting to talk about Orton, coming in. He hasn't taken a snap in 2 years. We don't have the offensive line, like the caller before said. Doug, you talked about him being blitzed, Grossman being blitzed all the time, not picking it up. And, what do you think they're going to do with Orton? And, they're just going to go after him big time. And when the running game gets involved, what did we do with Orton there 2 years ago? They stacked 8 in the box. We had Thomas Jones to, run the ball. We had a competent offensive line there to help out.
They were younger. They were fresher, yes.
And your defense was a lot better.
Absolutely. And we're scoring points here now, and the defense isn't covering.
Brad, though, 16 points is not scoring points. You see
not this game. Yes, you're correct. But we did have a 2-possession lead in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes to go, and we give up 14 points in that 7 minutes.
Well, here's the point, and you talk about Kyle Orton. First of all, let me say this about Grossman. He may not even be here, but because I'm telling you, if he goes out into the free agent market, and if you think, and somebody called in and said, well, maybe the Bears can sign him cheap for 1 year, you're not going to get away with that. Someone's going to sign him, and going to sign him for big money because of the quarterback situation. That's what I'm saying to you. What if Grossman says he doesn't want to be here anymore? And all of a sudden someone wheels in and they're offering him big money and he's going to go. Who do you have now? It's Kyle Orton. You better start preparing yourself for 2008 and find out what's going on with your team. That's all I'm saying. You're right about it. It may not make a difference because the offensive line is still going to be the offensive line. Just because Kyle Orton is at a quarterback doesn't mean we're going to run the football better.
Well, right. Well, here, what Brad's point is that, the kid hasn't played in almost 2 years, and we're going to put him in at the last 4 or 5 games, whatever it might be. Like, what's the defense going to do, whoever we're playing? Kyle Orton hasn't played what they can do. They're going to fire everything at him. They'll go right after him,
they're doing the same thing now.
They do.
I mean, they're doing the same thing now. They're coming after us, and they're taking our run away. We don't have a run. And then they're just going to go on after the quarterback. And then hopefully they're hoping the defense will come up with the takeaways, which we did today, 4 of them. If 4 is not enough.
We got the takeaways, and it didn't work. So.
Yeah. Where are we going? Let's go out to John and Joliet. John, you're on the score.
Good evening, guys.
Hey, John.
First of all, I would like to say, sometimes it is really difficult to listen to some of the things that these people call in and talk about to professional athletes that have laced it up and got out on the field and did what they had to do. I'm not going to, say anything bad about the lady that called in, but you know what? This is like a marriage, and you take the good with the bad, and you just deal with it. And unfortunately, it didn't go our way today, and yeah, I'm disappointed, but I would never stop being a Chicago Bears fan just because they're having a bad season. You just deal with it, and you get through it. I just want to know, where do we go from here? What's the next step? What do we have to do to draft? I mean, there's so many holes in this situation that, unfortunately, I'm sitting here as a Bears fan thinking, how do we just make it to the playoffs or win 9 or 10 games next year? And it's just hard to see it because I don't know where they're going to start at. And if you just elaborate on that, I really appreciate it. But I am proud to be a Bears fan and proud to know that every Sunday I will watch that team, whether they're winning or losing.
Well, good for you, John, and it's great for you to say that. What now? If you go into this upcoming season, what are you looking for in draft or in free agency? I can tell you this. and Doug will maybe elaborate a little bit, but mine would be very simple. We have no speed on offense. None. We have no speed. We don't put the fear of God in anybody. We have one kid, Devin Hester, that truly can really fly, and we don't utilize him the way we should. Okay? What do we need? We need speed. We need speed in running backs. We need speed at wideouts. We have to get Greg Olson, our big 6'5", 6'6" tight end, in the passing game. We've got to get him involved in a passing game. We do have some. Des Clark is good. We've got some quality people here. I'm not so sure the coaching is right. But offensively, one way can we be better next year? Total team speed on offense. That's what we have to shoot for.
And there's so many holes, as Ed was saying. So the first thing you have to take a look at and say to yourself, just maybe.
Doug, if we're going to go out and get running back, we got to get somebody that can move.
Well, here.
He's got to go. We got to have speed, Doug.
Yeah. You may have the fastest guy around with Hester. Maybe you should start thinking of him being a wide receiver and not as pencil, just a return guy. I mean, you have to look at that.
I'm going to tell you something, Doug. Devin Hester, all that stuff will take care of itself if we patch up that line and we go out in free agency and do some drafting. But we need speed, Doug. We have no damn speed. We don't put the fear of God in anybody in our running game. We don't put the fear of God in anybody in our passing game. They come up, they smother our offense.
Well, there's no question. You're absolutely correct about the speed. From the back, from the wide receivers, all I'm saying is here, start with Hester, then look himself and say, okay, let me get another guy. But here's all my drafts would be offense. Offensive line, we've got to get there. There is a reason.
There's a lot of good offensive tackles up, by the way.
There is
in the
a
market
reason,
this
Ed,
year.
and when you really think about it and try to be honest with yourself, there's a reason why we can't get 100 yards running. There's a reason. And really, when you take a look at it, it's usually the offensive line. Enough about saying who the Benson was, and you're right, for us to score more points, I'd like to have a back that could run. I watched that Adrian Peterson run today. I got sick.
Why do these running backs do this? You know why? Because Adrian Peterson, Doug, can break to the backside. He's got the vision to do it. He's got the quickness, and he's got the speed. He's got the speed to outrun the angle. This isn't a mystery. This game of football is not a mystery.
It's the offensive line, then.
Huh? Offensive line is where you go. It's one up front, but I'm talking about overall offensively. We've got to be a faster team offensively. We are not a fast team offensively.
No, and they try to do that with the defense. Remember when the defense, they wanted all speed. That's exactly what he wanted. He wanted all speed. But there's no question that you have to look into next year's season and say to yourself very simply, how can I put points on the board? Then you talk what you're talking about. Give me a guy that's a game breaker. Give me a guy that's going to turn the game around.
Doug, you've got to get speed out there. Yeah. Nobody's going to fear you.
Well, I know. That's why I'm saying put Hester in a damn game. Leave him in the game. Don't take him out.
I understand. Let's put him in the first quarter, second quarter. Let's try to get to him 2, 3, 4 times a quarter.
In and out. Then leave him in there.
If you're going to put him in, forget about the trick plays. They're not going to work.
Exactly. You're absolutely correct.
So what do? You put him in a legitimate wide
receiver.
Running legitimate patterns.
Exactly.
Because you got barn burner speed. And let's see what happens. Okay, we're 5-7. It's enough already.
Let's go out to Ryan in Plainfield. Ryan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey Doug. It will be this.
Hi, Ryan.
It's a pleasure to talk to you both. I just want to talk to you about the Bears' ability. Really, they just did not have they just were not able to get the big play and just about the 4 turnovers. From a game earlier today, I saw Jacksonville in Indianapolis. Jacksonville turned the ball over in the first quarter, and what Indianapolis do? They scored a touchdown. That's the big difference between a good team that can go deep in the postseason compared to a team that is a mediocre team, and that's what the Bears are. They really need to. This is one of the. It's so frustrating as a Bears fan to just watch this happen. It's really.
Ryan, listen,
really been consistent.
It isn't, but here's the point, Ryan, and maybe you got to get to the point. Maybe I'm getting to this point right now.
Right.
I'm expecting too much out of somebody or a team that it doesn't have it. And it's the proof of the pudding. All you have to do is take a look in the ranking and what they do offensively and defensively, where they are with the rush and against the rush, and it'll tell you who they are.
Doug,
we're trying to get something that's not there, Ed.
Doug,
it's
listen,
not there.
Hold on, let me tell you something. And Ryan here.
Yeah.
You say it's not there. Okay,
it's not
fine.
there.
But you know what? Damn it, Doug, it should be there. You want to know why? We just played in the Super Bowl last year. Okay?
Exactly, and we just played 11 games.
This team went to hell in a handbasket overnight.
Eddie, we stunk
Poor
up the
decisions.
season.
Pardon?
We stunk it up. We stunk up this season. Take a look who we are. Defensively,
you're saying you expect more from. I'm saying we should expect more from them.
Yeah.
They just played in the Super Bowl. They didn't play in the toilet bowl in Flushing, New York.
That was 11 games ago, Ed. That was 11 games ago.
So I want it from them.
Yeah,
they should be up there.
But you know what? We're not going to get it.
Everybody should be following them, not us following everybody.
We're not going to get it, Ed.
And every game after game, we're getting it handed to us every game.
I understand that. We're getting handed to us because the teams we're playing are better than we are. They weren't like the last year when we played those first 10 teams, that 7 out of those 10 teams were under 500.
Well, I expect more from them.
So do I. But the fact is, what we're getting is who they are. It's exactly what we're getting.
Well, we keep on going. We will wind up in the toilet bowl in Flushing, New York, my friend.
You know, exactly. It'll go back to sometimes like you and I played the teams we had.
There you go.
There's no question. Because after the '63 championship, what happened, Ed?
We went 5-9.
Yeah. Then what happened from then on?
It just went
downhill. Totally downhill. Because they didn't replace the other guys.
Well, exactly, Doug. And what happened? We had a coach who's a Hall of Fame coach by the name of George Allen. He was our defensive coordinator, and he was let go. And I mean, he left. He went to become head coach of the Rams and the Redskins and wound up in the Hall of Fame. But we had him here, and we had a great defense and a good thing to build on. But for whatever the reasons, it wasn't to be. Now, do we expect more from this team? You're damn right we do. I do. We were in the Super Bowl last year, okay? And it's enough. We're running team. We're this. We're not. We make a lot of mistakes. We do a lot of things wrong. And one thing that we've done this year, we've done a real lousy job of coaching, my friend. Because I'll tell you what, Doug, last week, the Bear players, the kids, they went out there for 60 minutes and they played their hearts out. Okay?
And barely won the game because they shouldn't have won the game last week.
There's no question about it, but they didn't give up, Doug.
No, I understand that. They're not giving up. That's not the point of giving up.
No.
It's just that they don't have it.
Right.
I mean, I'm finally realizing it and saying, like you, I want them to have it. I want them to be this. I want them to score. I want them to stop. But they've done it every week. They have not done it.
If you
don't do it, that means you can't do it.
What identified this season, Doug, this year was in that fourth quarter with 6:54 wherever to go. Those 3 series, those 3 downs, that identified. That's who we are.
Exactly.
That's who we are.
You can't stop them and you can't run them.
Right.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffon. And use those hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. S-Wing hammers are world famous for their shock reduction grip and unsurpassed durability. Made in the USA and forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Use S-Wing. Let's go out to our last caller. Let's go out to Will and DeKalb. Will, you on the Score.
All right. Hey, guys, you're talking about speed. I just don't get it. We have Adrian Peterson in the whole game, and we don't get the speedy, shifty running back in Garrett Wolf in. I just don't understand it. Why don't we, I know our offensive line isn't there, but maybe we can get him a pitch, a sweep to the outside. I just don't understand it. Maybe you can explain it to me.
Well, I can't because I said what you said at the beginning. I was on with Lawrence Holmes before the game, and I said they ought to use Garrett Wolf now because of the fact that you're going to run Adrian Peterson 23 times, then you got to play Thursday. And so you got to come back and play Thursday now. Can Peterson do that? And you ran him 23 times. I was expecting Wolf to handle the football maybe 10 or 11 times today to do something with it, and it did not happen. So that's exactly where it is, Ed. And I mean, we're at this point in time now that we saw what the Bears what they can do. And they couldn't do it. I mean, they had the opportunity. They could turn this game right around.
There's no question about it. It was in front of them. It was playing in front of the home fans, and to really kind of correct the ship here. And we had everything going for us. A miracle win last week, and take care of business today. And Giants came in and they walk away with a win. And it's not a good day for Bear football. But again, there's always tomorrow, and we'll see what happens.
He's Ed O'Bradovich, and thank you to Brian Peruke on the updates. Our producers, Tim Bach, Mark Joliffe, and Herb Lawrence.
Best.
Yeah, they are. They do a great job. Thanks to all our great callers and listeners, and stay tuned for Sporting News Radio. I'll be on tomorrow night with Lawrence Holmes at Shoeless Joe's in Rosemont for Chicago NFL Live from 6 to 7:30. Then Ed and I will be on Friday. The game is Thursday, the Redskins. Ed and I will be on Friday from 12 to 2.
From noon to 2.
Right, noon to 2, talking about the football
Friday.
game.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Muhammad to right, Olsen in motion, one back, Peterson burying left, snap to Rex, blitz is on. He's in trouble, hit as he throws, and the pass is bobbled and dropped by Clark at the 45 of the Redskins. They were right on top of him, too. London Fletcher, the middle linebacker.
Rex is still down. He took a hit. They're going to have some medical attention to him, so Brian Greasy, warm up.
Fake handoff. Sets the throw with time. Open man in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. It's Cooley, right? Nope, it's not Cooley. It's Yoder. Excuse me, Todd Yoder. 87 for the touchdown for the Skins on the first play after the interception. Yoder and Cooley, double tight end package. Sellers and Betts in the eye. Snap to Collins, handing off, and standing up into the end zone. Sellers in for the touchdown. Right now, this is the play of the game. 3rd and 6 at the 16-yard line of the Bears. Collins lines up a couple of receivers left, takes the snap, blitzes on, throws it over the middle, caught by Betts at the 10-5. Touchdown, Redskins.
And now it's time for a special Friday edition of the Jiffy Lube postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, exclusively on 670 The Score.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking Chicago Bear football. And this hour is being brought to you by Jimmy John's. And Eddie, last night watched the game at the Blues Bar in Mount Prospect. A great place to be. It was terrific. Food was great. But the game wasn't so great. And I got to tell you, that's probably one of the worst football games I've seen in a long time. And I'm talking about the fact on both sides of Washington and the Bears, the penalties. The Bears had one drive. They had 6 penalties. False starts, delay of games, dropped footballs. But when it's all said and done with the Chicago Bears, Ed, and you and I just briefly talked about it, there's no question. Offensively, we're not aggressive. We can't score points.
No.
Defensively, we're not aggressive. Let me
No.
tell you something, Ed. When they brought in Collins, that is when the Chicago Bear defense should have unloaded him with everything they had.
Hit him with everything they had.
This guy shouldn't have been talking to himself. Instead, you know what happened? He sat back there, and it was like practice session. It was like a comfortable situation. Most quarterbacks can do that. Sitting back there, no pressure. If you would have put the pressure on them, especially on some of those drives, because they did it to us.
Doug, a great point you just made there, because you want to know why. Here it is. Lovie Smith's our head coach, but his background is defense. Oh, my God. We have Bob Babich, which is his boy, who's the defensive coordinator. You would think, who played defense, you would think that they would know. When here's a guy that hasn't played, I don't think he's played in the game since, 2002?
Yeah. Last time he threw 2 touchdowns was 1997,
Yeah, okay. And he comes in the game after the number one quarterback goes down. And what do you do, folks? If you have any sense at all, you blitz and come with everything you have and take him out of the game. Take everything that he thought he could do or was going to try to do, just take it away. Why? Because he hasn't played. They have no timing in their passing routes with him, no timing in their running game, no cadence, Doug, no cadence in the confidence with the offensive lineman, with his inflection in his voice. So what a perfect time to take off and go get him. And guess what?
They didn't do it.
Didn't do it.
And then it was pitch and catch. He was moving the football down the field, and there we are, laying back, passive.
That's our season, Doug.
Well, sure it is.
We were not aggressive all year. If you want to come up with a word, okay, we were not aggressive offensively all year, and defensively, again, all year. We have not been an aggressive football team.
And then on top of this, it makes matters even worse. They get down there. They're coming in to score, right? They throw the ball to Bettis for a touchdown. We have a zone blitz. They're asking a guy, Tommy Harris, to drop off, in the zone blitz, with a bum leg to drop off and cover, and he can't make the cover.
He engages the lineman, so he engages him so the blitzing guy can get in.
Right.
So he doesn't drop off and pick him up.
He's got to drop off
and he's got to drop back, and he's got a bad knee. Lucky he's playing.
Exactly. And there he is, and the guy runs for a touchdown. So all in all, it was just a mess.
Let's talk about another little messy thing here, Doug. Another thing that is it's certainly been in my crawling years, too, is when we get in third down and long situations, Doug. It's in the second quarter, and it's like in a 3-minute, 4-minute area there. It was third down, I think 3rd and 13. 3rd and 13, we're on roughly about our 32, 4-yard line, somewhere around there. Now, 3rd and 13, we have 5 wins in this game and 7 losses, okay? Let's try to win the football game. What do? We throw a 3-yard out. Now, Doug, Why couldn't we have come with a deep post pattern or a fly pattern? Throw the ball up. I don't care who the hell a receiver would be. Maybe he'll catch it. Maybe he won't. Maybe there'll be an interference call. The worst thing if it's intercepted, Doug, what is it? It's a 30, 40, 50-yard punt. Okay? But try to win the game. We're not 7-5. We're 5-7. 3rd and 13 on about our own, let's say, 35-yard line. And what do? We throw a 3-yard out. Come on.
I'll tell you what happened with that, too, Eddie, and this is where we got outcoached again defensively against our offense.
Do you think, Doug? Do you think we got outcoached?
I think so. And especially when you were talking about when it came 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8, they blitzed us. They did the overload.
Doug, they do.
Forcing the quarterback to throw that damn ball to get rid of it. See, our blitzes aren't designed to get to the quarterback. In other words, you got to blitz more people than they can pick up. So they forced the quarterback to read the hot read, to throw the damn thing short. And it's 3rd and now, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. They don't pick up the first down. We got outcoached in this football game, number one. We got outplayed as players. I didn't see, for example, let me tell you something. Portis takes a swing pass out of the backfield. We have 4 guys that miss him. Hillemeyer misses him, Urlacher misses him, and Archuleta misses him. These are things you need to do defensively, just simply tackling. Makes a big difference in the football game. And the other thing, going into this football game, I found out the stat, looked at the Bears. I knew the Bears weren't scoring in the red zone. I think we're ranked like 25th or 26th going in to score.
That's nothing new, Doug.
No, but the fact is, though, this year, Eddie, we had 12 touchdowns and 15 field goals. My point being is that the same thing happened again last night. We had 3 field goals. We don't design ourselves to go score. We design ourselves to get the field goal and expect the defense to come along and stop them. Defense can't do it anymore. They're not good enough anymore. So you got to put points up. You had the opportunities to put points up. You were in the red zone. We end up with 3 field goals.
Doug, how many times have we sat here and talked? We're in there basically what they call the red zone, which maybe some say the 20-yard line in. I'll say from the 30-yard line in. And how many times, Doug, do we fail to go for the end zone? What happens with them? We get intercepted. Okay, Greasy gets intercepted. They bring the ball back. What are they on, the 10-yard line, 20-yard line, 20-yard line, Doug?
They're going in.
I think it was going in. First play, what is it? Play action right to the end zone, touchdown.
Yep. And see, when the one we were intercepted on, why are you running Hester on a hitch? That ball should have been to the end zone. You should have been going for everything right then and there. You run a hitch, and then Springs is just sitting on the damn thing.
It's not a mystery. No, I mean, if you got him in there, Doug, you utilize him to the best of his ability and our ability to make things happen. And what is it? Deep patterns, and let it fly. Let it see if it happens. Not once a game, not twice a game. There's happens to be 4 quarters in a game. If you're going to use them, utilize them in meaningful plays that might mean something.
Offensively, we held the ball 31 minutes and 19 seconds to Washington's 28 minutes and 41 seconds. We had 22 first downs. 22 first downs. We scored 16 points. And so what I'm saying to you is that it's almost designed. And remember I told you our offense is not designed to score?
Right.
It isn't. You get the first downs, but what you need to do is get the touchdowns. And especially you got to work out that red zone area. You can't settle for a field goal anymore. It's not going to be, those games aren't going to be as tight. Our defense didn't hold again in the fourth quarter, did not hold. They let them drive the football on them.
Doug, that's nothing new. What about the last 5, 6, 7 games of last year? There were a lot of people that had a lot of long drives on us. We did have a lot of turnovers.
Sure.
But I'm going to tell you, Doug, you want people wondering why we are, where we are. Everybody thinks, is it the players? Where's our difference makers on offense? Where's the difference makers on defense? We're not having the interceptions. We're not getting the fumbles, Doug. The pressure isn't there. Is it all the players' fault, Doug, or could it possibly be the coaches putting these players, whatever the different offensive formations or different sets that we run, and defensively, why aren't we aggressive? I have no idea, Doug. But I'm going to tell you something. Doug, if you look at the people that have been gone here, and last year and the year before, if you look at a defensive back, we have 3 defensive backs, Cameron Rowell, Todd Johnson, and especially Chris Harris, that we let go. People that are young people that you can win with. They're proven. And believe me again, you never have enough defensive backs. And we have Alfonso Boone, who was a rotator in our defensive tackle situation. He is a guy who could get up into the gap. He was gone, not replaced. None of these people have basically been replaced. Thomas Jones, our running game. We let him go. He's not replaced. Alfonso Boone's not replaced. Chris Harris, Todd Johnson, Cameron Ruel, all these people not replaced offensively until the last, I would say, what is it now, Doug, 4 or 5 games where we started using the shotgun a little bit more or even showed it. So basically we haven't shown the shotgun. We don't bootleg. We don't sprint out on offense. And we don't have a hurry-up offense until the last few games, Doug, that they start to show it. Offensively, Doug, in today's game, like you had mentioned earlier, this offense that we run under the center, with Grossman, that's good in 95, 96, 97.
Times have changed.
Not today because of the rules.
Exactly.
You got to spread it out and make things happen. And believe me, folks, when your quarterback is under center for 66 plays, 70 plays, whatever it is, you are not a difficult team to defense against. When you come out from under center and you change and you go to a shotgun, or if you sprint out, or if you bootleg to the weak side, or if you come with a no-huddle, hurry-up offense, you give your defense 5, 6 different sets to look at and study for in that basic 1 week time for them to get ready for you. Do we take advantage of that? No. Just lately again, Doug, and the hurry-up offense last night and on last Sunday, that's basically the first time we've seen it. Do we bootleg? Very little. Do we sprint out? Not happen. And Doug, until we can get an offensive mindset in this town that we have to run from diversified sets to attack today in today's game, it's never going to happen. We are not going to go back to the Super Bowl. And defensively, Doug, it's very simple. We have to be aggressive. We are not aggressive. And you pointed out the fact that when Collins came in, we never went after him. How the hell could you not go after that kid?
That was as simple.
That's ABCs of football, folks.
That's the other thing that bothers me.
You don't have to be a genius to figure that one out.
You talk about all those players that were not replaced. For example, let's go back on offense. There is no reason, none, that you played a game on Sunday. You played a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
And you go to Thursday's game that you don't have Garrett Wolf in that football game at the beginning of the game. He had the fresh legs. You could see it even at the end there. He was the one who was running. Give it a shot. Do something. Think a little bit. Peterson looked like he was tired. A lot of those guys were tired from Thursday. Garrett Wolf may have been the difference in that football game. We wait till the fourth quarter to make that type of move. I'm telling you. And Bradley comes in, you see him in the first quarter, you don't see him again. I don't understand half the stuff that's going on up there, but we talk about our offense. Our offense is designed not to score. Our defense is basically thinking that you're the same team that when it gets in trouble, we'll be passive, we'll sit back, and we'll wait for them, and we'll stop them. We're not going to do it.
In this league, one person or two people that go out there, and you think they're gonna just because you go out on the field, the other team's going to all of a sudden take scared to death pills. I'm talking about Brian Urlacher. They see 54 out there. Briggs, 55. Okay, we surrender. I don't think so, Doug.
No,
I don't think so.
They didn't play that well either.
And exactly, Doug, exactly. And why we are not an aggressive defense, it just boggles my mind, Doug. And offensively, who are the people? The players aren't coming up with these different scenarios offensively, how to attack, and defensively, how to attack. I'm going to tell you something. If your ownership and your management of this team, you got to better take a long, hard look at who this coaching staff is and just exactly who they are and what are their goals, Doug. Because how many times have I asked you, we'd come in here and we got all our notes, and after the game I said, Doug, offensive, you got any idea what the hell they're trying to do? I mean, Doug, there's no rhyme or reason whatever they do.
Well, they're trying to claim, and here's the other thing, Eddie, they threw, 51 times?
51 times.
Yeah, they've come to the realization they can't run. I mean, they finally said it, and they finally admitted to it. They can't run the football. There's no question. Eddie, they cannot run the ball.
If you're going to pass the damn ball, utilize the whole field.
Exactly. They're not doing that. All they're doing is taking time off.
Short, intermediate passes, and out in the flat, and that's
Kill clock. Don't score.
Third down and 13 yards to go, and you're on your own 30-some yard lines, and you're a 5-7 team, and you throw a 3-yard out, and you're trying to win the football game, Doug? Come on.
You expected them to blitz what Washington was doing, like 3rd and 13, 3rd and 10, just like I said before.
Right.
And they're trying to get the quarterback at the hot number, which was a short pass just to get rid of it.
Right.
So there's got to be a play for that. And say, look, you know what? They're coming, and they're going to come down. They've been coming every third down, every third and long. Let's come up with something that we go against this grain. Let's do something about it and make them pay for it. They just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. The blitz is from all direction. I don't know. I want to start Kyle Orton next football game. I don't think that it shouldn't even be a question about it that Orton should go against the Vikings. But I'm starting to worry about the kid. Well, he's going to have some help. Will he have some? He won't have the running game. What kind of passing game are they going to have?
The poor kid, he might be all hyped and ready to go against the Vikings.
But what? Yeah.
How about as if maybe, I don't know if the other 10 guys, are they looking to go to Florida somewhere?
That's the other thing, too. I didn't see any.
God.
There's no kind of fire even in the defense. And there's nothing. And it just seems like they're going through the motions. Coaching-wise, too. You take a look at this, you say to yourself, look, you know what? It's very simple. Let's make some moves. Let's send our linebackers. Let's send this guy. Let's send the corner. Let's send somebody. Let's make this Collins think about what the hell could happen to him.
It was so simple. It was right in front of him. And I'll tell you, listeners, you got to. I mean, Doug and I, we write all the time. But I'm going to tell you something. When you have a quarterback that hasn't played, and nobody even know he was even in the league, so to speak, and he starts and you don't go after him. You don't go after him.
Doesn't make sense.
Jesus.
Let's take some phone calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Dave in Riverdale. Dave, you're on the score.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Morning, Dave.
I think probably the best solution for this Bears problem, get a hold of Waste Management on the phone, order about a 10 cubic yard dumpster, and just start filling it up with players. I figure they got maybe 10 to 15 salvageable players out of this team. The rest of them are just garbage. We got nothing.
Dave, that being said, then, what the hell are we going to do? I mean, how are we going to change this thing for next year? Where do we go? Draft, free agency, whatever. The offensive line needs to be revamped. There's no question about it. Our running game is not really good. Our wide receivers drop footballs. We need help there. What's our quarterback situation?
Wide receivers.
Yeah. So what do we got here? And
you got garbage.
And defensively, our defensive tackles are Tommy Harris is on one leg. The other kid, they got Walker. He's not, he hasn't lived up to what he was supposed to be. So there's problems there. Our free safety with Manning not making plays. Our strong safety, what's going on with Archuleta coming in? We got tons of problems here. And also on top of all that, you better look at the philosophy, offensively and defensively, about next year. And take a look what kind of philosophy you have, because you talk about this system business, you better have the players. If you're going to play this gap defense, you better have the players to play that system. If you don't, then start adjusting and start doing something else.
Well, you say, like, what do we – absolutely, Doug, but what do we do for next year? Doug, I wonder, and this is just a thought, okay, here, Doug, and you're wondering, where do we go? Are we going to draft all offense in the drafting in the first in the 7 rounds? Free agency, are we going to go out and maybe pick people that also help offensively, because that's obviously where we need the most help? But I'm going to tell you something, Doug. Does it, to you, my partner, does it wonder to you that you had the people like Alfonso Boone in the defensive line, that you had Chris Harris, a very young, capable back who probably doesn't have a shot. He's probably got a shot with the Carolina Panthers to go to the Pro Bowl. When you had a Todd Johnson or Worrell, when you had a Thomas Jones, and they felt that they were not good enough or not good enough. They were good. We were better enough. We could do better even if we let them go.
Yeah.
We couldn't get any worse. Okay? So my question to you is, and to Dave is, do you leave that judgment to the people that made those judgments?
Well,
is that a little scary?
Here's what's
Think
scary
about what I just said.
And you're right, because the fact is they thought, okay, fine, we'll get rid of Alfonso Boone, but we got Rusty Dvorak. Well, Dvorak gets hurt. Okay? So they said, well, a strong safety, we'll be fine, because they had this rookie they really like, Payne. He breaks his arm. They said, well, wait a minute, what about strong safety? Don't worry about it. Chris Harris can go. We can get a 5th-round pick, because we got Archuleta coming in.
A kid that you can win with, and Chris Harris, that's the one that's really in my goal, that can win. You can win with this kid. He's young. He's good. He's aggressive. And he's playing for the Carolina Panthers, and we get a 5th-round draft choice.
Well, that's the part. And see, what you're saying is basically, how do you make the decision on Archuleta to come in here? Because that started the domino effect.
My question to you is,
why bring Archuleta in? Why have him?
How are we going to fix it? We're going to go through the draft. I just mentioned, 5 people there, Doug, 5, 6 people that they obviously didn't think they could win with, and let them go. And we didn't replace them, Doug, okay? But they felt that they weren't good enough. Now, you're asking the same staff to go out and draft?
What they're going to count on, though, Eddie, they're going to count on Dvorak coming back. They're going to count on Payne being that strong safety to look at.
Are we going to put Dusty Dvorak in the back on the kickoff team, Doug?
Well, I wouldn't do that. No, obviously not now. And the other thing, too, is Tommy Harris. Is he going to be healthy for that? Let's just say for the hell of it that these guys would come through for them, and they could plug up their defense with Vasher coming back at cornerback. Let's say that plugs up and Urlacher's back.
You think Brown will be back?
And Briggs? Who?
Brown?
I think he's going to try.
He's going to try?
Yeah, I think he'll try, but I don't know if,
I hope the kid does come back.
So do I, and they can't count on him.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's go back to our offense, though, where the problem is, too. Offensive line. Where do we find these offensive line? They don't have the young kids that we were talking about. Defense has some people they could step in there.
Yes.
We don't have that. Now the wide
We
receivers.
don't have the difference makers on offense either, Doug.
You don't have the speed.
No, we don't.
You don't have the speed.
No, we don't.
And now, and the running back, Peterson, good guy, back up the whole 9 yards, but he's not going to be a front guy. And so you got to look for that running back. Is it going to be Benson? What is it going to be? You got Olsen, the tight end, but the fact is Olsen really hasn't been playing that well either. I mean, you take a look at him, they throw him 2-yard outs, 5-yard outs. They finally go to the end zone with him, but they can't throw the football with the alley-oop. So all these problems are there. Now, the quarterback situation, what do? I don't know what's wrong with Grossman's knee, but it looked like it got a pretty good hit.
Yeah.
So
that looked ugly.
That's a major problem. Now you take a look at Greasy. Greasy looked like he's in another world, too, sometimes. He throws 2 interceptions. He has a lot of yardage. But is that the answer? No.
Did Washington blitz a little bit, by the way, last night?
Little bit. Little bit. Stop yourself. They took that quarterback and they made that quarterback dance.
Doug.
There was no comfortability with our quarterback. Same thing we should have did to Collins. Go after him. Make him sweat. We didn't do that.
You know what? I know your love for the Bears and my love for the Bears and how passionate the fans can be. And, it's just we don't have to talk about the Footing Foundation, this league, about the Bears. But I tell you what, we've got, 3 more after today? I mean, we got 3 more games to go. And I tell you what, Doug, it just doesn't look good.
No, and
it
here's
just
the other
doesn't.
part.
And none of us want it. I mean, but the future here does not look good. And going into the off season, I mean, what is the goal? What kind of offense do we want to be? Are we going to be this scared to death offense that once we get in, we're afraid to throw the ball into the end zone? When it's 3rd and long, we throw 3-yard outs or into the flats? Or do we want to be an aggressive team like the Indianapolis Colts, Doug? Pittsburgh Steelers, New England, to say the least.
Dallas,
Name Dallas. Watch what they do. They fire that ball. They don't care whatever, and defensively they come after you. They have to redefine themselves, Doug.
There's no question. They got to change their
truly
philosophy. They got to find out a new way of looking at certain things, and it may not be the 2-gap defense. It may not be this play-action team where we're going to sit back there. You may have to spread people out. You may have to put points up. And I think you got to learn to put points up instead of settling for field goals. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Mike, DJ, Jeff, Chip, Furman, Mike. We'll be right with you.
Number 1 sports station in town. This is WSCR 670 The Score.
Early in the football game, of course, they got a big lead. We're able to come back, doing some good things. Offensively, we were able to move the ball, but, red zone offense, I think we were down there 4 times, only able to score 1 touchdown. You got to take advantage of that.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the red zone offense, which does not exist. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Can't get your footing in the morning. Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field. Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913. This hour is being brought to you by the Jimmy Johns. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Talking about the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the Score with Obie and Doug.
Oh, guys, where were you last night?
I tell you, we were with you, pal.
I'm telling you, this is my last call this season. I love you guys' show, but they have not sucked the passion out of me, but they've sucked the football life out of me. And never more, like Ed was saying, second and goal. Okay, they stuffed their run down there. We're trailing 17-10. Second and goal, we try to make our tight end into a tall wide receiver. 2 terrible calls, back-to-back passing on that. Has our coaching staff, and I want to just say one final word about those guys, what a bootleg, a la Virgil Carter, when they know you can't run the ball, Why not do a naked bootleg and run into the end zone? That play calling was the epitome of this team, and that's on Ron Turner's head. And also on fourth down, like Ed said, you go for the playoffs. You're down 17-10, get a touchdown. A field goal, absolutely. That was a horrible call by Lovie Smith, knowing his defense wasn't going to be able to stop him. They're just guessing our defense might be able to stop him. Now, the defense is banged up. But they can't tackle, and like Ed said, this is my last point, the 5 role players we used to have, Ian Scott, Alfonso Boone, Todd Johnson, Cameron Worrell, Thomas Jones, these were 5 role players we were too cheap to hang on to. These were not expensive players. Guess what? Changed the whole complexion of this team. You say what you will, they weren't big stars, but guess what? The 5 guys that replaced them are not role players. They can't, they just, this team is a real disappointment. And you cannot wait on this coaching staff. There's got to be changes made. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
All right, Chip. But Chip, hold it.
What else is good, Chip?
Hold it, Chip. Don't slash your wrist yet, but hang in there, Chip. We're looking at bad times and some things that just don't make sense, and are the players at fault? Sure, they're at fault, but I'll tell you what, too. Players are out there, and they're being coached, and they're put in certain situations on both sides of the ball, and I think that there are situations that are meant to fail.
You would think that after 12 games, you would address the problem. Let's start with the offense. You would address the problem that stats tell you this. You know that when you get into the red zone, you can't score touchdowns. Like I said, you've scored 12 field goals, or 12 touchdowns and 15 field goals. Same thing happened. You heard Lovie Smith say it. We got down into the red zone. We had to kick 3 field goals. So you would think that you would address the damn problem.
How many times when there is a turnover, okay, and we're in our opponent's 40-yard line, 45, 30, 35, and we get the ball on a turnover, and we come down there, and we run the ball or whatever we do, instead of going with the play action or for the striker for the end zone. They do it against us. You see it every week on the highlights, Doug. We just don't do it. We just don't go for the end zone. Like you have said the last 2-3 years, this Lovie Smith has based his offense on not to score points.
Right, and then have the defense come in and save the day. The defense cannot save the day anymore. Those days are gone. We looked at that defense and saw what our defense can do. They're barely hanging on and trying to do certain things. So you're not getting all the takeaways that you got last year.
Still getting the great field position from the special teams.
And not scoring.
And not scoring. How frustrating is that?
And the other thing, too, is if you're going to hold the football, kill the clock, but you are going to get into the red zone, come up with some plays to score. Think about it. Yesterday, they were in there 4 times. If they would have come up with 2 touchdowns, you win the ball game. Even with a bad defense. Let's go to DJ in the South Side. DJ, you on the score.
Hey, Doug, Eddie O.B., how you guys doing?
All right,
what's up, DJ?
Hey, quick points, man. Offensively, Ron Turner indicted, man. Too stubborn and too predictable. He waits too late to change the pace. Man, they did good first drive last week. Why wouldn't you come back to that? He reverts back, and that in turn retards the whole team. Fundamentals gone by the wayside up front. Too many penalties, way too many. I like that change of pace from Peterson to Wolf. Remember when Peterson caught the screen early in the game, and he's plodding along.
Sure.
Garrett gets the ball, bam, bam. It's that making that first guy miss, and you got to get that kid on the field. Defensively, real quick. No adjustments up front. The coordinator, I think that Tampa 2, you got to scrap that now because you're not getting that push up front. And you got 2 corners. When Vasher is healthy, when Peanut is healthy, they're great cover corners, one-on-one. So I would go to something a little more suited to them because they're playing too much chase technique. And they're turning around and running instead of backpedaling, and then you're out of position. On that one with that pass to Antoine Randall, he would have caught it had he got his head around quicker. But because Peanut was chasing him, he was on his outside hip. So that's a bad technique. And the depth changes that we made, getting rid of guys, we're all pretty much all bad. Starting with the glaring Archuleta, and we just lost a lot of aggression, man. So it seems, I don't know if guys mailed it in. I don't like to say that, but a lot of these guys, they like to say, well, they try and insult the fan by saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. But you know what? Hey, I think, like you said, Eddie O.B., football is football, man. I mean, we know what good football and bad football is.
No question about it.
So, hey, guys, you guys be good.
Thank you. You know the thing about it, you brought up Garrett Wolf, and I said this last week. There is no reason why that kid shouldn't be in the football game and give him some shots at this. You know why? He was the third pick. Why wouldn't you put him in the game, especially this Thursday when everybody else is beat up and tired and your backs are tired from the week before because you played on a Sunday? Why wouldn't you give that kid a shot? At the end of the game, though, you saw that he could possibly have done something early, which would have made a difference in that football game. Didn't do that. I don't understand them, Ed. I really don't.
Doug, I could go back to – I could give you so many I don't understand. I don't understand why Dutzy Dvorak, our starting defensive tackle, legitimately can beat a double team on the opening game of the season. He's in there. He's in the wedge on a kickoff return team when we have backup tackles, guards, and centers that are activated. That's what they're taught to do is block. And who do we start? Our starting defensive tackle is in the wedge. Bang, he goes down, out for the season. I don't understand that one, Doug, okay? I got you. He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Mike, Jeff, Jim, Joe, Furman, Mike. We'll be right with you after this. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767, and Paisano's Pizza and Pasta. Voted number one thin crust pizza in Chicago as seen on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Paisano's on Madison in the Loop, in the Gold Coast, and coming soon, Paisano's in Glenview. Doug, you like thick or thin? Thick or thin pizza?
I like thick.
You do?
Yes.
I like thin.
You like
there's a couple of places where I like the thick pizza, but basically to me the thinner the better.
Yeah.
My favorite was back when I was a young kid at Pop's Pizza out in Hillside was a small cheese pizza.
You ever make your own?
No, Doug, I don't know how to cook.
I did that.
Listen,
I make my own.
Doug, hold on. Boiling water. Boiling water is a challenge for me, okay? And I'm not exaggerating.
Hard-boiled eggs.
You got that's out of the question.
That's not even
Are
that.
You kidding me?
Come on, Ed. I've seen you before.
No.
Behind that frying pan, oil all over the place, smoke in your face. Saying, come on.
Hold it, Doug.
What?
I tried one time, instant oatmeal, hot oatmeal.
Burned it.
So I got instant hot water. So I put the oatmeal in there and shake it. So it wasn't getting like thick, I figured, well, I'll put it in the microwave and it'll do it. So I put it in the microwave for about a minute or 2 minutes. I can't remember. So it goes bing, ring, and it stops. I open the door.
Smoke.
Doug, it was an avalanche. The stuff was everywhere.
Blew it up.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So that's the end of the cooking.
Well, you know what? You need to hire somebody. That's all.
No, it has to have the word delivery on it.
Is that right?
Yes, delivery, Doug.
Let's deliver Furman from River Forest. Furman, you're on the Score, buddy.
Yeah, how you doing? That last game, in my opinion, is like a microcosm of the entire Bears, especially in terms of the offense.
Yeah.
On that one play, I remember they threw, I think before they got the interception, they tried to throw to Hester.
Yeah.
They threw two slants to Bahrain. They didn't throw a slant to Hester. I mean, to me, if the offensive coordinator doesn't realize that he's in the NFL, you can't keep running the same type of plays. That's what it looked like to me. The same type of plays over and over again and not get burned. I mean, the offense doesn't seem to adjust. I mean, the defense is bad, but I really put it more on the offensive coaching. It's kind of hard to say that it's the players because if you look at Greasy's stats, they're similar to Grossman's. You look at Peterson's getting the same numbers of Benson. You put new offensive linemen, they're being turnstiles. I can understand when an offense may have a problem, maybe a player here or a player there, but when you have multiple problems on offense and it happens every single week, it falls on offensive coordinator, guys. I really think that maybe, like you said earlier, that the Bears need to sit down and really look at their coaching. If they're going to look at coaching, start with the offensive side of the ball. And I think it starts with offensive coordinator Ron Turner, the running back coach Tim Spencer, the receivers coach Darryl Drake. Those guys, they really need to sit down and seriously talk to have a talk with these guys because what's out there in that offense, and just basically how some of the series of plays they ran when they threw 2 slants to Moran and another slant to Hester, but it got intercepted. When Greasy tried to throw to Hester, it got intercepted. That's a whole microcosm of the entire Bears.
Yeah, what amazed me too on an interception, Spring sat down on the football. It was a hitch. Now, normally, if you're covering Hester, how could you play that close, that tight, and sit down on a hitch and go for the interception? Now, he might have coverage deep that might have helped him out. I don't know, but I do know this about Hester. There's no question the guy is dangerous. But he's got to learn the damn pass routes. Do you see the miscommunications between our quarterbacks and when Hester's in there? They're throwing the ball behind him. The one guy's on running the right pattern. Because if you don't run the right pattern...
Where he's going to be dangerous, Doug, is deep.
Yeah.
Or he might get lucky on a slant, okay? Just might get lucky. But where he's going to be, because he doesn't know the routes, he doesn't know the break time, there's no timing there. So if you're going to do it, you got to send him downfield so the quarterback can put it up high in the air and hopefully he'll catch it.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio.
Mike Haas, by the way. Where the hell is he?
Well, they're
Doug?
not going to play him because you know why? He doesn't have enough speed. They don't want to play him. Oh, you can catch the football.
We do not have enough speed as
know.
it is, Doug, at the wideouts.
If you're in this position, then I agree with you. Put somebody that can catch the football one. Look at Garrett. Well, find out what the hell you got. In these next 3 games, if I don't see these guys, if I don't find out what the hell's going on with these guys, then these guys are nuts.
If you don't see Mike Haas out there,
please.
Then there's really got to be a check.
He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, Chicago Sports Radio 670. Jiffy Lube. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And when you think about where Chicagoland luxury buyers are going for their luxury vehicles year after year for 35 years, the name Motorworks always rises to the top of every luxury shopper's list. And now, your first 2 payments will be waived on select 04 BMW certified pre-owned vehicles purchased before December 31st at Motorworks, excluding M3, M5, and 6 Series cars. Plus, take advantage of low 3.9 APR financing up to 60 months. You heard it right. Your first 2 payments paid when your certified pre-owned BMW is a Motorworks BMW. Here's the phone number. Write it down. Motorworks BMW in Barrington, 847-381-8900. That's 847-381-8900. Or check out every BMW luxury choice online 24 hours a day at bmw.motorworks.com. In Chicagoland, Motorworks means luxury and your first 2 payments paid. For those of you out there who haven't heard about Slingbox, it's the amazing device that allows you to watch your home TV and all of its programming live on your cell phone or internet-connected laptop. That's right. Wherever you got at home, you can now watch all your cell phones or computers in real time. And now talking about clips or highlights, but everything on your home TV. Everything. Catch your favorite football game when you're out on the road. Never be in danger of missing big games or basketball playoffs again. Change the channels. Watch recorded movies. Everything. Plus, no monthly fees. Ever. That's right. You buy it, and that's it. It's amazing, really. And now it's starting at only $129.99. That's $129.99 plus no monthly service fees. Slingbox is also available at Best Buy, Circuit City, CompUSA, Amazon.com, and Slingbox.com. Or if you're just looking for more information on Slingbox, go to their website, Slingbox.com.
Official radio home for Bears fans, WSCR 670 The Score.
You either get better or you get worse each year. You never stay the same, so unfortunately we just got a little bit worse. I mean, we haven't been making the plays that we normally make, but it's tough.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. That was Alex Brown talking about getting worse. And this hour is being brought to you by Mini Cooper. You know, Eddie, that is so true because the Bears have gotten worse and everybody else has gotten better, especially in the division. Look at the other teams. Last year was a cakewalk in our division. There was no problem whipping the guys that were playing, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay. Things have changed. And the arrow went up for those teams. The arrow went down for us. There's no question we're not anywhere near what we were last year. The question is now, how do we correct it? What do we do? As a Chicago Bear fan, as the guys that own the Bears, the fact of the coaches, how do you correct it? And what do you do in these last 3 games? And I think that's the key. What do you do? Do you look at some people there and say, what do I have right now? Let me find out a little bit more about my personnel. Then let me go out there into the streets and find somebody.
Doug, very simple answer. Of course you do. Okay? And if you don't.
It sounds simple.
If you don't, then you really fall into the real stupid category. Okay? There's no sense to it. Yes, do they have to take a look? They have to take a look at Mike Haas. He's still on the team. He's still on the taxi squad or whatever the hell he's on. And you've got to take a look at this kid. You've got to see what Kyle Orton can do. And you can't wait till the last game. You can't wait till the 16th game to do it, Doug. It has to be now. Bite the bullet. Everybody knows the ship is gone. It's sailed. And so what's the smartest way to go about it?
I want to ask you a real quick question. In that game yesterday, in defensive line, we saw Anthony Adams get clipped in the play, which is legal, by the way, unless you are engaged. And Samuels comes down on the guy, the left tackle comes down on his ankle, and, basically in that box, if you're not engaged, you can get clipped. In other words, they can block you like that. I mean, it doesn't seem like a good rule to me.
Well, of course not, Doug. Not take your legs out and that becomes to a judgment call, whoever the offensive line coach is. When I played, Doug, the leg whipping was basically outlawed, but there was one team that constantly did it for years and years. And I remember Howie Long, Hall of Fame defensive tackle, and then for the Oakland Raiders, he hated the 49ers for that. But they had an offensive line coach that totally believed in leg whipping. And you can take somebody out. So I believe it's a judgment call. Is it legal to do it? It probably is, Doug, but it's a judgment call.
Well, and when I saw it and I saw what happened, especially when a guy's engaged with a blocker, you're a sitting duck, and Samuels came down on his ankle.
There you go.
That's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's going to get fined for it myself. Let's go out to Mike in Milwaukee. Mike, you're on the score.
Hello.
Mikey, you're on, buddy.
Yeah, Doug.
Yes, sir.
OB.
Yeah, Mike.
How you doing?
Good.
Good hearing from you guys. Hey, listen, I think we need to start with training camp. This whole thing is these guys have gotten their jobs. They think they don't have to perform anymore. Lovey's too soft on them. He gets rid of Rivera, which that, to me, just sticks in my craw. That's just terrible. You go to the Super Bowl, and the defense gets you there, and then you get rid of him. You fire him because you can't get along with it. That's part of life. There's a lot of people I can't get along with, but, you got to learn to get along with them. I don't know the whole story, but it's just ridiculous. Let's start putting their names on their helmets in training camp. You don't have a job. You earn your job, just like you earn respect. This is just totally ridiculous.
Not on this team, Mike. Not on this team. You don't have to earn your job.
I guess not.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
They just give you your job. Grossman got his job. Try out for this stuff. You start from day one in training camp, and you are a rookie as far as I'm concerned. That's the bottom line. You're all rookies. Let's just go. Let's find out what we've got. They'll probably never play Kyle Orton. They'll probably never play the guy. And if they don't, damn it, they're ignorant. It's just ridiculous. Why are you getting rid of this coaching staff when you went to the Super Bowl? Man, I've been a Bear fan since I was 9 years old. Now I'm 54 years old. And I've never seen anything so ridiculous in my life. Never. You got to earn your spot on the team and play with respect. Play with some pride.
Mike, you talked about the training camp, and, Lovey's does not have very tough training camps. But this training camp, more than in the past, you've heard about guys not practicing because of general soreness. That's what they called it.
Yeah.
General soreness. Well, a lot of guys didn't do that. Urlacher, he missed, and I think Urlacher's back is probably bothering more than a lot of us know. I know going into this game, I was kind of shocked. It was a game-time decision with him and Hillenmeyer. So, yeah, they got to earn their jobs when they get there. That includes the quarterback position. There's no question about it. But when you're saying Kyle Orton not going to play, I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to play. I think he should play, and I think this is the perfect time to do it. You got 12 days to work with him.
Well, Lovie Smith said that his urgency is to win a football game.
No,
and
that's not the urgency anymore.
You know, we're 5-8 now. His urgency is to win a football game.
That's not the urgency. The urgency right now is to find out what
it was
the hell
right
we have
in
for
front
next
of him last night.
Yeah.
Last night, okay? Yeah. Right in front of him.
No question about it. I mean, that isn't the urgency right now. The urgency right now is to put together this team that's fallen apart. Let's go out to Jeff in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Jeff, you're on the score.
Yeah, I was wondering, you were talking a little bit about it, but are they going to start playing some of their reserves and some of their second and third string team players to find out what they have so they'll be available for next year so they don't wonder what they got when they go into training camp?
Jeff, from what I have seen, and I'll let Doug, he'll answer you. From what I've seen, he doesn't. It's like, as a matter of fact, when you go into Super Bowl, last year when we went to the Super Bowl, there was we got sold it up, 4 or 5 games to go, and there was time. Yeah, let Grossman start, let him play half or whatever have you, but bring Greasy in case something does happen, and let him see for the next 4 or 5 games. Let him get used to the timing routes, the playing, et cetera, et cetera. There were a lot of things they could have done, but they chose not to do that.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense to me.
And see, the other thing doesn't make sense too. Think about it. Who would you put in? Let's talk about it. We always say let's play these guys. Who would you put in? We got Kyle Orton. We know about him.
Mike
Haas, we know about him. That's 2. Anybody else? Who else would you put in?
That's enough. As far as I'm concerned.
I'm saying is, I'm not so sure the depth's even there to put somebody in.
Put Wolf in there.
Wolf's in 3.
Use him for more.
Right.
Exactly.
No, he has to be in there. I mean, you have to take him. There's your top picks, but the other guys are hurt. Payne's hurt. They got their number 2 guy they drafted, defensive end, hurt. He's out for the season. They got Beckman. They could use him as a guard. He could probably play. But really, when you take a look at it, you would like to see maybe more out of Bradley. What has he got? He plays the last night, Ed.
I know.
One time, next thing I don't see him again. I don't
Doug,
see the guy.
I don't. You've got
he's
Greg
number
Olson.
2 pick.
Doug, what the hell? You got Greg Olson, and sometimes you'll catch 5-7 passes 2 weeks in a row. Then you don't see him for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And he's not in. He's not in there. And this whole situation, what's gone here on this year is.
Let's go out to Jim in Springfield. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, how you doing?
What's up, Jimmy?
All right, Jim.
Love the show. And I'm a long-time Bears fan, too. And last night was one of the most embarrassing performances as watching that I've seen in a long, long time. And, it goes to show how far that this franchise has fell. And, forget about the players for a minute. And, OB, I think you've got a lot stronger opinion than you're saying about this coaching staff, and I agree with you on that. I want to ask you, OB, if you were Ted Phillips, starting with Jerry Angelo, Lovie Smith, who doesn't take responsibility for anything, what would you do? Who would stay and who would go if you were Ted Phillips? And I'll listen, and have a nice day, guys.
Okay, if I were in Ted Phillips' position, I would have thought long and hard, and I said this last year. Everybody was about giving Lovie Smith a new contract, an extension, tearing it up, and giving him $4, $5, $6, $7 million, whatever it was. I said after the Super Bowl, and we went on record here saying, I said there are certain owners, at least 2 of them I know, that would have fired him and his staff, Lovie Smith and his staff, after that Super Bowl game. Fired him. Now, do you have to give somebody a coach a 5-year extension? Do you have to give him $5 million? Maybe I guess you do in today's game. But I tell you what, if I'm Ted Phillips, there would be no question in my mind, Jim, that I would have Angelo and Lovie Smith, Doug, and the defensive coordinator, just Doug.
Well, you talked about Babbage. Yeah,
Bob Babbage. Exactly.
Let's take a look at this. And you mentioned Jerry Angelo's name, and he can't be left out of this equation. He's the one who's doing a part of the picking. One is okay.
Well, my point being, I just a little disgusted with the thought I'd have all those people sitting in my office and answering these questions.
And then I would question the philosophy of both what's going on offensively and defensively.
Right.
I'd question that.
I'd
question him, in fact, to himself. Who did I draft? I drafted a kid named Garrett Wolf III. I don't play him. I drafted a kid named Bradley II. I don't play him. He's drafted guys that are hurt. So there's a ton of questions to ask here. Right. But the question is, can they really fall that far from grace from a team that went to the Super Bowl last year until now? But I got to tell you, Ed, maybe we weren't just as good as everybody thought we were last year. Because I do know this. Our first 10 teams last year that we played against, 7 were under 500.
Well, yeah, I believe we had. Didn't we have the easiest schedule in the league last year?
And so maybe that's
and that was
part
the year
of
to
it.
take advantage of it, too.
Right. But maybe we just looked at it and thought we were better than we really were. And then now you take a look at what's going on now. You got a defense. See, last year the defense, obviously, with the 44 takeaways, they had 150-some points off those takeaways. This year we've got 23 takeaways. We may have 23 points. It's not the same. So all I'm saying is it's easy to coach if everything is okay and everybody's healthy in your system.
Right.
What happens when your system falls apart because your players are gone? Then you got to come up with something else. You got to do something differently to stay alive in this league, and it's not happening. Let's go out to Joe in Barrington. Joe, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
What's up,
All
Joe?
right, Joe.
Just a couple things real quick. For next year, the draft pick, what position do we go after first?
I'd go for an offensive lineman. I don't give a damn what the hell happens. You know, you can start correcting your team, especially with offensive linemen, getting yourself stronger there. Then it would make it easier for a running back, easier for a quarterback. Offensive line, they got to go for an offensive lineman.
And a couple other things real quick. And how much did we miss Ron Turner? And Doug, when are you going to be on that sideline coaching?
Oh, you're talking about Ron Rivera.
Yes.
Miss Ron Rivera.
How much did we miss him? And I was just wondering, Doug, when are you going to be out there coaching?
You know, the fact that coaching has gone by me, there's no question there are guys better than me. I look at it from a standpoint of being a player and a fan. And that's how I look at it. I'm not any better than any coach out there, granted. I'll guarantee you that. But what I do know is football, and what OB knows is football, just some common things. And the Ron Rivera deal, very simply, when you take a look at it, there was a buzz between him and
obviously,
Smith. Right.
Obviously, Joe's a difference in philosophy, and obviously,
he didn't want it.
It went from week to week, and Ron Rivera would not cave in to whatever Lovey's theory was about how to attack an offense. So the decision was made to let Rivera go, and he brought his boy, Bob Babich, in, and he also anointed him as the defensive coordinator. So it's a philosophy of how defense should be played.
See, the Bears were embarrassed. Why they were embarrassed was they thought, and see, Lovey didn't want Rivera back. They thought that Rivera would get a head coaching job. And so it didn't happen. And so when it came down to it, they finally had to make a choice and say, okay, fine, we are going in different directions. We're going to get rid of you. They were hoping that Rivera would get a head coaching job so there wouldn't be any,
He'd be gone.
They'd be gone.
Adios.
There'd be no talking about it. And now we all know the fact that there's different philosophies. And we saw that philosophy a couple of years ago in the Carolina game in the playoffs. Remember the first Carolina game we beat the hell out of them?
Yep.
How did we beat the hell out of
Blitzed them.
That's right. Went after them. Kicked their ass 6 ways from Sunday. Come back again. We're playing soft again. We're playing that passive defense. We're sitting back there. Meanwhile, they're mauling us. That's what happened last night, too.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Tom in Oak Lawn. Tom, you're on the score.
Yeah, Doug and Ed, it's an honor to talk to you. I watched you back in Wrigley Field in the late 60s, 70s. And let's say Ed and Doug and keep it on seniority. Anyway, I don't know how you two guys aren't looking at this as running a business. I say that. The Bears are a profit center. And you put a guy like Lovie Smith as the head of a major profit center. It's the same thing as putting Dusty Baker in charge of the Cubs. They sit there and they wait for a big play. They wait for a Sammy Sosa home run, and there's no strategy at all. I'd just like a few comments on that. Obviously, OB, since I've been on hold, you've made some comments in that direction. However, what happened to the profit center point of view at the Chicago Bears? Or is filling the stands the only profit they know?
Well, you talk about a profit center. And let me tell you something right now. You want to talk about a profit center? You want to talk about a business? And you talk to me about businesses? I always like to have a business when you started. At the beginning of the year, January 1st, you have $100 million given to you, put it in the bank. That's what happens. Maybe even over $100 million. You know what that's from? TV. That's not counting what's coming in from all the advertising, what's coming in from the gates, the attendance, the luxury boxes. What a business. What is it to run a business? What are you talking about here? It's the easiest damn business in the world to have. The rest of us are out there fighting your ass trying to get money during the course of the year. You've got this money coming in, and you work backwards. How do you want to spend it? And so it's not going to change. You're still going to fill those stadiums. You're still going to get $100 million over every time you play every year, no matter what your record is. Go 0-16 like the Miami Dolphins. The NFL is still going to send you over $100 million for TV rights, not to mention the fact, like I said, what's going on in attendance. This thing has to do with, I'm not so sure it's money. It's brain power. What the hell's going on in your football sense? The money's going to be there. It's there. This has nothing to do with, you see any blackouts here in Chicago? Even the Badgers, you see where they're not selling out? The only one team in the NFL right now that doesn't sell out, and that's Jacksonville. And so the money comes in.
Doug, I think what maybe he might have been alluding to a little bit is how smart. I mean, how smart can you be to put an intelligent coaching staff, front office, and everything together? Like smart. Okay, is it, your goal should be to win. Bring people in that know how to win. Okay.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem, though, Eddie.
And not the hell with it. What doesn't matter what we do, we got the money and that's it. I think he's referring to why don't we get the smarter people, and there are smarter people out there that know how to win.
I understand that, but let me tell you something. If you're discussing with the coaches, you got a guy in Lovie Smith who's been here, 3 years. He's been to two playoffs twice and has been to the Super Bowl. Ain't much you can do about that. In fact, even Jerry Angelo last year, everybody was talking about how great. He goes and gets Hester. It was a great pick, wasn't it? It was a terrific pick. But, now Grossman goes sour on him. Now his other picks have gone sour on him. But what I'm saying, too, is at this point in time, the fact is that the Bears have got to understand and stop it right here and say, look, we're going in the wrong direction. We've got to figure this thing out. They're smart enough to figure it out. Even Angelo's been in this business a long damn time. So understand where you're going to go. Like next year's draft, for example.
Doug, see, I have to take issue with you there because I you know what? Just until the last few games have we seen them basically come from a shotgun, from a no huddle, from a bootleg. And these are things that are academic in today's game. This is how you can win in the National Football League in offense today. That's what you have to do.
Then fire Ron Turner, Ed. Then fire him.
Well, who's telling Ron Turner to do? Ron Turner comes to Lovie Smith with his offensive game plan. Lovie Smith puts the okay on the offensive game plan for Ron Turner. He says, yes, this is what I do want you to do.
Yeah, didn't Lovie fire Terry Shea? Didn't he get rid of him?
Yes, he did.
On a 1 year, he did that. If they don't like what the hell's going on up there,
but Doug, what I'm telling you, this is what you have to do to win today. This is not.
Then you shouldn't
have to be a genius to figure this out.
Then the fact is, we got the wrong offensive coordinator. Then. Not only the offensive coordinator. Here's the other thing. Then Jerry Angelo should get fired too. Then because of the fact that you got the wrong players.
Because it's
you don't have wide receivers. You don't have an offensive line.
Doug,
you don't have a running back.
Right. That Grossman cannot run from the shotgun, cannot run from the bootleg, cannot run from the sprint out, and cannot run from a no huddle offense. It's very difficult for me to understand. At this day and age, a quarterback in the National Football League cannot run from these different offensive sets. And damn it, again, this is what you have to win in the National Football League. Look at the teams that are winning. Look at their offensive sets for 4 quarters, and that's what you see. Not from sitting under a center and getting your backside blitzed play after play and wondering why you can't score points, you can't convert on third down, and it's a mystery to you.
Exactly. And here's the other mystery then, Ed. If that's the case, which is true, right? You want to run all the other things, and I agree 100% with that. I don't have a Bradley. I don't have a Manning. I don't have a Romo. I don't have that guy. I don't have a guy
Does that mean you surrender?
No, I don't have the offensive line.
We don't have the smart game plan?
But let me tell you something. Let me tell you this right now. Put Manning behind our line. Put Romo behind our line. Put them with the wide receivers. I'm
going to tell you something.
We don't have the damn ammo
Doug,
to do it.
If you took Peyton Manning and put him behind this line here.
We get
all
killed.
Right, just hold on 1 second here.
We get
you
killed.
think Peyton Manning would come here and sit and play quarterback with a team that all he's going to do is sit from under center, that he's not going to bootleg, which he does that makes him better, that he sprints out, which makes him better, that he runs from a no-huddle, that makes him better.
100%.
He wouldn't agree to that. He wouldn't even come to this team.
I agree with that, Eddie, but the fact is I don't think we have the ammunition to do it. I don't think we have the players to do it.
I believe that Grossman, are you telling me that he can't run from a shotgun, he can't run from a bootleg or a sprint out, and he can't run a no-huddle offense?
Ed, you know the guy's not maneuverable. The guy can't do that. You're going to have an offensive line to give him time to throw. That's the one thing that Brady has. That's the one thing that Manning has. That's the one thing that Romer has.
That's the one thing that you can do to stop the blitzing or change the blitzing is to move the pocket on him, even though he is slow. Move the pocket.
All I'm saying is that you can do all those things, and I agree. But I am now at a point. I don't think we have the players to do it. I don't think we have the players to do it now, Ed. I don't think we have the guys that can run it, that can block it, that can catch it, that can throw it.
Here's what you just said. We have Grossman. drafted him number 1.
Yeah.
We have Greasy and we have Orton.
Right.
So what you're saying is we have scouts that don't know what they're doing. We have a general manager that doesn't know what he's doing. We have a head coach that doesn't know what he's doing, and an offensive coordinator that doesn't know what he's doing.
Correcto mundo.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Then why do we have to go through all this
I don't
arguing?
know.
That's great. Get a life, will you?
No, I'm just saying, Ed. It's the fact that all these things, here's the problem. It's everything is all combined in one. All these things are contribute to what's going on. You can't have an offense like we have and score that many points, 16 points, and not be able to score in the red zone. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing about the defense not being in their gap. Well, then do something about it. Change it. Then we don't have the players.
That's just like the thing with the New England Patriots. You know, they say they run up the score. They run up the score.
Yeah.
Well, you know what you do something about it? You stop them.
Exactly. You do that, and that's what I'm looking for the Bears to do. But I'm going to tell you one thing. If they don't get their act together, Minnesota Vikings are going to rip us to shreds.
Oh, we got to go up there, too.
Yeah.
Did you see Adrian Peterson run the other day?
I'll tell you, I'll take Chester Taylor, too, right here. You think they got Adrian Peterson, Chester Taylor, and now Tavares Jackson throwing the football. Unbelievable. We got our hands full.
Yes,
More than hands full. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Oh, welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich on the phone.
Back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay.
312-644-6767. Let's go out to Patrick in Rockford. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Patrick, you
gone.
there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. It's a pleasure to talk to you guys. I'm almost 58 years old, and just as much a pleasure as I was to watch both you fellas play football.
Well, I appreciate it, Patrick.
Look, what we're talking about here ultimately is accountability. And, while I've been on hold, these calls have been touching on it. But what I would like to know from you fellas, and also it's nice to hear you guys answer questions with as much fire as you played. But, feasibly, I mean, how do we viably, get to the bottom of this? In my opinion, Lovey, with all due respect, is just not a big league manager. He's not a big league coach. The offensive coordinator, I could say the same thing. So I mean, who is ultimately responsible? We talked about Phillips and Angelo, but how do we ultimately, go about making a decision, tough as it may be, to unload these people? And that's essentially the best way I could put it. Would love to hear your answer. Thank you,
Patrick. Let me jump in here real quick, Doug. If you're speaking about the coaching staff, Lovie Smith, and if you're speaking about Angelo, they're going to be around for quite some time.
2013.
Yeah, I think 2013 for Angelo and 2011 for Lovie Smith. And I believe I know Lovie Smith's reported about $5 million a year. So, and I guess it's guaranteed, isn't it, Doug?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so you're Patrick. What you see now is what you're going to get.
Yeah, the thing about it is, Patrick, you can't change. You won't change. I mean, what we have here. See, we forget we just came from a Super Bowl. Maybe we're all jumping the gun here a little bit. I don't know. I really don't know. But this team fell very fast. We've seen a lot of times, Ed, teams going from last place to first place. That one year the team couldn't get out of their own way. Next thing you know, they jump up to first place. Hopefully the Bears got enough players that they can add on to this thing and bring this thing back. But I guess when we're looking at it, we're looking at things now that are starting to come up to the front, is the fact that maybe we weren't as good as we thought we were. Maybe our offense was not as good as we thought it was because the defense did a lot of certain things of getting takeaways. Now the defense is not getting takeaways. Our guys are getting older. Urlacher's not the same middle linebacker
But shouldn't
he was
the coaching
before.
staff saw that last year?
Sure.
Recognized it and tried to correct
Angelo
it and tried to correct it for this year?
Angelo
Shouldn't that be the way the thing to do it?
And the guys that you were talking about, they said, we're going to get rid of these guys. But I'll tell you what, we've got Payne coming in. We got Dvorak. We got guys to take their spot. Well, the guys never took their spot.
No, it never happened.
No. And so you didn't have the running game when you have with Thomas Jones. Say what you want to say about Thomas Jones. It's not the same running game. He is not here. But you made that decision because you took Cedric Benson as your number one guy. Maybe it's the offensive line. Peterson's not doing any better, is he? As far as running the ball, he's a better overall running back because he catches the football. There's such a ton of questions.
I'll tell you something. Well, here, it's very simple. Doug, is Cedric Benson or our Adrian Peterson. I mean, so far what we've seen in the years that they've been here, are they equal one of Thomas Jones? Jones was, what was he here, 3 years, 4 years? They never even came close to anything he did.
1,300, 1,400 yards every game.
And yet he's gone. And then, we mentioned about all these other players, Doug. But, like maybe, like you said, if they saw it last year, they saw it coming, they knew what it was, they had a lot of time to make those corrections, Doug. And apparently they did. They thought was for the best to get rid of these people, and who they were bringing in and who they had were going to be as good, if not better. And it backfired right in their face.
See, the other thing, too, if you're going to be successful, if you really want to talk about being in the upper echelon of football, you've got to stabilize your quarterback position. In the NFL right now, we see teams that are not stabilizing their quarterbacks. They got major problems. We've got to find out who we have. That's why you and I both agree about Kyle Orton. I don't know if Kyle Orton's a guy or not. I know a guy won 10 games.
It's not mailing the last 3 games in, by the way. It's not. If you start Kyle Orton, it's not mailing. If you put Wolf in there,
no, it's not.
It's not. It's finding out who you have. You had enough to draft him where you drafted him, and enough to depend on Kyle Orton when he was a rookie and he won 10 games. So it's not that we're mailing in the next 3 games. We're trying to win the next 3 games.
With what we
we're
have.
not doing too well doing what we're doing now. So let's bring him in and let's see if we can get a little bit better. Could we be worse? I doubt it.
And the key is, with Greasy in there, let's say Greasy is going to be the starter. What are you trying to prove here? You know who Greasy is. You know who Grossman is. You don't know what Kyle Orton is.
That falls under what I just said, Doug.
I know. And there was a kid 2 years ago, Derek Anderson. He's with the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
Sitting on the bench yet.
With the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns take him. Look where he's at right now. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. The Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back.
Go to 670thescore.com for exclusive digital content on demand. It's straight from the Score guys to your desktop, no matter where you are. www.670thescore.com.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This hour is being brought to you by Mini Cooper. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to John and Skokie. John, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. I was just curious, from your perspective as being former players, who's responsible for all those false starts last night? I mean, were the linemen not used to Greasy's cadence? Was it the coaching? They're not prepared? The short week? I'm just curious, because that seemed pretty pathetic.
That's easy. On the players. No concentration. Not set to play, not ready to play. And I can't put that one on the coaches. That's something they work on every day. And that's something that should not happen. Even if it's Grossman coming in there, or if it's Greasy. Greasy was in there long enough and still making those hesitant plays. The only thing that might throw you off balance would be if you're an offensive lineman, a guard or tackle or center, and you recognize a blitz that's coming and you want to get set real quick, and then you kind of hesitate or you jump it, But pretty much who does it fall on, John? Falls right on the player.
And the only other way you can get around it with if you were playing away and a noise factor came in. And a lot of times that happens with false starts. Remember when the Chicago Bears went to play in Seattle? I think they had like 4 or 5 false starts. Seattle's known for that because of the noise. But Ed is correct. You have to concentrate on this thing. This is something
part of your job. That's what you get paid for. It's part of it.
It's part of playing. It's just the fact that you just can't go out there and move a slight movement here or there. The Bears had 6 penalties, and 2 of them, I think, were false starts on that one drive. You can't score with 6 penalties in one drive. It's just impossible. Let's go to Matt in Algonquin. Matt, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, long-time Bear fan.
Thanks,
How you guys
Matt.
doing today? Hey, I got a couple questions for you. I'm going to hang up and let you guys answer them for me. How bad does it look now that we got rid of Chris Harris and Todd Johnson and the secondary, giving up all those yardage this year? And also, how bad does it also look that we didn't draft an offensive lineman year and also getting rid of Mark Colombo? And thank you very much, guys, for listening to you guys.
Well, I'll start with Mark Colombo. And first of all, Mark Colombo was hurt, and they tried the first 2 years for him to work it and get it ready, but it just couldn't happen. So they let him go. I can't hold the Bears responsible for that. They wanted him. They went out and got him as a number 1 pick. So that's not, I can't hold the Bears for that. The one that we're talking about, and Eddie can talk about it more, is, is the defensive backs and Chris Harris letting him go. And the reason that happened is because they made a bad decision. Yes. And that bad decision was to get Archuleta. Because after they got Archuleta, they thought that Harris was expendable.
But which it never should have been, Matt, because, there's a situation in the game of football. If you truly know anything about this game defensively, you can never have enough defensive backs, because I'm going to tell you something, and there's a couple of reasons why, Matt. One of them is when you got cornerbacks or you got a strong side safety, what do they weigh? Maybe 195, maybe 210, some of them, a couple of them 220, but they're really not big people. And what happens a lot of times, you bought the offensive guards and offensive tackles pulling, coming around in, so you got a 340-pound lineman bearing down on a 195-pound cornerback. Something's got to give. So do defensive backs get hurt? Yes, they do. You can never have enough. Chris Harris was a proven quality that we could win with. Todd Johnson was. Cameron Worrell was. For somehow we found a reason to get rid of him. So who's to blame?
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffon. 312-644-6767, Jiffy Lube post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Sunday, take a trip to the year that changed America and the world as the History Channel brings you a 2-hour television event, 1968 with Tom Brokaw, Sunday at 9/8 Central on the History Channel.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. And Eddie, that's it for today, buddy.
Yeah, well, we got to thank old Murphy-Rooney, huh?
Oh, Mikey, yeah. And I think one of the biggest compliments I think you give anybody, OB was telling me, that Mike Murphy and talking about George Hoffman, no one can beat him in baseball. That was your comment to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Murphy's a unbelievable wealth of knowledge, and Georgie these two guys are unbelievable. But Murph, again, thanks for letting us borrow your couple hours for you.
I'm going to tell you, Jesse Rogers no slouch either. Jesse's been down there covering all that, so he does a great
with baseball,
job.
And Jesse's all over hockey too.
Yeah, does it all.
But listen, Merry Christmas, everybody.
OB, I will talk to you. The Jiffy Lube postgame show will be next Tuesday on the 18th.
From noon to 2.
Right, because Monday night the Bears are playing the Vikings. We won't be on after that game, but we'll be on the following day, Tuesday.
Right. Can I get a preempt real quick?
Sure.
On Big Doug, how much?
Big Doug.
What's the predict on the Viking-Bear game up in Minnesota?
Well, before we even go there, the Bears are going to get murdered by the Vikings. At this point in time.
So in other words, you predicted the Bears might lose. Is that correct?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Doug.
Thanks to Murph for letting us sit in today. Also, thanks for everyone for listening and calling in. I'll be with Hub Arkish tonight. Hub and I are on Chicago NFL Live from 6 to 7:20 tonight. Everybody, thank you for listening. Thank you for calling in, and have a good afternoon.
And now it's time for a special Tuesday edition of the Jiffy Lube postgame show with your hosts Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich, exclusively on WSCR 670 The Score.
Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Talking about the Bears, talking about the beating they took. Although you look at the score, 20-13, you'd say, well, the Bears are in it. But when you take a look at this team, there is no question in my mind that I've said this for the last couple of years. That basically, our offense is not built to score. I mean, that's just as the bottom line.
Doug, you just took my thunder away. I was going to compliment you for you talking about this basically about 2 years ago, which I thought you were crazy at the time.
Well,
and remember, we went at each other. Yeah, are you crazy? But anyway, and I couldn't. No, that's impossible, Doug. And I tried slicing it and dicing it for the last 2 years, and especially with the rule changes and the game in the NFL today is all about offense, Doug. So you were right. You were 2 years ahead of your time. And I congratulate you on that because, again, you said this offense is not built to score points. Not what it's built for. Just don't turn the ball over, convert on third down a little bit, kick a field goal, whatever. Our defense will hand us, and special teams will hand us the game. Well, those days are gone.
That's part of the problem. When you say those games are gone, I'm going to blame you
those
for
days
part
are
of
gone.
this problem too, Ed. because you guys started this stuff in '63. When I first came here, the Bears looked at one thing always. Boy, I tell you, got a rough and tough defense. Get a tough middle linebacker. Your linebackers are going after people. You run the football, then you win football games. That was fine then. Now you take a look at teams, they're scoring points. They're putting points up. I mean, all the good ones. Dallas, you take a look at New England, the Colts, you need to score points. And also, the fact that I looked at that game the other day and we talked about Kyle Orton, all right? If that was our whole playbook, then we have to start over somewhere else because that looked like 2005. We said we're going to have this playbook in there for Kyle Orton to play. It didn't show me anything. Now, I understand this, and I realize this. And you can really understand the fact that when John St. Clair starts for your guard, John St. Clair's a backup tackle who starts for Metcalf. You know he got problems on the offensive line. We had 32 yards rushing. We had 7, 1, 2, 3 and outs offensively. We can't do anything. Third down conversions. Think about this. 1 out of 14. Think about this. Yards per rush. 1.9. Unbelievable what happened to us. And the fact is, you take a look at that offense, and it's non-existent. Those guys doing the game the other night, I was chuckling through the whole game. Although the Vikings didn't look any better, but the difference was, if you take a look at Tavares Jackson, right? 3 interceptions, bad. But the fact is, their average gain per pass was 8 yards. Ours average gains per pass is 4.5. That tells you when you have a 4.5 yard average gain per pass, tells you one thing. You are going horizontal, not vertically. And you're not going downfield. Why, oh, why? I don't understand why we didn't get the tight ends more involved across the middle, all that kind of stuff.
Doug, you just again, across the middle.
I read your notes.
Very key word. And if our listeners out there, if they watched that game intently last night, what was open all night long? Over the middle, Doug. And the only time that I can recall that we even attempted to attack the middle was on the post pattern to Musa Muhammad for the touchdown. It was just a few steps up, and he ran right towards the post, which is the goal post, obviously. And there it was, and we got the touchdown. All night long, it was open over the middle for our tight ends to hit the seams, for the crossing ends, for the hook over the middle, all night long, and then try to go downfield, Doug. And I'm going to tell you something. I just couldn't believe it. I'm waiting the third quarter. Well, they make the adjustments at halftime, although they really don't make a whole lot of adjustments anyway. But I thought, well, they can figure this one out. And then it's in the third quarter, Doug. We're not going over the middle. Then it's the fourth quarter. We're not going in the middle. And we still have a chance to win this football game. I'm going to tell you something. It's just questions that you want to ask Lovie Smith and you want to ask Ron Turner. What are you people thinking about? What are you thinking about?
I know what they have to think about, Ed. They need to revise the whole offense, being players, coaches' philosophy, what they need to do, because this is impossible what's happening here.
Doug, if Lovie Smith
got to turn this thing all around, Ed.
Doug, if
whether
Lovie
that means
Smith
firing somebody or bringing in new players, I don't know what the real answer is, but they have to get their philosophy straight and find players then to fit into that philosophy.
I'm going to tell you something, Doug.
It's all wrong now.
Absolutely. If they come out with this basically conservative offense and is scared to make moves, when you get in the red zone, we're scared to throw the ball into the end zone, which I'll never figure out. And I'm going to tell you this, Doug, if they come out with this same kind of offense, the same philosophy, Doug, you talk about getting ugly. We've got 2 more games to go, Doug. 2 more games to go, and these guys to try to open it up. Try to score some points. Try to put 30, 40 points on the board. Make the effort. Throw the ball over the middle. Throw the ball deep. Use the crossing ends. Use the play action. Use the no huddle. Use the sprint outs. Use the bootlegs. We don't do it, Doug. We start with one, every once in a while, we go with a no huddle offense. And then all of a sudden we don't go with it. A shotgun, maybe 1 or 2 plays, and then we don't go with it. We go back to working under center. Back in the early 90s, maybe that was good, Doug, but today, look at all the teams that move the ball, and what do they run from? All the multiple offensive sets, all game long. And that's what we have to gear ourselves to and work to. And if we don't have the right people, then get somebody on the staff or in scouting that can figure it out where to bring the right people in here. If Lovie Smith can't figure it out, get somebody in here to figure it out.
Yeah, see, that's the point, Ed, because...
You watched last night, Doug, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
Did you hear the commentators?
Well, yeah, you know what, and the thing about
comparing us to high school teams?
It's easy to jump on a team like that because it looks so fragile. It looks like not even an offense, a professional offense. That's what it looks like. And when you take a look at other teams, there is no reason why we shouldn't spread things out. I said this going into the game. Did you see when they looked the best? It was a 2-minute play when they weren't quick to the huddle, getting ready to roll, getting them up to the line of scrimmage. They get 2 first downs right back to back. They hit Olsen. They're moving. They're clicking. Then they go back to this, da-dun, walking out of the huddle, walk up to the line. Let's do the first 3 plays. Okay, let's do 2 swing passes to Peterson. You know what? We're going to fool them now. We're going to bring Hester in the game. We're going to run reverse right here. They end up losing that about 2 or 4 yards. And then we get the 1, 2, 3 and outs. And then on top of all this, Ed, our time of possession for the Bears, offensively, 24 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah.
How about the Vikings, 35 minutes and 45 seconds? How about all of that? And so when you look at this, you say to yourself, I agree with you, Ed. It's to the point, let's try to put some points up. Do you know our field position, how good it was again? We were in good field position. We started out the game on the 42-yard line, our own 42,
Doug,
and had a 1, 2, 3 and out.
If they come back these next 2 games,
they're going to do it. I'm guaranteeing you.
I'm going to tell you something.
Because this was the game to bust it loose. You're indoors. There's no weather problem. Take your shots. Do your stuff downfield. This offense and Kyle Orton,
if they don't open this offense up, I can't
even take it anymore.
What, Bernard Berrien, he cannot go deep. He cannot run a fly pattern. He cannot run a deep post pattern, Doug, with his speed. Devin Hester, if we put him out there in a slot or in a wideout, he can't go deep. Musa Muhammad, he can't come over the middle as big as he is, 16, 15 yards, 14 yards, 12 yards, come over the middle. We've got 2 tight ends that are 6'5". Both of them can run, and one can run like Adair Olsen, our rookie, our number 1 draft choice. Where the hell has he been? You've got to utilize these people, and in the passing game, can we run? No. What are we going to do? As a matter of fact, what the hell did Minnesota give you last night? You can't run against them. What you can do? Damn sure can pass against them. And what do? We pull in the horns on a passing game.
Well, the fact is, too, when you take a look at it, if you want to do football and understand running an offense, get between 12 and 15 yards. You throw the football 12 to 15. The other part of that is the fact
throw the damn ball over the middle.
Yeah, exactly, 12 to 15 yards. Then you ask your backs or your wide receivers or your tight ends, rack. You know what rack is? Run after catch. Rack. Everybody else does that, and that's what you do. We don't have any rack. We don't get the damn ball to the guys to even have a rack.
We got stop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's embarrassing when you look at it and say, well, hey, hold it. Kyle Orton hasn't played in 2 years. We got a bad offensive line. We can't run the football. Okay, fine.
Then whose fault is this?
I agree with all that.
We don't have an offensive line. Whose fault is this? Like nobody else has injuries in the National Football League?
But that being said, Ed, that doesn't mean that you can't come out and try to do something to win a
Doug,
football game.
I wonder if some of our listeners...
It's a slow death the way we're playing now.
We're talking about injuries, and can you use it as an excuse, or can it be part of... Of course it can. And it can be with each of all the teams, basically. But, Doug, didn't... A few years ago, New England Patriots
they lost
had
the whole
12.
Offensive line.
Didn't they lose 12 starters and won the Super Bowl? I wonder if some of our astute listeners or historians might remember that. But I believe they had 12 starters go down. I'm talking about the New England Patriots, and they won the damn Super Bowl.
They lost their offensive line. You know what they did? He went to Europe, found ball players who were out of Europe to play in the NFL Europe. He had his whole offensive line. There wasn't one guy on the offensive line making $1 million. That's pretty damn cheap when you take a look at offensive linemen, left tackle, right tackle, forward. Not one guy. They went out and they did it. You see, here's the point, and I think you and I are on the same page in this. The Bears need to revise what their philosophy is on offense. Those days are totally gone when you think of dominant defense. For example, we got 4 or 5 turnovers the other night. Against the Giants, we got 4 takeaways. We didn't win the football game. We didn't win it. You're trying to tell me by getting those takeaways you didn't win the football game and the field position? You know what Hester has given us in field position where we're lining up and ready to go, that we can't put up points? Our goal line is Robbie Gould kicking a field goal on the 20-yard line. That's our destination. instead of being in the end zone and trying to put points up, because you can't control the game anymore like you used to with a dominant defense. It just doesn't happen. You can do certain things. You can play good defense. I thought the defense played well enough. Until the fourth quarter, we usually they'd start falling apart, but still, they gave enough early. You jump on the team early,
the offense
then you have
was
a good
there.
shot.
The offense played good.
Defense.
The defense, yeah, exactly, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Doug, the defense, they really played good last night. I saw a lot of hustle. I didn't see anybody, throwing in a white towel, and there was no surrender out there with the defense. Urlacher was phenomenal. Lance Briggs played good. I tell you what, Tommy Harris on one leg, he was fighting like a dog. Alawali Agunye, he was terrific, Doug. Did he get to the quarterback? No, but he was constantly coming around and forcing that quarterback to step up into the pocket. He played good. I think defensively, Doug, we're there. I think we're there going into next year. Can you win? Here, the point is, can you win with this defense? I think we can win with this defense.
Now with this offense.
Now, that is the total and complete. And not only the personnel, Doug, it's the philosophy.
Everything.
It's the philosophy. My Lord, when you have things in front of you and you can't even make adjustments at halftime, from the first game against San Diego to against our last game, which would be against New Orleans, and we cannot make a change on the run, let alone go in halftime and change our offense game plan, the way we're going to attack, how we're going to attack, who we're going to attack, what part of the field we're going to attack. Doug, at this level, you got to have people capable of doing that.
Well, there's no question.
This is not acceptable. This offense,
no, it's not
in the National Football League.
Not even close. I said it the other day. I'd rather have an average defense and a high-powered offense that's ranked in the top 6 or 7. Give me an average defense that ranks around 15. I'll be happy with that. That it could hold. But when you don't put points up, it puts too much pressure on your defense. And the other thing, too, let's face it, Ed. I mean, are we taking stupid pills? I'm talking about the penalties. I'm talking about the things that happen, even with Tillman hitting the guy out of bounds and Briggs helmet to helmet on the
I didn't think that was. I'll tell you, that one with Tillman. That to me, that was a very.
It was close, but it
was
be
very close.
You have to understand that they're going to call it
if
it's close. Just like Miller's punch.
Yeah,
Miller punches the guy. That's stupid. There's no question about it. Sinclair false start.
Well, you
Garza
can see where the guy was
start.
pushing him.
Start.
He was pushing him,
But
and then by the time
back.
he retaliated after he got pushed 2 or 3 times, obviously the referees zoned in, and who throws the punch? Miller. Not smart.
What's the rule, Ed?
Not smart.
Second man? Second man
always
gets nailed.
Always.
All the time.
Always.
So your best bet is to walk away. I know it's tough to walk away, but don't take stupid pills. That killed the drive.
Well,
and these false starts are also trying to drive me nuts also with our offensive line.
Doug, I think defensively we're again, as I just said, Doug, I think we're there. We have the people that can be a difference. So whether Lance Briggs is going to be here next year, I don't know. But offensively, Doug, we do not have the difference makers, okay? There is not a difference maker on that offensive team. And you look at our quarterback situation, you look at our running back situation going into next year, you look at our wideouts, you look at our offensive line, the only place that we're solid offensively, Doug, is at tight end.
And we don't throw to them, by the way. Here's just the
right.
rules.
And, Doug, but our offensive line, our wideouts, our running backs, and our quarterbacks, how in the hell do you make that correction in 1 year, my friend?
Well, I know this for sure. If you're going to start rebuilding, you start with that offensive line, and that in itself will hold you together a little longer. Having a wide receiver, having a running back, if you don't have the guys blocking, and you saw it yesterday, you can take people out of the game. The Bears did a good deal by taking Adrian Peterson out of the football game. How they did it, I'm going to tell you how they did half of it. Because, first of all, they saw what San Francisco did. San Francisco slanted the line. Obviously, they know where they're going, where this kid is going, so they slant to where he's going to go. So the second thing they did, I think, they moved their linemen around. You saw the defensive tackles, Toina and also Kennedy, playing at the end of the game, playing very well. But I swear, now I can't swear by this, but in my mind, I thought I saw these guys slanting toward, and that's the best thing to do. I saw San Francisco take Adrian Peterson totally out of the football game, Ed, by doing what we used to do, slant to where you think that football is going. And if
where his tendencies, where they want
to go.
And what happens?
Take it out.
You have to have containment. Then you have to have the force and then the fill. And where does the basic fill come from? The back side. That's your defensive tackle, your defensive end, and your backside linebacker and cornerback. They have to be aware because he is going to cut back.
He's going to cut back,
and if you can do that, Doug, if you can do that, and you will stop a runner because most of his yards always come from the cutback.
Exactly. When he sees everybody going that way, then you have one guy lagging, either the defensive end or the linebacker, which the Bears did, and all of a sudden you got him pinned in. And
Yes.
so that was good. I thought the defensive philosophy was terrific yesterday. The blitzes going after him. You saw Urlacher. We kept screaming for this for all. Last time they played Minnesota. Send these guys. Go after him. Attack. Don't sit there and be a punching bag. They did that. Babish did a hell of a job defensively in calling this game.
Yes, he did.
It's
and
just
I'll tell you
our
what,
offense just sucks.
And what I'd love to see for the next two games, that defense, that same package
Exactly.
that they
Go
had
after
last
'em.
night, is go after people. There's nothing to hold back for. You are not going to out-trick. You are not going to out-finesse any opponent in this National Football League. It's still going to be smash-mouth football, but it's got to be smart football. And to have tremendous difference makers and have them constantly, Doug, especially two linebackers, that sit there and you got them dropping back out of the fray, that's not smart football. That is not good defensive football. Offensively, the day of the passive football, hope and pray that we don't get throw an interception or a fumble, and hope and pray that we get in so Robbie Gould can kick field goal, because the special teams and defensive teams will win it for us, are gone. They're gone, Lovey. They're gone.
Totally gone. When you can't score in that red zone, and when you can't score with that good field position, when you can't score when somebody gives you 4 or 5 turnovers, then you got a problem. And we see that problem up there, and they got to correct it. Now, Eddie.
What they play about 10, 12 days ago, Doug, and they had, 4 turnovers against the Giants?
Giants couldn't win
Okay,
it.
and we had, 4 or 5 turnovers last night, 4 turnovers?
They can't win it. And so when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, then what are the changes? Are the players good enough? And see, these are the answers we got to ask. Are the players good enough? Is the line good enough? Is the running backs good enough? The wide receivers
I'll give you the answer. I thought defensively, I say we're fine. I mean, I can live with our defense.
But here,
I can, Doug.
No, our defense. I'm talking about our offense now.
Okay, our offense, total. Oh, Doug.
Okay, now, Ed, on top of that, then we say, okay, fine. Even though we don't have the players we need, still the philosophy is not right. In other words, they're probably, you know what they're saying? You know what? We don't have enough good guys. We got to go out there and hold tight and play tight so we can win this football game like we did in 2005. I'm saying is to hell with that noise. Go out there and try to find a way to win the football game and try to put points on the board. Kyle Orton looked like, again, I swear, it looked like he had his hands tied behind his back. It just didn't look right. They're going out there and then they throw that little out and they throw this and then swing pass and this. You know, it looked like a kid. You know, Tavares Jackson, he'll only play in 12 games. They opened him up. He made mistakes. He had 3 interceptions. But the fact was, though, when he did make the play, he made the big play. You saw Ferguson run for that 71 yards. They were averaging 8 yards a gain per pass. So all this thing bounced up now in the last couple of years, because even last year, Ed, as good as everybody thought our offense was, I thought there was a fraud. I'm telling you. Because of the fact was we got away with murder because of the 44 takeaways and the fact that we ran the football well, but we still couldn't put points on the board at the end of the year. You may remember at the beginning of the year how we were scoring? We were flying, burying down the field, this guy here, throwing the football, all that stuff.
Until, you know what they were doing? Don't let the Bears offense, if you don't get after them, they'll kill us, okay? So what did they win after? They started attacking. They started blitzing them, and then they found out if you get in front of Grossman's face, he'll launch that ball anywhere.
There's a problem, right. Let's go out to Howard and Skokie. Howard, on the score.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Up,
a couple points. First of all, I still think the Bears need safeties because I think their defense plays well against below-average quarterbacks, and I think T-Jack right now is a below-average quarterback.
Hey, Howard, let me just hold on there 1 second, Howard. The reason why I disagree with you there, I mean, what you're saying is correct. I mean, do we have a weakness there? We do. But overall, as a defense, I mean,
overall the defense
going into next year, Howard,
there's hope.
There's hope. I mean, there's something. But where we need to put the emphasis on, Howard, is on the offense. I mean, there is no hope. I mean, the players, I mean, they're doing the best they can, but they're not put in a situation. It's just, I tell you, it's a mess, Howard.
Yeah, I would tell you have 3 professional players, I hate to say it, on the offense, 2 tight ends, and maybe Berrien. I think the rest of the offense is worthless. And then to go get a McNabb helps you nowhere because it's going to take 2 years to rebuild, and at that time McNabb is probably half crippled from the offensive line. You build the line, you draft long in the first round, you go draft another tackle or guard in the second round, and you say, you know what, I'm going to take a shot on a quarterback in the 4th round. If it works, then fine. If not, I draft him the following year because you can't rebuild in 1 year with 8 holes on offense, maybe 9. Last year was luck. Their defense plays great against bad quarterbacks, but we saw last year the Wizard of Oz quarterback couldn't do it, and he's never going to be able to do it. No heart, no guts, no arm.
Thanks, Howard. You know, the thing about it, when you take a look, and we talked about the players, I want to talk about some of the calls also. For example, how do you call? You're down in your own 2-yard line. How do you call and give the football to a guy that's not even 5'6", in Garrett Wolf, and to ask him to run up the middle against 2 defensive tackles like Williams? We all know that the Vikings have a tremendous defensive tackles. How do you call that? How do you call that play?
Number one against
the
run.
The kid almost got killed.
Yeah, number one against the run.
100, and I didn't know when I saw that call. I said, "What the hell are they talking about?" I just can't believe it. We're going to take a break. That's right. Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number.
You know what?
312-644-6767.
Doug, real quickly here. You know when Howard just called in about Bernard Berrien being one of them? I'm going to tell you something. I'll make a statement right now. I don't think Bernard Berrien's going to be on this team next year.
Somebody's going to buy him.
He's going to go on free. Somebody's going to grab him, and he'll want to get out of here. I'll guarantee you.
Well, let me tell you something. He goes with a team. Let's say, for example, just for the hell of it, let's say they switch a team like New England or Indianapolis.
Somebody's going to grab him.
They're going to grab him. If he could be a hell of a second receiver, if they got a guy that's going to throw to him,
they know he's got the speed and he can get downfield.
Exactly.
Somebody's going to take him.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This hour is being brought to you by Jimmy John's. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Madison, Wisconsin. Mike, you're on the Score. Mikey.
Hello?
Hello, Mike. You're on.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Yeah, I'm downtown in Chicago. You know what? The statement last night by the commentators was really profound when they said, you know, we're watching a high school team. And they didn't mean defense. They meant offense.
Right.
Here's the thing that just absolutely gripes me. And Ed, I went to this college. Ron Turner. We draft one of the best tight ends that come out of the draft in years. We don't know how to use him. And he's probably an average quarterback stream. I mean, if you're going to throw short stuff and you're going to do what the Bears are going to do, use the tight end more. The other thing is last night, 4th and 1, we throw the ball. 1st and 10 on the Vikings 1-yard line. We put in the smallest back in the history of the NFL. It's unbelievable. Let me just tell you one thing. Ron Turner was not good at Illinois. He wasn't good the first time he came to the Bears, and he's just as bad or worse than he is now. Why is this guy the offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears? That's the first guy that has to go. You need to get somebody in there immediately as soon as the season ends and basically analyze the garbage that's on this ball club and then go after. They should not even draft one guy that starts with the letter D as in defense. You're right, Ed. All offense in the offseason. I take my chances and I roll the dice with the defense next year. I'm going offense all offseason.
Mike, hold on here one second, Mike. Let me ask you one real quick question. Give me a quick answer. Do you think it's all Ron Turner?
Yes,
or do you think part of it might be Lovie Smith?
I think Lovie Smith has a lot to do with it because he brings Ron Turner onto the sidelines. So I think Lovie Smith has a lot to do with it. If he doesn't pull the trigger on Ron Turner, then Lovie Smith has a major problem.
Okay.
Well, that's the whole point, and that's the whole thing right now. Whoever fault it is, and probably all of their faults, but the fact is that offense has to change. If it doesn't change, the Chicago Bears will be dead for the next 10 years. And they should put all their efforts, whatever they have, in draft, if they can find extra players, do what they need to do. All offense. There is hope for the defense.
Doug?
Vasher is back. Dvorak may come back. They got a kid named Payne that could be playing that safety, and I agree about our safety position being weak. I saw Manning miss a tackle on that kid, Ferguson, who ran for a touchdown or ran to the 1-yard line. Defense, there's hope. I don't see anybody in the wings for offense. And if there was, why wasn't his Beekman playing? Why wasn't he was drafted high? Why wasn't he in the game instead of St. Clair moving from tackle, where he never started before, as a guard position? Someone give me the answer.
Started at left guard, as a matter of fact, too. Not even right guard, right.
Didn't even start. So all I'm saying is that where's the hope for the offense? Is there guys laying in the wings? I don't see them.
Dougie, here, we've had 3 quarterbacks. Grossman, Greasy, and now Orton.
Okay,
we have 2 games. Nothing has changed offensively.
No.
Our philosophy, the theory, what we want to accomplish, it's still amazing to me that Lovie Smith says we come off the bus running. Do you realize where we rank in rushing in the National Football League, folks? We rank 31st, approximately 82 or 81 yards a game, almost dead last, and we come off the bus running. He says we're a running team. I'm not sure on what planet he's talking about, but it's not on Earth.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Talking Chicago Bears, talking about their loss, talking about the offense, the defense, the coaches, the play calls, you name it. We're talking about it. Let's go out to, let's see, who we got next. Let's go out to Brent in Cape Coral, Florida. Brent, you're on the Score.
Yeah, guys, we've got the best return man in the game, and I've got to wonder, with 15 seconds left in the game, the Vikings take a knee. Why didn't we call a timeout and force the Vikings to punt?
I don't know if we had any timeouts left.
We did.
We did. Brent, I think we had one timeout left.
We did, and I'm looking on NFL.com play-by-play. We took our second timeout at 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Right.
We had a timeout to take with 15 seconds to force them to punt.
Mm-hmm. Well, if that's the case, and I missed that one. The fact is that if that was the case, probably would have done that, punted out of bounds anyway, but still, there's an opportunity maybe there for them to make a move.
I think, Brent,
or to block the punt.
Yeah,
Brent, I think that they were talking about that on TV, and I couldn't understand it either. I think then it got down to about 1 minute and 15 seconds or whatever, and they were still waiting for a time for them to take a timeout and never used it.
Well, the fact is this. There were some mistakes made, obviously. And the other time, too, if you remember when Hester fielded the football in the middle of the field, and I thought that was it. He was going to go with it, and everything looked right, and he slipped.
Yeah, he slipped.
And I thought that was a shot for them to do it. There was another time. He comes back. He has 30-yard return. Hell of a return, punt return. 30 yards, put him in good field position. Then he got a holding penalty on Garrett Wolf, and they bring that baby back. So we did have times there that they were starting to look like they're ready to move, and then something stupid happened. Penalty happened. Because we ended up with, I think, how many penalties we had? We had at least 95 yards worth of penalties, and they're in crucial times. Talking with Tillman, Briggs, Miller, St. Clair, and Garza, with the false starts, the whole 9 yards. Let's go out to Charles and Beverly. Charles, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Charles?
Oh, nothing. I was just, I wanted to comment on the Bears and why they're unable to run the ball. And the biggest reason I see is that they let go of Thomas Jones for basically no reason. And that's not Ron Turner's fault. That's not the offensive line's fault. That starts at the top. You let go of a guy who was rushing for 1,400 yards pretty much since he came to the Bears, and they just let him go because he couldn't get along with Cedric Benson. What is that?
Charles, and I'm a big Thomas Jones fan, but I'm not so sure he'd make any difference either with this team, the way it's going, with their blocking, what's going on that offensive line.
Yeah,
I would rather have him, though, be honest with you. I really would rather have him. But I tell you what, the Bears did Thomas Jones a favor, because if that had kept him here and made him stay here, the fact is Thomas Jones wouldn't have got $13 million what the New York Jets paid him. He'd have been here playing behind Benson, still with his salary, $2 million, $3 million, whatever it is a year. But when he goes to the Jets, he gets a bonus of $13 million guaranteed right up front.
Well, that's good for him. But
yeah, I know. I understand that, Charles. But they had put $16 million into Benson.
But why?
That's the question, Charles.
Doug, I think what you mean is, how do you make your running game get better? Well, obviously you got to get an offensive line, and hopefully you don't get injured. But also, you got to have a couple of quality running backs on a team.
Sure.
You've got to. One guy's not going to get it done. Minnesota fires two at you, one after another, take them out, rest them, bring the other guy in, and they hammer the hell out of you. And what do we need? We had, in other words, what your point was, Charles, we had the running back here that could get it done, and we let him go, and we didn't replace him.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Yes.
Thanks, Charles.
Yep.
This hour is being
Charles.
brought to you by Jimmy John's. Well, yeah, you can say all of that. You can talk about what's going on.
Well, Doug, it's a fact. I mean, he was here. I mean, don't tell me there wasn't room to money.
I will tell you this right now, Ed. If that kid was on this team right now, I don't think our offense would be that much better. I'm telling you, I see the Jets, what's going on with the Jets. If you're not going to block for anybody.
Could it be? You could have, would have, whatever. But how does the running game get better, Doug? If we're going to go into next year with the same running backs, I don't give a damn what kind of offensive line you have. It's not going to get better. We need two quality running backs to get it done in today's game, and we don't have them, Doug. We just don't have them. We don't have the threat of a running back put him in the passing game to go out into the flat or flare him out because Benson can't catch the football. Thomas Jones can. Thomas Jones can run with the football. If we go with Cedric Benson and the same people we have in the 08, Doug, you're setting up a plan for disaster right now, if anybody believes that theory.
This disaster started. I mean, this fact, this is another fallacy that's going on here in Chicago about this offense and about Thomas Jones. I love the kid. I thought the kid was outstanding for this team. That's not the reason why we're falling apart. We're falling apart.
That's one of the reasons.
But I'm going to tell you something.
It's one of the reasons, Doug. You can't dismiss it.
And maybe we'll win an extra game a year and not be back where we were before. If they don't look at the fact that this offense stinks, sucks, the fact that we're calling the wrong plays, the fact that we don't have an offensive line, the fact that we don't have wide receivers, the fact that we don't have a quarterback, bring in Thomas Jones, and it's not going to make a difference.
Doug, it's a start. We had him here.
I understand
that's something that's never should have changed.
I understand
it never should have changed. We had him here. We had the quality running backs. It worked in 06. Why the hell couldn't it have worked in 07? Listen, if the two can't get along, too bad. You think everybody that works in every avenue of life, in whatever field it is out there, that everybody at every company gets along with everybody? Hell no, it doesn't. But you got to be smart enough to make it work, Doug. And I don't think these people are that dumb that they could not have made it work, because they said that was the reason why they got rid of them, because they couldn't get along. And to me, that does not show professionalism at all, Doug. Not even
I agree with
in
that.
any way, shape, or
but
form.
See, I think it's deeper than that. What I'm saying, the fact is, last year, I think we got fooled. Our first 10 games we played last year, 7 out of those 10 were 500 or less. This year, the schedule, if you look at it, we're ranked number 2. It's the toughest schedule ever. The teams are stronger and better than we played.
Do you remember I made that last
year? Yeah, exactly.
Remember last year, I said we better get it done this year.
Exactly.
Remember when I brought it up? I said, take a look, and I showed you next year's schedule, which is this year. If we don't get it done this year, it's that very short window to win that Super Bowl.
And all of a sudden, now we're running into real football teams. The division is stronger, number 1. We're playing better teams. We whipped those tomato cans last year. There was 10 of them, but 7 out of the 10 those tomato cans were shot.
You talk about the division getting stronger. Detroit, they're having a little, they're hiccuping a little bit here now.
Well,
but I tell you what,
they're a hell of a lot better this year than they were last year.
They were, and you think these two next, Green Bay and Minnesota, they're going to get worse or stay the same? No, they're going to get better too. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. We were talking about the Bears and the penalties, Ed. How many penalties do they have?
11 penalties.
11?
Excuse me, 11 penalties for 95 yards. 11 in game 14.
There were some bad ones. And I remember this one? Rasheed Davis takes a return. It was a short kickoff, obviously. So he takes it and he runs 33 yards. They're trying to kick it away from Hester, so he takes it 33 yards to go to the Vikings 44. The very next play, you get a false start from Garza. They overcome that. Right. They go for a sneak on first down. They get the first down. Now they're into it. They get into another set of series of downs, and it's the fourth down. They go for it. They want to go for it. 4th and 1. I said, terrific. 12 players in the huddle. Penalty, 5 yards. Now it makes it 4th and 6, so now they have to kick a field goal. Instead of going for the first down, they kick a field goal, and now it's 6-3 Bears. And they may take that first down, maybe they go in to score. Who knows? But to have 12 players on offense in the huddle is ridiculous. Let's go out to John in St. Cloud, Minnesota. John, you're on the Score.
How you doing, fellas?
How you doing?
Well, I'd be a little better if we'd had a little more offense last night. My voice is a little trashed. I went to the game.
Aha!
God bless you guys. The tradition inherited you to the Chicago Bears go through you. Not a lot of these bandwagon jumpers. We're in a tough spot. I want to make a point about last night's game, a little bit about the defense in the future. I don't get much press up here, but I certainly understand, and lately at least, and my drive down today, finally ripping on Ron Turner, so I'm going to leave him alone for a second because we are winning with him. But last night's game, I was at the Super Bowl last year. First game I saw, I was 7 years old. NFC Championship in '85. First thing about last night's Kyle Orton, I want to see him play too. But if you think you're going to win that game in that place with that guy put out there, I wish you luck. That's unfair to him. They wanted to win. They should have thrown Greasy out there and watched the fireworks go off. As far as their defense goes, that defense has been pummeled with injuries. They're on the field all the time. They had Dvorak and Brown out before the season basically got underway. Our defense would be good if the guys are healthy. Last year we had no injuries. As far as going forward with this Ron Turner, those guys hit it on the head. Remember the Super Bowl last year? We had 2nd and 1 in the driving rain with a guy that's just trying to play his heart out, who's getting blitzed every second. What do? 2nd and 1 when we're down by 5 points? We throw a pass and start the merry-go-round backwards. Folks, that's Ron Turner. 0-11 in 97 at Illinois, 1-11 in 2003. That guy has got to go, and Angelo should go with him for setting us up with this offensive line that I saw in the pre-scout season. Scouts say that line looks long in the tooth. Guys, God bless you. And God bless the Chicago Bears.
Well, thank you, John. I mean, you probably summed it up, talking about that offensive line. Certainly not the same way as it was last year. There's no doubt about it. Every year changes. I think your competition changes. I think the competition this year was a lot tougher than it was last year, so it's starting to show. There's no question the changes have to be made. I mean, that offense, and again, Ed said it, I said it. I wouldn't have a defensive player anywhere near this draft. I would be drafting offense. All the thing I could get offense, from linemen to running backs, to wide receivers. That is where everything should be. That's where you should look. That's where you should try to find out what we need to do to set this offense free.
Oh, Doug, I can't. Something wrong with my.
What's wrong with your deal, Ed?
Won't go on. My button won't go.
No, there it is. Yeah, is it on? No, it's not on. Well, you work on it. I'll go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Leroy
here we go.
And Elgin. Leroy, you're on the score. Leroy gone?
Somebody's there.
Hey, Leroy.
How you guys doing today?
What's up, buddy?
That's a good question on the Bears. I think that you guys hit it pretty much the head on the nail with Barry. And some team like Dallas, the Giants, he's good as God.
Leroy, believe me, and stay with us, Leroy. He's gone. You know what? He's got the speed. And somebody that has a good passing game, they want to get a little bit better. This kid, can he get downfield? Yes, he can, and I'll guarantee you somebody will take him. He's going to want to get out of Dodge, believe me.
No question about it. But the question I got really as far as the Bears, what Angelo's going to have to do is I think that you're going to have to really, on the offensive side, you got to blow this thing up. I mean, you build this thing. I think you rebuild the offense around Olsen. Maybe in the next couple of seasons you take your knocks. Maybe you're 6-10 team. But if this guy comes out and drafts defense again, you're going to be looking at the Dolphins in a couple of years. No questions about that.
Leroy, if he does that, then I'll be hysterical. And I know you'll be hysterical. I know this whole town will be hysterical. There is no question. If I'm going to take one guy right now, I'm trying to find myself a left tackle or trying to find myself an offensive line. If you're going to rebuild, I'd start with the line. And that's exactly where you always start with. At least it gives you time. If you have an offensive line, it gives you time to find some other players.
Jerry Angelo, Leroy, he's got to start hitting on these number one draft choices. I don't care at what position. I mean, enough is enough here. I mean, that's the reality of it. And if I'm ownership of this team, I'm starting to take a long, hard look at these guys. I mean, how do you fall from going to the Super Bowl and fall down to a team that's won 5 games? Lucky they won 5 games. And what's happening here? What's going on about? Where are our goals? What are you guys trying to accomplish? And they see what goes on out there week after week, and I'm ownership of this team. I'm taking a long, hard look at Jerry Angelo, and I'm taking a long, hard look at Lovey and both our coordinators. Because I tell you, to say anything is acceptable what's happened this year, absolutely not. And there's some big, huge questions, game planning, evaluating of talent. Has it been up to par? Has it been up to championship par? No, it has not.
Let's go out to Ken in West Bend, Wisconsin. Ken, you're on the score.
Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Merry Christmas, Kenny.
Talk to 2 legends as yourself. I wanted to add about your offensive line. The offensive line, I agree with you 100%. They just look lost. You're getting shots put on the quarterback that are incredible. I don't care who you got back there. You have no running game because your offensive line doesn't seem to have a clue as to what's going on.
Not to mention, Kenny, the fact, too, the blitz pickup is kind of weak. And you saw where Henderson almost killed Kyle Orton on one blitz, came up the middle. But the fact is, when you take a look at the whole thing, going into this football game, the Bears have given up 40 sacks on offense, okay? The other part is the run. I mean, I don't know if you guys, but do you see any type of holes whatsoever? Even this year, a gaping hole. I want to see a gaping hole. You don't see that. You don't see where they're blowing guys off the line of scrimmage. I'm not so sure it's the way it's taught. It's a zone blocking. Maybe you should come off, fire off. I don't know the answer to all of that.
I've got the answer.
What is the answer?
It's all the above.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being very serious. It's all the above. We rank 31st in the National Football League. One team worse than us, and we rush for about 81 yards a game, Doug. And ranked 31st. And our head coach swears that we're a running team. And we rank 31st, and you think we don't have a problem?
Well, it's a major problem because first, not only 31st rushing, also probably about 32nd average gain. Also on top of that, last night we finally got a rushing touchdown from McKee. That's our 7th one of the year. You figure that the Minnesota Vikings had 18 going into that game. They got 2 more last night. That's 20. So if we're a running team, first of all, short yardage, it wouldn't be a discussion about what to do on 4th and 1 or 4th. Those were 4th and inches, by the way. When you know that you have to roll out and try to hit somebody else to get a first down on 4th and less than inches, you got a major problem.
Doug, they talk about stats. I mean, right by the end of the 14th game in the National Football League, I mean, there's stats about everything, what time guys get to the stadium, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to tell you, that Viking, I believe, Doug, the Minnesota Vikings, we hustle to get a couple of plays over 20 yards a year. I believe there's a stat out there, Doug, it's about 18 or 19 times where they've had plays for 50 yards or more this season.
Well, they're outstanding. I mean, the fact that,
with 2 more games to go.
Yeah, and they're running obviously
over 50 yards, Doug.
Well, Ed, that we don't have any kind of – see, first of all, we don't have any kind of playmakers. They're trying to make Hester a playmaker. They bring him into the game. They try to figure ways to do him, but people are smelling him out. Remember that reverse on the end around on the third play of the first series? Winfield was watching that. He had that pegged. He throws it for 2-yard loss on the opposite side of the field.
If I see him in the slot or at the wideout and I'm the opposite cornerback, if I have contained, or if I'm the linebacker or the defensive end, whoever has contained, you talk to each other. Guess where he is? He's over there. Your job is containment. Make sure you go as deep. Watch for him. They've got it watched, Doug. It's not going to happen.
And they even did in this one. Winfield, who was
they got a better chance with Musa Muhammad running reverse.
Winfield's watching his man for man on the guy. Hester goes in motion. Winfield goes with him all the way across the field and makes the tackle for a 2-yard loss. I mean, that play is dead, old, and gone. Let's go out to Darryl in downtown. Darryl, you on the score?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
All right, Darryl.
I agree with you 100%. The reason they don't have a playmaker because everybody knows they don't have a quarterback, and so it's not too much to figure out exactly who's going to get the ball. You put them in there. But, I have a lot of confidence in the receivers and the tight ends that they have, but they don't use them. You've got Owens and they've got Bradley. How many times this season have they used Bradley compared to any kind of major play that they used them last year?
You know something? You could talk to people, Darryl and Bradley, and they'll say, who? They don't even know who you're talking about.
Right. And I'm not sure how much they're paying Ron Turner, but he needs to be dragged out of Chicago. That's crazy, the kind of kiddie calls that he's doing. Okay, you got a quarterback. Everyone in the league knows he's not good. Okay, you mean to tell me you can't come up with any other plays with your tight ends and your receivers to throw them off guards? They made a mistake with Thomas. They got the other big guy that's on injury.
Cedric Benson, you talking about?
Cedric, right. Who you blow on his ankles and he's going to fall, and you got him. So what do we do? You stuck with little or nothing, but you can't come up with any kind of other kind of plays. He needs to go. He's terrible.
Well, first of all, I don't know who would call, and how would you call a Garrett Wolf on a 2-yard line, your own 2-yard line, with running up the middle?
Right.
Against the Vikings with 2 big guys there. You can't run against them, but you're taking the littlest guy there.
They're number 1 against the run, stopping the run to begin with.
And you're running this kid up against that. There was questions throughout the whole game. There's no doubt about it. But it's all said and done with, guys. I think part of the question is Turner calling a good game? Do we have the talent on offense to make something happen? Or are we going to go downfield and score points? Is our offensive line worth a damn? Maybe all those answers, that is no. And maybe just what's going to happen, you have to go up with about a ton of dynamite and blow the whole thing up and start all over.
Doug, here quickly, just what brings to mind the 3 quarterbacks that we have. If you look throughout the National Football League, 32 teams, to me there's 5 super-duper excellent quarterbacks in this whole league. And after that, there's a huge drop-off to say I'm almost going to go to a mediocre, and below that, there's the subpar quarterbacks that are starting on teams in this league. My question to you is, if we bring a new offensive coordinator and Lovie Smith has the wherewithal to open it up and believe that offense is the way to go in the National Football League in the year 2008, do we stay with the 3 quarterbacks we have and bring in a whole new offensive system, go to the draft for offensive players, free agency, and go with a whole new thing, key in on the offense, and keep the same 3 quarterbacks? That's the key to the question.
Well, I got to tell you,
would you do that?
I don't know where the hell this
what's out there.
I don't know what. Yeah, exactly. I don't know where this other quarterback's coming from. We're all saying, well, let's go get another quarterback.
Well, my point is, I just said there's
right.
5.
We might want to keep with the 3 we have.
Huh?
Right? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And change the whole philosophy
of
what we're doing.
Because, first of all, put it this way. I don't know how bad Kyle Orton is. I know the kid won 10 games the first time out, right? But when you look at our situation, the offense goes 7 times. 7 times they go 1, 2, 3, and out.
Doug, 1 for 14 in third down conversions. The most
Bingo.
important down in football is third down.
Now,
1 for 14 in the 14th game.
And the third thing, they hold the football for 24 minutes.
Right.
So what does it tell you? I mean, you don't take a genius to figure out the's something wrong here.
The system
More
isn't
than
working.
Just the players, exactly.
The system is not working. So my point is, Doug, give me a yes or no answer. Yes or no answer with what's going on. If we can get another coordinator and a whole change of philosophy offensively, and there has to be a huge change, and go free agency and draft offense, do we keep the same 3 quarterbacks?
Yeah,
Would you keep them?
I'd keep them.
Okay, so would I.
I'd keep the 3 quarterbacks.
So would I.
Because the fact is that
I think probably 10 guys just crashed to the telephone
No.
poles.
Because you know what?
There is nobody out there.
There is nobody.
I know.
You know, this is like there is nobody. You want to go out there and find a quarterback? Well, you want to
Somebody said Kitna from Detroit. Give me a break.
Please,
he's not any better than the 3 guys we got.
You stay what we have. You got to build a surrounding cast. You got to give this kid, whoever you're going to choose as your quarterback, some help. You can't let him go out there by himself. And you got to find somebody you can throw to who's going to catch the ball. Somebody's going to block for him. Somebody's going to run for him. You're asking for miracles here, and it's not going to happen.
Yes.
Let's go out to Chris on the north side. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
Chris? Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you guys, too. I want to say first that I agree with most of what you're saying, and it's a pretty dark picture you've painted so far, and I'm going to make it a little bit darker yet, because to me, the defense does not deserve a pass to last night. Did they play better than they've played in recent weeks? Absolutely. Was it nice to see Nate Basher back there at the cornerback spot and Urlacher playing inspired football again? Absolutely. But still, you know what, guys? They gave up 20 points. That's the only stat that matters. They gave up 20 points to that piss-poor quarterback and that team. They shut down the running game for the most part. Okay, but guess what? When it mattered, what happened? They were out missing tackles. They were letting people in the secondary wide open with nobody to put a hat on them and nobody to make a tackle when it mattered. And guess what? You gave up 20 points to a lousy offense and a lousy quarterback. I'm sorry, but they don't get a free pass from me.
You know, Chris, it's not a free pass anymore. It's what you think they should be. And they're not going to be what you think they are in the past. Its days are over. For example, they gave that offense 4 turnovers or 4 takeaways to do something with. They didn't do it. The offense had great field position all night on account of Hester. I will come down on the defense for one move last night. For one move that I was really disappointed. The fact is, the Minnesota Vikings have the football at the end of the game on their own 2-yard line. And they give up a 27 run to Peterson. That's when you need that football back. That's when it matters most, and that's when the defense didn't step up. Other than that, they had a hell of a game last night. But if they wanted to go further in that football game, when you get a team, and it'll tell you this too, locked down on their own 2-yard line, it's time to slap them silly and make them punt the football out of their end zone. What happens? They let the kid run out of the damn place for 27 yards, and now they got room to breathe. Who knows what it could have happened down there? A fumble, just like they fumbled the last time on a handoff. So that part of the defense, is not going to be there. It is not the dominant defense that we all know that it used to be here the last 3 years. Urlacher never looked better as far as playing his game and the sacks, the interception, the fumble recovery, and all of that. But that defense still is not dominant enough, but yet it's going to take more than that. That is why I'm saying in this town, we all beat up the defense, and I'm part of it. But it's time to get an offense in this town. It's time for somebody to say, listen, look at the NFL. I mean, even me, I'm old time. You know, give me that defense, beat somebody up, play the middle linebacker, pass rush, turn it over, get it.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
They're putting points up. And so take a look what the hell's going on. They're spreading everybody out. Empty backfield, one back, hitting those guys, then running from that. That's time to change. It's time to look at this whole thing differently.
Duck, and then all the different offensive sets that are out there. And this is not a mystery. All you have to do is just look at the teams that are out there. Look at the different offensive sets, and it's so irritating, so aggravating to see football played at this level, and I'm talking about the Bears offense, where we basically run from one thing and that's it. And if you don't think, I tell you, I'd love to play against the Bears, Doug, and defense against them.
It'd be like stealing.
They do nothing, folks. They do nothing. They've got to come, and what I've talked about week after week after week with the no-huddle offense, with the move in the pocket, with the everything, the play action, all the different, you've got to become proficient at it, and that's what you have to do in today's game.
Let's go out to Lou and Lombard. Lou, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Ed.
Hi, Lou.
You know, I tell you what, I'm so frustrated with the Bears. And, it's easy to analyze, to really look at it. And I think after you hear what I have to say, you probably agree with me. You've got to take Lovie Smith and get rid of him. The team takes on the demeanor of the head coach. And we went from the monsters in the midway to the wimps in the midway. And, I'm trying to analyze how it happened. And the only thing I can come up with is a coaching. You do have players that can play, but they're not being used, And, I'll get off my soapbox and let you guys give me your input. Thanks.
Lou, first of all, I understand this. And you talk about Lovie Smith. And I think
it's frustration.
And demeanor is one thing. I mean, he had the same demeanor and they went to the Super Bowl last year. So I don't look at that. What I look at, though, is the fact that maybe it's deeper in that. When I say it goes up higher, maybe you're not drafting the right players. Maybe you're not getting the right guys here. Maybe you're not getting the guys that can really be a difference maker. That's part of the problem, too. I mean, the fact is, where are our guys? Who's going to make a difference?
Offensively?
Yeah.
There is nobody.
There's not
Doug, the running back position. Is there a difference maker? Any way, shape, or form? No. And our wideouts, is there a true difference maker?
Berrien's the closest.
Closest thing, but he doesn't hit on as a difference maker.
Right.
Okay? Our offensive line, do we have a true dominant person that we can run behind?
No. And how about the only chance you have is Olsen, and they don't even throw to Olsen. Maybe they don't throw to him.
We have Des Clark
right.
Exactly.
Des does a pretty good job.
So if you look at it, and if our listeners out there know any better than Doug and I'm going to tell you something. Boy, do we have a lot of problems on offense. And if you got a way to figure it out, give us a call, pal. Because I tell you what, it looks ugly, and they've got to open it up the next two games. They have to open this offense up. So if they get sacked and they fumble or they throw interceptions, try it. Try opening it up. See what happens. 2 games left. Maybe you know a little bit more about yourself going into 08.
Yeah, because the way they're going right now is nothing but a slow death. That's all it is. And you can keep the football away from the other guy and not turn it over.
Doug,
it's a slow death.
Yeah.
You'll end up dying anyway.
Absolutely. This whole philosophy that Lovie Smith has, and again, it's his philosophy of, like how the offense gets going, don't make any mistakes. It's got to go. I mean, you don't even have to have a meeting about it up at Hallis Hall. McCaskey's coming there, Mike McCaskey. Lovie, what you're doing here is done. Better find another way.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Eddie and I will be right. Welcome back to Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. And this hour is being brought to you by ABT Electronics.
Doug, that Apt TV, that's an institution in Chicago,
great
man.
Up there. They're beautiful players.
Yeah, that Bob Apt. He started that.
You got all your stuff from them, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Bob Apt, he started this thing, I don't know how many decades ago, and he's built it into, you go to that place out on the northwest side, Doug, it's like a city within a city. It is gigantic.
I love it to go out there and sit and watch that visual room they have, that where you can watch all the movies and everything like that.
Oh, I went into one. I was looking to buy Doug two plasma TVs. So here's what we got, the perfect thing for you. Guy walks me into this room. There's one TV, and the screen is about, 10 feet wide or whatever. And with this TV, what does? I said, oh, really? I said, how much is this? I think it was like about $50,000. I said, good. I'll take 5 of them. Look at him on to strangle a guy.
Expensive to Mitch. Mitch will take care of it.
Yeah, Mitch will take care of everything. Him and Paul, they're just
they handle it.
Carte blanche.
Let's go out to Tom in Madison, Wisconsin. Tom, you're on the score.
How's it going, guys?
What's up,
all right, Tom?
Well, I got to comment with the whole Thomas Jones thing. I think that with a playmaker like Thomas Jones still on the team, the Bears would be a playoff team. And the reason why I say that is because the people that are lacking on offense and when the defense gets frustrated when they're out for, almost 40 minutes a game, I think with someone like Thomas Jones, he'd hold the offensive line more accountable for their mistakes. They wouldn't be making these bonehead false starts. They'd be holding their blocks a little bit longer because he's the type of guy that's going to boost the morale, and I really think with someone like that you could trust and count on, he'd make the Bears a playoff team. There's no doubt. Thanks, guys.
Tommy, I mean, they make them a better team, but not a playoff team. I don't think that Thomas Jones being on his team, this team would be in a playoff team. They'd be a better football team. There's no question because of the way he runs the ball. But all the things that Thomas Jones could do is not going to take what's happening to this club, the fact that they can't score, the fact that they can't put points on the board, the fact that the offensive line even can't protect the quarterback. So Thomas Jones, would be a great addition from what he was last year, but he certainly wouldn't be a difference maker in the Bears being in the playoffs.
Plus the whole thing, it's a scheme of things. It's a scheme of how we work the offense, and it's just not happening, and I don't know how you could put anybody back there and make it happen, whether it's Tom Brady, whoever. You put them in and have them run this kind of system that we're running. Would it be better? Yes, it might be better, but not much better, I guarantee you.
Let's go with an update. Georgie. Hey, Georgie, I bet you're good going under a limbo stick. No?
No, Doug, but I'm good at using that limbo stick over your head. That's what I wanted to do. By the way, I want to wish both of you a wonderful holiday.
Same to you.
And I think I probably need to be one of your elves, Doug, because knowing that you're the father of our country, I mean, you've got a lot of gifts to give out. I mean, Ed, what are we going to do? He's got 3,000 kids. What are we going to do?
I'm going to tell you, there's a
George,
few running around.
George, you have a full-time job in my house.
Which one? From the owner condo.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich by phone. 312-644-6767. And this hour is being brought to you by ABT Apt Electronics. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Airborne and Country Club Hills. Airborne, you're on the Score.
Fellas, how you doing? Happy holidays.
Same to you, buddy.
Airborne.
Hey, it's a pleasure talking with you guys. It's a pleasure. This is what I would do if I was Jerry Angelo. I'm going to make this brief. Number one, because I'm sick of this scheme, I fire Ron Turner. I'm sick of the excuses. Number two, my draft will consist of nothing but offensive linemen and running backs. I don't need any problem. I don't need anything on the defensive side. As far as the free agency, if I can get some stud offensive linemen, I will also do that. Also, we need a stud professional fullback. I will re-sign Rex Grossman and try to re-sign Berrien. I also will find David Ball. David Ball and Michael Haas are professional receivers, and this is what this team needs. I will release Muhammad, Bradley, and Davis. That's all I have to say, guys. Have a good holiday.
I think, Airborne, you got a good grasp of what's going on here.
Well, he doesn't mention anymore. They're very cut and dried what he would do.
Certain things he said, I think I agree with. I mean, these are things that obviously, this is not like something that you need an analyst or an expert, think when OB and I could. People know this. I mean, you see it. They watch it. These people know football.
Airborne would be the type of guy, Doug, that he'd be sitting with his buddies, and that's what he said.
Yeah.
And he would defend that until the cows come home.
Absolutely.
That's it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I get tough to argue with him. Let's go out to Cadillac in Hobart, Indiana. Cadillac.
Doug, Pappy, good to be on, guys.
What's up, my friend?
Enjoy listening to you. Hey, a couple things. Let's not ease up on the defense a little bit. You only had one decent game last night out of how many games? Don't forget the 30-point fourth quarters. You're talking about the lines. I really think we need some defensive tackles. Dvorak's not proven yet, and Walker's a little long in the tooth. And the last thing, guys, we really need to buck up at the safety position. Archuleta bust. It killed me when I saw they traded Harris this year, and Mike Brown going down was a killer. And just look at what kind of output the defense had last night with Vasher coming back. Appreciate it, guys. I'll hear what you got to say. Thanks.
Hey, Cadillac, and your points are well taken and very understandably. But as you look at it right now, the defense does have the difference makers. We do have people that could count on any team and any system. We have 3 defensive ends that are pretty damn good. We have 3 linebackers that are pretty damn good. We've got a couple of cornerbacks that are about as good as you can get, and that's the toughest position I maintain to play in football. Are there some weaknesses? Yeah. Can we build? Can we fix it? Can we patch it? Yes, we can. But let me tell you something, Cadillac. The problem, if you can't see it, it's right in front of you. It's the system we run and the players that are in the system and the coaches that are running this system. That is the problem, plain and simple.
You know, Ed, the one thing you take a look at the defense, and we're starting to see a little bit of the fact that Babbage is changing some things. In other words,
he got aggressive last night.
Exactly. He's changing some stuff and getting away from maybe that gap stuff. And I've seen a lot of movement by his line. There's some things I think that will change. That's part of the philosophy.
There was some line slants in there,
right.
Doug. Line slants. By that I mean, instead of like driving up and going up into the gap, they hit the seam and slit a slant to the right or slant to the strong side or a line slant to the weak side.
So if you got that philosophy of changing, you have to adjust during the course of a game. I think Babbage is leaning that way, in which I really like. And I thought his game plan last night was very good. The thing about, now find yourself some players. And you're right about defensive tackles. Now, this kid, they come in, this Toine, or what is his name? Tonier, something like that, who played defense. Matt is his first name. They showed well. I mean, the kid showed well. Jim Kennedy showed well. So the fact is they still need help up the middle.
Well, I'm going to tell you, defensively right now, this kid, Dusty Dvorak, it was a shame that he was put, we're on the team, on the kickoff return team in the opening game of the year. He had no business being in there in that position in the wedge. This kid comes back, Doug. I've watched him play. He can legitimately, time and time again, beat a double team, and that is huge. That's big time. He's a big, strong, aggressive kid. We get him back at full strength, and we're not gonna be too bad at defensive tackle. Make a move or two, but that's not our problem.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767.
Use the hammers the pros use. Use S-Wing. S-Wing hammers are world famous for their shock reduction, grip, and unsurpassed durability. Made in the USA, forged out of U.S. steel since 1923. Used S-Wing.
And this holiday season, give your loved one the most amazing watch made, the Reactor Watch. It's unbreakable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. The Reactor Watch, available exclusively at Mary Me Jewelry in LaGrange Park. Visit marymejewelry.com and say hello to Gino. Let's go out to Trucker with an attitude. Trucker, you on the Score.
Dougie O.B.,
Trucker.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I love you guys.
Uh-oh, Trucker.
Thank God my truck is governed. But anyway, real quick, it all starts with Lovey. 2 little points. For one, he's a Coleon, period. And my big point was, during the Super Bowl last year, Hester returns the first kickoff ever for a touchdown. So next kickoff, what do? They short kick it. No problem. We get great field position. So then what does the Einstein, what is that dude's name? Dale Tube or Boob or whatever?
Tob.
What's he do? Puts Hester up front so they boom it over his head. As far as I'm concerned, the whole coaching staff, I'd take every one of them, put a hook in them, and go shark fishing. They suck.
Trucker, it's a
was
feeling
it was Trucker with an attitude?
Attitude, yeah. Trucker's name is attitude, but the fact is, just grin and bear it, buddy, because the coaching staff, they've been signed for 3 or 4 years. 4 years, I think, Lovey. So
till you're to 11.
Yeah, and then you got the other staff, the management, till 2013, Angelo and those guys. So just hopefully when they look at this team, what happened this year, that they change certain things in the offseason that give us a chance to make a run at it next year. I got good news for you. The fact is that when you look at the stats, and stats say that teams that lost in the Super Bowl the following year, the last 5 years basically didn't go to the Super Bowl. The second year, though, that same team that went to the Super Bowl and lost, their second year they came back and made the playoffs. So it's food for thought, any way you want to look at it. And
Well, are you talking about all of them, Doug?
No, maybe about 70% of them.
About 70% of them.
Which
Well,
is not bad.
that's not bad. No. So there's hopefully there's some kind of hope. But Doug, the bottom line is there's a reality that's right in your face that you know the Bears are who they are.
Yeah.
I mean, their offense is what their offense is. I mean, there's no miracle wands being waved over their heads, my friend. You know, we've got a lot of problems, and they've got to be addressed and straightened out, and you don't have a lot of time to do it.
What happened, Ed, everybody else got better, and we got worse. And that's exactly why we're in this pickle.
Here, what do we do, Doug? I mentioned this before. Doug, Thomas Jones gone. Did we replace him? No. Chris Harris. And again, folks, believe me, you can never have enough. You can never have enough in professional football, quality defensive backs, whether it's weak or strong side safety or cornerbacks, especially cornerbacks. You can never have. We had a kid, young, promising kid. We get rid of him for a 5th-round draft choice. That's absolutely incredible. Todd Johnson, gone. We didn't replace him.
Right.
Chris Harris, we didn't replace him. We didn't replace any of these kids, Doug.
I don't know whose idea was to bring Archuleta in here, but it was a huge mistake and the domino effect. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And yeah, you heard it. The Chicago Bears 35 and the Packers 7.
Did Big Doug predict this?
Not that big.
Not
No. Big Doug would never have thought it'd be 35-7, and the Bears used that formula they used, and we always talked about it. Get defense, special teams, don't turn it over, run the football, and it worked today, and it worked very well.
It's not going to work 16 games in a row, my friend.
But it did today.
Yes, it did.
And I'll tell you one thing, Ed. They started out, they took the football, and they started their own 20. 4 first downs on the drive. Peterson running the football. In fact, Peterson, in that first half, ran the ball 22 times. The Bears ran the ball 30 times in that first half, and that is running off the bus. That's exactly what they did. On top of that, let's face it, their special teams, 2 block punts, one punt that Ryan dropped for the Packers. The block punt turned into a touchdown. There were times, though, the Bears had great field position, did not score either, by the way. They were down
Doug,
there.
34-yard line of Green Bay, 7-yard line of Green
right.
Bay, no points. In
the red zone.
On our 45 twice, no points.
But part of that problem was the fact it wasn't the calls. I thought the calls were great today, both offensively and defensively. Moose dropped the touchdown pass. 4th and 2, that ball was thrown right in there. And Kyle Orton looked like he was a veteran for cold weather. I mean, he was out there. And I'm going to tell you something. Favre was 2 out of 7 in the first half. And it looks like that he just didn't want to be a part of this cold weather. His face, did you see his face, Eddie? How red it was?
Well, I think pretty much all of them, Doug. I mean, I walked that 2-block walk over here to the studio. Lucky I made it.
It was brutal. Absolutely brutal. But the thing about it is the Bears did things you were hoping they could do all year. The screen passes. Peterson, a 16-yard screen pass. We said, well, try to get Wolf into the game. You know, Garrett Wolf, be a part of the offense. He comes in. He has a 33-yard screen pass. So, I mean, the things the Bears wanted to do, they said, okay, wait a minute here, Chicago Bears. Get Olsen involved. Well, the guy makes a big catch, remember? 3rd and 7, big catch down at the 2-yard line or 3-yard line. The Bears score with a play action to Des Clark. They come back, go for 2 points. Who do they go to? Okay, go to Olsen for the 2 points.
Kid 6'6", why not? And can run.
It just seemed like all the things that you really wanted the Bears to do, they did it today.
Well, here, we beat an opponent that has a good shot of going to the Super Bowl. There's no question about that. Certainly, the rivalry between the Bears and the Packers, that's been going on close to 100 years or so. And so it's nice to have that victory, nice to play in that kind of a weather and win. And by the way, to you fans, my Lord, that's why you guys are all the best. You ladies and gentlemen and the kids that all go to the game, I'll tell you, I don't know how you people stayed there and braved that game. That's really a tribute to you people, and congratulations to you people that stayed at that game and brought the Bears home the victory.
And I got to tell you,
that's unbelievable, Doug.
In all sincerity, a real congratulations to the Chicago Bears for what they did. I'm talking about the players now and the coaches and all the flack that they were taking. They didn't have to go out there and do that in this football game. They went out there, and I mean to tell you, they played some football. They blocked.
Yes,
that offensive line blocked like hell. Defense was all over the place.
Who they ran? They ran behind Olin Kreutz.
Right,
you know what? Middle. I think what they did, is maybe just like we've got to run the football. Where's our chance? Well, let's run behind our major horse.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, they ran a lot of switch plays and a lot of switch blocking up the middle, and they gained a lot of yards, Doug, between the 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 holds all day against Green Bay. And Olin Kreutz was there for 4 quarters doing a hell of a job. And also, if you think this game doesn't mean anything, and if you think Green Bay's not trying to win the football game, or they were like looking to pack it in today because they really don't have too much to play for, so to speak, even though the outside chance of the home field advantage, I think the quarterback that I saw in the last play of the game was number 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, he stayed in the game.
Yes, he did.
And the announcers were calling to take him out of the football game, but he stayed in the game. But I got to tell you, all around, when you take a look what they did special team-wise with the block punts, the fact that, running the football with Adrian Peterson, like I said, running the ball 22 times in the first half. Garrett Wolf, what he did off the screen passes. And defensively, I thought Jamar Williams stepped in when Lance Briggs was hurt. I thought he played a pretty damn good football game. Urlacher was outstanding. He tipped a couple passes, finally intercepted 1 runs for 85 yards for a touchdown. Alex Brown, now, we've been talking about Alex Brown all year. We said, well, why isn't he playing? Why is he starting? He showed you why he should be a starter today. Gets the interception, gets the sack. So all in all, the defensive tackle, Donajay, comes in there and makes some nice plays. So their defense was intact. The Bears' offense did exactly what it needed to do for time of possession. Ed, we couldn't hold the football, nothing, during the course of this year. This year we held the football. We just did everything we were supposed to do.
33, almost 33 and a half, 33 and a half minutes, Doug.
That's unbelievable. I mean, for us, because we're not even ranked. We're probably 29th or 30th with time of possession. That was a hell of a deal.
We rushed for 139 yards and we're dead last in rushing.
Exactly.
And that's which is number 32. And so it was a good needed victory, Doug.
What was Orton's numbers, Ed?
Orton's numbers passing Doug were 8 for 14 for 101 yards, average of 7.2 yards, 1 TD, no interceptions.
I got to tell you, he had some zip on that football in that win. I mean, he was throwing it.
Brett Favre was 17 of 32 for 153, 4.8 yard average, no TDs, 2 interceptions.
Well, I got to tell you, they played him right. They played exactly what they needed to do. And again, my hat's off to the Chicago Bears for going out there. 1 degree, as far as the weather was concerned, I think, or with the wind chill factor,
-1.
-1. 17 degrees regular, and they went out there. They didn't let the weather bother them. They went out there and played this game. It looked like the Bears were from Green Bay instead of Green Bay from Green Bay.
What was great to see, Doug, is defensively we were aggressive. We came with a whole bunch of different blitzes, and like last week we were aggressive. This week we were aggressive. And if we're going to do anything with the difference makers and the people that we have on this team, especially on defense, Doug, we have to become a very aggressive defense. Are you going to get burned? Are you going to get hurt? Is it going to happen? Yes, it is. But take advantage of what you had, the speed and quickness of those linebackers, utilize them, and attack.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. Andy, Big Doug, Matt, Chuck, Nick, Adam, Tony, Steve will be with you right after this. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 35. The Green Bay Packers 7. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Andy in Charleston. Andy on the Score.
Merry Christmas, Ed and Doug.
Merry Christmas to you, Andy.
Fantastic win. Now, this is the first time that I've seen the fair weather actually help the Bears win, which is kind of sad in itself. But I'm just excited that the Bears finally did the little things necessary to win. Just running, blocking, and tackling, those little fundamental things they executed out there. And it was this working-class style game plan that Turner brought onto the field, and I compliment him for that, even though he's been terrible all year. But I'm just extremely happy with this win. It's just a great way to start the holiday season.
So, Andy, it's a terrific win. I mean, it's a fact that not many of us, including myself, would ever thought the Bears could beat the Green Bay Packers. And I know the weather was bad, but it was also bad for the Bears. But they went out there, and in Kyle Orton, I thought, and Eddie just mentioned to me, which is absolutely true. Didn't Kyle Orton look kind of cool out there, like he was
he did.
Not ruffled?
He didn't look like he panicked. Looked like the weather, the wind, nothing seemed. He seemed to be very, very calm
and
very precise.
And I've been on the offensive line all year, but I got to tell you, there were some holes today. They were ripping some holes, and Peterson was running, and Garrett Wolf was running, and all those things just added up. And I thought that was a beautiful call for the touchdown. They're running the ball so well. They pull the string. Back goes Orton. He hits Des Clark for the touchdown.
Play action.
Play action.
Play action. Play action for the 2 points to Greg Olson. And I'm going to tell you what, Doug, what I saw today in that line and a chance that we finally had a running back go over 100 yards in Adrian Peterson, which he had 30 carries for 102 yards, a 3.4-yard average. Longest gain was 21 yards, and he had a TD, Doug. Garrett Wolf had 12 carries, 29 yards, a 2.4-yard average. His longest run was 7. But I'll tell you where the blocking was, and if you watch a little bit of the line play, they ran behind Olin Kreutz pretty much all day. And Garza, both of them did one hell of a job, Doug, and the whole offensive line did. You know, they've been taking a beating, especially last half of this season, Doug. So I tell you what, in a game where you didn't think, everybody would really show up to play because of the weather and the situation the Bears were in, I'll tell you what, Doug, kind of proud of them. They came to play.
Absolutely.
They didn't surrender.
Absolutely.
They went quarter after quarter, went after him, and didn't let Brett Favre have his way.
No, and the fact is, like you said at the beginning of the show, this was not a throwaway game for the Packers. They needed this for home field advantage.
Brett Favre, fourth quarter, who was in there.
Wanted it for home field advantage, did not get it, so that means they probably have to play Dallas at Dallas, which is not good. Favre was 0 for 9 in Dallas, and he's 2-0 at Dallas in Green Bay. So, huge game. You took them on at their best, and the fact is, though, what your Bears did do, and the caller was right, they blocked, and they tackled, and they caught the football, and I thought that Ron Turner called an excellent game, and I'm going to tell you this right now, Bob Babbage called a great game, too, because they were aggressive. Did you see the interception by Urlacher? What just set that up? Hillemeyer all over Favre on a blitz. Favre tries to do the slant. Urlacher, tremendous play on the slant, comes across, picks the football up, and runs 85 yards for a touchdown.
Is that a mystery for this defense to play?
It's not a mystery, Ed, no.
And it shouldn't have been. And we go back to the 14 previous games, and the majority of them was this passive defense. Again, passive offense, Doug. We're just not an aggressive football team. We just don't want to make mistakes. Hope that we can get the turnovers. Hope that the special teams gives us good field position, and we kick a couple of field goals and win a game. I know we talk about it a lot, but that's what the hell is what you see, and that's what you get. And it's nice to see the defense, the last 2 games here, Doug, be aggressive, because it's a shame to waste people who play on our defense that are difference makers, that can make a big difference, constantly drop back in pass coverage and not be in the fray, not be in the middle of the play, not being aggressive, not blitzing. Doug, and it was great to see that happen today, and I hope next week it continues even more.
Yeah, there's no question in it, because I got a little worried at the beginning of the game. I got worried because I saw the first drive, which was outstanding, but once again, we didn't finish it off. We had 3 points. Once again, in the red zone, we didn't score. Now we get the football on the Packers 34. We get into the red zone, we don't score. Now we get the ball on the Packers 7. 0 points.
0 points.
We don't score. I'm saying to myself, no, come on, stop yourself. You're killing yourself here. Then they get the ball on the 45-yard line, the Bears, their own 45, which is great field position, and we score 3 points. Now we get the Bear on the 20-yard line, no points. Now we get the Bear on the 45-yard line.
On a Bear 45 this time, no points.
45. So I said this could be when after Grant runs for that touchdown, I'm saying, look at this. We control the football the whole time. We don't score points. Now we're down 7-6. But once again, though, what happened with the Bears, the defense stepped up, and then the special teams. By blocking those 2 punts, and obviously Ryan, the punter for Green Bay, helped us out by dropping that one.
Doug, did you see the one punt that Tillman blocked?
Yeah.
The center snapped it to his right. He gets the ball, and as you see, he takes his first step, and he walks right into Tillman.
Outside.
He went to the right. He went right to the right side. Tillman really didn't have to do anything but stick his arm out.
The same thing happened in the Denver game. Now, you have to think about it. Tillman did the same block. Was this guy thinking, Ryan, about getting the ball away from Hester?
Very obviously it was, Doug.
And you would figure, what the hell are you worried about with the win? But you're right. He stepped right
into him.
Exactly what the Denver guy did, and Tillman did the same damn thing in the Denver game and blocked it. Let's go out to Big Doug in Oak Lawn. Big Doug, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I just want to wish you guys a happy Christmas and a great New Year and stuff like that.
Right back at you.
Okay, listen, I just got a couple of comments. So I say that Orton showed a lot of poise.
He did.
He stood in the pocket. He just showed like he's a mature, as long as he's been, he's like a mature quarterback. And a couple other things. I think the offensive line needs a little more discipline. Although they played great now, a little more discipline. And here it is, too. You got your great quarterbacks. You got Manning, Brady, Favre, and you got Orton. And I think Orton should be the guy next year. And I just want you guys to comment on it. And Happy New Year, guys. Happy Christmas.
Thanks, Doug.
Same to you, Doug.
All right.
Doug, you know what I really want from next year? I want a fair training camp where all the quarterbacks compete for the position.
How about all the positions? How about running back?
They do that. They're trying to do that. But for quarterbacks, they never did it. They never even tried it.
Do you know what Mike McCarthy, the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, for you people out there, he came up and he made a statement this past week. And in talking about the success of the Packers, and one of the things, especially in the line, the offensive line, is that, Doug, they have to earn a position. All positions are open. Nobody gets anointed. It doesn't matter who they are. Maybe just one guy that's going to go to Hall of Fame automatically would be Favre. But his thing is open competition, freely, good competition. He thinks that's one of the keys that why the Packers are a better team.
There's no question.
Lovey, are you listening? Lovey, are you listening?
And see, that really comes down to there wasn't that open competition with Benson in the camp. The open competition was not there for the quarterback. Unfortunately for the offensive line, I don't think they had enough guys to compete. They got to go out and get guys to compete.
No, they
for
didn't. Well, I'll tell you, obviously they misfired on Terrence Metcalf. Now, he's the backup guard. He comes into place 2-3 years. When we really needed him.
Didn't do anything.
No, he didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, they benched him. They took a backup right tackle to play left guard. Okay?
Did a decent job today.
All right. Well, yeah, but, Doug, that's not going to go from week to week to week. That's not going to happen.
I agree.
When we get into that draft, that's got to be all 7 rounds, all offense, and everything's got to be to gear that offensive lineup. Because I'm going to tell you what, Doug, you look at quarterbacks out in the National Football League, 32 teams. I think there's 5 top-flight quarterbacks. Outside of that, it falls drastically down to mediocre and beyond for the rest of the teams that make up the 32 teams. And remember we talked about this last week. I said, Doug, I think we should keep these 3 quarterbacks. I mean, where do you go? Where are we going to go in free agency and get a quarterback? Who are you going to get?
Well, there was no question, the fact about the 3 quarterbacks. Absolutely, but have a fair competition.
Absolutely, Doug.
Whoever's the best quarterback, gets the job. I mean, that's the way I would look at it. Then on top of that, there's no question. Even though the offensive line had a hell of a game today, you got to get your offensive line better.
Oh, Doug, there's no question about that.
You can't say hang your hat on and say, look, we're here, everything is fine.
No,
you can't do that. This particular game. Whatever happened out there, it happened good, but still there are the problems there the Bears have to take care of. There's no question about that. And if you get some of those problems taken care of, then you got a shot of doing something, in the division and also going to playoffs and in the ultimate. The ultimate thing is to win the championship. And so that's why you go out there and try to get as many ball players as you can get. Let's go out to Chuck in Palos Hills. Chuck, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
right back
Chuck.
at you, Chuck.
Hey, I thought the officiating in the first half seemed to be favoring the Packers, particularly like some of the runs by Adrian Peterson. It looked like they should have been first downs, and they weren't. I saw at least one holding penalty against Green Bay that was right on TV, and they didn't call it. Mm-hmm. But the second thing is this, after watching the Bears every week, what happened? This isn't the same team that we've been seeing for the last few months here. How could they turn it around so quickly, even with the elements? And then my third question, I'll listen up for your answer. What do they do during the off season when you see a game like this? Have a good day, guys. Talk to you later. Bye now.
The elements are a big part of this game, by the way, because the elements took Favre out of the equation. If you really think about it and be honest about it, that is the Packers. That's who they are. Everything feeds off of Favre, and he couldn't get it out of his own way today.
And what they feed off of is the 5 wideouts.
Yeah.
That is their basic offensive plan of attack, and they supplement it with the running game.
Couldn't happen today.
Okay, it didn't, exactly.
No, could not happen.
45-mile-an-hour winds, took them right out of the game. But I'll tell you what, still, our kids stepped up to the plate, Doug.
They did, and I'm not going to take that away from them. Now, actually going to look at this game and say, hey, hold it, the Bears are back. You can't do it that way. What you can say, though, is the fact that, the one important thing about a team is attitude. What I mean by attitude, they went out there to play the football game. You know how many guys were missing today?
Sure.
Briggs was gone. Vasher gone.
Vasher gone again,
Walker was gone again. They didn't have a lot of guys. But the guys that stepped in and played, and they played with their hearts. And Alex Brown, I heard him talking last week, and I could tell that he was trying not to name guys on the team, but felt that they wasn't getting the best out of a lot of players. Well, I'll tell you this today, a lot of those players, especially defense and offensive line, gave their best.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alex Brown played a good
Hell
game.
of a game.
And let me tell you what they're doing too, Doug. And I believe we picked up on it last week a little bit. What they're doing, they're starting to slant the line,
moving them,
going towards the good running teams are whichever way they're going to run. They know their tendencies, whether it's the strong or the weak side. And you see Urlacher out there probably calling in the huddle. Will call it. And then he might, if he sees something else, he might call an audible, slant the other way, or call off the slant. But a lot of times you saw our defensive line slanting into the gaps to the strong side or the weak side, which is not a bad thing to do.
No, and in fact, you and I talked about it many times.
Instead of sitting there like sitting
ducks.
aggressive.
Exactly. You're not going to sit there and take the punches. You're going to deliver the blow defensively, and that's what they did today. They delivered the blow. They went after the guys.
Doug, when you call the line slants, if it's the stronger weak side, the key to that thing is they've got to get up. They've got to get up, but also the key, Doug, is backside containment.
No
you know, there's got to be containment, and then somebody's got to be with the force and the fill on the backside because you don't want him coming back or wheeling out around behind you, or especially if we get caught in a bootleg play and it's a slant, say to the strong side, Doug, the defensive line slant, and then he gets play action and he wheels out around our weak side defensive end. So the key, if we're going to do line slants, whoever has containment must really concentrate and handle his job.
That happened on Grant's 66-yard touchdown. The backside.
Damn right.
And Jamar Williams, kid played hard today, but he overran it. He's the backside guy. He's the last guy. And so that has to be played from inside out. You have to wait for it. It'll come to you eventually.
Exactly.
And Grant made the cut, but Williams went by
because you have other people with the fill.
And college, the guard drove him right by the play, and there all of a sudden there it is, wide open.
Exactly.
They're gone. Let's go out to Nick and Des Plaines. Nick, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Nick.
Where was this team? This was the team.
You know, hey, Nick.
And Nick, we're all saying that.
To see all year.
I know, Nick. We're all saying it.
You know, and you know what? And we played a pretty damn good football team.
Yeah.
The offensive line was firing off the ball. The defensive line was going after the ball. I was telling my wife, I can't believe it. This is the team that we thought we had this year.
Exactly right. This is the best I've seen them play, especially defense and totally as a whole unit. And you know what, Nick? I said the same thing to myself, and I said, what happened? Because, like you said, there's no question, and OB brought up at the beginning of the show, the Packers need this damn game. This wasn't a throwaway. This wasn't waiting for the playoffs. They needed the game for home field advantage.
They don't want to go into
that.
You damn right. They don't want to go to
state
of Texas.
And all of a sudden, the Bears come out, and I mean, they beat the Packers in every part of the game you could possibly talk about. They actually whipped the Packers' ass. I'm talking about blocking, tackling, throwing, special teams, the whole 9 yards. They whipped them from top to bottom. And, Nick, I asked the same question. Where was this? But I guarantee you, look at the papers this morning. Look at all the people that talked about this football game, including myself. No one picked the Bears to beat the Green Bay Packers.
I did. 35-7. When they win by, Doug?
35-7.
They
Good
did?
call, Ed, yeah.
No.
I'm telling you, you did that. I'm getting on a plane, and I'm taking you to Vegas.
That was my prediction. Jesus. Oh, Lord.
He's OB. I'm Doug Buffone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644. 6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame
We
show.
ran the ball 45 times, my friend. That's why
right.
we won the damn game.
30 times in the first half. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number. 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win. That's right, 35-7 over the Green Bay Packers. Who would have thunk it? Let's go out to Tony and Lions. Tony on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Tony.
Yeah, I like your thoughts. Williams played well and Alex Brown played well, but I don't want to have us overvalue. The offensive line played great. They haven't been good all year. Adrian Peterson had 100 yards. That's fine. I don't want us to go next year thinking that everything's okay, that Peterson could be a number one, and our offensive line's okay.
Tony, you're right. You're absolutely correct, and this is what OB and I were talking about. We can't do that. You can't judge next year's season on one game against the Green Bay Packers. It's nice to see it. We're glad it happened, but still the problems are still there, and the Bears got to correct a lot of things. Because the question is going to be in your mind, in my mind, in Ed's mind, why today? Why today did all this come together? So you can't question it. It did come together, and you got to give them credit for it to come together, and you got to tell them they played a hell of a football game. But you can't stick your head in the sand and say, well, there's not problems that we have to not take care of. There are problems the Bears have to take care of. And still the same things we all talked about.
You know, Nick, when you look at it here, in the last 3 ball games, our defense has gotten a little bit more aggressive. And from being a very passive defense, and you've seen it basically all year, we have 10 takeaways. 10 takeaways. That's nice to see. Going to end the season up here, we got one more game against New Orleans, and I'd like to see us go out with a win. And but I think if we can keep our defense at a very aggressive level, because there is some talent there, there's no question. I think we have the best middle linebacker in football. And if Lance Briggs, Doug, he'll be a question whether he's going to come back or not. I think he's going to go. I think he's going to fly to Coop personally myself.
Well, I think he
Bernard
should.
Berrien offensively.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get out of here. He's going to get out of Dodge. But anyways, if they can build on defensively, the last 2 games going into the game next week defensively and offensively, if Kyle Orton can still maintain not giving up the ball, maybe in better weather conditions, stretch the field a little bit. But one thing the Bears coaching staff did, they finally gave Orton a chance to see what he can do after sitting on the bench for 2 years. Has he matured? And if he has, how far has he come? So it's going to be interesting to see what they do during the offseason.
See, when you look at today's game and you talk about, don't get too confident that everything is fine. It's still, behind all this is still the problem of the offense scoring points. He said, well, Doug, they scored 35. Well, did they? They come up with an interception from the defense, Urlacher. You come up with 2 blocked punts, 1 for a touchdown. That's 14 points right there. Urlacher and the block punt is a touchdown. Now, the other block punt set it up. You had the short fields all day long. And so that problem still is there. The Bears still need to score. You got to score points because, let me ask you something. How many days you think you're going to get like today where your defense does what it did today in your special teams? There's still going to be times.
We didn't have many all year, Doug.
No.
You're talking about our offense was on the Green Bay Packers first and 10 on their 34-yard line. On their 7-yard line. First and goal.
And we didn't score.
And not a point.
And so that problem still lies there. I don't want to take away from what the Bears did today. I don't think you can say, okay, fine, everything is great for next year. I'm pretty sure the Bears feel the same way. You're going to have to go out there and improve your offense to put more points on the board. Let's go out to Steve in Broadview. Steve, you're on the score.
First off, Merry Christmas to you, Doug and OB.
Merry Christmas, Stevie.
And, Doug, it was a pleasure talk to you over at Chulis Joe's.
Oh, good. That was a great time there, Stevie.
And to me, there was one really unsung hero in this game today.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Manley.
Snapping the ball,
Compare the two. What was happening with Green Bay? The snaps were going off, causing the blocks. You didn't have that. Also with on the snaps for field goals. Manley is invaluable. And I wanted to make that point. Also, one other point. When they had the first down, 3 runs to try and get in the end zone, and finally the one pass to Moosen that missed.
Right, that he dropped.
Yeah. Why didn't they pass a few more times at that point? That's what I still don't like about Turner.
Well, first of all, Stevie, the run game was working. They were working. They were chewing up pretty much up the middle, like Ed said. They were going off all in recruits. And they thought they could do that. And don't forget, too, they came back. Remember the other time they come back with Peterson and they ran for 5 yards for a touchdown. So they thought they could do it. My point is this, though. That football that Kyle Orton threw to Moose, there was no reason to drop that. That was right in his chest. And I understand he threw it hard, but you catch that football. And that was a touchdown. That set it up. Now the Packers get the ball on the 2-yard line where we should have scored 7 points.
I tell you, it'd be interesting to see that stat at the end of this year when it's all said and done, how many drop passes.
We're leading the league, buddy. We're right there on top.
I mean, that falls right on the receivers, right dead on his nose, my friend.
That certainly is not helping that quarterback out much either. No. Let's go out to Trucker Sherman, Dallas, Texas. Trucker.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas to you,
Merry Christmas, my friend.
Sherman.
Yay, man. I haven't talked to you guys since I moved down here to Texas, man, a year ago, man. God bless you guys.
Same to you.
All right, let me. I've been able to see about 6 games down here since I've been down here in this kowtow town.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I've secured a job, so I'm coming back to Chicago February the 1st, so God bless us.
You're back to God's land, huh?
Yes, thank you very much. But let me tell you guys something. Something I've noticed in the games that I've seen. We've lost about 5 games that we should have won, in spite of our quarterback situation and everything else. Now, all 3 of us, I believe, we might agree on this, is the 3 quarterbacks we got is not the answer. Now, what I'm hoping for is that Mr. Donovan McNabb, we can put that jersey, that number 5, on his jersey. And outside of that, because I haven't been able to talk to you guys, I'm sure this is something that's been talked about already during the year and all this here, because I had to call you guys Mitch to get in. But what I can't understand is when we first drafted Cedric Benson, down here, now I'm in Cowtown now, so they know a lot about this guy. In the big games, he did not perform.
That's what they said.
Why would we have taken our guy, the best workout guy, and I know you guys are like this here, I want a football player. Why would we take a guy, Thomas Jones, and trade him to the Jet? And when we had no business drafting Cedric, I think that number 5 pick was one of those picks that we must look at and say, here's another deal that's going to set us back.
Well,
we already know about Rex. Rex is what Rex is. He reminds me of that boy Cade McNown, only he has a right hand. we need to really study on this, because after the next season, once I come back home, if this is not put together properly, we're going to probably lose one of the best coaches in the NFL. And if I don't know what happened with my guy going to San Diego, defensive coordinator.
Ron Rivera.
I don't know what happened with that. Now, I like this guy, but I know we lost a lot of guys on defense, and I'm looking at Alex Brown now as a reserve. Tonight, it's
well, that's like Alex Brown's not going to be a reserve, Trucker. Trust me on that one. Alex Brown deserved the right. There's the part that we talked about.
That's another thing.
Exactly. That you talk about competition. What chance did Alex Brown? When they went into training camp, they said Anderson's our starting defensive end.
And for no reason.
Never earned it. I understand he had 12 sacks or whatever it was.
But, Doug,
he was terrible.
He came in the passing situations.
That's the way it should have been.
And that's the way it should have been this year. No, but what kind of message does that send out? What kind of a message, like Sherman here said, that you get rid of Thomas Jones? I mean, we could go on and on what the hell they've done here, Doug. And I said before, Doug, say it again. This coaching staff, from the head guy on down, got to take a long look at themselves, pal.
Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Rich in Indiana. Rich on the Score.
Okay, I'm going to apologize for my feistiness, guys, but what is everybody so happy about?
I know.
So what? We beat Green Bay. I'm a Cubs fan. I would rather make the playoffs, go to the World Series, and lose to the White Sox 6 times in one season. I'd rather lose to Green Bay twice in a year and go to the playoffs. That's what Green Bay just did. It's insane. I cannot figure out what everybody's so happy about, because now we're pushing ourselves down the draft pick ladder. And it's just, it's so frustrating to me, I can't even see straight.
Rich, let me say this real quickly, okay? You go out to play the game to win it. That's what it's all about. See, I don't buy this fact about losing a football game and dropping down for another draft. And I understand about the Green Bay Packers. The Packers are a team that was 12-2. They're a good football team. The Bears beat them today. You're excited about that. You're excited about this particular day. Not last
How can
week.
I be excited about that?
Well,
I
am excited about it.
Win?
It was a football game. It was a played game by. They went out there and did something they weren't supposed to do. They weren't supposed to win this game, Rich, were they?
How does that help us, though?
Well, the fact is, you take a look at it and you say to yourself, you know what? Maybe there's some players out there that could fit in. Maybe it was the right call. Maybe they did something differently. So you're trying to tell me, Rich, you can't go out there and lay down and say, here, beat the hell out of me, Packers, because you know why? You're better than me. Let's call it a day. That's not sports.
I'm not upset at the Bears team for so much winning the game. What I'm going to say is we got all these friends of mine, some of the people that have called the show, they're all excited. Yeah, we beat Green Bay. For what? I mean, yeah, great. We won the game, and they did some good things today, but where has that been all year?
Well, I understand it, Rich.
We saw the team today that we saw all of last year. Where have they been? Whose responsibility is it on this team to get those players to stay playing the level they played today?
Lovie Smith.
Well, and it's the other thing, too. Today, I'm going to tell you something. Part of this game was due to the element that affected Favre as the quarterback. Understand how they play. They spread everything out. They have to throw the football. Their pass sets up the run, basically. And that couldn't happen today. And so the Bears got right into their face. I'm happy about the Bears winning, about the football game. It could have been anybody. It could have been just Atlanta Falcons for all I cared. Oakland. It doesn't matter to me. What mattered to me was that it was a bad day. The Bears went out, and it's called attitude. Playing a football game. Let me tell you something, Rich. Is the fact that they would lay down on this football game and got their balls blown off, and everybody would have been whining about how poor and how bad the Bears are. I've been all over their ass all year and said as Ed, and deservingly so. But today they played a football game. They won a game. They went out, and they played it. And you got to give credit for that. I'm not saying it's going to make them go back to the playoffs next year, nor to the Super Bowl, because they got a lot of work to do. There's no question about it. But you take a look at today's game, they played a football game, and I'm giving them credit for it. Let's go out to Ray in Barrington. Ray, you're on the score.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to everybody.
Merry Christmas, Ray.
I think we got to be excited. It was a great victory. And whenever you beat the Packers, hey, you guys have been in this a lot longer than anybody out there, and you know what it means to beat the Packers. So I think we got to be positive, with the win. One quick point: I thought 52 Williams had an exceptional game, and my question is, do you let Lance Briggs go and save that money and maybe sign 3 or 4 linemen or maybe a couple other players?
Ray, my take on is that Lance Briggs is gone.
Yeah,
I'm not quite convinced, and it's my own personal opinion that Lance Briggs wants to be here. I think that there's somebody out there going to offer him big money, and he's going to want to chisel his own way to the top. I think he wants to be top dog, and I believe he's gone, Doug. I really do.
You can't afford Lance Briggs. You can't afford him because you're paying a ton of money now to another linebacker, Urlacher, and you're paying a lot of money to Hillenmeyer. You can't afford Lance Briggs. Lance Briggs deserves a lot of money. He's going to get it somewhere else. So you take that money and you allocate it to where it is needed most, and that's on the offense. Start with the offensive line, the wide receivers, or running back. That's where you look at it. That's where you're going to take your money and allocate it. You can't afford to say, okay, I'm going to dump all this money into Lance Briggs because it's going to be a big, big number.
Yeah, Ray, what I think is going to happen here in the offseason, and I know we've got one more week to go, but I'm going to tell you what. I think Lance Briggs on offense is gone, and I think Bernard Berrien is gone. Somebody's going to snatch Bernard Berrien up, and he's going to want to get out of here because of how the passing game has been the last several years. And he's going to go, he probably thinks, to greener grounds. Who knows? But I think what the problem is that it's on the offensive side. We need help in the offensive line. Do we have receiving core? No, we don't. We need help there. Do we have running backs? No, we don't. Do we have total speed on our offense? No, we don't. Do we have 3 top-notch quarterbacks? No, we don't. We have top-flight tight ends. So we need a lot on offense to get back to the Super Bowl. And hopefully our defense, a couple of guys that come back, Dusty Dvorak in the defensive line, who was one hell of a football player. And I hope if they can come back and special teams stay the way they are, maybe we might have a shot next year. But if we're going to go and do the same things that we did this year and get rid of people and not bring people equal or better in and just think that you're going to be and say, trust me, no. That's done and over with, pal. You got to show me. Forget about the trust me. Show me.
Let's go out to Tyler in his car. Tyler, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Okay, first of all, I love your show and happy holidays. I have a few points to make. A few things I've noticed about Kyle Orton. One, he seemed to have more confidence than Rex Grossman, and he just would not look at one guy like Rex Grossman. And do you think the Bears felt like they had to start Rex Grossman because of all the money they paid him? Now I'm going to hang up and listen.
No, I think, Tyler, they started Grossman. Basically, they wanted to find out about Grossman because, his contract is done this year. And so they want to find more about Grossman. Is he the guy that they want to go after? Would he be the guy that they're willing to say, hey, good, we'll give you a 3 or 4 year deal with a lot of money? They wanted to find out. They did a smart move here. They're saying, well, sitting on the bench is a kid named Kyle Orton who won 10 games his first year. If you guys remember this guy, Derek Anderson for Cleveland. Remember this. He was sitting on the bench with the Baltimore Ravens, sitting there, and the Ravens let him go. He goes to Cleveland. Now, everybody and their brother wants Anderson. Maybe if the Ravens would have looked at Anderson, he may be still there because the Ravens don't have a quarterback. That's what I want the Bears to do, and that's what they're doing. Is Kyle Orton the answer? I don't know.
Which is a good thing. It's
Which
a smart
is a great thing.
Smart thing that Lovie Smith
Absolutely.
is doing.
You don't have a quarterback here to say we can put our hat on and say this is our guy. So you look and find out. We saw today. Some of it may be coming that way. I don't know. I'm not saying he's the answer. He showed a strong arm, but, some of the numbers are on his strong, but he didn't throw any interceptions. But you got to take a look at the kid.
But what the deal is, Tyler, again and quickly here, where do you go in free agency to get a quarterback? There are none. There's like 4 or 5 top ones, and they're done. You'll never see them here, okay? And then who else is out there? There's nobody. Our kids are probably as good as what's out there. And at least we're giving here the last 3 games a chance to see what Kyle Orton can do after sitting on the bench for 2 years. Hopefully did he learn? Did he mature a little bit, mentally, physically? And I think we've seen a little bit of that. Now we've got another game to go. We'll wait and see what happens, and we'll wait and see what happens in the offseason. But to go out there and you think you're going to try to find, I think you got a better chance of hitting lightning in a bottle, getting a draft choice somewhere. Because I don't see anybody out there that you're going to bring in here that's going to be head and shoulders above any of the 3 guys that we have right now.
Yeah, and if you try to think you're going to draft one in the first round, and it take you 3 years? If you get the right guy. I mean, there's no sure quarterback out there right now, so you take a look at the guys you have. And again, if Grossman decides to come back, he may not decide to come back, fellas. He may get an offer because, like Ed said, what's going on through the National Football League, there are no quarterbacks.
There aren't.
You got Testaverde at 45 years old come back and playing quarterback.
You brought another quarterback. I can't remember. Was it Atlanta? Doug. He was somewhere in Tupelo, Mississippi, or somewhere selling insurance.
Yeah.
They're
not
and
there.
They're pulling guys off the street to come in and play in the National Football League at the quarterback position.
So the fact is, you take a look at who you have. Let's go out to Justin in his car. Justin, you're on a score. Justin.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
What's up, Justin?
I want to ask about Garrett Wolf.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see the play he had in the screen pass. It looks so easy for him to go down the field, catch the ball, make a guy miss, and make yards after the catch. Isn't that the type of player the Bears need going forward? I'll hang up and let you guys talk.
Justin, you're jumping into the fire with me on this one because I've been screaming about this all year, and I don't get it, and I didn't get it. Everybody tells me that Garrett Wolf's too small. He's too light, and everybody will knock him down and beat him up. That's good if you can hit him, if you can find him. I watched him down in training camp, and I'm saying to myself, change the pace. He's not going to be your guy that's going to come out there and carry the load, but he's a guy that can make a difference in a play, just like you saw with this 33-yard screen pass. It's beyond me, the fact that he wasn't used more, and I was really upset when they didn't use him Thursday, the time they played the Washington Redskins more. The fact is that's why they drafted him. They drafted him 3rd. There's a lot of things I'm questioning about that, and I'm saying to myself, why? And so you saw today, all it takes is a couple plays for your back to make a play that makes a difference in the football game. And I would love to see more of Garrett Wolf in the same way.
Against a pretty good defense, my friend.
Exactly. And so, you know what? And they come out with the screen pass, the kid runs for 33 yards, and they had a couple runs, change your pace, you put him in a football game, makes a difference. You never saw this kid. You never saw he was existing. He was a 3rd-round pick. Ed, I was down in training camp. I watched him work all the plays. I watched him work Olsen, Hester, and this kid together as a package. It never came out to being. Never was there. And then finally today we saw when it got crucial, where'd they go? They went to Olsen. Went to Olsen at 3rd and 7. He gets a first down for him. Go to Olsen on a 2-point conversion. Garrett Wolf sets up that touchdown with a 33-yard screen pass.
Doug, you know what went on today, and it's okay. We won the game, great against Green Bay, fine, that's great. But I go back to last week and just a week ago, Doug, and there was something called the middle of the area when you.
Middle of the field, yeah.
middle of the field, and behind it
taboo,
there's
by
a thing
the way.
called the end zone. And to our listeners that are out there, if you watch the game, it was wide open for 4 quarters, and only one time did we try to even go over the middle. And I'm going to tell you something. Now you have offensive coordinator, you have a head coach, and you have people sitting up in the box, and you can't see that, and you don't take advantage of what they're giving you, Doug. And we're supposed to win football games. We're supposed to win championships. And, you know, as much as the players have to look at themselves, Doug, I believe this coaching staff, and I'm very serious about this, they have to take a long look at themselves, too.
Well,
some of the decisions they've made.
There's no question.
And just awarding people jobs and getting rid of talented people, young people, and not bringing anybody in to make up for the situation. And this was all done in 1 year. We went to the Super Bowl last year, pal. You know, where are we heading to now? The toilet bowl in Flushing, New York.
See, what happened, Ed, that's why one of the guys called in from Indiana telling us the fact that why are we so happy. It's not that we're happy. It's not that we didn't realize what happened in the past, that the Bears, played poorly. It's because they won this football game. This particular day, they did exactly what you needed to do to win a football game, which was outstanding. Against a team that's 12-2. I don't care if it's the Green Bay Packers, whoever it is, a team 12-2. But that's not saying, and I'm not saying, and Ed's not saying, the fact that everything is fine now.
No.
Everything is fine.
We
won today's football game, and everything will be good next year. Don't you worry about it. I'm not saying that. Well, I'm just talking about today's game, how they played.
What would have been awful, folks out there, if we just mailed it in today.
That's the worst thing that could do.
That would have been. Then
exactly.
Then you know that Elvis has left the building. But they didn't do it. The kids played hard.
Do you know how important it is what he just said about mailing it in? And I understand it. We used to call it the guys had their motors running after the last game of the season. Remember, Ed?
Oh, sure.
And they were bailing out, ready to go home.
Absolutely.
And they would forget about the damn game, and we would get so pissed off about it. Good or not good, the fact is you go out swinging, you take your best shots, and you don't care who you're playing. That's what I admire about what they did today. You add that with more talent that they need, but still every team needs some guts and some balls. And I thought today they had that.
Yes, they did.
That today showed me something. Now we can add on to that. No, it didn't tell me that we are fine for next year, that we're going to the playoffs.
That we have the running backs, that we have the quarterback, that we have the offensive line.
It didn't tell me that.
Right.
What it told me was they got balls and they got guts to go out and play. Let's go out to William in Plano, Texas. William, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, and hey, OB, how you guys doing?
All right, William.
Okay, well, listen, I got two things to say. Jamar Williams played a hell of a game.
Yes, he did.
Number two, so long TV broadcasting Moose Muhammad. He's gone. He's done. He's history.
You should have caught that, William. He has to go.
I mean, yes, he has to go.
Yeah.
I keep saying my guy is Mike Haas. I don't know what the heck is going on down in Chicago, but please bring in Mike Haas. I mean, I want to see what this kid got. I mean, I'm tired of looking at Moose. I'm tired of looking at Rashad Davis. I'm tired of looking at Bradley. Please bring and never think you got that kid Berrien. I pray and hope I just pray and hope they let this guy go. I just pray and hope they do not let him go.
William, I'm pretty sure he's going to go. Somebody's going to take him, whether you like him or not. And William, going back to Mike Haas, let me just chime in on that a little bit. He's been on our taxi squad all year. And I know, Doug, he made some remarkable catches during the exhibition season down in training camp. And the last 3 games here, when we're being basically totally out of it, you have people on the taxi squad. And my point is this, Doug, is that if this kid is so bad that they can't even activate him, when our receivers, we're not talking about top-notch quality here in our frontline receivers, if he's that bad, Doug, what the hell is he doing on our taxi squad? What is he doing if they can't even activate this kid when we're a 5-9 football team going into this game? and our receiving core is not there. They have not answered the bell all year. And he's on our taxi squad. And if they don't think he's good enough, what is he doing on there? What is somebody thinking about? What is somebody thinking about?
You got me, Ed, because first of all,
Can I explain that any better?
No, because you know why? You can't explain it any better? Go out there and take a look at stats and just look at it and says, drop footballs by what NFL team? The most or number 1 or number 2? It's the Chicago Bears.
But, Doug, he's on the damn taxi
I know.
squad. 3 games, there's nothing to do. I mean, is he a slow kid? What the hell? I don't know. I mean, how slow is slow?
See, what they're telling you, he's not good enough. And
Can he catch the ball coming over the middle?
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do 100 times down there.
So, Doug, what's the point? We're not talking about front-line burner receivers that we have. And if this kid is on our taxi squad, we should take a look at him in game action and see what he can do. Not that it's the world to be with all, but the fact of the matter is, and damn it, if they don't think he can, then, Doug, he has no business being on the taxi squad. They should have had somebody else here to bring him in to see what we could look like. So my question is, what the hell are you coaches thinking about?
Here. Obviously, what they're thinking about is they're telling you and they're telling me he's not good enough. That's what they're saying. Or if he was good enough, because of the problems you had, Rasheed Davis is playing.
Doug, then what is he doing on the team? Even though it is the taxi squad.
Because they want him to sit on the team because they don't feel like, you know what, he's not going to do any damage. He'll sit there, and if we have to use him, we might have to use him in case somebody gets hurt.
But wouldn't it, Doug, when you're out of it and you've got 3 games to go before you go into training camp next year, take a look at this kid and say, hey, maybe he's worth bringing back next year. Are they going to, after this game, are they going to cut him outright and let him go? And if they do, then shame on them again for having him on the taxi squad and not giving another kid a chance that they thought they could do something.
Well, here's one better.
Here's
one better. They got Beekman, who they drafted. And now they moved St. Clair, who was a tackle, to
right
guard.
Tackle to left offensive
guard, and they won't even put Beekman in the damn game. And so what is that telling us? You drafted this kid and you feel like he can't play? I don't know who to believe. I really don't know who to believe. They're the ones supposed to know because they live with these guys.
Well, our job is to talk about what goes on in that field and what we see. And folks, and that's what the hell we're talking about.
And we say, well, why not these kids? Why not they put them in? Why not try them and see what's going on? They were saying by not doing that, they are telling us that Haas and Beekman are not good enough to play.
Then again, what are they doing on the taxi squad? Well, shouldn't somebody else that has a little bit more ability be on the taxi squad, so to speak?
I would think so. Let's go out to Tom in his car. Tom, you on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
All right, Tommy.
Basically, I want people to kind of calm down. I really think that things, it's a year-to-year league right now, and defensively, we're going to be fine next year.
Yes, we are.
I think, they need to really talk about Alex Brown being re-signed, which they're not doing a lot of right now, because he had a great game today. He's had a great year. Him, Tillman, and Goodley are the 3 main reasons why their defense has been somewhat competitive, especially the last few weeks. You need to focus solely on the offensive line. How many teams in this league have solid offensive lines and obscure running backs? The guy we saw today, Ryan Grant. These guys come from nowhere because they run behind solid offensive lines. They correct the offensive line. They go out, re-sign Rex. That's something that a lot of people don't want to hear, but Rex Grossman is a top 20 quarterback in this league, whether people want to listen to it or not. And then they go out, and I'm not saying Adrian Peterson's the answer, but if you can find a quality back behind an offensive line, you can become that running team that they want to say they are all the time, and everything's going to be fine. We could be back to 11-5 next year, winning the North and going on to bigger and better things. I'll listen to you guys. Thanks.
Well, there's no question the offensive line is a big part of this deal. And there's no question if you want to get back quickly offensively, you improve your offensive line, because if you improve your offensive line, there's no question you can run the football, you can throw it, and someone can catch it, and you can take Grossman. You said he's top 20. He may become top 10, whoever the quarterback may be for the Chicago Bears next year. That's something they have to do. That's not even close. But, see, the thing is they have to understand this. I'm talking about the Bears. Do not try to find out and draft more guys to put on defense, to make your defense stronger, thinking you're going to survive that way, because you're not. Don't get fooled by what happened today. You've got to get an offense that scores points if you want to win it. Now, if you want to go 8-8 or 9-7 or knock on the door to be a playoff team, fine, go that direction. You can do that. You want to become a champion? You want to win the Super Bowl? Then go out and find yourself some people on the offensive line, wide receivers, backs that can run and put points on the board.
There you go.
And that's the end of the situation. Depends what the hell you want. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone. 312-644-6767. Ed, I was thinking about this game and what came out of this game in my mind. And we saw the Bears play well on defense, offensively do what they need to do, special teams. The one thing, though, that came out that I was thinking about is prior to this game last week, there were indications that maybe Lovie Smith was losing his team. And we've seen it happen where coaches lose their team when things are going wrong. Sure. You're losing, and you lose the team. This showed me that today he's not losing his team.
Exactly.
He is not losing his team because players so far. So this would be the perfect game to lose it. In other words, to tell your coach to go to hell. It's cold out. I ain't playing. I'm not going to be a part of it. Apparently, they must believe in still what he is saying because they did not quit today. They went out and they played. You got to understand how much this means. You really got to understand how much this means because you can roll over and play dead anytime and blame it all on the coaches.
I'm going to tell you, two guys that aren't going to the basically perennial all-pros at their positions. It's Coots on the offense and Urlacher on the defense.
And they played like hell.
And I'm going to tell you, they played their hearts out. Not that anybody else, the rest of them didn't do it, but I want to tell you something. They pretty much ran right in the middle of that line, and Garza did a hell of a job, and Olin Kreutz. Of course, I've been an Olin Kreutz fan when he was at Washington. As a matter of fact, remember, Doug, when I picked him in the draft, and nobody knew who the hell he was?
You know why you told me you liked him? Because he knocked that guy out in the locker room. Remember that?
Well, that and plus Doug, when he drives, he's got great leg drive, and he doesn't get up. When he gets on somebody, he drives them right into the ground.
Yeah, you're right. Kreutz stepped up today big time.
Yeah,
and Urlacher.
Urlacher, too.
Oh, big time.
Last week,
he almost had another interception, 2 interceptions today. He got his fingers on one. I knew he was getting close, and he nailed that one and ran it back for 85 yards. But what I'm trying to say is that
that's what you need. Your leaders, Doug.
Got to make plays.
They've got to step up in games like this that where a lot of people say, well, they, quote-unquote, don't count. Yes, they do count. Every damn game does count. And to have your players at the end of the season in a brutal day out in Soldier Field today, a brutal day, and have your main guy step up and be the difference maker, that was great to see. Great leadership today, Doug.
Do you know how
leadership.
Easy it would have been for players to say to hell with it. We're not going anywhere. We're playing the Packers. They're 12-2. They need the game and lay down. And they didn't do that. No, That's what impresses me most. I'm not saying this is going to be, this is turn them loose for next year. But if you got that ingredient, that type of attitude, you can add on to that.
We got enough problems without not having that ingredient.
Bingo. You need that for at least to start.
Exactly.
Then you add on top of that. Let's go out to David Schuster from Soldier Field. David.
Hey, Doug and Eddie, and I echo everything that you've said for the last couple of minutes while I've been on hold here. And we've had so many opportunities this season to rip the Bears, but today you have to praise them. And some of the three things that you guys are always preaching, heart, pride, and commitment. And I thought they were all on display. And I thought the Bears totally outplayed the Packers. And I know being former Bear players, you guys must have relished in that. The only thing I wonder, though, to myself, if this game was played yesterday in a little bit more optimum football conditions, would the same thing have happened today? But the Bears certainly set the tone right off the bat. An 18-play, 11-minute drive, doing what the Bears do best, running the football, at least from the past. The offensive line, I thought, had its best game by far today, and certainly the defense harassed Brett Favre to the point where he looked ordinary, very ordinary today. And again, as former Bear players, I'm sure you're probably proud of the organization today.
Well, Dave, real quickly here, the weather took away Brett Favre.
Yeah, absolutely.
The number one thing that they run out of that five receiver set, that's where it begins and ends with them. And running game is complementary. But he couldn't do that today. He couldn't give us a steady diet of the 5 wideouts today. And so that was one of the things. So if it would have happened yesterday, who knows? But the fact of the matter, it was today. It was a cold, windy day. And we came up and we won the damn football game.
And even though they play up in Green Bay all the time, and the conditions are usually even worse up there than they were here, Green Bay just had a tough time playing down here today. I mean, you could tell from the word go with Brett Favre specifically in the shotgun. He could not early on in the game even control the snap on the shotgun. Certainly their punter had all kinds of problems today, and the Bears blocked the first punt by a Green Bay person in over 12 years. So little history here again this afternoon. But again, in all phases of the game, And as you alluded to, the star players showing up really today are Urlacher and Kreutz. And Kyle Orton, I don't think he has gotten the praise that he deserves today, doing what he does best, controlling things, no turnovers. His QB rating was over 100. Meanwhile, Brett Favre's is only 40 today. So, I mean, everything was perfect for the Bears here this afternoon.
Yeah, there's no question, because I think if you look through the city, David, including myself, I like to find out the guy that predicted the Bears were going to beat the Packers. And not only beat them, but whip their ass like they did.
I did, 35-7.
There we go.
How many times do you want me to tell you?
He told me he had the right score, 35-7.
And then Urlacher would intercept and run back for a touchdown.
And Doug, if I heard you correctly, you said the guy. So it probably was only one person out of the probably 6 or 7 million in this area.
I looked at it. I looked in the papers and all the guys are the experts, including myself.
Doug, how does that go? Do you predict that, Ed? Yeah,
that's right. But, you know, that says something again, too. You can't pick the days you play, and you're right. If it was another day, the weather certainly would have helped Favre, because their offense is all around him and 5 guys wide out and then running off of that. But it didn't happen today. To go out there and play, I saw Favre's face, I'm telling you, on TV, and I don't know how to look down there, but red. I mean, it looked like everybody was looking to get to a place where it was real warm. But that's why I admired Orton. It looked like he was down in Purdue playing one of those cold games down there, and he was real cool, did exactly what he had to do, made some great plays, made some nice play-action plays off of the run, which we ran the football, 30 times the first half?
Yeah.
You know, that's coming running off the bus, by the way.
Yeah, but, you know, again, this is the formula that the Bears have used in the past, and Kyle Orton played right into it, and he had the 3 C's going for him. He was cool, calm, and collected. It's not like he was going to throw deep down the field today. Nobody was going to do that.
Nobody was going to do that.
You know, but he made the throws when he had to make them, and he had the nice feather touch, especially on a screen pass to Garrett Wolf, the antithesis of what he should have done last week in Minnesota, you know, when he had that 4th down play and he threw it over the head of McKee. But today he just feathered it in perfectly, and really he played a very good game today. And you know what? He showed probably the Bears brass something that they might have had question marks about him today.
Well, there's no question, too, in the fact that the Bears went to guys that they probably should have been going to in the past. You know, Olsen with the two-point conversion, the time he made that catch on 3rd and 7 down on the 4-yard line, and then using Garrett Wolf in that position. We talked about that all year. You know, get Garrett out in the play, let him make some moves. He's a little guy. Somebody says, well, he's too little. Well, if he's out there and you can't hit him, he's not too little. Peterson coming off running the football, and that offensive line. I mean, the offensive line did one hell of a job, David.
By far their best game of the season.
Oh, by far.
And speaking of Garrett Wolf, I was saying to myself during the game, today was really the first time I think that they've used him to his nth degree, because, yeah, they've used him a couple times earlier in the season on screen passes, but in the middle of the field, you can't find him in the middle of the field. But today was Orton rolling out, and he had a little screen pass over the line of scrimmage to him, and it worked out perfectly. I think he got 25 yards or so on that play. And again, as former Bear players, you got to be proud of how the team did today, because they really stood up to the challenge. And let me tell you guys, it was chippy out there. There was a lot of pushing, shoving, and even slugging, if you will, after the play today. So whoever was talking about the rivalry being dead, no chance.
Anybody get hurt, Dave?
No injuries whatsoever. Of course, we had Briggs before the game who didn't play, and Nate Vasher who wasn't going to go today, probably because of the weather conditions. But they came out of the game healthy, and now they'll have a couple of days to rest. And you know what? As Lovey said after the game, Green Bay at the end of last year strung together 4 wins, and it sort of jump-started them going into next season. That's what the Bears are hoping in these last 2 games.
You know, David, you happen to mention Briggs, but I thought Jamar Williams come through with a pretty good game. Yeah.
He played great.
Yeah, and I think that's real important for the Bears to take a look at.
No question about it. It certainly puts another thought in their head that, you know what, instead of paying somebody X amount of money, we can plug this guy in.
Thanks a lot, David.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care. That's David Schuster from Soldier Field, and he's right. You could take that money and put it in offense and get a lot more guys if you got a guy that can step up.
Right.
This is not saying nothing against Lance Briggs.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's only one of Lance Briggs.
Right.
Let me tell you, he's a very special football player.
No question about it, Eddie. But the fact that you could get something a little lesser, but the fact you can take that money and get yourself some more offensive guys to help you out, you're probably better off.
In a heartbeat.
Let's go out to Justin in his car. Justin, you on the score?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Okay.
Justin.
My question is, we're actually just driving back from the game right now. I'm wondering why is it that why do you think that we can't play the way that we played this game the rest of the season so far? Because it seemed like we kind of dominated on all sides of the ball. So that's question number 1. The question number 2 is, what is it? Who do you think is the odd man out? Clearly, we cannot keep Brian Griese and Rex Grossman and Kyle Orton for next year. So who do you think is going to be the one who's left out in the cold for next year? So I'm going to hang up and listen to your comments. Thank you very much.
Justin, regarding to the quarterback situation, let me answer that question for you as best I can. It's going to be, Grossman's up, free agency? His contract's up?
Yeah, he goes a look now. He goes out on the market.
And whether you keep Kyle Orton or cut him or let him go, or the same thing with Griese, but there's got to be somebody out there that wants him. There's got to be somebody out there that wants him. And I know Doug seems to think that somebody out there might really want Grossman, and being the situation what's happened here, maybe you might see Grossman gone. But my point is that as far as Justin, the quarterbacks go, I don't know where you'd go to pick up anybody that's better. And if one of them had to go, who would be the one you'd want to see go, Doug?
I can't make that call, Ed. I really can't. I look at these guys, all three of the guys. And Griese has the kind of pedigree that he could go in there and play if he has people around them. All three of these quarterbacks need some people around them, some of the run, an offensive line, and a wide receiver. But all I'm asking...
we don't have any of that.
Yeah, and all I'm asking is when they go to training camp, it's open. It is open competition for the quarterback position. Now, if Grossman gets a better offer, he'll probably run and take it. But all I'm asking is give me open competition for those quarterbacks. And so far, you're seeing Kyle Orton. The last game got a little bit better today. And we'll see what happens in the last game against New Orleans. Now you take a look at him and see what you have. But again, if you want to help your quarterback out, and this is for the Chicago Bears, go out and get some people on offense to help out. Go out and get some difference makers. Get some guys on the offensive line, the running backs, wide receivers. You got tight ends. You can work backwards with that. But give that quarterback a chance to make some plays. And if you don't do that, you're going to be in the same position. If you think you can still depend on your defense to do what they did today every day, then you are insane. Because it won't happen like it did today every day. You won't get two blocked punts and also a guy dropping a punt. You won't get an interception by a linebacker that's run back 85 yards or a defensive end and Alex Brown that intercepts a football. It's not going to happen every day. You need to put points on. Help your quarterback out. Go get some more offensive guys. Let's go out to Les and Dixon. Les, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Les.
Got a question. Who runs this here team? Is it Lovey or is it the upper management? Because Kyle's freshman year, he goes out, or not freshman, rookie year. He goes out, he doesn't throw interceptions. He's learning to throw the ball away when he needs to. I mean, they win 10 games with him. To me, they set his development back 2 years by pulling him out of there when they're winning. And he's got to start all over again. I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say to that.
Well, the fact is very simple.
Well, I think it's less assuming that Kyle's the number one guy.
Well, he's assuming why didn't, after his 10 wins, why didn't let him take the lead? Yeah.
Right.
Well, because, they drafted Grossman number one. And the fact is they thought Grossman was the answer. They honestly felt that he was the guy. Now, take a look at it. The Bears went to the Super Bowl with Grossman, didn't he? And that was the fact they said he could take us there. Now it's looking a little different. Now they're saying, well, maybe Kyle Orton could be the guy. So what you want to do is take a look at these guys and see what you have and see what's going on. Myself personally, Grossman's got a great arm. He can do certain things, but I still think he's too short. I really do. I don't think he can see the field. Now, Kyle Orton has a shot at it, has a great arm, throws it very strong. Griese's the perfect guy to come in there and mop things up if something happens and be a backup guy. But all in all, after this saying all of that, I don't know what quarterback could have much success the way our offense was set up this year, Ed.
Well, nobody could. Just figure
one
of those top 5 quarterbacks and bring him in here and put him under center in this offensive system and the way things are gone. What the hell do you think's going to happen to those guys?
Exactly. So you're going to have to go out there and get some help for these quarterbacks. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Kurt in Braidwood. Kurt, you're on the score.
Good. How you guys doing?
Merry Christmas, Kurt.
I've got to be happy because of the win. You're always happy because of the win. Is Berrien a free agent? Is that why they could lose him?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know. I think you just got to be happy with it. I wish they would have gave the effort all year, but you got to take them when you can get them. And me as a Bears fan, I never played, but I'm kind of happy every time I see them play, and they're definitely happy every time I see them win.
Well, I think what you're going to see, Les, is the fact that when you get a situation where what Berrien's in here is, I think Berrien is best, Doug, in a situation where he would be like in a Jerry Rice situation like the 49ers. You know, they had the 2-3 top wideouts, and Rice, of course, obviously was the number one guy, but the other guy became a barn burner. And I think that Berrien would better be suited in a role along with somebody that is a passing team, that does stretch the field, that does go over the middle, and does move the pocket around. And I think in our particular situation, I don't think Berrien is the answer of what we need. Does he have the speed? Yeah, I think he has the speed. But we need all our receivers to have that kind of speed, Doug.
I think what's going to happen, Ed, that there's going to be a team out there that has a very good offensive attack with some good wide receivers. They're going to pick this kid up.
That's right.
And he could be a great addition to one of these teams.
But in a situation where we struggle, he doesn't do well here.
Right. So if he goes with a team that's already established, quarterback, offensive line, throw him, I think the kid will probably end up.
Browns.
Sure, they'll nab him.
Cleveland Browns will take him in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Let's go out to Shimkai in Michigan. Shimkai!
Hey, this is Doug.
How you doing, Shimkai?
I'd be fine. Look, I want to be the GM for a moment, and here's what I'd do.
What will you do?
Well, I wouldn't re-sign Briggs, Arian, Walker.
Oh, okay. You're 3 for 3 so far.
Or Musa Muhammad.
4 for 4.
And what I'd do is I'd draft an offensive lineman with a first-round pick. I'd take that money I saved from Briggs and Berrien and pick up a offensive lineman out of free agency. There's several good guards out there.
Yeah, Faneca from Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. Now, wait a minute. Well, we're not done yet.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Where are you from? What's your hometown?
Well, Chicago all my life, but I happen to be in Michigan now, and I'm looking at Florida tomorrow.
Oh.
But
how about coming to Lake Forest?
No. Doug knows me.
Yeah, I know.
And in terms of getting deeper in our draft, you can pick up receivers and you can pick up running backs that'll help shore that up. By the way, I think Mike Haas is like this kid from Detroit by the name of Fury.
Exactly.
He is not real fast, but he gets separation and he catches.
Catches
the ball. Of the things, we're so stuck on getting speed, we ought to be stuck on catching balls.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that seems to be a mystery to some of our receivers. Now, I got 2 wild thoughts for you, and you can comment on them. Number one, did you read Pompey's article about putting Urlacher at strong safety?
Wrong. Go ahead. Number 2.
I think it's a terrific idea.
I think it's a bad idea.
And wait a minute, before you walk away and talk about this, how about we get Jake Tiller as our offensive coordinator?
Who?
Remember, he was a guy who made Orton.
Oh, from Purdue.
Huh?
That's Joe Tiller.
Joe Tiller.
It's Joe Tiller, not Jake.
Shimkai, it's Joe Tiller. And moving Urlacher to strong safety, wrong.
What happened to Shimkai? Where'd he go?
Yeah, I don't know. He lives in Michigan. He's a great guy.
He's getting crossed up.
Yeah, right. But a great guy, terrific guy. But I would never, ever move Urlacher to strong safety. If you ever had to move Urlacher, he'd be to the weak side linebacker. But he's staying right exactly where he is. The strong safety is not the spot. Let's go out to Gino and Hammond. Gino, you're on the score.
Oh, you talking to Gino, huh?
Gino, yeah.
Yeah. Can I talk about the problem of this team?
Tell me.
His name is Jerry Angelo.
You're starting.
Because he sits up here and trusts players before they even made a name for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me, how is it in the first year you come in here and you sign Zuma and Alfonso Boone before they even decide? They ain't proved nothing. Mm-hmm. Not a thing. And then we saw this game in Minnesota when we had a guy, Schlesinger, when one of our trailer in Washington, one of them was out, and we put Alfonso Boone in there. What did we find out? We found out that Urlacher couldn't shed a block because who was right? Boone, he only needed one person to block him.
Mm-hmm.
And my point is this. Then you turn around from trusting players before they're proven, then you go out here and say, all right, let's go out here and get Adam Archuleta, somebody that we've seen before. How you going to trust him on a name that you know without getting out here and playing?
Gino, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Who do you think brought Archuleta in?
Both of them, obviously. I believe them both.
Yeah.
If Lovey seen them,
Lobby
He
sold him on the deal.
probably know of him, and he brought him in also. But here's the point I want to make it. Y'all both come from Tampa Bay. When are y'all going to realize that the day of a defensive coordinator coaching a team today, I think it's over. I think you need offensive coordinator coaching today's football. They took all those rules away from the secondary that can be able to stay up on that wide receiver back in the 90s.
That's the best thing you said right now, Gino. It's exactly somebody to stand what's happening in 06, 07, 08 because of the rule changes and utilize your passing game to incorporate whatever these rules have been. And I'm going to tell you something. You see it week in, week out on all the highlights. What do you see? 30, 40, 50, 60-yard bombs all week long.
And the NFL is begging you to throw the football. And they're begging you because they're making the interference calls and keeping you off of that wide receiver, and you can't do much to it.
There's nothing you can do about it, but you know who's telling them to do that, don't you?
Yeah.
TV.
Sure, they want to see the scoring.
They want to see scoring. They want to see the
touchdown.
You got it.
He's O'Bradovich, Shine Buffon.
We haven't figured that out yet.
No, it takes us a while. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Give us a call. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. That's right, 312-644-6767. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffon.
Can't get your footing in the morning? Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field? Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913.
Good job, OB. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffon. 312-644-6767 is our phone number.
Want a great haircut without checking your masculinity at the door? State Street Barbers is an old-fashioned barber shop with contemporary style and convenience. Open 7 days, evening hours, and located in Lincoln Park, Old Town, and Wrigleyville. Visit StateStreetBarbers.com.
Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brian and Steger. Brian, you're on the Score.
How you doing, guys? I just got two things I want to say. The first thing is, I'm really excited about the Bears winning today. I just had my first child, a daughter, on Friday, and she got to see the Bears win her first game.
Oh, that's neat.
Congratulations.
And the second thing I want to say is, even though the Bears have been dealing with injuries and all kinds of adversity all year, besides the game against the Cowboys, I really can't think of any games where 2, maybe 3 plays the Bears would have won the game. So I just wondering what you guys thought about that.
Well, there's no question, Brian, that the Bears did not play well at all this year. I mean, everybody says, well, they came close to certain games, but yeah, sure they did. But, they came back in the Philadelphia game. They did not play well this year. That's a fact. I know there was injuries. I don't think the games were called well offensively or defensively at times. But the fact is that, maybe they'll turn it around. Maybe this game will set them forward. I don't know. I really don't know. All I know is what I saw today. And I saw that the guys did not quit. But that does not mean, I want to emphasize this, because they beat the Packers today does not mean that everything is fine, that they'll go on next year with the same team and the same guys, and they're going to rally around, and they're going to circle the wagons, and they're going to be a better football club. Certain things happened today that helped the Bears win. And one was the weather. But get beyond that. We take this football game because the Packers played in it and the Bears played in the same weather. That they did the job today. That does not mean that the Bears don't need help, because they do, to help them win next year.
They played hard, and I tell you, the thing that they did not abandon the running game. We ran the ball 45 times, and Peterson had 101 yards. And that's what we should be doing. That's what we should have been doing, running in that area between like those 33, 34 to 44, some odd times a game to win football games. When we run the ball, Doug, 13 times, 12, 15, 17 times, and pass 49, 52 times, defeat.
Yeah, it is defeat. And the fact is, when you do run the football, though, you got to pick up first downs. And they were doing that. They had 4 first downs off of third down situations in the first drive. They couldn't do that in the past, no how. And not only that, control the clock. We held the football 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Not one of our biggest assets this year. In fact, we're probably, maybe the last 4 or 5 in the league holding the football as far as time of possession. Let's go out to Sal in Portage Park. Sal, you on the score.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Sal?
Yeah, so I got a football question, and it's in light of Orton's performance today, which I think was pretty good given the conditions. What we hear a lot about Orton, or what I hear, is that he's got a good arm as far as strength, but his accuracy and more like his finesse doesn't seem that good. But what I saw today, it looked like he had decent finesse on the one touchdown. I thought it was to Desmond Clark.
It was, yeah.
And then he threw the same kind of ball to who's the other tight end?
Greg Olsen.
Greg Olsen.
Exactly, and that's something that Rex usually does well. And my question is, if Orton got a lot of practice, is that something that you can develop some finesse and some accuracy, and would that make him a better quarterback? I know he's got a long wind, so if he had a lot of time to throw, I'm kind of an Orton fan. I hope that he does well. I hope anybody does well, really, actually, so the Bears would do well. But, that's the football question. Is that something that he can work on and get better at?
Sal, yes, it can, and it's called timing. It's called timing. That's why you work in training camp, and that's why you have 4 exhibition games before you open up the first game. The first game of the season is not the 5th or 6th game. First game is the first game, and you get your team through training camp, and that's why you have 4 exhibition games. Do you have to play your starters for 4 quarters? No, but they should at least go a quarter and a half to maybe the first half, the first 2 or 3 games. And that's how you get your timing, because in a passing route and offense, it's all about timing. In handoffs and in your timing with all your different tight ends and your wideouts at all the different routes. You can't have enough action on the field. Okay? I think it's pretty simple, Doug.
Yeah, and also the accuracy. Accuracy comes in many ways, and everybody looks at it down the field. But how accurate do you think he was in those screen passes? You know how important that is? To throw the football out there where you're leading the back. Right. So he doesn't have to break stride or look back to get it, because that is the difference of making that thing work or not work. And that's so important.
And unusual to see screens work.
Yeah, for us, and not work for the Packers.
Right. It's just the other way around.
But you got to have that touch for that screen pass also. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. On the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Can't get your footing in the morning? Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field? Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye coffee.
Cold one.
And get a grip Red Eye coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913.
Score ads spend New Year's Eve with Chicago's newest entertainment venue, Blues Bars in Mount Prospect. This place is outstanding. Bring in the new year with a nationally renowned The New Invaders. Bring in the new year with a nationally renowned The New Invaders. For more information, call 847-788-9977 or visit blues-bar.com. Eddie, let's go out to Joe in Los Angeles. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Joe?
People want to say Orton. You guys keep saying Orton didn't win the game today or whatever. He just fails, doesn't lose the game. But people don't realize that without that punt return or punt block, without that interception return, without the field goals, we still win 15-7 today.
Yeah.
And second thing is, okay, Berrien, everybody's saying, OB saying he's going to go somewhere. Franchise him. Lay that tag on him, because Briggs is a goner. That's why they drafted Williams, and they got that kid from Stanford too. And finally, you got people want to talk about drafting a quarterback and everything else, but here's the thing: you want to become an offensive football team. You want to become a team that throws the long bombs and does this, that, and the other, and has 2 guys like Berrien and everything else. Okay, you better start rebuilding now. Start drafting offense for the next 2 to 3 years, and then start developing it. Because if you want to go that direction, it's not going to happen next year. Your best chance to win next year, draft the offensive line that kind of can open up the holes. Benson can't create the holes, but he can run through them if they're there. You draft that offensive line, because what people don't realize, you're strong on the lines like the Vikings are now, and when they have more and more drafts, you can decide what you want to be. You can be whatever you want to be when you dominate up front.
Joe, what you said is right. I mean, I'm not going to say it's obvious, because I think most people that understand and look at football will say the same thing. You got a best shot at getting going, get yourself in gear by having an offensive line, because what happens is until you can find that ultimate quarterback or that ultimate back or that ultimate wide receiver, this offensive line is going to put you in the game. And then you start adding on, and then you start putting players that are difference makers because you can win. I'm not saying that, you know what, with a good offensive line and average guys back there, you could be 9-7, but you're not going to the Super Bowl. You're not going to win that. You've got to come up with the offensive line, the wide receiver, the running back, and the quarterback. And take a look at the teams that are going to go or have a great chance of going to the Super Bowl, and they have all of that. And I'm talking about difference makers. And that's where the Bears need to look. There's no question about it. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 35-7 over the Green Bay Packers in Bo Jackson's Elite Sports in Lockport, Illinois. Home of Cangelosi Baseball presents the Winter Collegiate Development Camp, instructed by over 40 of the top college coaches from all levels throughout the country. For registration information, go to BoJackson'sEliteSports.com.
Yeah, well, while we're in the holiday season here, Doug, you know, always cheer and we certainly wish a merry, wonderful Christmas and a healthy and prosperous 08 to all our troops in harm's way.
Yep.
And to all our listeners,
question.
oh my God, that's why this country's as great as it is. To all the people that make the sacrifices, and I just lost a couple of old friends. Walter Wheatley was a dear friend of mine. Just lost him a couple of weeks ago. And another gentleman by the name of Fritz Franz, who was one of the finest amateur golfers in the state of Illinois. He just died unexpectedly the other day, and so to Wally Wheatley and his family, Godspeed, and to Fritz Franz and his family, Godspeed too, and two great guys. And by the way, two great Bear fans. So I know the holiday season it's tough, but there's two great men, and they'll be remembered.
Well, the best of them and their
Absolutely,
family, yeah. You know, the thing about this time is the best time of the year in my mind. I love this time of the year. The fact that, obviously the football season, but the fact that with Christmas and the lights and the kids and the presents and everybody seems, a little more peaceful, it seems, at this time of the year. But when you take a look at all this, sometimes can be real hectic. I mean, you keep moving, and it goes
too, Doug,
by you
what,
real fast.
What can you just when you listen to national news and what goes on over in Iraq, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, et cetera, and these are the times when it really hits hard, and all the families that have lost their loved ones and the injuries, and Doug, it's just I just pray to God that somehow, some way that we can bring our boys home and peace. Finally, let's have some peace and everybody move forward. And I couldn't be more sincere when I say that.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jim in Huntley. Jim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to speak to both of you.
Thank you, Jim.
Merry Christmas to both of you, your families, and also, of course, all the listeners out there.
Right back at you.
Hey, I started at the beginning of the season. I'm a chiropractic physician. I'm out here. I use the pettibone technique. Every single time these guys hit, it's a car accident. And it starts in the preseason. I said we'd be in this boat before it all started with us. Furthermore, if I had the money, I would buy out the McCaskies. If I can't do that, then I'm going to get rid of the general manager and the head coach. The head coach needs to be placed by Ron Rivera coming back on defense and Mike Singletary. If you want an African-American head coach, I don't consider him an Afro-American. I consider him a Chicago Bear. I'd also bring in Glenn Kozlowski as an offensive line coordinator. That's my starters. For the offensive line, you have to go out and get them in your draft and then your defensive line. The problem that was there is because Rex Grossman is incompetent at best as your quarterback. Now, he's going to have some flashes here, but this kid's going to get a 4-year deal for $25 million. The Bears are not going to do that. You get rid of him, go to a shotgun offense where people will have poo-pooed me with Orton. Now, Orton in college was using this and was nominated for a Heisman Trophy with that before he got injured. You go back to what Tony Romo's doing and Staubach did with Dallas, and you use that shotgun offense because it gives him 1.3 seconds more time, plus total visibility on the field as opposed to just looking on one side. And then the other thing that really is flabbergasting is that this incompetent head coach got rid of his running back because he had a personality problem with a star running back. And furthermore, which I said in the preseason, we paid all that money to a backup running back who was, again, unproven, drafted as a high draft pick and given all this money, a pot of gold, and we've never learned our lesson, and it's upsetting to me. And then, like I said, I would put on the weight stack, put these guys on the nutritional stack, and further, I'd use the pettibone technique because you got to have curves in your spine to support the weight load against gravity. And last but not least, Mr. Lance Briggs is toast. If he sat out because his agent told him to sit out, if he has a legitimate injury, I'd ask him man-to-man, mano-to-mano, face-to-face, 2 inches from his face. And if he says, yes, I'm telling you the truth, then he can stay. But if he says no, then he flinches and he turns his eyes any which way, there's the door. He's cut today. You're a free agent as of the moment. I'll pay you out this season. Goodbye, good luck, good riddance.
That was Jim. Jim summed up a lot of things. I can't remember half of them, but he's passionate about it, and that's good.
That's the Bear fan.
Exactly right. You say what you have to say.
That's the Bear fan.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score.
About.
Sports Radio 670. That's right. 312-644-6767, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. And by the way, real quickly, Jiffy Lube, they've been with us, Ed, for a long time. We've never really talked about it, and I use Jiffy Lube. I go to Jiffy Lube and do all this stuff. Just want to thank them for being our sponsors for all these years.
Well, thank them and maybe just a couple other people.
Sure.
Parent. And,
everybody.
There's Jimmy Samaras. There's a lot of people doing this a long time, Doug.
You're listening to the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Obradovich on the phone, 644-6767, area code 312. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears. That's right, the Bears 35 and the Green Bay Packers 7. Let's go out to Tom in Bloomingdale. Tom, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, Tommy?
First of all, lifelong Bear fan. Enjoyed your performances on the field, both of you.
Thank you.
And your loyalty to the Bears. So I want to ask you a question that you remember your playing days. First of all, do you think Briggs didn't play because he's an all-pro and he's just getting prepared to play for his new team next year? And second of all, do you think actually Briggs in a situation was a detrimental factor to the Bears this year that actually interfered with their defensive performance? And can you lay the blame at the defensive coordinator or the coaches for not being able to handle that situation this year?
I think with Briggs, the fact that I don't think he's going to take any chances. If it was close, and you're talking about his hip, he was not going to go out and take a chance that something else would happen to him on account of his career. Now, you can look at it different ways. I look at it now, the ball players basically look at themselves as a business, and they're going to take care of business. And, in fact, there was nothing at stake probably in his mind saying that he had to be out there. But what he did do was give Jamar Williams a shot at this, and Jamar Williams played extremely well, I thought, for today's game. So that may say the fact that the Bears may be saying, in their mind, satisfied that Jamar Williams could be the linebacker, and they're going to let Briggs go. I think Briggs is gone. I think they're going to take his money, and they're going to put it somewhere else. I think they're going to put it to the offense. As far as him being disruptive to the team, I don't believe so. I don't believe that was the problem. I believe, and I both have talked about this, we've seen the Chicago Bears do something differently in the last 3 or 4 games. When I say differently, they're more aggressive in what they do. That means that comes from Babbage. That means the calls that are made. That means they're going after people, not only the running game, but also the quarterback, and they're not sitting back, just taking the punches.
Well, they're coming up with line slants, too, which they haven't done before, Doug. And, again, like you said, being more aggressive. But as far as Briggs goes, Doug, he's gone.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I mean, he's gone. And as far as whether he himself can pull himself out of a game, I suppose you can, but I think when it comes down to it, on a weekly basis, if you're hurt, I think it's the trainer and the doctors that give you the bill of goods, whether you can or you cannot play. And I think that's what it comes down to, Doug. I don't think the player himself can say, hey, I can't play because I'm hurt. Well, they have to go through an examination, et cetera, and then a doctor makes his recommendation as to whether he can go or he cannot go.
Yeah, and there's a question mark there, too, because you don't know how hurt a player is. A player could tell you that, I'll play. I'll gut it out. I'll stick it out like back in the day.
Yeah.
You did those things. But if it's a close situation, then you say to yourself, well, I can't go. It was the same thing with Vasher. Look how long Vasher was out. Finally play him in the Minnesota game. They didn't play him today. Well, it was a smart thing not to do, was not to play the kid. McBride was out there. And you got Vasher signed for another couple of years. Let's go out to Evan in Southern California. Evan, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug and OB.
How you doing, Evan?
Happy holidays.
Same to you, buddy.
Hey, thanks. Hey, I've seen it all. I've been a Bear fan for 45 years since you guys were playing, so I've seen the ups and downs, and I've seen a lot of this. And to me, this was just a real disappointing season since the Super Bowl last year, just when they got rid of the running game. And I heard a lot of people saying about the coaching, about Lovey. We all loved Lovey when he came on, and he said, we're going to beat the Packers, we're going to playoffs, we're going to get in the Super Bowl. Look, they had a lot of coaching problems, but we just played poorly this year. I think Lovey, like I've said for years, the Bears are some of the few teams. There's a handful of teams that have a culture, and the Bears have a culture. And some of these guys that are on there don't understand it. That whole debacle with the New Year's Eve game with Grossman with the Packers last year, that means he does not understand the culture. We've got some guys that are going to come up and do understand that and play Bear football. Now, to me, this whole season, we were saying out here, a bunch of us Bear fans, it's a disappointing, dismal season. If our only chance at salvaging the season was what happened today, and they played inspired. I don't know who went in there and, if they had a statue of Hallis or something in there or what they did. But for crying out loud, they played like the Chicago Bears. And you guys know, it doesn't matter the records. If the Bear-Packer game is like few things in Americana, basically. These guys, that's an event. It could go either way. I think if we get guys, I think McNabb will be a perfect addition because I think that guy understands the culture. But Orton, hats off to him. The guy stays in there, and he got his chance. And you know what? One other point on that, you get these guys, quarterbacks, players. They could have the best numbers. They could be the flashiest guy, but do they win and do they get the rest of the team inspired? I don't know what is with Orton, but Orton seems to understand he's a guy who's is gonna do well, and he seems like a winner to me.
Yeah, he does seem like a winner, and the fact is, very cool today, but he needs to play. He needs to get out there and play, and that's why I'm glad the Bears made a decision to play him the last 3 games. And the fact you had brought up McNabb, I would be shocked if the Eagles let him go. They would take stupid pills to let that kid go. For him to be out of Philadelphia now. For some odd reason, I don't know what's going on in Philadelphia. Maybe McNabb feels like he's not appreciated there, or whatever the story is. But I just don't see that happening, Ed. I just don't see the Eagles leaving McNabb go.
No, and what would you have to give them? What would they have to give up?
Yeah, a ton.
So.
Let's go out to Mike in Las Vegas. Mikey, how you doing?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Merry Christmas to you and all your fans. I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you, Mike.
Originally from Gary, Indiana. I've been living out here 4 or 5 years, but I just wanted to touch on a few points that some of your other callers have made. I'm also a frustrated Bear fan. I think the Bears will be making a really big mistake if they let go of Kyle Orton. I've told a lot of people out here, the minute the Bears let him go, he's going to become great. If you put him in a good coaching environment with a good coaching quarterback, I think Orton can become great. I really do, and I think the Bears' problems stem from what some of your other callers have said about their coaching. I think nothing against Ron Turner personally, but I think he's a lousy coach. If the Bears had a better offensive coordinator, see, a lot of people blame Orton for his play, but you got to remember those plays are called from upstairs, and Orton's just doing what he's told. And if you give Orton a chance and you put him in a better coaching situation, I think Orton can win the Super Bowl with the Bears or wherever he goes. And I'm not a big fan of Rex Grossman. I never have been. But I think the Bears should keep on Orton. I think their coaches, especially Ron Turner, should go, because look what he did when he went to Illinois. He totally destroyed that program. And his brother, I don't believe much in his brother either, being out here in Las Vegas. He's both of these coaches. I don't understand how these people keep hiring the same people over and over that are proven losers. I don't get it.
It's the good old boy society, my friend.
You know,
they
Mike,
take care of each other.
Yeah, and Mike, about Kyle Orton, he's not going anywhere. And I think what will happen is, I don't think his contract is up. I mean, why would the Bears let him go? I think the question here is the fact that could he be your number one quarterback? And that's where the question mark is. And that's what they're going to have to decide. Again, when you go to training camp, or what he does against New Orleans, what he did today, and it's going to be all put in there. But the fact is, I think there should be open competition when they go to training camp, because somebody's got to be here. And I think the guy that you may lose may be Grossman, because Greasy signed. He's going to be here. Mm-hmm. And so it may be Greasy and Orton. So, yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere. And I think they'll give him a shot. I think they'll take a look at it. But
I think they'll try to keep Grossman, Doug, but
they'll try, but I don't think
it'll go to a certain point, and there's probably somebody out there that'll flip the money at him.
Exactly. And I think they'll say, hey, hold it, we're not going to pay the dough. But when it's all said and done with, you want to see Kyle Orton do well, because there's signs that he could be the quarterback for this team. I'm not saying he's shown it yet, that it's there. But you take a look at this thing now. The fact is that, he started this game. That makes him, he got 11 wins under his belt with the Bears. Count 10 in the first season. Now, this one against Green Bay being 1-1 so far this year.
Doug, we're not
definitely got to look.
Doug, you sit there, and we can talk about all this till we're blue in the face here. Who's the quarterback should come in here? If we don't get the help talent-wise in here,
neither quarterback.
It's got to be all offense, Doug. And this whole way of we attack our opponents. I'm talking about offense to whoever our opponent, whichever way we attack or however we attack, it's all going to go right down the El Toileto, my friend.
Sure.
It does. It's got to go. We've got to get into sync here. We've got to come with the multiple formations. And until they can address that with some talent, we're not going to go anywhere. Doug, it's sad. And we all love the Bears, whatever, but I'll tell you what, my friend, it's just not going to happen, Doug.
There is no question, Ed, that you're definitely looking for a difference maker and put a guy in position to make plays. We have seen and we have watched the Packers with their empty backfield, 5 wideouts. We have watched New England do what they do. We have watched the Colts do what they do. And so what we're saying is the fact that, okay, fine, can we have a quarterback do that? But what we're saying is before that does happen, your philosophy's got to change toward that type of offense. And on top of that, you best have that offensive line, those wide receivers, and the talent around the guy.
You can't play this game.
You have to score.
You have to score in today's game.
No question.
You have to score.
No question.
There's so many things that point to it, and you've got to get up to it, and you've got to understand the system. And until we do, Doug, you can bring everybody in here, but if we're going to play how the way we play, cautiously, offensively, and the ability to not score points, like you point out, we ain't going anywhere.
And then on top of that, you got to have some more talent on offense. You need more talent.
We need speed, Doug.
Yeah.
Offensively, we are a slow
game breakers.
We are a slow offensive team. Slow receivers, slow running backs, slow quarterbacks, and a line that's a little bit too old.
Let's go out to John in Sierra Vista, Arizona. John, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, John.
And Merry Christmas, family in Woodstock, New Hampshire. So,
there you go.
But put your GM hats on, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we cut? Who do we draft?
Uh-huh.
And what free agents do we go after? And I'll let you guys talk about it.
Well, I think the guys you're going to let go, I think, first of all, Walker, your defensive tackle, I think he should be gone. I think Musa Muhammad should be gone. I think myself, the Briggs should be gone. And I think what will happen to Berrien probably will be gone. Now, what do we draft? We go look at the tackle situation. I think we should draft a left tackle from the get-go, from number 1. There's 3 or 4 guys out there, but the guy, when your chance comes, I think you have a chance to get a left tackle. Then I think you can move John Tate to right tackle. Then if you want to go out, now if you want to spend some money, and I don't know if the Bears would do this, but that guard out of Pittsburgh, Faneca, who would probably cost you about $40 million, would be a guy that I would love to see come in here. I understand it's a lot of money, but still, what are you trying to do? What's the objective? The objective is to go out there and get yourself some players. We saw the Vikings do it when they went out and got Hutchinson. So that's how I would start
this.
What
they pay, like $48 million, $58 million for him?
Million, yeah, exactly.
Was he from Seattle, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so this Faneca from Pittsburgh is just as good or better, and so you may want to do that. But you're definitely going to have to draft some offensive guys and offensive tackles especially, so you probably would start there. Now you got to get inside your guard position. Then you got to take a look at your running back position. Now you may be able to pick one up in the second or third round. Then you want to take a look at wide receiver. You want to find somebody out there. That is why we keep talking about it. I'm not looking at a quarterback in the first, second, or third round. I'm saying to myself, we have 3 quarterbacks here. Let's find the one we can use. We'll start with that. But let's build around him. Let's make his job easier. Then later, if something happens, then fine, you make a move. But right now, you better have the ingredients in front of this guy.
You've got to get, obviously, the better personnel. I mean, come on, it doesn't take a genius to figure this one out, okay? But again, I don't care who you bring in here, Doug. And, Doug, if they have to change the theory, their offensive theory,
their philosophy,
and how they're going to attack people. It has to change. Everything that we do, Doug, has to go. It has to go. And can Ron Turner do that? I don't know. Do we keep him? But I'll tell you what, if we come back again with this same philosophy on offense, Doug, I don't care who you have here, my friend. We're going down in flames.
Well, see, what scares you, Ed, is the fact that philosophy was today.
Going down in flames, pal.
That philosophy was today. But, of course, the weather made a lot of that because we ran the football 45 times. I'm all for running the football. But I've come to a point in my life with football that I'm starting to really believe that the pass sets up the run, not the other way around. And so the fact is, if you're passing, that means they got to get the guy out of the box. That means you can run the football. That means you got to be able to throw it. And so that's what you're talking about.
Doug, there's so many damn things you could do with the different offensive sets you can run from for what the defense gives you. It's right in front of you. This is we're not talking about nuclear physics here, guy.
Right. But see, here's a double-edged sword here, though. We still need help. We need talent. Don't you think we need talent in our offense?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so there's a lot to do here. And so I guess the question is, where do you start? And I think the natural place to start, obviously, this is an obvious answer, is in the offensive line. That's an obvious answer, and you start with that. Let's go to JP in Naperville. JP, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys? It's great to be talking to 2 Chicago legends.
Thank you, JP.
I got a little bit of the wind taken out of my sails there by the last caller. I was going to put on my GM cap, and Doug, you hit it right on the head. Mr. Alan Faneca needs to be wearing a Bear jersey next year. Not only that, but Derek Anderson from Cleveland, I think he could be had.
I don't think they'll give him up, JP.
I think if they do, I think it'll have to be in a trade because they can't get rid of Brady. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, JP, but you'd have to give up like a first or a third for Anderson, and I know they got Brady there, but this Anderson kid, and he looks like he's the goods. And I'll tell you what, they're fighting like hell. They're looking good. I just don't see them giving up Anderson. I really don't.
I think if you package up an Orton, and with the Bears' number 1 picks, the way they tend to go, I'd rather almost give it away to get somebody that's proven. So, it's a chance we could probably, at least we got to fish for it, The other one is Michael Turner. I think that kid.
Oh, there's no question. You're absolutely correct on that one, JP.
I think Sproles pretty much proved that they don't have to pay Michael Turner big money to keep him as a backup. And I think, like you guys said, from there you draft offensive linemen, somebody in the front for the D, and I think you let it ride. You got to try something. You got to go big. You never see the Bears making big trades. You never seen them signing big free agents. We got to do it right now.
See, I'm all for Michael Turner. Kid went to Northern Illinois. I know they paid him a ton of money just to be a backup at San Diego, but this kid can run. And you want to talk about speed, Ed? He's got the speed.
He's got speed.
And he'll break it, and he'll bust it, and
last
he's
time
big.
I checked, DeKalb's, about 50 miles from Chicago?
Yeah.
And how many years did he play there? 4 years, right?
4 years, yeah.
4 years.
Missed him.
Jerry Romo.
Eastern Illinois.
And
I scream for that kid, by the way. I just want you to know that. See, the stuff around us that you take a look at, and I would, right now, it's going to cost you some money for Michael Turner, but that's what you're supposed to do. Now you have to go out and buy some stuff. You got to get some stuff that can make it work. Can you imagine what Michael Turner being your back? and then also you had Faneca at guard, and you drafted another kid, let's say, that was like this Joe Thomas, who was the number 1 pick last year, who went to Cleveland, offensive tackle, was just playing outstanding.
Right.
Can you imagine what it could be like? And Tate playing right tackle?
Right.
We'd be back in the ballgame.
With a couple of moves. I agree with what you said, Doug.
Let's go out to Bill on the north side. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Opie, this is Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Haven't called the show. I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
But I wanted to kind of pick a bone with everybody.
Sure.
Everybody's jumping all over Lovey, and I love Lovey.
Okay.
I watched the Bears play today, and those guys came out and they played tough. And, how many times have we seen mediocre coaches put teams on the field when they can't go anywhere, and they just pack it in? And those guys came, they played in tough weather conditions, and they played hard. And that's coaching. He knows how to handle these guys. He's got to make some adjustments with the offense. He's got to find some guys on the defense. But as a coach, I think he's the best one we've had since Ditka.
Bill, that was exactly what OB and I took out of this football game, was the fact that these guys did not quit, that these guys went out and played. See, because everybody was saying, well, Lovey lost his team. If he would have lost his team, let me tell you something. In this cold weather, what was going on out there, this would have been a massacre, but that's not the way it went. The fact is this team did play extremely hard today, and they won the football game.
There's no question about it. And when they play well, you give them the kudos.
Sure.
And when things don't play so well. But Doug and I are talking about the overall look as to when you go into 08, who do you want to be? What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? And who do we want? We want to be a better offensive team. And what do we want to accomplish? We want to win the Super Bowl. And to do that, you've got to change your offensive philosophy. Your offensive philosophy. What we're doing is not working.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Dan, Uncle Meatball, Joe, Tom, Paul, Huey. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Can't get your footing in the morning? Always feel like you're playing on a muddy field? Brew up a pot of Stewart's Red Eye Coffee and get a grip. Red Eye Coffee from Stewart's. Caffeine with cleats since 1913. Doug, here, Brad Maynard, he had 4 punts for 140 yards, and today's for like a 35-yard average, Doug.
He kicked one that was outstanding, went out there at the 10-yard line.
I'll tell you what, Brad Maynard did a hell of a job. Wow.
Yeah.
And that weather, are you kidding me?
And he's a big asset for the defense, and I think there's quite a few inside the 20s this year, which he's been good at. But, he had one today. I'll tell you.
A punter's always the best friend of a defensive player.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding? We had Bobby Joe Green, all-pro punter. He's a little skinny kid, but he had a live leg, Doug. He could bomb those things 40, 50, 60 yards.
And then put him in the coffin corner.
Absolutely.
Pin the guy down. You come out in defense, and you got somebody pinned down around the 9 or 10-yard line. Boy, that's a hell of a deal.
No, Brad Maynard, he does a hell of a job.
He's Obradovich on the phone. We're talking football, mister, on the Jiffy Lube postgame show. Let's go out to Tom on the north side. Tom, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, guys?
Hi, Tom.
Pretty good. I got a couple of things here. I talk about some of the problems they have with the Bears right now.
Uh-huh.
And first off, Briggs. I think Briggs should be gone.
Yeah.
And Tommy Harris, too. I think he's kind of overrated right now. I think he's kind of getting a little too much hype.
He's hurt, though, Tommy.
Yeah, he's hurt, but he hasn't really been doing too much. I mean,
Well, Tom, he's playing on one leg. I'm serious about that, and I understand what you're talking about, and I know he went to the Pro Bowl, but I got to tell you, he's out there. That's the one thing next year, Tommy, though. You want to have him come back healthy. That's going to make a big difference, too, in that defense.
All right. My next thing is a secondary with Archuleta and with Mike Brown. Archuleta should be gone, I think.
He will be.
He'll be gone. He can't cover anybody. He's pretty terrible. I'd see him gone. And then, or with their offense, I'm looking at a tackle. I think they should draft that Brian Long, out of Michigan.
Yeah.
Go with him. And then, if they could get Derek Anderson, JP kind of took my steam with that. I'm thinking they could take him or, make a move at McNabb. That'd be great. And then Turner, too. I went to NIU, so, Turner's my boy, so I love him.
Well, the guys you mentioned, sure, the guys that make a big difference if you can get them. I think Michael Turner, they got a good shot at him because that's just money. McNabb, I don't think Philadelphia Eagles are going to give him up. I wouldn't give him up. But if it's out there, then you're going to have to make a deal with the Eagles somehow or some way. Anderson from Cleveland, the quarterback, I don't believe Cleveland wants to give him up either. And so, there's some people.
What about Brady Quinn? Doug, do you think the Brady Quinn?
They like him in Cleveland, number one pick, but how do we know? I saw him play an exhibition
the other
season.
kids playing in front of him, Doug.
Anderson.
Yes.
And he's doing a hell of a job.
Yes. So, would they use him?
Would they give up Brady Quinn? I don't know. Would he be the guy that you want? I only saw him play when he was at Notre Dame, and also he played some exhibition game. Looked like it was okay, but I don't know. I mean, Anderson, I saw this kid the first time, Anderson, and I automatically liked him. Because I thought he had the arm, and he did everything I thought was very good for a quarterback. Now this year he's doing better. But don't forget, too, though, he's got the wide receiver in Braylon Edwards. He has that guy. He's got a tight end out there, so he has some things that maybe we don't have. But all in all, to try to make a deal for a quarterback is going to be very difficult because, as you said, who in their right mind would give up a quarterback that was good? You can't find them.
You can't find them. There's only 5 of them.
Right.
And you really believe, and I don't mean to be sarcastic, I mean, do you really believe, say like a Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, just for talking purposes, okay? You said, hey, we're going to give you $100 million a year, but you got to come to Chicago.
Would they want to come here?
Would they want to come here?
Would you? Would you? Don't answer that question right now. You think about it, all right?
Well, no, I'm serious.
I know that.
No, in the reality of it, if guys like they were available, we're going to come here. Well, this is the system we're going to run. And they're free agents. They're not coming here, Doug. They're not. They're just not.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Jiffy Lube postgame show, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Jiffy Lube postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon.
Real-time sports and Belvedere Banquets in Elk Grove Village invite you to ring in the new year in style. All-inclusive package includes open bar, food, music, party favors, and a balloon drop for only $75. Special hotel rates available. Call 847-534-0600. Hurry. Space is limited.
Eddie, this holiday season, give your loved one the most amazing watch made, the Reactor Watch. It's unbreakable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. The Reactor Watch, available exclusively at Marry Me Jewelry in LaGrange Park. Visit marrymejewelry.com and tell Gino hello. Eddie, that's about it for today, buddy.
Yeah, and again, to everybody, all our listeners out there, and have a wonderful and a Merry Christmas, and hopefully we'll get a win next week and go in 08. A
little steam.
Absolutely, Doug. Absolutely. But again, Merry Christmas, everybody, and have a wonderful week.
And also thank David Schuster live from Soldier Field, Brian Peruk on the updates, our producers, Tim Bach, Chris Tannehill, and Herb Lawrence. And thanks to all our great callers and all our listeners. Stay tuned for Chicago Blackhawk hockey as the Hawks take on the Edmonton Oilers. Good night, everybody, and have a great, great, great holiday.